In the illustrious city of Yong, the most esteemed man, Yongcheng, set his gaze upon the young and innocent Ningsangsang. In his relentless pursuit to claim her, he orchestrated the ruin of her parents with a mere utterance, coercing them to surrender their daughter into his grasp. Having successfully ensnared the beloved girl, he initially intended to shower her with affection and adoration, only to discover that her heart belonged to another. Thus, Yechen resorted to a bloodthirsty act, marking her with his bite, imprisoning her in the attic of their nuptial abode, showering her with love while forbidding her to leave even a single step. Chapter 1. Ningsangsang, my wife, must behave. Bang! Bang! Let me out! Let me out! The anguished cries of Ningsangsang echoed from the luxurious attic, which had been adorned to resemble a European palace fit for a princess. The servants had grown accustomed to her daily tantrums and the wreckage that ensued. They hastily entered to gather the shattered remnants of her cup before respectfully retreating. The attic door was locked once more, and a sympathetic servant's voice advised, "Madam, it would be wise not to create a scene. Master Yi will return soon." Thud! 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 As the servant's words faded, the ominous sound of heavy footsteps approached from the wooden staircase below. The demon had arrived. Ningsangsang trembled in fear, hastily concealing herself under the opulent, soft blankets of her princess bed, curling into a tight ball in the corner. Sang-sang. A deep, alluring voice resonated as the man's polished shoes approached her bedside. Overwhelmed by dread, she instinctively wished to flee, yet found herself bound by a delicate golden chain tethered to the foot of her bed. She was trapped in the embrace of her opulent prison. In an instant, the man playfully pulled back the covers that she clutched so tightly. Ningsangsang's delicate face, akin to that of a porcelain doll, was revealed, her skin pale as snow, and her long, straight black hair cascading down to her waist. Beneath her thick, curled lashes, her large eyes were filled with terror as they met his piercing gaze. "Why are you still afraid of me, my dear Sang-sang?" he inquired, his voice laced with a mixture of displeasure and amusement as his long, slender fingers gently lifted her chin. Ningsangsang, filled with trepidation, instinctively kicked and struck at him in a desperate attempt to protect herself. "Go away, you demon, leave me be." "Huh?" The man regarded her with amusement, finding her feeble resistance endearing, akin to a kitten swatting at him. A smirk graced his lips. "Why, dear, you still possess quite the temper. Shouldn't you have something to say upon my arrival?" What was there to say? As Ningsangsang beheld his flawless, handsome visage and those bloodthirsty, playful eyes, she trembled even more violently. This man desired her to profess her love. But how could she utter such words to a demon? Ningsangsang clenched her teeth, refusing to speak. "Oh, disobedient little one." Yechen, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly wore a ghastly expression. He gently yet firmly pulled her into his embrace and sank his teeth into her delicate swan-like neck. Ningsangsang gasped at the sudden pain. The man's voice, sultry and intoxicating, whispered in her ear, "My sweet, this is your punishment for disobedience." She bit her lip, accustomed to such treatment over the past year since being confined to this attic. Ningsangsang often wondered what sin she had committed to deserve this fate, having been selected by the most prestigious man in Yong at a mere banquet. With a single phrase, he had driven her parents to bankruptcy, forcing them to offer her to him tea that time. She had no inkling that this would lead to her loss of freedom, trapping her perpetually in this gilded cage. After a year of confinement, she felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. She timidly clutched the hem of his shirt. "I wish to go outside. I beg you, please let me out." "What did you say?" His expression grew icy, a dark aura emanating from his blood-red eyes. Ningsangsang felt his grip tighten painfully around her delicate face. His incredulity and anger were palpable as he questioned, "My dear, you wish to leave me? To seek out that wild man, Song?" Chapter 2. The Desire to Escape. "No." Ningsangsang's face contorted in pain from his grip, rendering her nearly speechless as she shook her head fervently. Yechen had no intention of allowing her to speak. With a scoff, he tightened his hold. "My dear, it seems you have grown too comfortable and forgotten the lessons of the past." "What lessons?" Ningsangsang would never forget. Initially, this man, 7 years her senior, had not forced her but had instead lavished her with affection. However, After she had spent a single night away with her childhood friend, Song Yinzhou, on her birthday, he had transformed into a man possessed. Not only did he have Song Yinzhou beaten within an inch of his life, but he also forcibly withdrew her from school and locked her away like a pet in this attic. Yongcheng proclaimed, Ningsangsang is to be solely mine. You must obey and not run away, or I will break your legs. At that tender age, filled with youthful exuberance, she refused to be confined to the oppressive coldness of this attic. She had made 2 desperate attempts to escape, only to be caught and punished by being confined to her bed for 2 months. Now, the man stroked her snow-white skin with an unsettling tenderness. With such lessons behind you, you still dare to express a desire to leave? You long to see that wild man named Song? I do not. Ningsangsang implored desperately. Yechen, I truly regard Yinzhou as nothing more than an older brother. There is nothing between us. I don't wish to go anywhere else. Just take me downstairs next time, please. I merely wish to breathe fresh air. After all, the attic's windows have been sealed with crisscrossed wooden boards, leaving the dim space shrouded in darkness, with heavy curtains blocking out the sun. Yongcheng observed her yearning gaze towards the outside world. His expression remained cold and unyielding, yet gradually softened. I will carry you. His desire for control over her had reached a terrifying extent. Even a single step outside required him to hold her. This had become customary for both of them. As he retrieved the key from the chain, bending to unlock the door, Ningsangsang seized the opportunity. She abruptly lifted an ornate, vintage lamp from the bedside table. Still yearning for escape, Yongcheng sensed something amiss and looked up with a resounding crash. Ningsangsang struck the unsuspecting man on the head. He had been caught completely off guard. Blood flowed freely from his wound, to her astonishment. He did not succumb to unconsciousness. Yongcheng, his head bleeding profusely, rose with a menacing glare. Ningsangsang knew she should run. The attic door could be opened from the inside, and the chain binding her ankle had vanished. Yet, the oppressive aura of authority he exuded left her trembling in place, unable to move. Thinking of running away again, my dear? You wish to escape once more? Nighthan's fury surged through him, his eyes turning a vivid crimson as if he had violated some unspoken taboo. He seized Ningsangsang and forcefully pressed her onto the grand bed. Terrified, Ningsangsang attempted to push him away, but the blood, a copious amount, spattered from the wound on the man's head, falling onto her delicate face. Ningsangsang was on the verge of tears. So much blood. Yet, the man appeared oblivious to her distress. He grasped her small face, compelling her to meet his gaze. Doesn't my bloodshed bring you joy, Ningsangsang? Your earlier efforts were far too gentle. Allow me to instruct you. Strike here, where the skull is most fragile. If you apply a bit more force, you can end my life. Go on, strike. As he spoke, Nighthan picked up the bedside lamp, a manic glint in his eyes, and thrust it into Ningsangsang's hands. Chapter 3: The Consequences of Escape. Ningsangsang was instantly gripped by a profound terror, her body trembling uncontrollably as tears streamed down her cheeks. No. She only wished to knock this man unconscious to flee from this place. She never intended to harm him. I command you to strike. The man forcibly grasped Ningsangsang's delicate hand, compelling her to act against her will. In that moment, her fear reached its zenith as she gazed into Yongcheng's blood-red eyes, her voice trembling as she made a desperate plea. Chen, I was wrong. I promise I will never dare to strike you again. Please, spare me this once. I beg you, just let me go this time. Oh, are you afraid to hit me, my dear? The man grinned with a sinister, bloodthirsty smile, mockingly patting her cheek. What a pity it is. I have not perished. Can you imagine the consequences that await you? What consequences? Ningsangsang could hardly fathom. In her overwhelming fear, she felt the man ruthlessly tear her clothing and bite into her neck, drawing blood without a hint of mercy. The pain sent her into tears, her legs and small hands flailing, yet they were brutally subdued by the man. He was a frenzied beast, a madman, and before long, Ningsangsang succumbed to her tears and fainted. When she awoke, it was already the next day. Since midnight, she had been burning with fever. Her face flushed and her body curled up under the covers like a small kitten, disoriented by the heat. A group of inept servants. In her dazed state, she vaguely heard the man's icy reprimand. Didn't they say the humidity and temperature in this attic were quite suitable? How could the lady fall ill? The servants bowed their heads in trepidation, none daring to utter a word. It was the private doctor assigned to care for her who cautiously replied, "Master Yi, the lady may have been frightened last night, and given your lack of restraint, her frail body was unable to endure it, which led to this illness. Excuses. For a year, her health has not been restored. What purpose do I have in keeping you?" He retorted. "Hurry and administer her fever-reducing medication." Yes, Master Yi. Doctor. Zhang felt a pang of bitterness. Yechenchen's voracious desires meant Ningsangsang's health could never truly recover. Observing her pitiable and frail figure on the sickbed, Doctor. Zhang hesitated, but then cautiously ventured a suggestion. "Master Yi, for the sake of the lady's health, it would be best if you refrained from any intimate contact with her for the next week." Yechen, his head wrapped in white gauze, pressed his fingers against his temples, his countenance dark and unresponsive. Dr. Zhang was uncertain if his words had been heard. "Also, Master Yi, the lady was gravely frightened last night. If you wish to avoid further distressing her, you should treat her with a bit more gentleness. Otherwise, it may provoke excessive emotional reactions and exacerbate her illness." This time, Yechen nodded. Ningsangsang's mind was a muddled haze, and she did not comprehend the exchange taking place. She had no sense of how much time passed before she felt a needle piercing her arm. The once noisy attic suddenly fell into a profound silence. The servants and the private physician seemed to have withdrawn. The man, with his bony fingers, gently removed the needle and pressed a cotton ball against her skin. It was he who had administered the antipyretic injection. This man was unwilling to allow any female, even a doctor in medical gloves, to touch her. He was involved in every detail, whether it was administering medication or feeding her. "Sangsang dear, open your mouth and take your medicine." This was a traditional herbal remedy for her recovery. Sangsang, in a daze, found the man's voice considerably softened, almost as if he were soothing a child, filled with a sense of indulgence. Chapter 4. Pathological indulgence. However, the man's madness from the previous night cast an additional shadow over Sangsang's perception of him. Now, the sound of his voice sent shivers down her spine. When the spoon met her cracked lips, she instinctively lunged forward, knocking the medicine bowl from his hands. The sharp clatter of the bowl hitting the floor resonated painfully in the stillness of the loft. The man's expression darkened immediately. He reached out with one large hand, startling Sangsang, whose eyes widened in terror. "Don't come closer. Please, don't." Sangsang instinctively raised her small hands, desperately trying to shield herself from his advancing grasp. Yet, how could she stop this man? Just as his hand was about to descend upon her, feverish and disoriented, Sangsang, like a cornered beast, bit down hard into the webbing of his hand. With all her might, she bit down until blood emerged. The man did not react, nor did he pull away, as if he allowed her to vent her frustrations upon him. It was only when Sangsang grew weary and released her grip that he reached out with his battered hand to touch her forehead. He merely wished to check if her fever had subsided. "It's not so hot anymore." He breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon seeing Sangsang still glaring fiercely at him with her reddened eyes, he instructed a servant to bring another bowl of restorative medicine. "My dear, you must take your medicine. Your body is too frail," he gently admonished, once again offering her a spoonful. However, Sangsang, feeling particularly unwell and inexplicably irritable, bit down on his hand once more, causing it to tremble in pain. Yet the bowl remained steady in his grasp. Even after Sangsang released her bite, he showed no sign of anger. With his hand, now trembling and stained with blood, he continued to feed her, saying, "Now, it's time for your medicine." Sangsang felt a wave of frustration surge within her. This man was always like this, tormenting her yet indulging her. He tolerated her strikes and insults without retaliation or rebuttal, all while imposing his will upon her without restraint. She could not withstand the pressure from this man and ultimately succumbed to taking the medicine. He subsequently tenderly wiped the remnants of the medicinal concoction from the corners of her mouth with a tissue and tucked her in, whispering, "Sleep well, my dear." After venting her frustrations, Sangsang drank the medicine, and her eyelids quickly grew heavy, rendering her unable to lift them again. She sensed that the man did not join her under the covers. Instead, he had a servant fetch another blanket to lay beside her, which brought her a sense of peace, allowing her to drift into a deep slumber. Throughout the night, Yongcheng, who remained beside her, fixated on her quilt with his bloodshot eyes, not once closing his lids. He stretched out his large hand, unable to resist the urge to touch her. Yet, recalling her aversion and fear of him, he hesitated, pulling his hand back. He could not help but caress the red string around his wrist. A cherished gift he had worn for many years. This red string was given to him by Ningsangsang when she was just 4 years old, at the orphanage where she had yet to be adopted. Big brother, you are so handsome. I really like you the moment I saw you. Don't always wear such a stern face. It makes me sad. This is the red string for your zodiac year that the director just gave me. I want to give it to you. Her innocent gift and sweet words brought warmth to Yechen heart, which had been shrouded in darkness due to parental disdain. Now, 15 years had swiftly passed. Yechen once again touched the wedding ring he had kept safe for all those years, a symbol of their enduring connection. Chapter 5. Ningsangsang tries to escape again the next day. When Ningsangsang awoke, her headache had lessened, though her body felt weak and sore. Hearing rustling from the princess' bed, the man, who had not yet gone to the office, turned and approached her bedside. Dressed in a tailored black suit, he exuded an air of authority, adjusting his tie with his elegantly defined fingers. His voice, still low and indifferent, carried an unintentional hint of endearment as he inquired, "My dear, what would you like to eat today? I can bring it back for you." Ningsangsang, cocooned under the covers, clutched the edges tightly, too frightened to reveal her face from the fabric. The man from that night, who had lost control, instilled a lingering fear in her, making her reluctant to engage in conversation. "Ningsangsang," he asked patiently once more. When she remained silent, paralyzed with fear, as if her stillness would render her invisible, he finally said, "If you don't speak, I shall bring you your favorite black forest cake." His tone was that of someone coaxing a child. Yet, Ningsangsang continued to ignore him. After waiting for a minute, he left with a frown. Only when she heard the sound of the attic door closing did she timidly emerge with her head from the covers. Her large eyes, swollen and red from a night of tears, resembled ripe peaches. Her nightgown was in tatters, and without a new change of clothes provided by him. She found herself without anything to wear. Clutching the blanket with both hands, she stared blankly at the ceiling, enduring yet another difficult day. In her mind, Ningsangsang recalled her loving parents and brother, as well as her playful brother, Yongcheng. Every moment spent with them was filled with freedom and joy. However, the thought that she might never see them again weighed heavily on her heart. The more she pondered, the more distressed she became, especially as she was still unwell, her consciousness wavering between lucidity and drowsiness. After what felt like an eternity, she was startled awake by an urgent voice. "Miss Sang, come quickly. While they are away tonight on business, I'll help you escape." The word escape jolted her fully awake. She looked at the girl before her, dressed like a maid, but found her unfamiliar, only recalling that she seemed to be among a new batch of servants. "Miss Sang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry, I'm Xiaolian, and I'm here on behalf of young Master Song Yenzhou. He sent me to assist you in your escape." At the mention of her brother, Ningsangsang's heart surged with excitement. The maid, Xiaolian, quickly produced a small wooden puppet, a token she had once gifted to Song Yenzhou. It was a clumsy carving of him, born from a whimsical moment when she had dabbled in wood sculpting, but it seemed he had cherished it all along. Seeing the puppet solidified her belief. "Then let us go, quickly." Ningsangsang could no longer bear to stay imprisoned in that gilded cage of an attic. Xiaolian handed her a uniform maid's outfit, urging, "Put this on to blend in. Young Master Zhou has already arranged for someone to incapacitate the guards. We must hurry." With guards patrolling the premises, they had only 20 minutes to escape. Ningsangsang's heart raced with trepidation. Despite her illness, pale and unsteady, the prospect of freedom spurred her on. At last, she beheld the grand entrance of the Yi residence, and there, pacing anxiously, was Song Yenzhou. Yenzhou. Ningsangsang's exhilaration was beyond words. In that moment, it felt as though she had emerged from hell back into the realm of the living. She dashed toward him with uncontainable joy. "Ah, Yenzhou, I thought I would never see you again." The sight of him was akin to reuniting with family. Her face was flushed from her illness, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at him, and his heart sank at the sight. He embraced her, first checking for any injuries before tenderly stroking her hair, reminiscent of their childhood. "Don't be afraid, Ning Ning. It's all over now. I've already purchased our tickets. We must find a place to hide." Since this city was under the control of Yechen, Song Yenzhou could only lead Ningsangsang to safety for the time being. "All right, I will follow you, Yenzhou." She nodded obediently, willing to go anywhere as long as it meant leaving Yechen and that attic behind. Prepared for their escape, they sped toward the airport in a waiting vehicle. Almost as soon as they had departed, the servants of the Yi family discovered that Ningsangsang was missing. Terrified, they immediately reported to Yechen. At that moment, Yechen had just purchased a cake, and his expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean? The lady has eloped with a man?" "Why, yes," stammered Steward Zhang, trembling. "I just reviewed the surveillance footage and found that the lady left with a man. A man. An unsavory man." Upon hearing this, Yehen's eyes reddened with fury. His chest felt as though it might explode. A latent rage surged forth from within him, and he glanced at the meticulously prepared Black Forest cake, feeling utterly ridiculous. In the next moment, he hurled the cake into the trash bin with vehement force. His gaze turned sickly and sinister. "Pursue her. Relay my orders. Mobilize everyone tonight. Seal off the airport, railway, and all access points. Ensure that unsavory man is captured and torn to pieces." "Yes, sir," replied Secretary Wang, hastily taking action. Wait. Even in his rage, Yechen did not forget to instruct, "Be careful. Do not harm the lady." "Understood," the secretary replied respectfully, immediately setting the wheels of the Yi family's resources in motion. Before long, after rapidly scanning thousands of surveillance cameras, Yechen received precise news from Secretary Wang. "Sir, we have located the lady. She is currently in a white vehicle with the license plate Yong A16359, speeding towards the airport on Fengye Road. Head there immediately." Yechen hesitated not for a moment. Suppressing a surge of fury, he ordered the driver to exit the car, declaring he would personally drive to catch them in the act. Meanwhile, hundreds of black cars surged forth, racing towards their target. Pedestrians along the road, seeing such a formidable convoy, turned pale with fright. Something monumental was about to transpire in Yong City tonight. Ningsangsang was destined for a sleepless night. At this point, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Through the rearview mirror, she saw hundreds of black cars pursuing them madly, her face paling in fear, her lips trembling uncontrollably. "Why, Yen? Brother Yen, it's that man coming for us. What should we do?" Song Yenzhou adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a fleeting concern flashing in his eyes. Yet, he maintained a gentle demeanor as he reassured Ningsangsang. "Do not fear, Ning. I am here. We are less than 10 minutes from the airport. I will surely get you out." Song Yenzhou's comforting presence always instilled a sense of security, a sentiment Ningsangsang might have believed in the past. However, the pursuer was the meticulous and formidable Yechen. Ningsangsang felt certain that if he had sent people to chase her, he would have sealed off the airport as well. There was no escaping tonight. Chapter 7. You are mine. Brother Yen, Ningsangsang took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. "You should leave now, while that man hasn't caught you yet. Otherwise, he will not let you go." Ningsangsang possessed an acute understanding of Yechen. If his belongings were to be touched by another, he would undoubtedly exact a brutal revenge. Today, in a fit of emotional fervor, she had consented to flee, inadvertently implicating Song Yenzhou. "What nonsense are you spouting, Ning? How could I possibly leave you behind?" Song Yenzhou's voice remained gentle and soothing, yet the speed of the vehicle surged, his nerves taut with tension. At that moment, a large truck, recklessly barreling through a red light, suddenly appeared ahead. The vehicle careened wildly, clearly out of control. Should they collide, their demise would be certain. Song Yenzhou's grip on the steering wheel transformed into a frantic scramble, and Ningsangsang's small face turned pale as she experienced a profound sense of despair for the first time. Yet, instead of succumbing to fear, her eyes, which should have been shut tight, widened in disbelief as she caught a fleeting glimpse of something in that critical moment. It was Yechen. She witnessed him driving a sleek black Maybach, surging from the side with reckless abandon, colliding head-on with the truck in a desperate act of sacrifice. With a thunderous crash, the truck veered off course, narrowly brushing past the vehicle occupied by Ningsangsang and Song Yenzhou. They emerged with minor injuries. But the front of the Maybach was utterly wrecked, and the fate of its occupant remained uncertain. Ningsangsang's body trembled violently, her mind blank, as she recalled that fleeting glance exchanged with Yechen. In that moment, the man had appeared bloodied and furious, as if he could devour her whole. Yet he still recklessly hurled himself at the truck to save her. Her mind exploded with a sudden realization, as if struck by a powerful force. Without a second thought, she exited the car. Meanwhile, Yechen staggered out of the Maybach, his demeanor wild and unsteady. Ningsangsang's gaze fell upon him, and she was struck by the sight of his pale face, blood streaming down from his hair, and a jagged shard of glass piercing through his chest, staining his white shirt crimson beneath his black suit. For a moment, She stood frozen, as if paralyzed by the scene. Ningsangsang. The next instant, he called her name, seizing her hand with a brutal grip that felt as though he might crush her wrist. Ningsangsang, you are mine. Do you understand? Yet you dared to betray me and elope with another man. How audacious of you! His furious roar jolted her back to reality. Confusion swirled within her, her body trembling uncontrollably, her reddened eyes wide with fear, her small lips quivering pitifully. Concurrently, a series of ominous sounds erupted as multiple black cars from the Yi family finally caught up. The doors swung open, and hundreds of bodyguards clad in black swiftly surrounded the area, sealing it off completely. Young Master Yi, Secretary Wang, alarmed by Yi Hanqing's grievous injuries, rushed forward. However, Song Yinzhou, descending from the car first, approached Yi Hanqing with anger and urgency. Let Ning Ning go. You, Yi, release her this instant. The night was shrouded in darkness as Yi Hanqing finally laid eyes on the wild man. His gaze was icy, filled with a ruthless ferocity devoid of any superfluous words. Strike him. Punish this scoundrel who dared to entice my Ningsangsang. Chapter 8. Captured after escape. Yes, President Yi. With Wang's urgent response, the refined and seemingly fragile Song Yinzhou was swiftly dealt a blow by the black-clad bodyguard, sending his glasses flying. The thuds of fists echoed as these men unleashed a relentless assault upon Song Yinzhou. Brother Yinzhou. Ningsangsang's heart sank as she witnessed the bloodied Song Yinzhou, her eyes swelling with tears. In desperation, she turned to plead with Yi Hanqing. Please, Chun, stop. It was my decision to escape. It has nothing to do with Brother Yinzhou. I beg you. I implore you to spare him. In her fervor to protect Song Yinzhou, Ningsangsang sank to her knees before this man, resembling a pitiful creature as she clutched at the hem of Yi Hanqing's trousers, her pleas laden with desperation. All for a wild man. Yi Hanqing felt an overwhelming surge of rage rise within him, igniting a fury that threatened to consume him. The wound from the glass shard in his car throbbed painfully, and the pallor of his lips reflected his torment. He seized Ningsangsang's delicate face, forcing her to look up at him, his voice dripping with malevolence. My dear, you care so deeply for that wild man. Then watch closely as he is beaten to death. At that moment, Song Yinzhou lay bloodied and bruised, his lips split and body battered, yet he remained silent. His gaze steadfast and filled with defiance. If you wish to kill me, then do it. But know this, I will one day take Ning Ning away from you. You cannot tear us apart. It is impossible. Don't hurt Brother Yinzhou. Ningsangsang suddenly dashed forward, throwing herself over Song Yinzhou as if to shield him from the impending blows. What a pair of star-crossed lovers. Yi Hanqing, witnessing this scene, felt as though his heart had been struck by a hammer. A surge of warm blood filled his throat, and he could no longer suppress it as it spilled forth uncontrollably. Overcome by rage, Yi Hanqing fainted. President Yi, quickly, to the hospital. Wang, in a panic, hurriedly summoned, helped to rush Yi Hanqing for emergency treatment. Turning to the protective Ningsangsang, he dared not act against her. After all, should he lay a finger on her, Yi Hanqing would not hesitate to take their lives. Take the lady back to the attic. Lock this song away in the storage room. Under Wang's orders, Ningsangsang was forcibly returned to the attic, gazing at the familiar sealed windows and locked doors. She felt as though she had been plunged back into the depths of despair. A sense of hopelessness enveloped her. She was uncertain of Yi Hanqing's condition, only aware that once he recovered, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. She would not escape unscathed. All she could do was pray for Yi Hanqing to release Song Yinzhou. Desperately, she pounded on the door, crying out, Chun, please, let me see you. Chun, Brother Yinzhou is innocent. I beg you to spare him. Yet no one pays attention to Ningsangsang. Yi Hanqing has not come for 3 consecutive days. Ningsangsang wonders if the man is gravely injured or if he is deliberately ignoring her. She attempts to inquire some information from the servants, but they remain tight-lipped. Ever since it was revealed that the newly hired Lian heir had released her, all the servants of the Yi residence have been replaced. The new servants, apart from attending to Ningsangsang's needs, delivering her meals and medicine daily, are strictly forbidden from engaging in any conversation with her. Only Butler Zhang comes to convey Yi Hanqing's orders, stating that the master wishes for you to reflect here. Chapter 9. A gentle blow and the pain will cease. Ningsangsang remains perplexed about what she is meant to reflect upon. She no longer wishes to be a gilded cage bird. Is it a mistake to desire freedom? Is it wrong for Song Yinzhou to care for her and attempt to rescue her? The more she contemplates, the more overwhelmed she feels. Suddenly engulfed by a wave of grievance and anger. I am not at fault. I merely wish to go outside. What crime have I committed? Alas. Butler Zhang sighs. Madam. In truth, the master treats you quite well. His confinement stems from a lack of security. Your entanglements with that man named Song have displeased him greatly. Ningsangsang is even more displeased. She retorts angrily, where have I entangled myself with brother Yinzhou? It is his own domineering nature that has forced me. He is not my boyfriend. Regardless of what I do with brother Yinzhou, what business is it of his? Why does he get to control me? Just as her words fade, a violent coughing fit reverberates from outside the door. Master Yi, followed by the respectful voices of the guards outside. The demon has arrived. He has come to confront her. Ningsangsang is gripped by a deep-rooted fear of that man and quickly burrows herself under the covers, trembling. She is uncertain if he heard her recent outburst, but she feels certain that his entrance will herald a tempest of fury. However, to her surprise, the man arrives seated in a wheelchair, his body swathed in bandages, his complexion strikingly pale. Sang is momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that the man who relentlessly bullied her could also exhibit such fragility. Yechen raises a hand, and all present exit the room. Sang. Yechen's voice remains indifferent, yet carries an undercurrent of self-deprecating irony. Is it not true that I have been your boyfriend for a year now? He indeed heard her. Ningsangsang knows he detests such remarks, yet she has not spoken incorrectly. Puffing up with indignation, she replies, what else could it be? Yechen, you originally. Call me Yechen. Yechen's abrupt reprimand leaves Ningsangsang's face pale with fright. He despises her using his full name, deeming it too distant. He has always insisted she call him Yechen. Yet today, she does not wish to be so familiar. A mixture of fear and anger surges within her, igniting a sense of injustice. Why must I call you Yechen just because you demand it? I refuse. Today, I shall call you Yechen. Yechen. Sang rebelliously clashed with Yechen, as if such defiance could release the pent-up frustration within her. She was throwing a tantrum. Yechen, uncertain if he was truly angered, trembled at the corners of his lips, coughing violently. His face turned even paler, his large hand gripping the armrest of the wheelchair tightly, as if enduring immense pain. In an instant, Ningsangsang's stubbornness softened. She ceased her quarrel with him. Yechen, knowing her vulnerability, effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. My dear, he murmured, lowering his head to nibble on her earlobe, his voice deep and hoarse. Would you blow on my wound? It would ease the pain. Yet, Ningsangsang awkwardly turned her head away. If he didn't pursue her, perhaps things would be different. Moreover, her brother Yinzhou was still suffering. The thought of Song Yinzhou enduring pain for her sake brought tears to her eyes. Yechen mistakenly believed Ningsangsang was soft-hearted towards him. Forcing a smile, he lifted the corners of his lips. Good Sang, it doesn't hurt. I'm fine. But her brother Yinzhou was in pain. Sang tugged at his clothing, pleading, Yechen, have you sent someone to check on him? He is bleeding. Instantly, Yechen's smile froze, his expression darkening ominously. He pushed Ningsangsang away with force. Chapter 10. No crying in a tone laced with pathological anger, he exclaimed, my dear, humph, your affection for that wild man runs deep, doesn't it? You're still thinking of him. What about me? Why can't you look at me? Sang, suddenly shoved, took a moment to comprehend her situation. She did not wish to provoke him further, and thus implored for an explanation. Yechen, it's because you have doctors, while brother Yinzhou enough. Ningsangsang. If you dare mention that wild man again, I will have him dealt with immediately. Sang was instantly frightened into silence. Helplessly, she clutched at her clothing, tears pooling in her eyes. What are you crying for? Come here. The man's cold command left Ningsangsang no choice but to step forward again. He darkly raised his hand, brushing her forehead. 3 days had passed, and after daily medication, this little one had finally broken her fever. He turned her around. Subsequently, he inspected Sang's delicate form, relieved to find no injuries. Yet soon after, he reprimanded her with a scowl. I hear from the servants that you haven't been eating properly, barely finishing a small bowl of rice each day. Ningsangsang lowered her head, her long, dark hair cascading down to conceal her face. Yechen could not discern her expression, only hearing her nasally sobs as she replied, I have no appetite. Very well. From today onward, you must finish a full bowl at every meal. If you eat even a spoonful less, That Song fellow shall go hungry for a day. No. Ningsangsang suddenly tightened her grip on his arm. She wished to plead for mercy but felt too intimidated, merely repeating in a soft whimper, I will eat properly. I will eat well. Observing her state, the man's heart softened slightly. At this moment, the servant respectfully presented the freshly purchased Black Forest cake, crafted by the skilled hands of a master baker from Ningsangsang's favorite patisserie. 3 days prior, Yongcheng had stood in line at that very establishment to procure it for her. Now, noticing her lack of appetite, he had taken it upon himself to have this delightful treat brought forth as a post-meal indulgence. Sit properly, Yongcheng instructed, slicing a piece while urging Ningsangsang to open her mouth. You must finish this cake today. Despite her lingering disinterest in food, she found herself unable to resist the stern gaze of the man before her. Pouting slightly in a show of reluctance, she obediently took bite after bite. The cake was adorned with her favorite fruit, lychee, and as she savored the flesh, she discreetly ejected the pit into the palm of his hand. Resembling a docile little kitten, Yongcheng, observing her soft and pliable demeanor, felt a significant portion of his ire dissipate. Once she had finished, he tenderly wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth with his thumb. Be good, he said, affectionately patting her head before preparing to return to the hospital. His injuries were severe, necessitating rest and forbidding him from remaining outdoors for extended periods. However, Ningsangsang clung to the hem of his garment, her large, tearful eyes reflecting an unmistakable yearning. Though she dared not directly solicit any news regarding Song Yinzhou, she was acutely aware that this man understood her unspoken plea. Let go. The man's displeasure reverberated as he coldly pried her fingers apart. Watching him depart and the loft door close behind him, despair engulfed her, and she collapsed onto the cold floor. Curling into herself, she sought solace in the embrace of her own legs, burying her head in her knees. She was uncertain how long she wept, but eventually, she wiped her tears with her small hands, rising numbly from the floor to kneel at the door. She could not conceive of any means to implore Yongcheng for assistance. Chapter 11. Kneel before me. Ningsangsang, barefooted, spent the entire night kneeling on the frigid floor. The following morning, when the servant entered to deliver breakfast, she found Ningsangsang's knees swollen and her complexion pallid, her body on the verge of collapse. The servant's face blanched in shock. Madam, what are you doing? Please, get up. But Ningsangsang stubbornly shook her head. She bit her lip resolutely. I will not rise. I must see Brother Yinzhou. Even if you do not release him, at the very least, allow me to see him. For days had passed, and she had no knowledge of Song Yinzhou's current state. Madam, please do not do this. Your health is paramount. You must get up. When Mr. Yi arrives, you can plead with him. If you continue kneeling like this, Mr. Yi will not see you at the hospital. Ningsangsang remained undeterred. She pressed her pale, dry lips together tightly, her legs aching to the point of tears. Then I shall wait for him. He will see me eventually. Oh dear, madam. Why must you be so obstinate? Regardless of the servant's entreaties, Ningsangsang persisted in her kneeling, prompting the servant to hastily call Yongcheng to report the situation. Yongcheng had just finished applying medicine to his wound when he heard the news, feeling a mixture of anger and heartache as his injury reopened. How could she kneel? Given her frail constitution? A group of incompetent servants, unable to even care for one person. Lift the lady up, he commanded furiously. The servants, terrified, rushed to assist. But Ningsangsang stubbornly clung to the door, refusing to let go, her fingers nearly bloodied from the friction. The servants, frightened, dared not force her. Ultimately, Yongcheng, with his unbandaged wound, returned hastily. Get up, he barked from his wheelchair, causing Ningsangsang to tremble in fear. Though apprehensive, she did not comply as usual. Instead, she defiantly lifted her chin, mustering courage, and glared at the man before her with her tear-streaked eyes, declaring, I won't get up unless you agree. Very well. Yongcheng replied, infuriated by her audacity. Then kneel. Ningsangsang glared at him, filled with resentment. What a demon he was. One who only knew how to bully and torment her. The two stood locked in a silent standoff, the air thick with tension, while the servants behind them trembled in fear of the chilling aura emanating from the man. Time stretched on, and Ningsangsang's eyes began to sting, her knees slicing with pain as if cut by blades, yet she refused to yield, determined to remain kneeling. Tears streamed down her face as she continued to endure. Yongcheng felt a pang of pain in his heart. He could no longer maintain his stubbornness. He pushed his wheelchair forward, anxious to check her legs, which had borne the weight of her kneeling. Though concealed by her clothing, a gentle touch sent her flinching in pain, her face contorted in agony. At a loss for words, he commanded, "Get up." As Ningsangsang prepared to persist in her defiance, the man took a step back, his tone darkening. "I will let you see that wild man." "Really?" Ningsangsang's eyes sparkled with hope as she urged him. "Then let us go quickly." She was genuinely worried about Song Yinzhou's condition. However, the man's expression darkened further, a tempest of suppressed fury brewing within him. "First, apply the medicine." Indeed, they needed to tend to her wounds. Ningsangsang found herself acquiescing to his demands. Yet, after kneeling for so long, as soon as she rose, a sharp pain coursed through her, causing her to stumble. Yongcheng swiftly caught her with his strong, defined hands, steadying her. The servants had already brought the medicine, and Yongcheng carefully pulled aside her nightgown, revealing her swollen, bruised knee. His eyes darkened with rage, and Ningsangsang braced herself for his reprimands, anticipating words of blame. However, the man's lips trembled for a while, and he could only force out a few angry words through clenched teeth. "I knew you would be willful." After the medication was administered, Yongcheng took her to the place where Song Yinzhou was confined, which turned out to be a storage room. Song Yinzhou leaned weakly against the wall, his complexion pallid, his left arm hanging limply by his side, and the blood on him had yet to dry. It was evident that no one had sought a doctor for him. Upon pushing the door open, Sang's eyes filled with tears at the sight. In her memory, Song Yinzhou had never appeared so battered and wounded. "Brother Yinzhou." As soon as Sang spoke, she rushed toward him, jolting Song Yinzhou from his dazed state. Ning. As he opened his eyes, he saw Ningsangsang right before him, frantically checking his injuries. "Why is the wound still bleeding? This could lead to an infection. Brother Yinzhou, does it hurt?" Ningsangsang's eyes brimmed with anguish. From childhood, Song Yinzhou had treated her like a beloved brother, and she had long considered him family. Now, witnessing him in such a dire state without treatment, she anxiously turned to Yongcheng, pleading, "Ah Cheng, please save brother Yinzhou. I beg you, find a doctor for him." "Who told you to go near him?" Yongcheng glared at Ningsangsang, fury welling up within him. "Get back. If you dare to touch him again, I will chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." Ningsangsang's face paled, and she quickly withdrew her hand, meeting the man's menacing gaze. She felt frightened and obediently stepped back. Yet, she remained undeterred, her red-rimmed eyes pleading once more, "Ah Cheng, as long as you find a doctor for brother Yinzhou, I will do anything you ask. Kiss me." At that moment, Yongcheng, fueled by rage, demanded a kiss as a means to quell his anger. "Huh." Ningsangsang was caught off guard by his sudden request, momentarily stunned. "I want you to initiate the kiss," Yongcheng reiterated through clenched teeth, his irritation mounting. Otherwise, he felt compelled to take drastic measures against Song Yinzhou. "Please, Ning." Upon hearing Yongcheng's demand, Song Yinzhou panicked. "Don't comply, Ning. Don't submit to this beast." Ningsangsang's face contorted in distress. Over the past year, despite being coerced into various situations with Yongcheng, she had never taken the initiative. Still not kissing. The man, displeased, bit down on her earlobe with fervor, his chilling breath brushing against her ear. "Sweetheart. Haven T, I told you that seeking favors comes at a cost. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2. In a moment of resolve, Ningsangsang leaned in and kissed him. Though her movements were awkward, the man was already intoxicated by her scent and presence. He swiftly cradled her small head, quickly reversing their roles, kissing her in a way that left Sang breathless. She instinctively tried to push him away, only to find herself ensnared even more deeply in his embrace. She was restrained, unable to move, her mind a blank slate, reduced to soft whimpers of distress. Witnessing this scene was more agonizing than the thought of slaying Song Yinzhou. He struggled desperately to rise and intervene, shouting, "Ye beast, you are nothing but a beast. Release Ning." Yet, Song Yinzhou could not stand. Instead, he met Yongcheng's gaze, which was laced with cold disdain and provocation. Chapter 13. Sang slaps. Yongcheng's tone dripped with icy mockery. Is Master Song's reaction not overly dramatic? This is what my Sang does with me every day. Song Yinzhou's fists clenched tightly in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be true. His Ning was so pure and innocent. How could she possibly engage in such activities with Yongcheng daily? Unfazed, Yongcheng smirked, gently tousling Ningsangsang's delicate hair. Shall we ask our Ningsangsang to confirm this? In an instant, Ningsangsang's exquisite face flushed slightly, though coerced. This man was either kissing or biting her daily. Yes, she turned her head, her voice barely above a whisper, seemingly embarrassed. After all, Song Yinzhou was her favorite brother, and discussing such matters felt utterly shameful. Song Yinzhou felt as if struck by lightning, but soon his eyes, framed by golden spectacles, burned with a crimson fury. You must have forced her. You beast, how can you treat Ning Ning this way? She should be the most pristine and untainted in this world. Ningsangsang is mine. I can do as I please. Yongcheng's gaze towards Song Yinzhou turned increasingly frigid. Song, for Ningsangsang's sake, kneel and acknowledge her as my woman, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, if you dare covet my woman, prepare for the Song family to collect your corpse. Yongcheng had offered Song Yinzhou a glimmer of mercy. Yet, despite his refined demeanor, Song Yinzhou was notoriously proud and aloof, often regarded for his integrity, but in truth, he was simply a man who could not bear to lose face. How could he kneel before Yongcheng? Moreover, to admit that his Ning Ning belonged to this beast. In your dreams, Yi. Song Yinzhou ground his teeth, his eyes aflame with rage and hatred. Yongcheng had long anticipated this choice. He lowered his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he looked at Ningsangsang in his arms. My dear, see, I did grant him a chance. It is he who lacks the insight. Do you not think I should? No. Ningsangsang urgently shook her head, hastily imploring Song Yinzhou, brother Yinzhou. Please agree to him, I beg you. After all, Yongcheng was a ruthless, cold-blooded figure in this city. The Song family, to which Song Yinzhou belonged, was merely a second-rate clan. Yongcheng could extinguish Song Yinzhou's life in countless ways. Thus, Ningsangsang was on the verge of tears. Brother Yinzhou, I beg you. Ning Ning. Song Yinzhou's face turned pale, yet his tone remained resolute. You know, to suffer such humiliation, I would rather die. Yongcheng's bloodthirsty laugh echoed coldly. Then wait here for death. Someone, relay my command. From this moment forth, not even a drop of water is to be delivered to him. Yes, Sir Yi. Please, no? Ningsangsang protested vehemently, yet was forcibly taken out by Yongcheng and brought back to the attic. Upon returning, she angrily slapped Yongcheng across the face. How dare you treat brother Yinzhou like this? You clearly promised me that you would provide him medical treatment. Yet now you won't even let him have a sip of water. Yongcheng felt a sharp sting on his left cheek. This was the first time Ningsangsang had struck him, and it was for the sake of a man he deemed beneath her. A sinister and morbid expression crossed Yongcheng's face as he grasped Ningsangsang's jaw. Darling, I can tolerate your petty squabbles. But if you dare lay a hand on me for that wild man, I swear I will cripple your fingers right now. Chapter 14. The wedding ring. Yongcheng's fury was truly intimidating. Ningsangsang's delicate face felt as though it might shatter under his grip, tears welling in her eyes but refusing to fall. Instead, she retaliated fiercely. If it means being crippled, so be it. Yongcheng, if you dare touch brother Yinzhou, I will strike you down. I will make you pay, you untrustworthy scoundrel. At that moment, she was consumed by a surge of indignation. Yongcheng, infuriated by her defiance, retorted, So, my dear Ningsangsang wishes to become a cripple, does she? I can certainly assist you with that. With a menacing tone, he pulled out a small folding knife and pressed her delicate hand onto the table. The simplest way to cripple someone is to sever their tendons. Tell me, from which tendon shall we begin? The mention of severing tendons left Ningsangsang wide-eyed with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably, her small hand flailing like a fish thrown into boiling oil. Instinctively, she began to shed tears from sheer fright, her body shaking like a leaf. No, please. Don't do that. Will you still dare to speak such rebellious words to me? He taunted. No, I won't. Ningsangsang shook her head frantically, willing to submit to his will. Only then did Yongcheng release her with a cold snort. Put this on. He presented a beautifully crafted gift box. When Ningsangsang opened it, she discovered a ring, simple yet worn, suggesting it had seen better days. Her eyes, now glistening with unshed tears, widened in confusion. Put it on. Yongcheng did not allow her the chance to refuse and forcibly placed the ring onto her right ring finger. This is a wedding ring, my dear. Let me remind you once more, you are mine, and you had better stop harboring thoughts of that wild man. Do you understand? At that moment, Yongcheng felt a profound sense of urgency, having taken the initiative to present the wedding ring. If it weren't for Ningsangsang's age, he would have already taken her to register their union. As she listened to his words, her face paled, Was this man truly intent on never letting her go? The ring felt unbearably hot in her hand, and instinctively she tried to remove it. However, in the next moment, a pair of distinctly knuckled hands firmly held her in place. With a feverish gaze, Yechen caressed her fingers, issuing a morbid warning with a smile. My dear, this ring is to be worn by you for a lifetime. Dare to take it off? The threat behind those words was self-evident, and at that moment, Ningsangsang was overwhelmed with fear. Yet, she felt an intense anger and frustration. After Yechen departed, she forcefully hurled the ring to the ground. Why should she be compelled to marry this demon? A year of confinement was not enough. He sought to imprison her for a lifetime. Moreover, he treated her brother, Yongcheng, so poorly. The mere thought of Yongcheng being locked in that storage room, gravely injured and deprived of food and water for the sake of rescuing him, intensified her loathing for Yechen. He even dared to insult her brother. What a scoundrel! The more she contemplated Yechen's demand for Yongcheng to kneel, the angrier she became, throwing the wedding ring down once more in a fit of rage. In her fury, she hurled it against the wall, as if seeking vengeance for Yongcheng, or perhaps yearning to escape from this coerced marriage. Ningsangsang picked up the ring and cast it out of the window. The window was sealed with wooden planks, and although the gap was too narrow for her to escape, a ring could still slip through. Chapter 15. Yechen's fury after tossing the ring. Ningsangsang felt a fleeting sense of relief, as if she had avenged herself. However, that relief was temporary, and as time passed, anxiety crept in. After all, that man had threatened her against removing it. Now, she had not only taken it off, but also discarded it. Ningsangsang dreaded the consequences and buried her head beneath the covers in fear. By the next night, she believed that the man would remain at the hospital, but the sky outside appeared ominous, with dark clouds gathering menacingly. Madam, what did you eat today? Came the respectful inquiry from the servant outside, instantly tightening Ningsangsang's heart with dread. The man's possessiveness extended even to her meals. Although she could not hear the servant's response, she sensed that within mere moments, he had entered. His injuries seemed to have healed somewhat, as he was no longer in a wheelchair. Ningsangsang, he called, surprised to find her asleep so early. He gently patted her head and said, Darling, there will be thunder tonight. I'm here to keep you company. Ningsangsang had always feared thunder, having been abandoned and having wandered through life alone. However, at that moment, her mind was preoccupied with the discarded ring. When Yechen pulled back the covers, she trembled in fright. Have you caught another fever? Yechen frowned, noticing her pale complexion. His large hand, adorned with the wedding ring, reached toward her. As Ningsangsang gazed at his bony fingers, her eyes darted away in fear. Instinctively, she attempted to push his hand away. But in that fleeting moment, Yechen's expression shifted dramatically. Ningsangsang tried to retract her hand, but it was evidently too late. Her delicate hand had been firmly grasped by Yechen, tightening his grip. As he glanced at the vacant ring finger of her right hand, a profound shift in his expression occurred, akin to the loss of an invaluable treasure, fury igniting in his eyes. He nearly crushed her wrist. Where's the wedding ring? Ningsangsang, where's the ring I gave you? Fearful, Ningsangsang bit her lip, and it was evident that his anger was escalating, surpassing even the temper he had displayed earlier with Yongcheng. Terrified, Ningsangsang stammered, I threw it away, I threw it away. Threw it away? You actually threw it away? His disbelief morphed into a deeper rage, his crimson gaze threatening to shatter Ningsangsang into pieces. Where did you throw it? Tell me where. Trembling under the weight of his sudden fury, Ningsangsang pointed towards the window, sobbing, I threw it out the window. At that moment, a flash of lightning cleaved through the dark, silent night sky. A storm was approaching this autumn. Yet, the man showed no concern, dragging Ningsangsang forcefully outside. Then go and find it. If you can't retrieve it, you won't sleep tonight. You'll be drenched out there. This was a wedding ring he had meticulously prepared for 15 years. To have it discarded so abruptly ignited his wrath. He knew full well that Ningsangsang was terrified of thunder, yet he punished her by pushing her towards it. With another rumble of thunder, Ningsangsang trembled uncontrollably. I was wrong. Chun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thrown it. Please, don't make me go outside. You know you shouldn't have thrown it. My dear, if you despise the ring I gave you so much, then who do you favor? That fellow. Yechen's anger intensified, recalling their childhood bond, causing his temples to throb. If it were a ring I gave you, you wouldn't have tossed it, would you? Answer me. In that moment, Yechen resembled a fearsome specter emerging from the depths of hell, leaving Ningsangsang too frightened to utter a word, even stifling her tears. Why aren't you defending yourself? Am I not right? Chapter 16. Ah Chun, hold me. Yechenchen's ire grew darker. I will summon that wild man here at once. So you can reunite. The torrential downpour would surely endanger Song Yinzhou's already frail, injured state. No. Ningsangsang was nearly paralyzed with fear. Ah Chun, this has nothing to do with Brother Yinzhou. It's all my fault. I will retrieve the ring. I will go find it. Barefoot, Ningsangsang rushed towards the garden, thick with flowers and foliage. Yet, in his wrath, Yechen would not let Song Yinzhou go unscathed. Indeed, Song Yinzhou was brought forth, forced to kneel by bodyguards. Already suffering from a fever due to his infected wounds and lack of sustenance, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, awakened repeatedly by the torrential rain, he could only see Ningsangsang's frail silhouette amidst the downpour. His cracked lips trembled as he extended his hand, while Ningsang's tearful eyes searched frantically for the ring. Yechen stood at a distance, observing her delicate feet being scraped by the stones on the ground. Watching her frail form, recently recovering from illness, being drenched by the torrential rain. A pang of anguish surged within him, yet his fury blazed even hotter. With a resounding thud, he vented his frustration upon Song Yinzhou, forcefully trampling the man beneath his leather shoe. The rain poured down even harder, and with each cough, Yechen's complexion grew increasingly pallid. His wounds reopened from the agitation, nearly causing him to falter. Young Master Yi, the doctor advised against your prolonged exposure outside, especially in the rain, Secretary Wang said with concern. The umbrella. Give me the umbrella. Yechen seized the black umbrella from Wang's hands. Despite Ningsang's fragile constitution, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. He endured the pain coursing through his body and approached her, but just as he neared, a deafening clap of thunder erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of lightning that exploded before Ningsang. Startled, she trembled violently, letting out a piercing scream as she cowered on the ground, shaking like a frightened little creature. Yechen, recognizing the depths of her fear and her pitiful state, felt his rage diminish significantly. He strode over and forcefully gathered her into his arms. Please, no? Ningsang cried out, her fear intensifying. She did not wish to be held by him and struggled to escape. Yet, Yechen held her firmly, leaning down to sternly reprimand her. Move again. Mention Song Yinzhou again. At the mere mention of the name, Ningsang shivered uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear. Please, do not harm Brother Yinzhou anymore. I will be good. I want to move. I will find the ring, she whimpered, lost in her terror, unsure of her own words. Yechen felt her tremors in his embrace, and, despite his stern demeanor, his hand tenderly caressed her small head. However, his expression remained dark and brooding, as if a thought struck him, and he suddenly questioned. Have you ever been held like this by that man, Song? Ningsang dared not answer affirmatively. She hurriedly shook her head, pitifully clutching at Yechen's clothing. No, I have never been like this with Brother Yinzhou. Unbeknownst to her, those very words saved Song Yinzhou's life. The murderous intent that had been simmering in Yechen's eyes dissipated. He gestured for his men to take the half-dead Song Yinzhou away. In that moment, Yechen regained his composure, realizing that the person in his arms was burning with fever. Her speech was slurred and incoherent, a clear sign of illness. Ah, Yechen, Ningsang whimpered, tilting her head back, her large red eyes brimming with a pool of pitiful tears. I will go find the wedding ring right away. As she spoke, she attempted to step back into the downpour, but her steps faltered, her legs weak. Without a word, Yechen swept her up in his arms and silently carried her towards the loft. Chapter 17. I am your guardian. Ningsangsang turned her head groggily and caught a glimpse of Song Yinzhou being taken away. An instant wave of relief washed over her, and she succumbed to slumber. Take good care of the lady, Yechen commanded the servants in a cold tone before feeding her ginger soup and tucking her in, then descended from the attic. Downstairs, the lights in the back garden illuminated the night. Despite the excruciating pain from his wounds, Yechen staggered through the torrential rain, inching forward in search of the precious ring. The hem of his exquisite black suit trousers was splattered with mud, his eyes glistening with crimson veins, a sight both obsessive and terrifying. Secretary Wang wished to intervene, but having served Yechen for a decade, he knew the significance of the ring, which had accompanied him for 15 years. All the servants had been ordered to search throughout the night, scouring the entire back garden. Yet, the ring seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. By the break of dawn, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the Yi household, chilling to the bone. In the attic, on the princess bed, Ningsangsang, feverish and flushed, struggled to breathe, her small lips moving with effort. Beside her, Yongcheng was consumed by a violent cough, his complexion as pale as parchment, indicating a worsening condition. He slowly rubbed the lone ring left on his finger, his gaze shifting from her delicate face to the barren fourth finger of her left hand. Proceed, the man commanded the tattoo artist, his tone devoid of emotion, inscrutable to any sense of joy or anger. I want her to wear only the wedding ring I bestow upon her for a lifetime. Half an hour later, Ningsangsang awoke in pain. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered her right hand's fourth finger was being tattooed. Yongcheng, wishing to instill a lasting memory, had denied her anesthesia. Each needle prick brought tears to her eyes. Ah, it hurts. Let me go? I don't want the tattoo. I don't want it. Ningsangsang's cheeks were still flushed and hot, her face contorted in a desperate struggle. Yet, she soon realized that her hands and feet were bound to the corners of the bed, stretched wide, rendering her immobile. Yechen, please don't, she pleaded, her voice a pitiful whimper directed at the man who coldly scrutinized her. But this man desired her to feel pain, believing that the agony would forever imprint the ring's significance in her heart. He fixated on her right hand's fourth finger, methodically etching the design he envisioned. The tattoo artist possessed remarkable skill, crafting a tattoo of a ring that was an exact replica of the one Yongcheng currently wore. Upon completion, Ningsangsang felt as though her finger would fall off from the excruciating pain. Her face streamed with tears as she cursed him. Yongcheng, you devil! You didn't even seek my consent before marking me. You scoundrel! You are mine. Your consent is unnecessary. His tone was both domineering and cold, as if Ningsangsang were merely his possession. Fuming, she glared at him with her large, reddened eyes, defiantly declaring, I am not yours. How can you not be? As the night grew cold, Yongcheng regarded her with the playful demeanor of a cat with ruffled fur, suddenly feeling the urge to tease her. And you are my little pet, he remarked with a smirk, ruffling Ningsangsang's hair affectionately, reminiscent of a master grooming his cherished companion. Ningsangsang, exasperated, protested with a hoarse voice, filled with indignation, I am not your little pet. I am a person, a living, independent individual. Even little pets can get upset. Yongcheng retorted with a deliberate scoff, leaning down to kiss the tears glistening on her cheeks, before playfully nibbling on her earlobe. His voice, deep and magnetic, was enticing as he added, Darling, your parents entrusted you to me, making me your guardian. Whatever I say you are, that is precisely what you are. Chapter 18. You are shameless ridiculous. Ningsangsang glared at him more fiercely. I am 19 years old. I am an adult, and I do not need a guardian. Indeed, a normal adult would not require one. However, my dear, you are a registered patient in a psychiatric hospital. Your parents have transferred guardianship to me, and out of compassion for your plight, I have chosen to care for you at home instead of sending you back to the institution. Ningsangsang was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes wide with disbelief. She had always known this man used her illness as an excuse to withdraw her from school and to shun her from social interactions. Yet, she never anticipated that he would fabricate a diagnosis of mental illness against her. A mentally ill person. I confine you purely out of fear that you might harm others. Yongcheng's words dripped with a twisted sense of pride. You should be grateful for my attentive care. His shameless remarks made Ningsangsang's cheeks flush with anger, a hue reminiscent of a fiery sunset. You, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. But all that emerged was a heated declaration. I am not ill. I do not have a mental disorder. Her emotions heightened. She became more agitated and irritable, unable to express herself coherently. Darling, such traits are characteristic of a mentally ill person, he responded. Rest assured, I will arrange for the finest doctors to attend to you at home. Shameless. Woe is me, you are shameless. Ningsangsang clenched her tiny fists, wanting to strike Yongcheng, yet he merely laughed in a morbidly playful manner, prying her fingers apart with ease. Finally, he tenderly kissed the ring on her newly adorned fourth finger. Ningsangsang, my darling, you are mine, forever destined to be solely mine, relying on me for your entire life. When you turn 20, we shall formalize our bond. Until then, you must behave, do you understand? Ningsangsang was at a loss. She bit down on her small, sharp teeth, glaring at him in frustration. She refused to be confined in this dilapidated attic for eternity. She would not remain a pet, dependent on this man for her livelihood. Yet, She couldn't fathom when she would ever escape. With tears brimming in her eyes, she gazed longingly at the sealed window, catching a glimpse of the obscured half-moon. After a year of confinement, even the passage of time had become a blur. Now, not only was she trapped, but so was Song Yinzhou, suffering alongside her, caught in a state of limbo. Cough, cough, cough. Ningsangsang, overwhelmed by her worries, spent a sleepless night. When she awoke the next morning, her forehead burned with fever, alarming the servants attending to her. They hurriedly summoned the private physician to attend to Ningsangsang's condition. Alas, the doctor, clad in white gloves, examined her and shook his head, indicating that the lady was suffering from a recurrent high fever, compounded by pent-up distress, making it difficult for her to recover. She needed to take medication and undergo proper care. The medication prescribed was not particularly potent, as Sangsang's constitution was rather frail. She could not withstand strong remedies. Meanwhile, in the office of the Yi Corporation, the president, Yongcheng, had already begun his work. He stood pale before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, his posture straight as he furrowed his brow, listening to the servant report on Sangsang's illness. Mr. Yi, the lady has been in a deep sleep since taking her medicine, only asking for water once. Did she resist taking the medicine? Yongcheng knew that Sangsang had always had a strong aversion to bitter tastes. Her heightened sensitivity meant that every time she took her medicine, he had to coax and scold her into compliance. However, this time, without him present, she had been remarkably obedient, not only taking her medicine but also refraining from demanding to see that man named Song. She either slept or stared blankly into space. Chapter 19. Ningsangsang's Revenge. Ningsangsang had been persistently demanding he release Song Yinzhou. So how could she suddenly cease her protests today? Yongcheng instinctively sensed something amiss, and unease washed over him. He swiftly concluded his business affairs and returned home earlier than usual. Upon opening the attic door, he found Ningsangsang awake. However, the previously vacant gaze directed out the window transformed into one of anger upon hearing his voice. Since pleading had proven futile, she was contemplating other ways to rescue Song Yinzhou. Just as she began to formulate an idea, this man interrupted her thoughts, inciting her frustration. Wrapping herself in the quilt, she inched away toward the wall, seemingly wishing to ignore him. Yet, Yongcheng seized the moment, pulling back the quilt to reveal a round, white dumpling nestled inside. Without hesitation, he stripped off his clothes and lay down beside her. Ningsangsang glared at him with tear-filled eyes, demanding, "Go away, go away." In a childish display of temper, she kicked at him, attempting to push him out of the quilt. However, he firmly grasped her small foot. Instantly, she stiffened, recalling that this man was not to be trifled with, and fear compelled her to withdraw her foot hastily. She then scooted toward the edge of the bed, perilously close to falling off. The man could no longer restrain himself and barked, "Do I look like I would harm you?" Startled by his reprimand, Sangsang froze, unable to move. "Come here," he commanded again, and reluctantly, trembling with apprehension, she inched back toward him. "Hurry, come into my embrace." Sangsang was reluctant to roll over. Yet sensing the man's growing anger, she obediently nestled into his embrace, curling up pitifully. The man's large hand encircled her waist, pulling her closer. Sangsang trembled once more, her little head daring not to peek out, hiding in the crook of his neck. The man, unable to see her face, reprimanded her in a husky tone tinged with displeasure. "Come now, show your little head and look at me. What is this? You no longer wish to speak?" Sangsang, indeed, did not wish to engage. Yongcheng, perhaps softened by her illness, though irritated, chose not to chastise her further. Instead, he reached under the covers to touch her forehead. Fortunately, it was not too hot, a testament to the effectiveness of the medicine she had taken throughout the day. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he tightened his hold on Ningsangsang, to the point where she could barely breathe, only able to hear the strong, rhythmic beating of his heart. A blush crept over Ningsangsang's cheeks. She despised her own lack of resolve. How could this wicked man, who had imprisoned her and her brother Yinzhou, evoke such feelings within her? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, remaining motionless in his embrace. She waited for the man's breathing to even out, and then, in an act of retaliation, she pinched his firm abdomen with all her might. In that instant, Yongcheng felt a sharp pang of pain. This little creature was seeking revenge. Soon, he realized that Ningsangsang was not only pinching him, but also biting him fiercely, on his shoulder, on his chest, with her tiny sharp teeth. She believed she must have been inflicting quite a bite. However, to Ningsangsang. It felt as though a playful kitten was nuzzling against him, its tiny claws pricking at his heart. A surge of youthful desire ignited within him. Yet, recalling her words about not wanting to be touched while ill, he gripped the bedsheets tightly, forcibly suppressing this rising heat. But Ningsangsang, seemingly addicted to her little acts of vengeance, used both hands to squirm and bite at him even more. Chapter 20. Sangsang rescues Song Yinzhou. Behave if you don't want to be devoured. Ningsangsang could not help but issue a husky, restrained warning, startling Sangsang into compliance. She nestled obediently in his arms. Nevertheless, the fire within him had already been ignited. Her sweet, alluring scent permeating the sheets made it impossible for him to maintain control. I need to take a cold shower, he declared, needing the chill of autumn water to calm his heated state. The cold water from the shower cascaded over Ningsangsang's head, instantly causing his head to throb and his vision to blur. Yet, he gritted his teeth, leaning against the wall. He could not touch Sangsang. She was unwell, and he had to restrain himself. However, his body was too frail after the accident. The icy water extinguished his desires, but also rendered him unable to endure any longer. With a thud, he collapsed in the bathroom. The tremendous impact reopened his wounds, and soon, the blood from Yongcheng mingled with the cold water from the shower. Each room in this establishment was constructed with the finest materials, offering exceptional sound insulation. Therefore, the commotion in the bathroom went unheard by Sangsang. She never relinquished her hope of escape. The moment Yongcheng entered the bathroom and closed the door, she cautiously rummaged through his clothes. Generally, this man carried the key to his room at all times, even to the bathroom. But today, perhaps due to his haste, Sangsang discovered it in his pocket. Upon feeling it, she nearly let out an excited scream. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly donned her clothes, daring not to put on her shoes for fear of making noise, and hurriedly took the key to unlock the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and her heart raced with both tension and exhilaration. Her memory was sharp. The last time Yongcheng had taken her to see Song Yinzhou, she memorized the location of the storage room, which was at the end of the first floor. It was now midnight, and the entire villa was silent. She made her way unobstructed to the storage room's entrance. However, she did not anticipate the presence of a bodyguard in black, standing guard at the door. "Madam." The bodyguard's puzzled gaze made Sangsang's heart leap as if she were a thief, her breath quickening. Yet, she forced herself to remain calm. She feigned composure, nodding at the bodyguard, instructing, "Bring the person inside out. Yechen has agreed to let me take him back to the Song family." "Is this an order from the Knight General?" the bodyguard questioned with skepticism. However, Sangsang's delicate brows furrowed slightly in evident displeasure. "Why is it that no one listens to me? You can inquire with Yechen. He's in the attic, and I just made him happy." "That would be his graciousness," she added. The bodyguard dared not question further. "Madam, you jest. I shall bring him out for you immediately." To appease Sangsang, the bodyguard not only opened the door for Song Yinzhou, but also escorted him out to the entrance as per her instructions. "All right, you may return now. Yechen has already notified someone from the Song family to come, and they will arrive shortly." Sangsang's words completely dispelled the bodyguard's doubts, as it was indeed unusual to release someone at such a late hour. "Yes, madam," the bodyguard respectfully replied before departing. Sangsang hurriedly checked on Song Yinzhou's condition, who was now unconscious and struggling to support him. "Yinzhou, brother Yinzhou," she anxiously tried to rouse him, but his fever was too severe. Upon touching his forehead, her fingertips burned with heat. This must be over 40 degrees. Panic surged within her. She dared not return him to the Song family, for he was merely an adopted son, and they would surely not risk offending Yongcheng. Thus, Sangsang had no choice but to take Song Yinzhou to hail a cab to a small clinic. Chapter 21. The little clinic's rescue. The autumn rain fell relentlessly, one storm after another. By the time Sangsang managed to hail a cab, the downpour was torrential. Inside the vehicle, she felt waves of chill enveloping her, and she clung tightly to Song Yinzhou. "Brother Yinzhou, hang in there. You must hold on. Driver, please take us to the nearest clinic." Sangsang dared not venture to a large hospital. Even as they traveled, her anxiety grew, her gaze frequently darting to the back of the car, fearful that someone might be pursuing them. This heightened her agitation. She also found herself perplexed by the silence of that man. Was he still in the bathroom? "Here we are." "Young lady, the nearest clinic," the driver announced. Noticing that Sangsang was carrying a patient with a high fever, he kindly waived the fare. Indeed, Sangsang had no money. Her only valuables were some exquisite jewelry gifted to her by Yongcheng. Currently, she wore a significant piece of jade around her neck, which she intended to offer as payment for medical expenses. Doctor, please, you must save Brother Yenzhou. Hurry. The doctor was about to close the door when he saw the frail, soaked girl struggling to carry a feverish patient, and he quickly ushered them inside. How could his fever be this severe? The doctor received Song Yenzhou and quickly assessed the dire situation, administering an antipyretic injection. Upon further examination, he was taken aback by the extent of Song Yenzhou's injuries. Young lady, were these wounds inflicted by someone? They have not been treated in time. Much of the necrotic tissue needs to be excised. This requires surgery. The doctor recommended that Ningsangsang take him to a larger hospital since this was merely a small clinic. No, we cannot go to a large hospital. Yongcheng would find out immediately. Ningsangsang insisted on receiving treatment here. Very well, young lady, but you must be prepared. My facilities are limited compared to a larger hospital, and I can only provide basic care. Yes, yes. Ningsangsang nodded with her reddened eyes, determined to find a way for everything else. The doctor took Song Yenzhou into the treatment room, while Ningsangsang anxiously stood guard at the door, fearful of Yongcheng's sudden, menacing appearance. Fortunately, he did not appear. 3 hours later, when the doctor had treated Song Yenzhou's wounds, his high fever had subsided somewhat due to the injection. Young lady, here are the anti-inflammatory medications, the antipyretics, and these will aid in wound healing. Remember to administer them after meals. I will remember. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. However, I rushed out without any money. May I leave this jade as collateral? Ningsangsang removed the jade from her neck. It was a piece of top-tier jade, procured by Yongcheng from a European auction house, worth millions. Unbeknownst to her, even if she were aware, she would prioritize Song Yenzhou's life above all else. Very well, young lady. I shall keep this jade for you until you can bring the money. Although Ningsangsang was unfamiliar with jade, the doctor happened to possess a profound knowledge of gemstones. Upon seeing the jade in her possession, his eyes widened, and his breath quickened with fervor. This jade, worth millions, prompted him to contemplate abandoning his clinic that very night. However, out of a semblance of conscience, he introduced Ningsangsang to a distant relative who had a rental available, as he noticed she had nowhere to stay. My dear girl, I just called my distant cousin, and he happens to have a room available. It may be a bit shabby, but it will suffice for a time. Let me take you there now. All right, thank you. Thank you. Ningsangsang, having no other options, agreed. A little shabbiness was inconsequential. At least she would not have to endure the streets tonight. Chapter 22. A cold night in the emergency room despite being somewhat prepared. Ningsangsang was taken aback by the dilapidated state of the place, though it was not a basement. It was situated in the slums of the western part of Yongcheng City. Let's make do for now, Ningsangsang thought as she tidied up the room a bit. Fortunately, the landlord was kind enough to provide an extra blanket when he saw Ningsangsang arriving with a patient and no luggage. However, the room was on the ground floor, dim and damp. After settling Song Yenzhou on the bed, Ningsangsang curled up in a chair, feeling the chill. She wore no shoes, and a wave of coldness surged from her feet, forcing her to carefully curl her toes. Her petite face scrunched up in despair as she gazed at the still unconscious Song Yenzhou, silently pleading. Brother Yenzhou, please wake up soon. I need someone to talk to. It would ease my fear. As night passed swiftly, she only managed to drift into a weary slumber as dawn approached. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, a maid entered the attic bathroom to clean. The maid screamed upon seeing Yongcheng lying on the floor, drenched in blood, her face turning pale. Master Yi, something has happened. Quickly. To the hospital. Yongcheng had been doused in ice-cold water throughout the night and was nearing hypothermia. His wounds, after being soaked for so long, were in a terrible state. It was 4 hours before he was wheeled out of the emergency room. Secretary Wang hurried forward. How is he, Dr. Zhang? If he had been discovered half an hour later, he would have likely succumbed. Dr. Zhang, Yongcheng's attending physician, was furious, sustaining such severe injuries from an accident. He shouldn't even be discharged yet, and yet he chooses to soak in cold water. Is he trying to hasten his own demise? Secretary Wang clenched his fists tightly. So, Dr. Zhang, when can we expect Master Yi to awaken? It's uncertain. Could be 1 day, could be 3 to 5 days. Anything is possible. While Yongcheng remained unconscious in the hospital, Ningsangsang was still on edge. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Song Yenzhou finally regained consciousness. Under the meticulous care of Ningsangsang, the fever subsided, and his consciousness began to clear. Ning, He weakly opened his eyes, and the first sight that met him was that of Ningsangsang, which felt momentarily surreal. Ning, am I not dreaming? Of course not, brother Yinzhou. I have brought you out. Song Yinzhou felt an even greater sense of unreality. How did we manage to escape? Ningsangsang then recounted the events of the previous night to him. You mean to say you took advantage of that man named Yi to get the key from the bedroom and escape? Was there really no one pursuing you afterward? No. Ningsangsang replied honestly, I didn't see anyone. That is unusual. Remember, the last time he had a meticulous plan and still couldn't get away. How could it be so simple this time? Unless Song Yinzhou considered a possibility. Unless Yi Hanshun had encountered some misfortune, leaving the Yi family preoccupied with their own troubles. If that were the case, then now was their golden opportunity to escape Yong City. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Ning, I believe you can finally rid yourself of that man. He coughed violently. Sang quickly patted his back, her eyes shining with excitement. Brother Yinzhou, is what you say true? Why do you think that? Because that man is very likely. Song Yinzhou hesitated to voice his suspicions, considering that Sang had already shared an intimate relationship with Yi Hanshun. He was uncertain whether Sang would feel distressed. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed. Ning, it doesn't matter. We just need to find a way to get some money for tickets, and perhaps we can leave this place. Chapter 23. Are you running away from home? Yet neither of them had a single penny to their names. Sang had adoptive parents and a brother, but she didn't dare to call them, fearing it would bring them trouble. Song Yinzhou was equally reluctant to use his own account, worried that Yi Hanshun might trace his IP address. What should we do, brother Yinzhou? Sang bit her lip, troubled. It's all right, Ning. I will think of a way, Song Yinzhou said, only to be seized by another fit of coughing. His condition was poor. After uttering those words, his eyelids grew heavy, and he could hardly keep them open. Naturally, Sang could not rely on a sick person, and they hadn't eaten all day. She ventured out to find a job washing dishes in a back kitchen, a position that paid on the spot. However, having been raised by Yi Hanshun in a life of luxury, her delicate hands were unaccustomed to such rough labor. As soon as she plunged her hands into the icy, greasy water, it felt as though she were being cut by knives. After washing for several hours, her hands were red and swollen, and her back felt as though it might not straighten again. The older man in the back kitchen, noticing her doll-like beauty, inquired with curiosity, "Little girl, did you sneak out from home?" His words unexpectedly brought tears to her eyes. She suddenly thought of Yi Hanshun. That man would never allow her to endure such suffering, yet here she was. She contemplated the pathological and domineering demon, feeling that she would rather be a beggar than remain confined in that gilded cage of an attic. The young girl, after toiling for 3 hours today at a rate of 20 yuan per hour, received her wages totaling 60 yuan. Thank you, boss. I can finally have a meal today. Ningsangsang expressed her gratitude with a deep bow. If Yi Hanshun were to witness this, he would surely be infuriated, for his precious little girl was reduced to a mere 60 yuan. At this moment, within the prestigious People's Hospital of Yongcheng, in an upscale ward, Yi Hanshun awakened, feeling exceedingly frail, yet the atmosphere was stifling and foreboding. Secretary Wang, trembling with fear, reported with great difficulty, "Madam, she took advantage of your fainting to run off with someone named Song." "Repeat that." Yi Hanshun's pallid face turned ice cold, his eyes flashing with a chilling blend of shock and furious wrath. Secretary Wang sensed the temperature in the room plummet further and continued to speak fearfully. "When you collapsed in the bathroom, covered in blood, Madam seemingly assumed you would not awaken soon and impersonated you to escape with this Song fellow. She has gone. The thought of her departure, especially in light of the blood from his fainting spell, sent Yi Hanshun's heart racing with pain and rage, his veins bulging dangerously, nearly reopening his wounds. His tone was ominously dark. "Then why are we still here? Search for her. Scour the entire city if you must, but bring her back to me." "Yes." Wang hurriedly began to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, preparing to investigate. "Wait," Yi Hanshun called out, his expression growing even colder. "Did she take anything with her when she fled?" "No," the secretary replied respectfully, well aware of the implications of his inquiry. "She left in such haste that she didn't even wear shoes or take any money." Yi Hanshun's demeanor shifted to one of urgency, his pale complexion reflecting his distress. How could she go without shoes in such cold weather? And without money? She's out there with a useless companion. How will she manage? Where will she stay? What will she eat? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the seething anger he felt transformed into profound concern. What are you still doing here? Go find her. Start with the small clinics around the city. Yechen was certain that given Ningsangsang's timid nature, she would avoid large hospitals. The smaller clinics would surely yield some leads. The next day, Secretary Wang, with great efficiency, procured crucial information. Sir, we've discovered that the jade you once gifted to Madam is currently circulating in the market, and its owner is at the nearest small clinic to our residence. Yeche's gaze turned dangerously narrow. Bring her to me. I wish to interrogate her personally. The doctor from the small clinic was apprehended at the airport by Secretary Wang. Completely unaware of the situation, he was brought before the formidable Yechen, whose imposing presence nearly compelled him to kneel. Still lying in bed, Yechen lifted his indifferent gaze slightly. You will answer my questions, and nothing more. The eagle-eyed gaze of the doctor at the small clinic left no room for deception. He, in a state of panic, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, please ask, please ask. How did you come by that jade? At this question, the private physician felt a jolt of fear in his heart. Ever since he acquired the jade, he had worried that the young lady named Ningsangsang might hail from a wealthy family, which explained her eagerness to part with it. Now, it was indeed the case. With a thud, he fell to his knees before Yechen, trembling with terror as he bowed his head repeatedly. Please spare me. I was unaware it belonged to the young lady. In a moment of greed, I intended to sell the jade that had been pawned to me. I shall return it to you at once. The doctor, filled with reverence and fear, presented the jade and recounted every detail of Ningsangsang's visit that night. You mean she is currently residing with your distant cousin? Yes, my cousin mentioned during the day that they have temporarily settled there. A lone man and woman sharing the same room. Yechen, struggling to suppress the surge of rage rising within him, clenched his fist tightly. Take me there. An hour later, as Yechen, his expression darkened, was wheeled out of the vehicle. He was met with the sight of a squalid slum in the western part of the city. The filthy surroundings pierced his heart with pain. Sir, they are still inside. The doctor, filled with respect and trepidation, led the way, guiding Yechen into a damp, narrow alley. It is the room at the end of this building on the first floor. Yechen's brows furrowed deeper, being a man with a penchant for cleanliness. He could hardly tolerate such conditions. How could his sweet, delicate treasure reside here? Fuming with anger, Yechen forcefully pushed open the door. A musty, damp odor assaulted his senses, and the dim light revealed a man lying on a narrow bed. It was Song Yinzhou. He lay there with his eyes tightly shut, still unconscious from fever, oblivious to Yechen's arrival, until, suddenly, a cup of ice water was splashed onto his face. He struggled to open his eyes, only to hear Yechen's cold, disdainful voice. Song, where is Ningsangsang? Has she been found? In that instant, despair flickered in Song Yinzhou's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, regarding Yechen with a mocking stare. Still not being honest. Secretary Wang stepped forward respectfully. Sir, shall I give him a beating and then inquire about the lady's whereabouts? Yechen remained silent. He cast a cold glance at the leftover food on the table, frowning as he said, the lady cannot be far. Check the supermarket, or see if there are any job openings for part-time workers on this street. She might be inside. Understood. His subordinates hurriedly set off to search. Meanwhile, Yechen's gaze was fixated on the two pillows on that small bed. Suddenly, he seized Song Yinzhou's collar in a fit of fury. Last night, you shared a bed with her. Chapter 25. How could you so disgrace yourself? Of course, they had not shared a bed, but how could Song Yinzhou possibly tell the truth? He cleared his throat with a cold smirk, pondering night's thoughts. Ning had slept beside me last night, claiming my warmth was comforting, unlike yours, which only incites her aversion and fear. Nonsense. The word aversion struck a chord deep within Yechen, igniting his fury as he delivered a powerful blow. Ningsangsang likes me. She has declared her affection. What do you know, you worthless fool? You are utterly oblivious. Song Yinzhou, now a patient, could hardly withstand Yechen's strength. He immediately fell unconscious, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Humph, a useless wretch. Yechen's gaze turned frigid, disdainfully wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. At that moment, Secretary Wang rushed in, brimming with excitement, reporting that the lady was nearby, working as a kitchen assistant on this very street. A kitchen assistant? How could such a place be suitable for someone so precious and esteemed as his beloved? Yechen felt a surge of concern and hastened towards her. The kitchen was a cramped, disheveled space, and as Secretary Wang pushed him inside, Yechen eyes immediately landed on his little girl. Ningsangsang stood out in the kitchen, her beauty and refinement shining brightly. Even clad in a work apron, her noble demeanor was a stark contrast to the greasy, mundane surroundings. Yechen was guided closer by Secretary Wang. Ningsangsang, diligently scrubbing dishes, remained oblivious to his presence. Her delicate fingers, akin to milk and tenderness, were swollen and red, resembling little radishes. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to the pain, as it seemed less acute today than yesterday. However, she had never felt the struggle of earning money so acutely. Humph, all thanks to that devil, Yechen. Ningsangsang's rosy lips were puffed up in indignation as she muttered curses under her breath. After all, had it not been for Yechen forcibly taking her from her foster parents over the past year, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Her brother Yenzhou's medicine had run out, and she needed to earn extra money today to buy more. Hey, little girl, move faster. Haven't you worked before? At this pace, you won't be needed tomorrow. It was midday, the restaurant's busiest hour. Ningsangsang believed she was working swiftly, yet she had endured reprimands all morning. Ningsangsang, hearing her name, she hurriedly passed the clean dishes, flustered. I've finished. Please don't fire me. Don't fire me. Ningsangsang, always timid, was too shy to look up when asking for favors. Thus, she failed to notice that it was Yechen before her. As she extended the plate, it remained unreceived, leading her to instinctively assume she was being rejected once more. Biting her lip, she glanced up to apologize, only to lock eyes with Yechen. In shock, her body trembled, and with a loud crash, the plate slipped from her hands, shattering into pieces on the floor. This is the life you desire outside. Yechen, with a heavy heart, scolded her sharply, feeling both heartache and anger. Look at your hands. I once soaked them in milk for a year, and now they are in such a state. You are truly wasting yourself. Ningsangsang felt her eyes welling up with tears from his reprimand, akin to a wandering child suddenly encountering a loving parent. The tears she had held back for 2 days cascaded down her cheeks. But was it not this man who had driven her to this? You needn't concern yourself, Ningsangsang retorted defiantly, her voice raised in frustration, before she fled in panic. The man pursued her. She had to escape quickly. Chapter 26. I do not want your false kindness, Ningsangsang ran desperately, but with each step, her fear grew. She had no idea when Yechen had arrived, nor did she know if he had found Song Yenzhou. She dared not return to the rental apartment, circling the area several times. Only when she was sure she had evaded Yechen did she cautiously return to the apartment. This place was no longer safe. She needed to take Yenzhou and hide elsewhere. However, upon opening the door to the apartment, she found Yechen waiting for her, his demeanor dark and foreboding. So, Ningsangsang, you have chosen to return, he said, his tone icy and laced with anger. Fearful, she contemplated fleeing again, but after a single step, she halted. Song Yenzhou was still there. She realized that escape was no longer an option for her. I'm so sorry, brother Yenzhou. It's my fault. We have been caught again. Ignoring Yechen, Ningsangsang approached Song Yenzhou with guilt weighing heavily on her heart. As she drew closer, she noticed his once handsome face was now swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig's head, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. It was evident he had just endured a beating. Ningsangsang was immediately consumed with rage. After all her efforts to earn money for Song Yenzhou's treatment, his old wounds had not healed, and now new injuries had been inflicted. Who did this? Yechen, was it you? Was it you? In that moment, Ningsangsang was nearly blinded by her fury. With a sharp clap, she struck Yechen across the face. Yechen, you scoundrel! What do you want from me? A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Yechen's mouth from the blow, yet he seemed unfazed by the pain. His immediate reaction was to grasp Ningsangsang's wrist, pulling her closer to examine her small hand, now more swollen and red. Foolish girl, your hand is already so injured. Yet you still strike me. Does it not hurt? Yechen's heart ached for her. He raised his hand, and Secretary Wang promptly brought over a prepared medical kit. This is the finest frostbite ointment. Though Yechen's expression was somber, his actions in applying the ointment were gentle. I refuse. I will not accept your false kindness. Ningsangsang protested vehemently, struggling against him. What she despised most about Yechen was his ability to make her anger feel as though it had merely struck cotton. She felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and indignation. In a fit of anger, she forcefully knocked the ointment from the man's hands, huffing, "Leave me alone. If it weren't for you, I would still have my parents and brother. my hands wouldn't be in this state. Knight Hansheng gazed at the ointment rolling on the ground, his displeasure evident as he furrowed his brows. When he spoke again, his voice took on a chilling and sickly tone. Ningsangsang, you are being disobedient once more. Do not forget, your body belongs to me, and I will not allow you to mistreat it. Why was it always his? In that moment, Ningsangsang was so infuriated that she wanted to slap that shameless man. However, the next instant, he forcibly held her down, applying the ointment to her swollen red hands. In her anger, Ningsangsang bit down hard on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah!" Despite the pain of her bite, Knight Hansheng's hands continued their steady application of the ointment. Soon, Ningsangsang was compelled to have the ointment applied, and her hands were wrapped in bandages, rendering them soft and delicate like a little kitten's paws. Fuming, Ningsangsang glared at him with her large, reddened eyes. Are you planning to take me back, Knight Hansheng? I refuse to go back. Not even a little. Chapter 27. The disobedient little girl will suffer, then do you wish to wash dishes? Knight Hansheng stared at her with a displeased intensity, seemingly unable to comprehend her thoughts. My dear, it would be best not to throw a tantrum with me. It does you no good. I am not throwing a tantrum, Ningsangsang retorted angrily, continuing to glare at him. Washing dishes is still better than going back. For this reason alone, Knight Hansheng could think of no other justification apart from the one concerning Song. The anger he had been suppressing suddenly surged forth. So, you would rather wash dishes and live in a rented room than return with me, wouldn't you? Yes. Ningsangsang bit her lip firmly. She would indeed prefer to be with Song Yenzhou than to be with Knight Hansheng. This was because Song Yenzhou was like a gentle older brother who would never force her to do anything and offered her freedom and respect, whereas Knight Hansheng always instilled fear in her and confined her. Very well. Knight Hansheng was utterly enraged by her affirmation. Then follow him. Stay with him. Having said that, he stormed out in a fit of rage. Once at the door, he could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. It had been a year. Even a pet cat or dog would have grown attached to home. Why was it that Ningsangsang remained so heartless towards him? Sir, are you all right? Secretary Wang inquired anxiously. You must go to the hospital immediately. As for Madam, continue to keep an eye on her. Knight Hansheng's face turned pale, his tone hoarse and pained. Ningsangsang has never experienced hardship. She will soon be unable to endure it and will beg me to return. Then have the wool boots you instructed for her delivered. If she must suffer, at least her tiny feet should be adorned with the warmest and most comfortable boots. After all, with her hands in such a state, Knight Hansheng could not bear to imagine her little feet suffering frostbite as well. It would break his heart. Indeed, leave the frostbite ointment. Additionally, request the landlord to move another bed in, so that Ningsangsang and that worthless individual can sleep apart. Furthermore, in such frigid weather, the blankets must not be thin. Secretary Wang, is this meant to inflict suffering? Even the bed and blankets were personally selected by Yi Hansheng. The bed is a pink princess bed, and the blankets are soft and comfortable in a matching shade. The introduction of such furnishings into a dim and damp room feels rather incongruous. As Yi Hansheng observed the images sent by Secretary Wang from the hospital, he felt an overwhelming desire to tear down this dilapidated house and renovate it entirely. Would his delicate Ningsangsang catch a cold in such an environment? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, yet he ultimately steeled himself, suppressing the impulse to change her living situation. The ungrateful young lady ought to endure some hardship. Within the rental unit, Ningsangsang gazed at the bed and blankets bestowed by the landlord. No matter how she looked at it, they were clearly gifts from Yi Hansheng. Humph. Did he truly think her a fool? Ningsangsang would not bow to this man, nor would she sleep on the bed or use the blankets he provided. As for the shoes, although she wore a pair she had purchased for 40 yuan from a small shop, she was a woman of integrity and would never don the woolen boots gifted by Yi Hansheng. Thus, that night, Ningsangsang remained curled up in a chair, sleeping at the head of Song Yenzhou's bed. Brother Yenzhou, please wake up soon. When you do, we shall devise our escape. However, Song Yenzhou did not receive adequate medication or treatment, and by the next morning, he not only remained unconscious but also developed a high fever once more. How could this happen? Ningsangsang touched Song Yenzhou's burning forehead, feeling frantic and anxious. She wished to take him to the hospital, but funds were non-existent. Moreover, 2 bodyguards in black stood vigil at the door, blocking her way. Madam, young Master Yi has instructed that the man surnamed Song is not to leave this room. After all, as long as they kept Song Yenzhou under control, Ningsangsang would be unable to escape. Chapter 28. Ningsangsang, I am your guest. You all. Ningsangsang clenched her small fists in anger, yet she was powerless to alter Yechen decision. She could only use a damp towel to help reduce Song Yinzhou's fever. Fortunately, there was one last pack of fever-reducing medication. After administering it to Song Yinzhou, she needed to hurry and earn some money to bring a doctor. However, this required a substantial sum, and Ningsangsang could not afford to waste a moment. Arriving at the back kitchen from the previous day, the boss waved her away as if he had seen a ghost. "Miss, what is your status? You are with him. We cannot afford to employ you. You two are quarreling. Do not let this establishment suffer because of it. Please leave at once." It turned out that Yongcheng had issued a command forbidding the establishment from hiring Ningsangsang. After all, he had painstakingly provided the frostbite ointment, and he would not permit Ningsangsang to continue washing dishes and worsening her condition. That scoundrel, an absolute scoundrel. Ningsangsang bit her small teeth in frustration, nearly driven to madness. Yet she had no time to curse Yongcheng. She ran up and down the street and finally found a position as a staff member at a barbecue restaurant. The young girl. "Our former staff member had to return home due to personal matters. Could you fill in for a couple of days? The lunch crowd is sparse here, primarily bustling in the evenings, so you can start by tidying up the shop during the day." Ningsangsang picked up a mop and diligently began her cleaning task. She toiled for an hour, her back aching from the effort, but at last, she managed to make the shop spotless. Just as she was about to take a moment's respite, a customer appeared at the door. "Welcome." Ningsangsang bent slightly to usher the person inside, only to be met with the dark, playful gaze of Yongcheng. To her surprise, it seemed that even Ningsangsang could be so industrious at times. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this man was likely there to cause trouble again. She contemplated shutting the door immediately, but Secretary Wang had already wheeled Yongcheng inside. "A customer has arrived." The busy proprietress, hearing the commotion, stepped out and was instantly captivated. Although Yongcheng appeared pale, an air of undeniable nobility emanated from him, striking terror into those who beheld him. It was evident he was a significant figure in Yong City. The proprietress approached with utmost caution. "What would you like to eat, sir? Here is our menu." Yongcheng's tone was frosty as he slightly lifted his gaze. "You may attend to your duties. Just let her remain here." He was referring to Ningsangsang. The proprietress, noticing Ningsangsang's exceedingly beautiful face, understood why the man found it hard to resist her presence. She nodded, yet simultaneously shielded Ningsangsang behind her. "Sir, this is our new employee. If she does anything that does not meet your satisfaction, I kindly ask for your understanding. You may call for me directly." The proprietress was anxious about Ningsangsang offending anyone, and even more so about the young girl facing any disadvantage. Ningsangsang sensed the proprietress's goodwill and instinctively stepped back a little more. "Rest assured," Yongcheng promised with a slight smirk at the corners of his lips. The proprietress felt it best to say nothing further. "Young lady, attend to the customer. Call for me if you need anything." Thus, Ningsangsang remained there. Initially, she felt a tinge of fear, but the thought of Song Yinzhou in his hospital bed spurred her on, and she glared at Yongcheng. "On what grounds do you prevent Brother Yinzhou from going out?" Knock knock. Before she could finish her sentence, Yongcheng interrupted her with an annoyed rap of his knuckles on the table. "You little server, how lacking in perception. Have you cleaned the table for the guest?" Chapter 29. Taking advantage. Yongcheng harbored a severe cleanliness obsession. He frowned as he spoke, prompting Ningsangsang to glance skeptically at the table. Although she had already wiped it once, feeling defiant under his reprimand, she scrubbed it again. Finally satisfied, just as she finished, Yongcheng tapped the table once more. Half serious, half teasing, he remarked, "Water. How can you be so foolish? You didn't even prepare water for the guest. If you were to run a shop, it would inevitably go under. You'll be the one to go under." Ningsangsang, in a fit of indignation, rebutted fiercely. Yet her hands moved swiftly as she hurriedly poured tea for Yongcheng with a kettle. After a flurry of activity, she slammed the menu onto the table before him and demanded, "What would you like to eat? Hurry up." This was a barbecue restaurant, notorious for its high-calorie and unhealthy offerings, and Yongcheng had never indulged in such fare. However, he relished teasing Ningsangsang and whimsically ordered a variety of fried skewers. "Why are you dawdling? Are you starving, my dear?" Yongcheng's insistence prompted Ningsangsang to hasten her movements, bustling about in a flurry. The meat skewers she had ordered soon arrived on a plate, but upon realizing it was a self-service grill, she found herself utterly at a loss with the machinery. With wide, bewildered eyes, she leaned over, twisting and fiddling with various knobs, only to find herself stumped after several minutes. Feeling suddenly flustered and at a loss, her gaze instinctively darted towards Yechen. Once, in the attic, she had relished barbecue with him, where he had deftly handled everything, grilling piece after piece to serve her. To her surprise, the tables had turned today. A light tap on her head from his knuckles jolted her, accompanied by Yehechen's sardonic voice. Is our Ningsangsang rendered foolish by her own clumsiness? You are the foolish one, Ningsangsang retorted, pouting in irritation. Yet, in the next moment, Yechen firmly grasped her delicate hand, twisting and turning it expertly. With a sharp click, the fire ignited. Ningsang's mouth fell open in astonishment, but she quickly regained her composure, muttering, I was just about to do that. This stubborn little girl elicited an amused chuckle from Yechen. After a morning filled with activity, Ningsangsang felt a pang of fatigue in her back, and she discreetly massaged her lower back, lifting one foot slightly to relax. Planning to slack off, are we? Yehechen's sudden bang on the table startled her, causing her to stand at attention, guilt washing over her like a thief caught red-handed. Yet, in the next moment, he enveloped her slender waist in his embrace. What are you doing? Ningsang's face flushed crimson, her small hands ineffectively swatting at him. You rogue! Someone save me! Just as her cries echoed, the proprietress rushed out. When she arrived, she heard Ningsang's muffled sounds. Upon closer inspection, she discovered Ningsangsang being playfully squeezed by Yechen, who was teasingly patting her small waist and back. My dear, are you still tired? Does this feel good? Ningsangsang squinted her eyes in pleasure. But before she could articulate her response, the proprietress, in a flurry of concern, pulled her away from Yehechen's embrace. This is outrageous, the proprietress exclaimed, glaring at him. In broad daylight, if you continue to take advantage of such a young lady, I will call the authorities. Chapter 30. Ningsangsang is assaulted. The moment the proprietress uttered her words, Yechen was momentarily taken aback. Ningsangsang, too, was left in a state of shock. Before she could gather her wits, several guests arrived, prompting the proprietress to hastily push Ningsangsang to attend to them. Simultaneously, she coldly ordered Yechen to leave. Sir, please vacate the premises. We at Yongcheng Barbecue cannot afford your patronage. In the city of Yong, this proprietress was the first to dare to expel Yechen. Known for his intolerance towards defiance, he refrained from retaliating, recognizing that the proprietress was acting in Ningsangsang's best interest. At that moment, Secretary Wang respectfully addressed him, Mr. Yi, it is time for your meeting at the company. Only then did Yechen take his leave. Ningsangsang breathed a sigh of relief, regaining her focus to diligently attend to her duties. Suddenly, someone tripped her, causing her to crash to the ground with a thud. The platter of fried skewers she was carrying shattered upon impact. How careless! The tattooed man who had just entered the restaurant kicked at Ningsangsang. Damn it! What a buzzkill for a meal! The kick landed squarely on her right knee, leaving her in excruciating pain, unable to rise. It was evident that this man had deliberately tripped her. What happened? The proprietress rushed to assist Ningsangsang, her tone filled with anger. Sir, how could you resort to violence? We can discuss this civilly. This wench ruined my appetite. I merely kicked her. I'm still not satisfied. Have her kneel and apologize to me. With gritted teeth, Ningsangsang raised her head to confront the man seeking trouble. She noticed tattoos of elaborate flowers covering his arms, and the companions seated at his table bore similar markings. Clearly, they were a rowdy bunch not to be trifled with. This is Brother Hu. The proprietress recognized him, and her expression changed drastically. She quickly offered an apology. My apologies, Brother Hu. This young lady is new and inexperienced. Please forgive her. I will cover your barbecue bill. Bang. Brother Hu smashed a bottle onto the floor with force. Nonsense. Do you think I am in need of a meal? Have this little wench kneel and apologize to me, or I will destroy your establishment. Ningsangsang's eyes brimmed with tears of indignation. What are you staring at, you little wench? If you refuse to kneel, then perhaps you could spend a night with me instead. Ha ha ha. His lewd gaze made it clear that he was targeting Ningsangsang's beauty as a pretext for his harassment. The proprietress's previously amiable smile vanished, replaced by fury as she pulled Ningsangsang protectively behind her. Brother Hu, why must you torment a young girl? Are you really going to defend her? How dare you not know your place? Brother Hu was taken aback that anyone would dare oppose him in such a manner. With a forceful motion, he knocked over all the drinks on the table. Brothers, smash everything. Destroy this place. No one anticipated that Tiger would suddenly unleash his fury. In an instant, his companions wreaked havoc, reducing the barbecue restaurant to a shambles. The owner, helplessly observing the destruction, was incensed yet dared not intervene. Feeling a pang of guilt, Ningsangsang was about to rush out, but was firmly restrained by the owner. Once Tiger had finished his rampage, he cast a disdainful glance at the owner and Ningsangsang, declaring, "Mark my words, within 3 days, that little wench will come to me willingly, or I'll demolish your establishment every time it opens." His arrogance was palpable. Such antics were not new for Tiger. This street was his domain. Ningsangsang, witnessing the chaos strewn about, bit her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks. Not only had they failed to earn a profit, but the losses incurred today were insurmountable. "I'm sorry," she bowed deeply to the owner. "I will compensate you. I promise I will find a way." Chapter 31. What should we do? Sighing. The owner surveyed the wreckage of her shop and hung a sign indicating a temporary closure. She understood that Ningsangsang was not wholly to blame. After all, Tiger was the uncle of the owner of the newly opened barbecue joint across the street, and he had deliberately sought confrontation, serendipitously encountering Ningsangsang in the process. "Get up, dear girl, is your leg all right?" The owner, noticing Ningsangsang's limping gait and the swelling on her leg, frowned with concern. "Come, let us return to my home. My husband can examine you." Ningsangsang was taken aback by the owner's kindness despite her own misfortunes. "Thank you, Sister Wei," she expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "It's nothing. People are more important than businesses. From now on, call me Sister Wei. You're such a charming young lady. I felt an instant connection with you." Sister Wei mentioned that her husband, Su, ran a clinic, which was situated in a poverty-stricken area and often provided free medical services. Upon hearing this, Ningsangsang felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. She urgently pleaded with Sister Wei, "My leg is of little concern. What matters is Brother Yenzhou. I earn money to pay for his treatment. Could you ask Dr. Su to help him?" Sister Wei nodded, and Dr. Su promptly grabbed his medical kit and headed out. "What is his condition? Please give me a brief overview." "When I left, Brother Yenzhou was still burning with fever, and his wound needs dressing. He has run out of antipyretics," Ningsangsang explained as she hobbled ahead. In the rented room, Song Yenzhou remained unconscious. After a thorough examination, Dr. Su gravely shook his head. "His injury has lingered for too long. The last treatment was hasty, and it will take more than just a day or two for a proper recovery. I can only advise taking it slow and focusing on reducing the fever." Dr. Su's medical expertise was evidently superior. He employed silver needles on Song Yenzhou. Though Ningsangsang could not comprehend the procedure, after half an hour, he withdrew the needles and redressed the wound, successfully bringing down the fever. Ningsangsang gazed at Dr. Su in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." Dr. Su smiled gently, exemplifying the true essence of a benevolent healer. "This is merely the first step. Your brother Yenzhou is still unconscious, and I will be here again tomorrow." "Thank you, Dr. Su. I am immensely grateful." Ningsangsang expressed her heartfelt appreciation with a deep bow, feeling a wave of shyness as her cheeks flushed. She looked up and inquired, Dr. Su, regarding the medical expenses, may I possibly write an IOU? Additionally, I will repay the losses incurred by Sister Wei's shop once I earn enough money." Who could refuse such a charming and pitiable young girl? Dr. Su readily agreed. "It's all right, little sister. You can settle it when you have the funds." A weight lifted from Ningsangsang's heart. However, the following day, after she and Sister Wei labored to restore the wrecked shop, Brother Hu and his gang returned with a menacing demeanor. "Brothers, smash it again." The sound of destruction echoed once more as the shop was left in disarray. Sister Wei, unable to tolerate it any longer, confronted Li Hu. "You have gone too far. Don't think I want to call the police." "Damn it," with a swift kick, Li Hu sent Sister Wei crashing to the ground. "You've got some nerve, old lady. Do you even know that the captain of the criminal investigation team at the police station is my cousin?" The implications of his words caused Sister Wei's expression to change dramatically. "Behave yourself and send that little wench from your shop to room 305 at the Nightshade Club tonight. Or not only will your shop remain closed, but I will also smash your husband's clinic. There are patients in there. It is filled with medicine." Terrified, Ningsangsang shook her head fervently. "No, Dr. Su is a good doctor. You cannot destroy his clinic. Then you will come tonight at 8, or else." Brother Hu leered at Ningsangsang before swaggering away. Sister Wei crouched on the ground, despair enveloping her. What should she do? Chapter 32. Ningsangsang's unfamiliarity with influential figures. Sister Wei trembled as she clutched her phone, seeking someone to help resolve the situation. Yet, she did not know anyone of significant influence. Casting a glance at the anxious Ningsangsang, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Little girl, do you know any powerful individuals? If one were to consider influential men, none in Yong City could surpass Yongcheng in wealth and power. However, she had already dismissed the notion of involving him. Why would he ever reach out voluntarily? Ningsangsang, feeling guilty, shook her head. I don't know anyone. Sister Wei sighed, realizing her desperation had led her to entertain such thoughts. After all, with Ningsangsang's extraordinarily beautiful face, if she truly knew someone, she would likely be a prominent figures woman, not working part-time at her shop. Sister Wei sighed repeatedly, firmly instructing Ningsangsang that she need not concern herself with the matter and to avoid going out tonight. Yet, how could Ningsangsang simply ignore it? She could not bear to see Dr. Su's pharmacy suffer further destruction. Yongcheng. Ningsangsang was unaware of the potential price to pay for seeking out Yongcheng. She only feared that the cost might involve Song Yinzhou. As nightfall descended, Ningsangsang took a deep breath and made her final decision. She resolved to handle her own affairs independently, concealing her intentions from Sister Wei. She procured self-defense items and proceeded to the Nightshade Club, as requested by Brother Hu. Prior to entering, she reported her concerns to the police, firmly believing that the authorities would apprehend Brother Hu if they caught him red-handed. The Nightshade Club stood as one of the most illustrious establishments in Yongcheng, and upon reaching its entrance, Ningsangsang was enveloped in an atmosphere of opulence. She glanced around, perceiving the entire venue as if it were paved with gold bricks. The identity of the owner remained a mystery, but the grandeur was undeniable. Ningsangsang envied the wealth on display, contemplating that the value of the club could fund numerous treatments for her brother Yinzhou and allow Sister Wei to rebuild her barbecue restaurant several times over. Make way. Make way. The big boss is coming. Just as Ningsangsang was lost in admiration, a procession of sleek black cars cleared a path, followed by a black Bugatti Veyron gliding smoothly along. This was the routine inspection of the club's enigmatic proprietor. Surrounded by the crowd, Ningsangsang felt her head buzzing amidst the commotion. Normally, she might have tiptoed to catch a glimpse of the big boss, but today, her mood did not permit such curiosity. She reassured herself by feeling the prepared items in her backpack. Excuse me, coming through. Excuse me. Ningsangsang squeezed her way through the throng, though her injured knee hindered her speed. Just behind her, a man in a black wheelchair, who had just disembarked, caught sight of her, and a fleeting look of cold confusion crossed his face. The girl resembled his own Ningsangsang. Yongcheng had just opened his mouth to speak when Ningsangsang was swallowed by the sea of guests, disappearing from view. Secretary Wang, you must have seen wrong. How could the lady be in such a place? She should be at that rental apartment, he stated with a chilling indifference. I won't be mistaken. Yongcheng's brows furrowed sharply, his tone icy. Retrieve the surveillance footage. I want to know where Ningsangsang has gone. Furthermore, I need to be informed immediately about any occurrences here while I've been away on business. Yes, sir, Secretary Wang replied respectfully before hastily attending to the request. Meanwhile, in the impoverished district of the West City, Sister Wei realized that Ningsangsang was missing. She must have gone to Nightshade, she thought, touched that Ningsangsang would attend a meeting for her and Dr. Su, yet equally anxious. That girl, Brother Hu is not a good man. Who knows how many young women he has harmed over the years. She cannot go there. Without hesitation, Sister Wei hailed a taxi to follow. Chapter 33. Ningsangsang's confrontation on her end. Ningsangsang took the elevator to the third floor. Wow, what a pretty girl. As she approached room 305, two young delinquents chewing bubblegum lewdly whistled at her. A wave of disgust washed over her, but it was even more repulsive when, upon entering, she was seized by the corpulent Brother Hu pulled her onto the bed with a lecherous grin, scrutinizing her delicate features. Look at that face, such tender skin. I wonder how she is usually cared for. Tiger Brother, with his greasy hands, caressed Ningsangsang's delicate face, making her feel increasingly nauseated. She nearly retched. In a fit of rage, Tiger Brother struck her fiercely, exclaiming, You dare find me disgusting? Ningsangsang's beautiful face immediately turned red and swollen, blood oozing from the impact. She desperately struggled to reach for something in her backpack. However, Tiger Brother was not about to grant her that opportunity. He roughly tore the backpack from her and flung it to the doorway with a loud thud. In that moment, Ningsangsang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Glaring furiously at Tiger Brother, he mockingly patted her cheek, sneering, Still daring to glare at me, little wench? Do you even know who I am? Gritting her teeth, Ningsangsang retorted, Do you know who my brother is? Tiger Brother was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response from her. He furrowed his brow, observing her, and, indeed, she resembled a young lady of high status. With a hint of concern, he inquired, "Who is your brother?" "Your brother-in-law," Ningsangsang spat out through clenched teeth, leaving Tiger Brother utterly bewildered. "What is happening?" "I only sleep with men who have met my parents." With a quick flip of her large eyes, she huffed, "My family has strict morals. Hand over your phone so I can call my brother and have him come here to acknowledge you as his brother-in-law. Otherwise, I will show you what death looks like." Tiger Brother was momentarily stunned before realizing her intent, sneering, "Ah, you're just stalling for time, hoping for a rescue. Indeed, are you brave enough to call my brother? You boast of your prowess, yet do you fear him?" Ningsangsang deliberately provoked Tiger Brother, and he fell for her bait. He released her, laughing, "Who am I afraid of? Go ahead and call. Forcing this delicate body is truly unentertaining. Today, I will show you the extent of my power. You will willingly follow me from now on." Tiger Brother held absolute confidence. In the western district of Yongcheng, he was undeniably the kingpin. What could a mere girl, serving plates in a barbecue joint, possibly have in terms of backing? Perhaps she merely had a brother who wielded a kitchen knife. "Go on, make the call." Tiger Brother even handed his phone to Ningsangsang. She hesitated, refraining from dialing the familiar number she knew by heart. After all, Yongcheng was certainly aware of the recent events, and if he had chosen not to intervene, why should she call him? Feeling aggrieved, Ningsangsang dialed her brother Ningsangsang's number. With her eyes reddened, she pleaded, "Brother, I've found a brother-in-law for you. Hurry and come have a meal with him." It was merely a statement. She held no expectation that Ningsangsang would actually come. Her hope lay with the police. "Little sister, what brother-in-law? Aren't you with Yizong? Do not mention him." Upon hearing Yongcheng's name, Ningsangsang felt both wronged and enraged. "I'm in box 305 at the nightclub. Brother, hurry." After hanging up, Tiger Brother retrieved his phone, laughing mockingly. "So, the call is made?" "Yes," Ningsangsang coldly retorted, glaring at him. "Just wait for my brother to come and beat you up." Unbeknownst to her, Ningsangsang immediately transferred the call to Yongcheng. "In the dimly lit ambience of the nightclub, my sister has vanished. Are you aware of this? She has fled to the Yi's club, specifically to room 305. You must hasten to locate her." Chapter 34. Ningsangsang deliberately provokes Yongcheng. Yongcheng responded in a deep, somber tone. At that moment, Secretary Wang had just adjusted the surveillance camera and confirmed that Ningsangsang had indeed entered room 305. Just as he was about to end the call, a sycophantic voice crackled through the receiver. Ningsangsang, ingratiating himself, said, "President Yi, as soon as my sister contacted me, I informed you immediately. About the money I lost in gambling last time, could you possibly waive it for me?" Yongcheng, repulsed, promptly terminated the call. Ningsangsang had become utterly useless. On the other end of the line, Ningsangsang clenched his fists in resentment. If it weren't for Yongcheng's initial pursuit of his sister Ningsangsang, he would never have fallen into the trap of gambling addiction. He would not have accrued an enormous debt to Yongcheng, nor would he have been coerced into betraying his beloved sister. Unbeknownst to Ningsangsang, she remained on the grand bed, glaring fiercely at Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger, feeling suddenly bashful under the intense gaze of such a beautiful and charming young woman, hesitated to act, as if he had committed some egregious offense. He quickly averted his gaze and dialed the general manager of the Yi Corporation, showering him with flattery. "Hello, is this manager in?" "It's me, Xiaohu. Today, I mentioned I would deliver a little beauty to you, and she's ready in room 305 of Yi's." The general manager of the Yi Corporation was named in. Ningsangsang, fuming, repeated the name to herself and instantly memorized it. Yongcheng, that fiend. It was one thing to ignore her. It was another to allow his employees to humiliate her. "This is your fortune. Little beauty, you could never aspire to even the most minor employee of the Yi Corporation. I am granting you an opportunity for a lavish future." "Huh." Ningsangsang glared even more fiercely, regarding Brother Tiger as if he were a fool. "I don't even want the president of Yi, let alone a manager." Clang. Just as Ningsangsang's words echoed in the room, the door burst open with force. It was Secretary Wang, respectfully pushing Yongcheng's wheelchair into the room. Upon seeing him, Ningsangsang froze momentarily, instinctively retreating in fear from this man who terrified her to her core. "The demon, what was he doing here? This is the brother you spoke of?" Brother Tiger sneered at Yongcheng, dismissing him as just a pretty face seated in a wheelchair, wielding no weapon. Indeed, a mere chicken. Ningsangsang glanced at the arrogant brother tiger and then at Yechen, whose expression was dark and foreboding, as if he were ready to erupt at any moment. She knew this man despised her entanglements with others. With a sudden spark of mischief, Ningsangsang approached brother tiger, wrapping her little hand around his arm and obediently nodding. Yes, the one in the wheelchair is my brother. Brother. She then tugged on brother tiger's arm, introducing him to Yechen, stating that he was going to spend the night with her. Did he approve? Upon finishing her statement, she provocatively blinked her beautiful large eyes at Yechen. Humph. A cripple. Did he dare to disapprove? Tiger was astonished when Ningsangsang unexpectedly wrapped her arm around him. His greasy hand sought to caress her with a lecherous intent, exclaiming, "My little beauty." This scene nearly drove Yechen to the brink of fury. How dare this man lay a hand on Ningsangsang? His eyes blazed crimson, a terrifying rage threatening to erupt from within. Someone, sever the hand of that wild man who dared to touch Ningsangsang. Even though he was aware that Ningsangsang was being deliberately provocative, Yecheng's anger was uncontrollable, on the verge of madness. Such a bold brat. What audacity! Tiger sneered arrogantly. Do you even know who I am? Just as he was about to boast of his own significance, he suddenly noticed something behind Yechen. His eyes widened in shock and terror. Chapter 35. Yecheng's wrath. It turned out that dozens of bodyguards clad in black stood respectfully behind Yechen. Even a fool like Tiger could comprehend that Yechen held an undeniably high status. Yet, what did that matter? This was the territory of the Yin family, a prestigious clan. With this thought, Tiger continued his brazen display. Kid, if you've got the guts, stay right there. The Yin family's young master is on his way. You know the Yi family, right? They are a force to be reckoned with in Yong City. Yi family. Yechen coldly raised his hand, and in an instant, the black-clad bodyguards surged into the private room. The next moment, the room was filled with blood-curdling screams. Though Tiger escaped the fate of having his hands severed, his tendons were ruthlessly sliced. The wails echoed incessantly, while Yechen's gaze fell upon Ningsangsang, whose lips had turned pale with fear, still hesitating to approach. Startled by the man's brutality, Ningsangsang quickly complied, retreating into his open embrace. Are you afraid? He asked, his tone frigid, revealing his lingering anger, yet his large hands shielded her frightened eyes. His warmth enveloped Ningsangsang, granting her a flicker of security. However, the chill in Yechen's eyes only intensified. Not only had he rendered Tiger incapacitated, but he had also crushed the man's pride beneath his heel. The room reverberated with Tiger's agonizing cries, almost shaking the ceiling. You bastard. Just wait until manager hears about this. He cursed, his eyes bloodshot. Tiger was counting on manager to reprimand Yechen. Bang. At that moment, the door was kicked open as manager arrived. Manager, oh, you have come. Tiger, drenched in blood, saw manager as a lifeline. This brat has ruined your plans and stolen your woman. You must annihilate him. Quickly. In Tiger's mind, Yechen had surely met his demise by incurring the wrath of such a prominent figure. Manager, instantly enraged, bellowed, Who dares to steal my woman? He followed Tiger's gaze, ready to confront the situation. Originally intending to teach a lesson, he was suddenly struck by the sight of Yechen. His complexion drained of color, and his legs weakened, causing him to kneel before him in terror. Yechen uttered not a single word. Instead, the man on his knees repeatedly bowed his head in fear. Yizong, how could it be you? This is a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding. I had no idea this young lady was your woman. He was aware of it. Ningsangsang glared at General Manager, cuddling closer to Yechen, her tone pitiful and aggrieved. Yechen, this Mr. said on the phone that he wanted to sleep with me. He works for your company. Did you not order him to do so? How could that be, my darling? Suddenly confronted with such suspicion, Yechen panicked, hastily bending down to comfort Ningsangsang. You mustn't think like that. How could I allow another man? You are capable of anything. Ningsangsang, fuming, refused to listen to any explanation. Determined to hold Yechen accountable. Unable to clarify the situation, Yechen, in a fit of anger, kicked General Manager with great force. Daring to covet my woman, and even wishing to sleep with her, it seems the Yin family has no reason to exist. The venomous words from Yechen transformed General Manager's complexion, causing him to collapse to the ground in despair. It was his lust that would lead to the downfall of the Yin family. Yizong, I beg of you, show mercy. I merely spoke of it on the phone. I did not act upon it. Can you not hold the entire and family accountable? What? Do you truly wish to sleep with my woman? The murderous intent in Yechen eyes was unmistakable. Currently, it was merely the bankruptcy of the family. Hadn't you truly slept with Ningsangsang, he would have long since disappeared from Yong City. Yizong, that was not my intention. And you lamented, pleading as he was forcibly dragged away. Gu, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded, paralyzed by fear. Chapter 36. Yechen. You're fierce with me, he could see clearly. He had to curry favor with general manager and while also prostrating himself before the man in the wheelchair. Who was this man? General manager and referred to him as Yizong. Could it be that this man was none other than Yechen, the president of the Yi Corporation? Contemplating this possibility, Gu was shaken to his core, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from fright. It turned out that the part-time worker at the barbecue restaurant was indeed Yechen's woman. Gu was filled with regret. He wished he could turn back time. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of indignation. How could someone of Ningsangsang's stature be reduced to serving plates? It was outrageous. Drag him away, throw him out of Yong City. Yechen's final ominous command instantly lifted Ningsangsang's spirits. How wonderful! Gu could no longer make things difficult for Wei Jie and Dr. Su. Soon, everyone in the private room respectfully exited, and Secretary Wang kindly closed the door for the two of them. My dear, it is time to settle our accounts. Yechen's narrowed, cold eyes glinted ominously, causing the temperature in the surrounding air to plummet, just as she felt a chill and was about to huddle closer. In the next moment, the pale fingers of the man grasped her chin, lifting it up. My dear, what is my phone number? Poor Ningsangsang trembled at the piercing gaze of Yechen, feeling a pang of guilt as she replied in a low voice. 188 XXXXXXXX. Humph, do you still remember? Ningsangsang. Then why didn't you call me for help? You wouldn't even call that useless Ningsangsang. Yechen was furious, exceedingly furious. Am I so inconsequential in your heart? Ningsangsang? The anger within Yechen intensified, while Ningsangsang looked up, her large eyes filled with tears, gazing at him with a sense of grievance. She filtered out everything he said, only hearing, You're scolding me. You're scolding me. Ningsangsang stared at the man before her, feeling utterly wronged. What is wrong with not calling you? I didn't call, yet you still came, and for that, you scold me. Boo-hoo. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. After barely escaping the clutches of Brother Hu, he not only failed to comfort her, but also scolded her. She pouted in distress, tears streaming down her cheeks. The tears of relief fell from her big eyes, further alarming Yechen. He hurriedly wiped her tears, soothing her. I wasn't scolding you. My dear, please don't cry, please don't cry. Humph. You were scolding me, you demon. It's all your fault. If it weren't for the way you treated Brother Yenzhou, I wouldn't. Do not mention him. Upon hearing Song Yenzhou's name, Yechen's expression darkened ominously, as if a storm was brewing within him. Ningsangsang, unwilling to back down, insisted, I will mention him. Why can't I mention him? Brother Yenzhou, Brother Yenzhou. Suddenly, her lips were silenced as Yechen forcefully pressed her against the wall. He savagely bit her rosy lips and demanded, Are you still going to mention him? Ningsangsang winced from the pain of his bite, struggling to catch her breath from the kiss. Boo-hoo. She instinctively fought back. But the man was like an immovable mountain, pinning her down. Officer, right in here, in this 305 private room. At that moment, Sister Wei led the police over, and Secretary Wang couldn't intervene. The police kicked the door open, revealing Ningsangsang with disheveled hair and disarrayed clothing, being forcefully kissed by Yechen. Sister Wei clearly did not expect it to be anyone other than Brother Hu. But that was irrelevant. She furiously pointed at Yechen. Officer, it's this man. He orchestrated everything. He has been coveting our shop's beautiful young lady, and now intends to assault her. Yechen's expression darkened instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Ningsangsang pushed him away and indignantly reported to the police. Yes, officer, this man is trying to assault me. Chapter 37. Ba Rogue. Yechen's gaze towards Ningsangsang turned resentful. She lowered her head bashfully, feeling a bit guilty, yet her lips continued to murmur, It's true. This man likes to assault me. What is going on? The police officer had already produced the handcuffs and asked Ningsangsang, Are you certain he attempted to assault you? Ningsangsang's gaze faltered as she glanced at Yechen. Just as she was about to speak, Yechen suddenly called her name in a cold tone, lowering his voice to a barefacedly teasing threat. You had better think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, that scoundrel named Song, despicable, shameless, Incensed, Ningsangsang's petite teeth clicked together in frustration as she shot Yechen an indignant glare. Turning to the officer, she could only explain, officer. This is likely a misunderstanding. This man did not force me. It was all voluntary. Yehechen's lips curved slightly upward. However, Sister Wei was not convinced by the young girl's words. Did he threaten you? Officer, you saw it. This man clearly intimidated our young lady. Thank you, Sister Wei. But I truly did not. Ningsangsang's repeated denials caused the officer to retract the handcuffs. Since it was voluntary, please refrain from making false reports in the future. I apologize, officer, Ningsangsang said regretfully as she saw the officer off. Sister Wei looked at Ningsangsang with a mix of disappointment and exasperation, pulling her toward the exit. But she was abruptly halted by Yehechen's authoritative voice. I have a dinner engagement shortly. You are to accompany me. I won't go? Ningsangsang nearly refused, but the man's threatening glare made her change her mind in a heartbeat. Fine, I will go. You are out of your mind. This man is clearly a predator in disguise. You will be, Secretary Wang. Yechen interrupted, his displeasure evident. It's too noisy. Remove irrelevant personnel. Yes, Mr. Yi. Ms. Wei. Please leave. Hey, I haven't finished speaking. Don't push me out. Sister Wei was ushered away by Secretary Wang. This had merely been a brief interlude. Yechen had intended to bring Ningsangsang to this dinner from the outset. Madam, your gown. Secretary Wang respectfully presented a luxurious custom-made short dress. For Ningsangsang's current attire was inappropriate for the occasion. Though she was reluctant to change, she had no choice but to comply under the man's threatening gaze. The black short dress transformed Ningsangsang, whose long, straight black hair cascaded down to her waist, exuding a captivating allure far beyond her white dress. She resembled an angel fallen into darkness, forbidden yet enticing, yearning to be touched. Opposite her, Yehechen's gaze fixated intensely. He swallowed hard, his eyes raking over Ningsangsang's delicate features and slender, graceful legs. The heat of his gaze was so intense that Ningsangsang's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You lecher. Indeed, he was a rogue. The fire within him made it impossible for him to steal a second glance. Yet he would not allow any other man to look upon her either. With a scowl, he chastised Ningsangsang, dressed so scantily. What a disgrace. Who permitted you to wear such attire? There are many ill-intentioned people outside. Change back at once. Ningsangsang thought. Is this man out of his mind? He is the one who made me change. Secretary Wang also sensed that his master was acting irrationally. At the evening gathering, it was evident that the attire of the lady was not suitable for the occasion. It was rumored that the young lady from the Zhang family, who had long pursued him, had specially borrowed a haute couture gown from abroad for today. If only the lady would change. Yehechen showed no hesitation. Ningsangsang's legs are for my eyes only. Chapter 38. Yehechen's fiancé. Reluctantly, Ningsangsang had to change back. But she was disinterested in attending the gathering, her mind preoccupied with concerns for Song Yenzhou. She wondered how Dr. Su's treatment had gone for him today. Secretary Wang respectfully led the way. Mr. Yi, madam, the banquet is on the top floor in the Tianzi private room. The Night Color Club was known for its strict hierarchy. Anyone with a bit of money could access the floors below 3, but as one ascended, financial scrutiny became mandatory. The top floor was reserved for the most prestigious individuals in Yongcheng. Ningsangsang was oblivious to these nuances, yet she felt an ominous premonition regarding Song Yenzhou. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, she suddenly turned and dashed toward the front exit. She needed to check on her brother Yenzhou. Ningsangsang. Yehechen witnessed her fleeing before him, and his anger surged. Bring her back. Although Ningsangsang had made it down the stairs, she was no match for Yehechen's command. She was swiftly apprehended by 2 bodyguards clad in black and thrown before him. Without waiting for Ningsangsang to react, a cold handcuff was clasped around her wrist. Yechen, have you lost your mind? Ningsangsang exclaimed, wide-eyed, struggling to break free, but just then, another handcuff was locked onto Yehechen's wrist. I told you not to run. Ningsangsang had not anticipated that this deranged man would go so far as to prepare such restraints for her. Chain her ankles in the loft, and now handcuff her outside. Darling, you wish for me to be arrested and handcuffed today, so I shall indulge you. Indeed, he indulged her, yet her delicate hands were also restrained. Ningsangsang felt that Yehechen was truly unhinged and perverse. Her left hand was forcibly bound to his as they entered the private room. The room was already filled with guests, and Yehechen was the last to arrive. Mr. Yi, Brother Yongcheng. The affectionate call of Hansheng rang clearly in the room, and instinctively, Ningsangsang turned to look. She saw a woman in a white gown gazing at Yi Hansheng with eyes full of affection. Zhang Wei. Ningsangsang recognized the woman at once. She had bullied her during high school. Despite her gentle goddess facade, behind closed doors, she was a venomous and arrogant young lady. The scars from that period of bullying still haunted Ningsangsang, who had been forced to consume repulsive insects and was too frightened to attend school. Zhang Wei, having recognized her as well, flashed a malicious and taunting smile. Ningsangsang trembled with fear, gripping Yi Hansheng's hand tightly. "Mr. Yi, who is this?" At that moment, everyone in the private room laid their eyes upon Ningsangsang. They squinted, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her face was undeniably beautiful. Yet her clothing and shoes appeared to be mere trinkets from a street vendor, likely a new plaything acquired by Yi Hansheng. Was there any doubt? She was undoubtedly the companion of the night. Someone in the room voiced this thought, and Yi Hansheng made no effort to deny it as he seated Ningsangsang in the honored position. With handcuffs adorning her wrists, Ningsangsang found herself abruptly pulled into the embrace of the man. His blatant display elicited a frown from the young master Jiang Yun, who remarked, "Yi, you're about to become engaged to my sister. Is it appropriate to cavort with women in front of her?" Zhang Wei, too, cast a look of indignation at Yi Hansheng. However, Yi Hansheng chose to disregard the siblings entirely. He reached for a tall wine glass from the table, filling it with the finest red wine, and intended to feed it to Ningsangsang. "Darling, how about a sip of wine today?" Ningsangsang, however, had no desire to indulge in alcohol. Yet the man raised the glass, tilting it to her lips, crimson wine flowing into her mouth. Coughing, her throat was irritated. Her cheeks flushed as she sputtered some of it out. Nevertheless, her lips, slightly stained with wine, appeared full and enticing, reminiscent of ripe grapes. Yi Hansheng's gaze darkened, his throat involuntarily moving as he leaned down to kiss her. "Come, sweetheart, let me wipe the corners of your lips." "How shameless. This is in public." Ningsangsang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she raised her arms, weakly pushing against his chin. "No, go away." The flirtation between the two was utterly unrestrained. Immediately, Zhang Wei's gentle smile froze, her expression darkening. Jiang Yun's face grew even more grim. "This is absurd." The Zhang family and the Yi family were both among the 4 prominent families of Yongcheng. Observing the tension in the atmosphere, others hurriedly attempted to lighten the mood. "Yi, you certainly know how to have fun. This young girl appears quite youthful and beautiful. I wonder how much he spends on her each month." Another chimed in, "Indeed, Yi, do share the price. Whenever you tire of her, let us have a turn." These remarks, initially meant to enliven the atmosphere, suddenly caused the temperature around Yi Hansheng to plummet. With a sharp crack, he shattered the wine glass in his hand. His gaze turned menacing as he surveyed the group of young scions before him. "What? Do you wish to keep her as a plaything?" The group, caught off guard by Yi Hansheng's sudden fury, fell silent. They glanced at Ningsangsang, who still bore the handcuffs, and realized that with such accessories, she could indeed be perceived as an object of amusement. "You are the true playthings. Your entire family is a collection of playthings." Ningsangsang, nestled in Yi Hansheng's embrace, felt her face pale and tremble in anger at their words. In a fit of rage, she seized the wine bottle from the table and hurled it at the group of young scions, with each individual holding a cup. The audacious act of throwing wine took the several arrogant young men by surprise, leaving everyone present, including Jiang Yunhe and Zhang Wei, utterly astonished. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Ningsangsang would exhibit such ferocity. For several seconds, the 3 young men, drenched in wine, could only react with rage. "Yi Zong, you are utterly outrageous. Can you not control yourself?" However, Yi Hansheng's initial anger dissipated significantly with Ningsangsang's bold gesture. He embraced her, gently soothing her quivering chest, attempting to calm her down. "I apologize, everyone. My Ningsangsang has a fiery temperament and is quite eager to assist. Given your foul mouths, she was merely trying to help you cleanse yourselves. You ought to express your gratitude to her." Yi Hansheng's few words visibly altered the expressions of the 3 young men. "Shouldn't you thank my Ningsangsang?" he barked, causing them to comply hastily. "We apologize for our foul language." "Thank you, Miss Ningsangsang, for dousing us with wine." "Indeed. Thank you, Miss Ningsangsang. Thank you. What about the compensation?" Yi Hansheng retorted with a cold smirk. "Is my Ningsangsang merely a source of entertainment for you? Where is your remuneration?" "Remuneration?" The young men were taken aback. feeling utterly humiliated. Not only had they been doused in wine, but now they were also required to apologize. Furthermore, they were expected to provide compensation for emotional distress. If you gentlemen cannot manage this, I shall have to discuss the matter with your families. Of course we can, they replied, desperate not to become the pariahs of their families. Each reluctantly produced a bank card, one with a balance of 1 million, placing it on the table. Ningsangsang's anger evaporated instantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 40. Baby, will you be mine? That's a lot of money. Can I finally repay Sister Wei? Ningsangsang's little hand reached out eagerly, only for Yongcheng to snatch it away first. Darling, you are still young. I shall hold on to it for now. No. Ningsangsang protested, growing frantic as she attempted to reclaim the bank card from Yongcheng. That money is for me. Give it back. Give it back. How naive. Jiang Yunhe observed, fully aware that Yongcheng was merely teasing Ningsangsang. Her apparent love for money suggested she came from humble beginnings. I'll give you 10 million. Jiang Yunhe declared, promptly drafting a check for that amount. He regarded Ningsangsang with disdain. 10 million to leave Yizong. You are merely a plaything. The position of Mrs. Yi is reserved for my sister, not for a woman of your stature. Ningsangsang heard nothing except the promise of 10 million from Jiang Yunhe. Such a golden opportunity left her astounded, her heart racing with exhilaration. All right, I accept. I accept. Without a moment's hesitation, she dismissed Yongcheng. This left the man behind her feeling profoundly hurt, his gaze filled with melancholy, akin to that of a forsaken spouse. As Ningsangsang grasped the check, Yongcheng's large hand suddenly descended, dark and forbidding. You shall not take it. He forcefully attempted to wrest the check from her grip. In a state of desperation, Ningsangsang, aware that her strength paled in comparison to his, resorted to biting his hand with her small, sharp teeth. Yongcheng winced in pain, his eyes turning crimson as he tried to reason with her. Listen, my dear, I have plenty of money. If you marry me and become my wife, isn't that worth more than this 10 million? Think it over. Would you prefer me over this sum? No. Ningsangsang retorted fiercely, her desire for the money overshadowing any consideration for him. Seeing that Yongcheng would not relent, she angrily splashed her glass of red wine at him, exclaiming, Scoundrel! You're about to get engaged to $1 million sister. Stop bothering me. For a long time, Ningsangsang had suppressed her anger, but now it erupted forth. How could he speak of love when he was set to marry that wicked woman, Jiang Wei? Ningsangsang resolved never to be with a man whose vision was clouded and whose life was chaotic. At that moment, the red wine dripped from Yongcheng's hair, and everyone present was left in stunned silence. Shouldn't he, the top-tier magnate, Yongcheng, be the one to command his plaything at will? How was it that he now appeared to be pleading with her not to abandon him? Moreover, this audacious plaything had the audacity to douse him with wine even after he had angered her. Everyone believed that Yongcheng would surely be furious, especially after such a public humiliation. Jiang Wei felt a surge of triumph, believing that her opportunity had arrived. She hurriedly fetched napkins to wipe away the wine stains. Feigning concern, Brother Yongcheng, are you all right? How could that woman do this to you? She cares only for money and has no regard for you. Why would you want such a materialistic woman? Yongcheng's expression darkened, but it was directed at Jiang Wei. He disdainfully brushed aside her hand, attempting to clean himself with a wet wipe. His tone was icy and indifferent. Miss Jiang, it is because of you that my Ningsangsang has misunderstood me. Let me make this clear. I will not be marrying you. The only one I will marry is my Ningsangsang. Chapter 41. I will not be your wife. Instantly, Jiang Wei was taken aback, as were all those present. It had long been rumored that the Yi family, one of the 4 prominent families, was set to engage with the Jiang family. Yet now, the president of the Yi family, Yongcheng, was rejecting the esteemed Jiang Wei in favor of a mere plaything. Was this madness? Jiang Wei could hardly fathom that Yongcheng would choose her victim, the pitiful Ningsangsang, over her. How could a proud young lady like Jiang Wei accept that she was deemed inferior to Ningsangsang? Jiang Yun could hardly accept this. He scoffed, Night Zone. My sister's marriage to you was arranged by Uncle Yi and my father. Have you consulted with Uncle Yi before making this decision? No need for consultation. The Yi family is now under my control, Yongcheng replied, his tone frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. The reason I brought Ningsangsang here today is to show you that my wife will always be her. With a cold voice, Yongcheng instructed Ningsangsang, who was nestled in his arms, leave 1 million for young Master Jiang. We should take our leave. Ningsangsang was reluctant to part with it. Her large, red eyes glaring fiercely at Yechen. Who wants to be your wife? You're ruining my good fortune. Oh, my 1 million. Though she was unwilling, Yechen forcibly took the money from her and tossed it to Jiang Yun. Young Master Jiang, you need not worry about my wife's pocket money. What pocket money? Fearing she might flee, this man had never given her a single penny. Ningsangsang was infuriated, and as Yechen insisted on carrying her away, she protested by scratching at him with her little hands. The sight of the little kitten, all riled up and flailing, was utterly adorable. Yechen gazed at her with a doting expression, his eyes narrowing in enjoyment rather than anger. As he prepared to leave, Jiang Wei could hardly bear it. With reddened eyes, she turned to Ningsangsang and asked, Brother Yechen, what makes her better than me? She is better than you in every way. Ningsangsang, already agitated, seized a glass of wine and splashed it violently at Jiang Wei. Bad woman, get away. Good dogs don't block the way. Jiang Wei was taken aback. The once bullied creature she had tormented dared to stand up to her. In disbelief, she nearly retaliated with a slap, but, striving to maintain her gentle image, she could only tremble with rage. Brother Yechen, look at her. She actually dares to confront our Ningsangsang. Yechen scoffed, clearly displeased. I have already mentioned that my Ningsangsang has a bad temper. Why provoke her, Miss Jiang? Did you not see that she splashed me just now? Jiang Wei was still seething and wanted to say more, but Yechen had already departed. Ningsangsang, constrained by those accursed handcuffs, had no choice but to leave with him. Yet, she felt a sense of satisfaction, having avenged her days of bullying, albeit slightly. The scars Jiang Wei had inflicted on her would remain as shadows for a lifetime. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Ningsangsang and Yechen left, Jiang Wei lost control and smashed several wine glasses in fury, her usual malicious bravado laid bare. Damn Ningsangsang. She was merely my dog. Yet now she dares to compete for a man. Jiang Wei vowed not to relinquish Yechen and would not let Ningsangsang off the hook either. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang and Yechen entered the car. Yechen's expression remained grave. Ningsangsang, from now on, you will return home with me. The attic is cleaned daily by servants, and when you turn 20, we shall obtain our marriage certificate. That will be our marital home. The words spoken by Yechen did not seem like a suggestion, but rather an undeniable command. In an instant, Ningsangsang was infuriated. I won't go back. I won't go back. You have no say in this. Chapter 42. Ningsangsang's stubbornness. Ningsangsang had already been introduced to the outside world, and Mrs. Yi held a prominent position. Yechen feared that the Jiang family or his own father might pose a threat to Ningsangsang. He felt compelled to keep her under his watchful eye for his own peace of mind. If it weren't for the Jiang family's relentless pursuit of marriage, this man would not have been so eager to bring Ningsangsang out so soon. However, after finally escaping for a few days, she was unwilling to be confined once more like a bird in a cage. She struggled fiercely to free herself from the handcuffs, and soon, her delicate wrists bore the marks of her resistance, a deep red line forming, threatening to draw blood. In a moment of anguish, Yechen's eyes turned crimson as he reprimanded her. Stop this nonsense. His sudden ferocity intimidated Ningsangsang into silence. Yet, beneath her fear lay deep anger and injustice. She glared at the fierce man, sensing the absence of any room for negotiation, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Woe is me, a devil, she cried, her small lips quivering as she gasped for breath. Yechen's heart ached for her, but his expression remained dark and forbidding. There were many things he could not tolerate regarding Ningsangsang's stubbornness. Watching her weep, he extended a large hand, intending to pat her back in comfort. However, met with her fierce glare and a shout of, "Get away from me, don't touch me," he could only silently withdraw. After an indeterminate period, it appeared that Ningsangsang had finally cried herself out. As if wishing to catch one last glimpse of the outside world, she turned her gaze towards the trees retreating beyond the window, curling up pitifully. Her sobs continued, and the long, curled lashes were adorned with glistening tears that dripped down her little form with each shudder. An hour later, Yechen forcibly brought Ningsangsang back to the attic of the Yi residence. The handcuff on her left wrist remained firmly in place. Ningsangsang, you must be tired from your time outside. Let us take a bath, he inquired softly, yet she refused to even glare at him, sulking and ignoring him entirely. With a bitter smile, he gently lifted her, pushing the wheelchair towards the bathroom, where warm water had been prepared by the servants in advance. As Ningsangsang had not bathed during her days in the rental, as Yechen began to remove her clothes and placed her in the tub, Ningsangsang suddenly shouted in anger, "I want to go out," accompanied by a flurry of little fists pounding against his body. If it were any other time, Yongcheng would have only found it amusing, akin to a playful kitten, soft and inconsequential. However, given his current injuries, even a slight touch could be excruciating. Particularly, one of her punches landed directly on the wound from his accident, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the sudden pain. Yet, he could not bring himself to scold her. Instead, he coaxed her gently, Ningsangsang, "Be good, don't hit me. I'll fetch you some body wash. Shall we use the creamy strawberry scent today?" "Not good, not good." In a fit of anger, Ningsangsang snatched the bottle of shower gel from Yongcheng's hand and hurled it forcefully towards his body. Yongcheng made no attempt to defend himself, allowing Ningsangsang to vent her frustration upon him. The heavy bottle struck him repeatedly, causing his wounds to reopen, his face paling from the pain, and his thin lips trembling slightly. It wasn't until Ningsangsang grew weary that he finally lifted his nearly pained arm to tenderly tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, saying softly, "Darling, are you tired now? May we wash up?" Ningsangsang's heart burned with indignation, and she raised her hand to strike him once more. Ningsangsang, the man, having lost his patience with her antics, snapped the handcuff on her left wrist and secured it to the water pipe behind the bathtub. Suddenly frightened, Ningsangsang attempted to struggle, but he forcefully pinned her against the tub's wall, gripping her chin with an intensity that made her eyes widen with fear. "Darling, if you are so reluctant to wash alone, do you wish for me to join you?" Chapter 43. Is Ningsangsang feeling shy? "No, I don't want to wash together." Ningsangsang shook her head vigorously, her eyes meeting Yongcheng's dark, predatory gaze, which sent her heart racing as she desperately tried to retreat. But the wall of the bathtub barred her escape, and as he sank his teeth into her neck, the sound of her handcuffs scraping against the pipe echoed in the air. Ah, the devil bites. Yet Ningsangsang found herself unable to move, feeling a sharp pain in her neck as his low, sultry breath brushed against her skin. "Darling, will you now allow me to assist you with your bath?" Ningsangsang nodded her head vigorously, like a rattle. Only then did Yongcheng, his eyes still aflame with desire, release her to retrieve the shower gel. A glance revealed her long, straight black hair cascading like a waterfall, and her skin, delicate and fair as snow, stirred something primal within him. "Darling, relax, extend your legs, and lift your body slightly." In that moment, Yongcheng's long, pale hand was adorned with frothy milk and strawberry bubbles as he meticulously lathered her body, covering her with foam. Ningsangsang, who had initially been fuming, now blushed deeply. Despite her earlier anger, her heart raced inexplicably, and as the man leaned closer, she felt a breathless sensation envelop her. This feeling made her gaze shyly avert. Is it done yet?" Ningsangsang, overwhelmed, could hardly bear the moment. Yongcheng noticed her ears turning crimson, almost standing at attention, and his spirits lifted instantly. He playfully lifted her chin with his knuckles, teasing, "Darling, are you feeling shy?" "Who is shy? You're the one who's shy." "I'm not." Ningsangsang always feigned bravado during bath time, but she kept her head down, unable to meet Yongcheng's gaze. She could only feel him drying her off with a towel and wrapping her, like a sweet, glutinous rice dumpling, before placing her on her pink princess bed. "Ningsangsang, my dear, it's time to dry your hair." The night was cold as Yongcheng held the hairdryer, the warm gusts of air blowing gently over Ningsangsang's head. Her scalp tingled, reminiscent of an electric shock. Then, the man's warm fingertips delicately traced the length of her long black hair, cascading down her neck, gradually moving down to her waist. Ningsangsang's body could no longer contain itself, shuddering involuntarily, her ears flushing crimson in an instant. This devil, how wicked he was. Throughout the entire experience, Ningsangsang was attended to by Yongcheng, and when she was finally wrapped in a light quilt, he simply wished her good night before departing. Why did this man not stay with her tonight? Ningsangsang's large, reddened eyes were filled with confusion. She knew that every time he finished bathing her, he transformed into a ravenous wolf, exhausting her for days on end. She had intended to resist fiercely, but now, Yongcheng had actually left, unbeknownst to her. The moment he stepped out of the attic, a torrent of blood erupted from his throat. His face turned pale, and his breath became shallow. This had been the longest he could endure with his injuries. "Quick, prepare the car. Take him to the hospital." The butler anxiously rushed Yongcheng away. Meanwhile, in the attic, after her bath, Ningsangsang was suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue and soon fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she was still contemplating her escape. And what of her brother, Yinzhou? She wondered how Dr. Su's treatment was faring. The next morning, when Ningsangsang awoke, it was already 9 o'clock. "Madam, hurry." Just then, the lock to the attic was opened from the outside, and the butler rushed in, appearing alarmed. "Madam, Yongcheng is letting you go now. You must leave quickly." Ningsangsang was utterly bewildered. How could this man voluntarily release her? However, the butler wasted no time, urging her to exit through the back door of the Yi residence. Yet, from a distance, she spotted several black cars parked at the entrance of the estate. Who were they? What a grand display! A sense of foreboding washed over Ningsangsang, prompting her to inquire, "What is happening?" The butler hesitated, but with a sigh. He revealed, "Madam, the old master and Chairman Jiang have arrived together." The old master was none other than Yongcheng's father. Ningsangsang immediately recalled the impending union between the Jiang and Yi families. Thus, Yongcheng wanted her to leave to avoid any complications that might jeopardize the alliance. In other words, he had abandoned her. A wave of hollow sadness surged within her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, for she was free, truly free at last. Let Yongcheng go marry that wicked woman. Since he no longer desired her, she would not mourn his absence. Ningsangsang hailed a cab and hastened towards the impoverished district in the western part of the city, intent on finding Song Yinzhou. Meanwhile, old Master Yi, in a fit of fury, led a search through the Yi residence, but found no trace of him, which only fueled his rage. "Where is that scoundrel, Yongcheng?" he demanded. "He is in the hospital," the butler replied. Upon hearing this, old Master Yi stormed off to the hospital. In the upscale ward, Yongcheng had just regained consciousness from his coma, his lips pale and chapped, his body exceedingly frail. Secretary Wang promptly reported with utmost respect, "Young Master Yi." The old master was infuriated this morning and went to the house to confront Madam. "While you were unconscious, no one dared to stop him. So we had no choice but to let Madam leave. It was a temporary measure." Coughing weakly, Yongcheng pressed his temples and commanded, "Have someone follow her discreetly and ensure her safety." "Yes, young Master Yi." Secretary Wang responded just as the door of the ward was forcefully kicked open by old Master Yi, dressed in traditional attire. Old Master Yi's cane struck the floor with a resonant thud. "Unfilial son, you were betrothed to Wei Wei since childhood. How can you simply withdraw from it? Especially for a mere plaything?" His eyes blazed with fury. The union between the Jiang and Yi families promised immense benefits, potentially creating a monopoly in several high-end industries. Now, his son had brazenly declared his intention to marry a trifle from the social circle, which was enough to drive him to the brink of madness. Cough, cough. Ningsangsang is not a mere plaything. Yongcheng finally spoke, his tone resolute. "Ningsangsang is my present and future, my only wife. 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 I declare her your wife." Old Master Yi, infuriated by this declaration, shouted, "Bring forth the family discipline. Today, I shall teach this unfilial son a lesson." "Calm down. Old master, the young master is not. Bring it here." The family discipline of the Yi household was a barbed whip, capable of inflicting excruciating pain with each strike. "Unfilial son, kneel." Old Master Yi, disregarding Yongcheng's injuries, prepared to administer punishment. Yongcheng, accustomed to such treatment since childhood, bore the scars of countless whippings on his back. As he saw the whip stained red with his own blood, he felt an unsettling numbness. Yet a cold smile tugged at the corners of his lips. After all, he was his father. With great effort, he forced himself to kneel. Crack, crack, crack. The whistling sound of the whip sliced through the air, striking Yongcheng's back with ferocity. Instantly, his hospital gown tore, flesh laid bare. With each strike, the whip turned a deep crimson, blood soaking through his garment and trickling down his spine. "Unfilial son, do you not realize your mistake? Will you still marry that plaything? Speak. Will you marry her or not?" The night was cold and heavy, and yet Yongcheng had coughed up blood. His arms strained to support him, nearly giving way under the weight of his pain, which caused his body to tremble violently. Nevertheless, he merely let out a muffled groan, coldly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the pad of his finger. When he spoke again, his tone was devoid of warmth. "Marry," he stated. Chapter 45. Ningsangsang's misunderstanding. Old Master Yi was on the verge of exploding with fury. He raised his whip to strike again, but was halted by the old steward, who had been by his side for many years. "Master, if you strike the young master again, he may perish." Indeed, Yongcheng's breath had become notably feeble. With such grave injuries, an ordinary person would have fainted long ago. Yet he remained conscious, his fists clenched tightly, coldly observing, "Old master, you retract the whip. Now that you have vented your anger, I hope you will cease to trouble Ningsangsang. Impudent. I must find that enchanting little demon, and you dare. Should you lay a finger on her, I will ensure that your precious, illegitimate children accompany her to the grave." Yechenchen's voice rose in a threatening crescendo, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied intensity. Old Master Yi suddenly found himself unable to meet his son's gaze. He had never liked Yechen, for at times, his son's eyes instilled a sense of dread within him. Struggling to maintain his patriarchal authority, he grunted, "Unfilial son, mind your behavior." After delivering this retort, Old Master Yi hurriedly departed. With a thud, as soon as Old Master Yi left, Yechen could no longer bear the strain and collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by a pool of his own blood. Secretary Wang quickly called for a doctor, while tenderly assisting Yechen to sit up. "Young master, why must you endure this? The Yi family is in your hands now. Why subject yourself to the old master's wrath? 98 times. Since childhood, he has struck me with that whip 98 times. After today, the blood I have shed would suffice to repay him half. The pain of his body, a gift from his parents, and the remainder belonging to his mother. This shall be the last time. After today, that old man shall have no right to lay a hand on me again." At this moment, Yechen was engulfed by excruciating pain, his weakened state making it nearly impossible to lift his heavy eyelids. Cough. Ningsangsang, where has Ningsangsang gone? Even now? Yechen's thoughts lingered on Ningsangsang. Rest assured, young master, the madam is safe. The old master will not find her anytime soon. She has returned to that rented apartment. Returning to the apartment meant she would seek out that wild man surnamed Song. Is she in such a hurry? Yechen's lips curled in a bitter smile. He struggled to feel the red string tied around his wrist, his consciousness slipping away like a taut string snapping. And with a sudden jolt, he lost consciousness. Where is the doctor? Why has he not arrived yet? Take him to the emergency room. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang had returned to the rented apartment. How is brother Yenzhou's injury? Much improved. Dr. Su, this is the third day you have come. The fever has largely subsided and is unlikely to recur. The wound has begun to form scabs. That is indeed good news, sighed Ningsangsang with relief. However, he still needs to rest properly for a while. It is best that he does not move about carelessly. Yes, thank you, Dr. Su. Ningsangsang bid farewell to Dr. Su. Song Yenzhou is now fully awake, and he anxiously grasped Ningsangsang's small hand. Ning, yesterday, you were taken back. Did that scoundrel named Yi do anything to you? No. Ningsangsang shook her head, and for some reason, whenever she thought of Yechen now, a slight pang tugged at her heart. It felt as though something unfortunate had befallen that man. Yet, what could possibly happen to him? He is likely in the arms of his new love, Jiangwei. As this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable sorrow filled her heart. Biting her lip, she felt a surge of anger and huffed, "Brother Yenzhou, let us not speak of him." Chapter 46. Ningsangsang rejects Song Yenzhou's confession. The very mention of him made Ningsangsang reluctant, which only made Song Yenzhou more anxious. Ning, did that scoundrel hurt you again? Speak the truth to me. No. Ningsangsang vehemently denied it again, looking into Song Yenzhou's eyes. She felt a slight dissatisfaction. Brother Yenzhou, you should refrain from calling him a scoundrel. He isn't all that bad. Aside from depriving her of freedom and being excessively possessive, she felt that Yechen was not entirely terrible. What do you mean by not so bad? Song Yenzhou, observing Ningsangsang's childlike expression as she lowered her head, felt a jolt in his heart, and his complexion turned pale. Ning, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for him. How could that be? No. Ningsangsang instantly resembled a puffed-up kitten, waving her small hands in adamant denial. It was utterly absurd. How could she possibly have feelings for that demon? That is good, Ning. I was truly worried that being locked away by him for a year had warped your mind. Song Yenzhou let out a sigh of relief once more. Then, he suddenly fell silent, his gaze toward Ningsangsang growing increasingly tender, filled with affection. Ning. In the next moment, Song Yenzhou called her name with a grave tone, taking a deep breath as his large hand gently grasped hers. Ning, will you give me a chance to be with you? Allowing me to care for you for a lifetime? Song Yenzhou finally confessed. After so many years, he had harbored these feelings deep within his heart. With great anticipation, he was met with shock as Ningsangsang immediately jumped back, swiftly releasing his hand. Her voice became stammering. Brother Yenzhou, please do not jest. I regard you merely as a brother, There are absolutely no romantic feelings involved. In an instant, the sparkle of hope in Song Yinzhou's enchanting eyes dimmed. But Ning, you once said when you were young that you would marry me. Does that even count? Ningsangsang widened her eyes, shaking her head vigorously. Brother Yinzhou, that was merely child's play. Yet, in your childhood, you professed your affection for me, frequently gifting me pendants and hair ornaments, expressing a desire for me to protect you for a lifetime. Good things are meant to be shared, after all. Ningsangsang earnestly explained to Brother Yinzhou that when children speak of lifelong protection, they merely wish for companionship throughout their lives. However, Brother Yinzhou, please, no more. Ningsangsang, feeling helpless, clutched her garment, unsure of how to respond. All she could do was halt the conversation and, in a state of turmoil, escape as if fleeing. That Brother Yinzhou, I must go to Sister Wei's store. Ningsangsang could only fabricate a flimsy excuse, her heart racing along the way. She was certain her feelings for Song Yinzhou were not love, but rather a familial dependence. Nevertheless, she feared that such rejection might wound Song Yinzhou. Throughout her journey, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Upon arriving at Sister Wei's barbecue shop, she discovered that it had reopened, albeit under renovation. Oh, little girl, you're here. Sister Wei rushed over, her eyes scanning Ningsangsang with concern. How are you? Did that scoundrel do anything to you last night? No. Ningsangsang shook her head, indignantly retorting, he is too busy with other wicked women to bother with me. Whether it was a figment of her imagination. Sister Wei couldn't shake the feeling that Ningsangsang sounded a bit jealous. However, she quickly dismissed this absurd notion. By the way, Sister Wei, are you renovating? Ningsangsang seemed to shift her focus to the shop, her head bowed in guilt. I'm so sorry. I still owe you money and can't repay you right now. No worries. I have funds. A mysterious investor approached me about a partnership. Sister Wei excitedly recounted how this benefactor deemed her old shop too shabby and dirty, insisting on a renovation. They also suggested hiring more staff to alleviate the burden on her existing employees. The mention of a mysterious benefactor stirred an inexplicable sensation within Ningsangsang. However, she dismissed it and entered the shop. Sister Wei, I'll continue helping you, she declared, since she still owed a considerable amount. Ningsangsang felt that contributing towards her debt was the least she could do. All right, you can assist me shortly. Ningsangsang donned an apron, occasionally sweeping the floor or handing items to customers. The workers, charmed by her beauty, hesitated to put her to work. Nevertheless, Ningsangsang diligently engaged in her tasks throughout the day. As evening approached and it was time to close, Sister Wei called her for dinner. It was at this moment that Yongcheng finally regained consciousness in the hospital after a lengthy emergency treatment. The man, severely weakened, lay on his side, his back swathed in white bandages, unable to lie flat. Mr. Yi, would you like something to eat? Secretary Wang respectfully presented a bowl of light, nutritious porridge. Yongcheng had no appetite. Cough, cough. His face was as pale as parchment, and his tone was devoid of warmth. Have you accomplished the task I entrusted to you? It has been completed. A substantial sum has already been injected into Sister Wei's barbecue restaurant. Even if Madam stays there for a few days, it will not be too much of a burden. Yongcheng, discontented with the idea of living in a rental, contemplated upgrading the barbecue restaurant instead. Once the renovations were completed, he could hire additional staff, ensuring that his dear Ningsangsang would not be overworked. Very well, let her stay there for a few days. Yongcheng wished to shield Ningsangsang from witnessing his current frail state. Ah, there is one more matter. I wish to see my precious. It has been arranged, Mr. Yi. Secretary Wang respectfully interjected. All the workers involved in today's renovations are from our side. They have secretly installed hidden cameras throughout the restaurant. Yongcheng could not bear to be apart from Ningsangsang. Not for a moment. He needed to see her at all times. This is the surveillance footage. Secretary Wang stated, presenting a tablet. Displayed prominently was a scene of Ningsangsang and Sister Wei enjoying barbecue after work at the restaurant. In the video, Ningsangsang appeared lively and cheerful, her sleeves rolled up, thoroughly indulging in skewers. This little one, indulging in such unhealthy food. Yongcheng's tone was one of reproach. Yet his eyes brimmed with helpless affection. Perhaps it was because he usually forbade Ningsangsang from eating such things that, when she finally had the chance, they tasted all the more delightful. Her small mouth was constantly filled, never pausing to enjoy her feast. Yongcheng watched intently. Ningsangsang was savoring her meal, and as he absorbed the scene, the pain in his wounds seemed to diminish. He observed her little belly growing rounder and couldn't help but chuckle. my dear. It seems you might need some digestive aid. Ningsangsang had always struggled with digestion, and throughout the past year under Yechenchen's care, whenever she experienced discomfort after eating, it was he who administered medicine and gently massaged her belly. Now, Yechen was greatly concerned about how Ningsangsang would fare that evening. It must be said, Yechen understood Ningsangsang's constitution better than she herself did. On her way back after eating, Ningsangsang felt overly full. The petite face she bore suddenly paled. Nausea. Ningsangsang's little belly ached, and she found herself dry heaving over a trash can. "Yechen, please help me," Ningsangsang instinctively uttered, only to realize she was still walking along the path. Humph, where was there an Yechen? That devil was surely out on a date with that wicked woman. Zhongwei. The mere thought of Yechen made Ningsangsang furious, intensifying her queasiness. As she trudged back to her rental, she unexpectedly spotted a figure in the distance. Chapter 48. Ningsangsang's final destination, Brother Yinzhou. Upon approaching, Ningsangsang recognized it was Song Yinzhou. She exclaimed anxiously, "Why are you up? Didn't Doctor Su advise you to rest in bed? I'm feeling much better today. But Ning, why does your face look so pale? Are you unwell?" Song Yinzhou's tone was gentle, transforming once more into that tender older brother, as if the morning's confession had never occurred. Ningsangsang, carefree and lighthearted, felt as though they had returned to their normal interactions. "I'm fine, Brother Yinzhou. I just overindulged and my stomach hurts." "Then hurry inside and have a cup of warm water." "No," Ningsangsang shook her head, her little belly already round and full, unable to take in any more liquid. "Then lie down, Ning, and let me massage your stomach." In the chill of late autumn, Song Yinzhou breathed out a puff of air, rubbing his large hands together to warm them, preparing to soothe Ningsangsang's belly. "No, that's not necessary." Ningsangsang instinctively declined, feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed, as if she were engaging in a clandestine affair. In that instant, Song Yinzhou's hand froze, his peach blossom eyes, framed by golden spectacles, drooping in disappointment. Ning, even if you only see me as an older brother, wouldn't you let your brother rub your belly? Do you really dislike me so much? No. Ningsangsang hurriedly shook her head like a rattle drum. How could she possibly dislike Song Yinzhou? "Then, Ning, since you don't dislike me, may I massage you now?" "All right, fine." At this point, Ningsangsang could hardly utter another word of refusal. She lay flat on the bed as Song Yinzhou's gentle hands enveloped her, softly kneading her stomach. Ning, do you feel any better now?" "Yes, much better." Although his technique was not as proficient as Yechenchen's, Song Yinzhou was still able to provide some relief. After a long day of work, Ningsangsang was utterly exhausted and soon drifted off to sleep under his touch. Ning. After a considerable time, Song Yinzhou observed Ningsangsang's steady breathing. A flicker of madness reflected in his peach blossom eyes beneath the golden frames. He shifted his large hand from her stomach to her little head, his gaze gradually narrowing, darkening. Ning, it doesn't matter if you don't accept me now, but the man who will accompany you for a lifetime will surely be me. That man with the surname Yi, trying to engage with the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, while still entangling you, is utterly despicable. Song Yinzhou felt a profound sense of urgency. Though Ningsangsang remained oblivious, he could sense that she had developed feelings for Yechen. Why was it that she only regarded him as an older brother while harboring affections for another? His eyes turned increasingly cold. Ning, I will ensure you are thoroughly disappointed in him, and when that time comes, you will realize that only I am your true sanctuary. As the night passed, Ningsangsang awoke the next morning, noticing her stomach no longer ached. She glanced over and saw Song Yinzhou soundly asleep at her bedside. In this frigid weather, Ningsangsang quickly covered him with a blanket, not having the heart to wake him. After tidying up a bit, she set off for work. The barbecue shop was not particularly busy that morning, as renovations had pushed Wei Jie to set up the stall outside. There were few customers, but as noon approached, the shop unexpectedly received a large order through Mate 1. It was for delivery to the hospital. The other party was in urgent need, declaring they could not wait for the delivery person and offering a tip for the staff to take a taxi instead. Sister Wei was preoccupied with overseeing the renovations, and upon hearing there was money to be made, Ningsangsang eagerly rushed over. The client was in a high-end ward at the First People's Hospital of Yongcheng. Initially, Ningsangsang was internally grumbling about the unhealthy barbecue, questioning why anyone would indulge in such greasy food while ill. However, upon knocking on the ward door and hearing a voice say, "Come in," she pushed the door open and her expression paled at the sight of the patient in the bed. It was that devil. Instinctively, Ningsangsang attempted to flee, but was intercepted by a dark-clad bodyguard. "Madam, where are you going?" "Young master is still waiting for the meal you brought," he stated. Ningsangsang was forcibly ushered into the ward, the door creaking ominously shut behind her. Yechen, clad in a black suit, sat upright, engaged in a video conference with senior executives. This man had such an obsession with maintaining appearances. Even in a hospital, he refused to don a loose hospital gown. Clearly struggling physically, he still maintained an air of meticulousness. Under normal circumstances, Ningsangsang might have commented on this, but now, with this man being Jiang Wei's husband, she could hardly muster any concern. "Mr. Yi, here is the meal you ordered," she said, her innate fear of Yechen prompting her to place the barbecue on the bedside table before making an attempt to leave. Yet, he did not even glance in her direction, engrossed in his meeting. Ningsangsang contemplated slipping away, but the bodyguard steadfastly denied her exit. Reluctantly, she returned to her seat, waiting patiently, but after what felt like an eternity, Yechen showed no signs of concluding his meeting. She clutched her grumbling stomach, finally losing patience. "Mr. Yi?" she called out tentatively. "Could you have someone open the door for me?" Yet, Yechen seemed utterly oblivious to her presence. After several attempts to get his attention, Ningsangsang sensed that this frosty man was, inexplicably, upset with her. Why should he be angry? She was the one who had been cast aside. It should be her who was indignant. Her stomach growled once more, the sound echoing in the silence. At last, the corners of Yechen's discerning eyes flickered in her direction. Ningsangsang was starving. Glancing at the extravagant barbecue, she realized there was no way this man could consume all of it alone. After waiting so long with an empty stomach, it would only be fair for him to share a bit with her. Resolving this in her mind, she proceeded to unwrap the packaging, extracting 2 skewers of meat. She approached Yechen, playfully waving the skewers in front of him as a form of greeting, and opened her mouth to take a bite. In the video call, the executives seemed to catch a glimpse of the unexpected scene. "Quick, take a screenshot," was their immediate thought, for Yechen was known for his meticulous nature, with every word and action carrying profound significance. The swift actions of a certain general manager led to the acquisition of 2 skewers of lamb. With a sense of pride, he proposed in the group, "Knight General, do you truly only wish to liken this project to lamb skewers?" Indeed, it seemed so, as he rambled on. Yechen's expression darkened instantly. He turned to confront the source of his irritation, Ningsangsang, only to find that she had already devoured 4 or 5 skewers in rapid succession. "Doesn't your stomach hurt? Have you not learned any lesson?" Yechen's countenance grew grim, and he admonished her, "No more eating. Put that down." Startled, Ningsangsang trembled slightly, her little mouth swallowing hard as she looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Mr. Yi, I'm hungry. Please don't be so stingy. I can pay you back for however much I eat," she exclaimed, clutching the skewers protectively as if she were a tiny kitten desperately guarding her food. Yet, Yechen would not allow her to indulge in such defiance. "I said no eating," he retorted angrily, swatting the skewers from her grasp with a swift motion. In an instant, Ningsangsang's eyes brimmed with tears. "What are you doing?" She glared at him fiercely. "You're so petty. It's just a couple of lamb skewers. If you continue being such a miser, you'll never find a wife." Chapter 50. Yechen's reputation crumbles. The executives quickly began to whisper among themselves in their small group, realizing that their president was, in fact, quite stingy, refusing to even share a couple of lamb skewers. Truly, one should not judge a person by appearances. It seemed that wealthy individuals were indeed miserly. Yechen, he seized Ningsangsang and pinned her down on the hospital bed, delivering swift reprimands. Crack, crack, crack. Still daring to retort? No eating means no eating. You snuck a few skewers, so I shall give you a few slaps to remind you. Ningsangsang's pained whimpers echoed throughout the conference room, muffled by the computer screen. The executives were left dumbfounded. It turned out that their president was not only stingy, but also had a violent streak. Just because she had eaten a few skewers, he resorted to such harsh measures. "Oh, it hurts. How could you be so cruel?" They could hardly bear to listen to the pitiful cries of the young girl. It was utterly inhumane. Suddenly, they understood why Yechen had remained single for over 20 years. It was not due to a lack of interest in women, but rather that his stinginess and violent tendencies had frightened them all away. Unbeknownst to him, his image in the eyes of his subordinates had completely transformed. He intended to discipline Ningsangsang, abruptly shutting off the video conference. "Am I not clear in forbidding you from eating such things?" You snuck a bite yesterday when I was absent, and now you dare to eat in front of me today. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. He assertively lifted Ningsangsang's chin, forcing her to meet his fiery gaze. Now, will you eat again in the future? Ningsangsang felt as if her little chin might split in two, and she instinctively tried to retaliate, but Yongcheng held her firmly in place. Even injured, he was more than capable of handling her. Ningsangsang, filled with indignation, clenched her small fists, her tiny teeth chattering as she declared, I will eat what I want. And you have no right to interfere. Who do you think you are to control me? Yongcheng, incensed by her words, patted Ningsangsang's little face with a sinister smile. It appears you have forgotten everything I've said, my dear. You belong to me, and it is my duty to oversee you. Who belongs to you? Ningsangsang retorted, her temper flaring as she glared fiercely at Yongcheng. You heartless scoundrel. You're already entangled with that wicked woman, Jiang Wei. So why do you concern yourself with me? Go tend to her. Yongcheng frowned slightly. What Jiang Wei? His eyes darkened as he gazed at Ningsangsang. Have you misunderstood something? I have no connection with that Jiang family heiress. He sought to clarify his position, looking earnestly at Ningsangsang. Tell me, have you heard any unfounded gossip? Ningsangsang's big eyes clouded with uncertainty, for Yongcheng did not appear to be lying. Could it be that she had truly misjudged the situation? Then explain this. Just as Ningsangsang was about to confront Yongcheng, a sharp knocking echoed from the hospital room door. Who is it? As she turned to look, Jiang Wei, the popular celebrity, entered, sunglasses perched on her nose, carrying a pot of nourishing soup. Yongcheng, how are you feeling? I brought you some ginseng soup to help with your recovery. Ningsangsang's eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling a deep sense of betrayal wash over her, she forcefully pushed Yongcheng away. So much for your claim of having no connection. You're clearly receiving ginseng soup from her. You're injured. Could it be that you overexerted yourself last night? Chapter 51. Ningsangsang's defiance. Yongcheng's expression darkened considerably. This little creature dared to tarnish his reputation. He met Ningsangsang's furious gaze and seized her wrist, intending to pull her forcefully back under the covers. Whether I am good or bad, my dear, you shall find out. Ningsangsang's face flushed crimson as she kicked and hit at Yongcheng, exclaiming, You shameless rogue. Jiang Wei, having just entered and witnessed the scene, felt her blood boil. Did these two truly disregard her presence? Her fingers dug into her own flesh out of irritation. Yet she managed to maintain a smile while attempting to place the ginseng soup on the bedside table. Seeking to assert herself, her eyes caught sight of some barbecued food. She immediately grew anxious. Yongcheng, who bought you this? You're ill. How can you eat such unhealthy food? This is detrimental to your health. Is this woman taking care of you properly? Yongcheng's gaze turned icy, ready to defend Ningsangsang, but she preempted him, crossing her arms defiantly. She retorted with a sarcastic tone, Yes, it was I who brought it. I may not be as adept at caring for others as you, Miss Jiang, but I can certainly brew a fine pot of ginseng soup. As the night unfolded, the aroma of the fragrant drinks filled the air, and I chose not to intrude upon your intimate rendezvous. With my unremarkable skewers in hand, I shall take my leave. Disheartened, Ningsangsang could no longer bear to cast even a fleeting glance at the couple. In a fit of anger and indignation, she slammed the door behind her. Yongcheng, with a darkened gaze, ultimately chose not to stop her. The ruckus had reopened the wound on his back, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He coldly turned his attention to Jiang Wei. Miss Jiang, do you require something? If it pertains to an arranged marriage or an attempt to curry favor before me, it is unnecessary. I harbor no interest in you. Yongcheng's words were devoid of warmth or leniency. Jiang Wei felt a wave of grievance wash over her. She genuinely adored Yongcheng, a sentiment that had blossomed since childhood. She endeavored to appear indifferent to her beloved elder brother. If I have erred in some way, I am willing to amend it. Could you not treat me thus? Yongcheng, expressionless, closed his eyes. Miss Jiang, I must insist you take your leave. What I find most unsatisfactory about you is that you are not Ningsangsang, a fact you cannot alter. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for her to be escorted out. Fuming, Jiang Wei nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Wait. Suddenly, Yongcheng called out to her from behind. A flicker of hope ignited within her as she turned, sweetly addressing him. Brother Yongcheng, please take your ginseng soup with you. Yongcheng's tone grew even colder. Jiang Wei felt as if a profound humiliation had been inflicted upon her, and she could no longer bear to remain. Upon exiting, her assistant, Xiao Yan, eagerly offered to carry her belongings and casually remarked, "Sister Wei, why have you brought the soup out again?" With a swift and fierce motion, Jiang Wei slapped her assistant. "Is that your concern?" Silence. Jiang Wei's demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a fierce and venomous side, in stark contrast to her previous appearance before Yongcheng. A visible imprint of her hand marred the assistant's face, yet she held back her tears. Once outside the hospital, Jiang Wei climbed into the comfort of a luxurious vehicle. Still unwilling to concede, she opened her phone and snapped a picture of the ginseng soup thermos, promptly posting it on Weibo, accompanied by a shy emoji. After 3 hours of visiting him, thankfully, he said he enjoyed drinking it. The comments erupted almost instantly. Jiang Wei, a rising star, received thousands of comments within a minute. "Oh my goodness, sister. Your words are so heartwarming. Who is he? The adorable one upstairs. Who else could it be? Surely. It is the most esteemed man in Yong City, Yongcheng. Are you not aware that the Yi and Jiang families are set to unite? They are a match made in heaven, perfectly suited from lineage to appearance. Yes, yes, a union destined by fate." The comments section overflowed with envy and blessings. Typically, fans of lesser celebrities disapproved of their idols dating, but they had yet to encounter the perfect, wealthy, and handsome figure that was Jiang Wei's brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang had returned to Wei Jia's barbecue shop. She opened the shop's computer, intending to check the time, only to find Jiang Wei's post trending in the entertainment headlines. Ningsangsang was suddenly filled with an inexplicable anger. Humph, visiting the sick, he claimed to enjoy drinking. When Ningsangsang opened her WeChat, she found that the only contact deleted by Yongcheng was her own. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. She promptly changed Yongcheng's affectionate nickname from husband Yechen to blind, unrivaled, chaos in private life, ginseng soup-loving philanderer. Chapter 52. Ningsangsang's jealousy after making the change. Ningsangsang contemplated blocking and deleting him. However, when her finger hovered over that interface, she ultimately backed out. Forget it. If she deleted him, her efforts in changing the nickname would be in vain. Ningsangsang spent the entire afternoon working, her lips pursed in annoyance. When no one was around, she violently slapped the cloth in her hand, making sharp sounds. Yongcheng, observing through the camera, felt a jolt of fear. Who has provoked this little ancestral spirit of his? Humph. After wiping the table, Ningsangsang proceeded to clean the power socket, which was covered in a layer of dust from renovations. At that moment, Yongcheng was watching through the pinhole camera disguised within the socket. Suddenly, the camera revealed a close-up of Ningsangsang's furious little face. Yongcheng instinctively felt a twinge of guilt, especially as Ningsangsang fixed her gaze intently on the socket. Had the surveillance been discovered? For the first time, the formidable figure of Yongcheng felt a sense of unease. Ah, the scoundrel. In fact, Ningsangsang's mind wandered to the intimate scene between Yongcheng and Jiang Wei in the hospital room. Numerous poses flashed through her mind. She believed Jiang Wei should have brought fried kidneys instead of ginseng soup. As these images flooded her thoughts, Ningsangsang vigorously wiped the socket, venting her frustrations. The camera on Yongcheng's side began to shake. The view shifted from Ningsangsang's small face to a rapidly moving cloth. If Yongcheng's heart was weak, he might have been startled into illness by Ningsangsang's erratic movements. Fortunately, after a few swipes, Ningsangsang moved on to other areas. Yongcheng let out a sigh of relief, though his eyes turned cold and crimson. Who could have made his precious one so upset? Knock, knock. At that moment, Secretary Wang respectfully entered. "Mr. Yi, there has been some public opinion concerning Miss Jiang that requires your attention." As he observed his master's increasingly dark expression, Secretary Wang felt a chilling pressure enveloping him. "It appears that Miss Jiang has posted a Weibo about you." As Yongcheng spoke, he presented the Weibo content to Yongcheng. It was nothing but baseless nonsense. Yongcheng's expression turned grim as he read the post, an expression of disdain flickering in his deep gaze. "Immediately contact that woman surnamed Jiang and demand she delete it. Mr. Yi, regarding the trending topic, remove it. Seal off this topic entirely. Under no circumstances should my wife see this." Yongcheng was determined not to allow Ningsangsang to harbor any negative impressions of him. Secretary Wang promptly set to work. As the night deepened, Yongcheng's gaze shifted back to the camera, where he found Ningsangsang still fuming. This little creature certainly had a fiery temper. Observing her, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing him to furrow his brows, though he could hardly suppress his rising excitement. Had Ningsangsang spent the entire afternoon sulking due to a post she had seen on Weibo, feeling jealous? But how could that be? Yongcheng was well aware that Ningsangsang held no affection for her. His possessiveness had merely compelled her to remain by his side. With this realization, a sense of darkness and agitation enveloped him. Song Yinzhou, that wild man, what merits did he possess? Just as Yongcheng's mood soured further, Jiang Wei called him. Irritated, he hung up the phone, but the incessant buzzing continued. Finally, with distaste, he answered the call. Hello, Hanqing Gij. Jiang Wei's voice was soft and tinged with grievance. I am, after all, a popular star with 30 million fans. Suddenly deleting a Weibo post invites all sorts of interpretations. What does that have to do with me? Yongcheng replied coldly, instantly silencing Jiang Wei. But Hanqing Gij, is it wrong for me to like you? Am I not allowed to whimsically post on Weibo? Miss Jiang. Yongcheng's tone grew impatient. Your feelings for me are your own concern, but if I were to encourage those feelings, it would be my fault. Ningsangsang is quite strict. She does not wish for any distractions in my life. Thus, when such inclinations arise, I must extinguish them promptly. I hope you can understand. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Furious, Jiang Wei threw her phone to the ground, shattering it. Ningsangsang. I should have dealt with her ruthlessly from the start. Nevertheless, Jiang Wei deleted the Weibo post. However, Ningsangsang remained oblivious to it. After a long afternoon's work, when she left the barbecue restaurant, she noticed that the construction team had nearly completed their renovations. Observing how the establishment had expanded significantly and transformed into a far more inviting space, Ningsangsang pondered what gift she should present to celebrate the opening. Upon returning to her rented room, she sought the opinion of Song Yinzhou, her older brother figure. After a moment of gentle contemplation, he suggested, Ning, I believe you could create a painting. You attended one of the best art academies, and although you are currently on leave, your foundation is solid. A gift need not be extravagant. It is the thought that counts. Song Yinzhou's reasoning resonated with her. Ningsangsang had a profound passion for painting and had once been enrolled in the nation's leading art academy. Though Yongcheng had forced her to take a leave of absence a year ago, during the past year, she had occasionally painted in the attic. Yet her frustrations often led to her tearing her artworks apart immediately after completion. Although she hadn't painted in a month or two, creating a couple of pieces for the barbecue restaurant posed no challenge for her. Reclaiming her paintbrush, Ningsangsang gathered an array of colors. Soon, inspired by a surge of creativity, she completed a painting in a single night. What do you think, Brother Yinzhou? Despite her slight insecurity about the artwork, Song Yinzhou was utterly captivated upon viewing it. Although his expertise lay in music, he understood that all forms of art are interconnected. Ning. These two pieces are truly masterpieces. They resonate deeply. Ningsangsang's painting style leaned towards Impressionism, depicting a rose extending from a sealed window of an attic, with the sun gently rising outside. However, through the window, only a small patch of red could be seen. The elements of the painting were not overly complex, yet the vibrant colors conveyed an ephemeral quality that stirred the soul. Song Yinzhou found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Well then, Brother Yinzhou, I shall name this piece The Hidden Rose. What do you think? Fantastic, Song Yinzhou exclaimed, feeling a pang of regret that Ningsangsang intended to gift this artwork to Wei Jie at the barbecue restaurant. Yet, Ningsangsang had meant it as a present for her. After finishing the painting, she contemplated furthering her education, but her guardianship lay with the brooding Yongcheng. Without his consent, the principal would not permit her to return to school. Perhaps once that man married the wicked Jiang Wei, she would finally be liberated, Ningsangsang mused. The following day, Wei Jie's barbecue restaurant resumed operations. Sister Wei, I'm sorry, but I have no money and can only offer you this painting I created myself. Rest assured, I will work hard to repay the debt I owe you. The debt she owed Wei Jie weighed heavily on Ningsangsang's heart. However, Wei Jie dismissed the concern, encouraging her gently. Take your time, dear girl. Focus on your work. While I may not have much, I know a few affluent friends. There's a man who owns a canning factory. His son just graduated from university, stands at 6 feet tall, and is quite handsome. I've sent your photo to him, and he was very pleased. You should meet him in the coming days. Chapter 54. Ningsangsang's blind date. Upon hearing Wei Jie's words, Ningsangsang's mouth fell agape in shock. Indeed, this young man is 26 years old, earns a handsome salary in computer science, making around 10 to 20,000 a month. Marrying him would certainly provide a good future. Wei Jie had the best intentions at heart. Look at how you and your brother have fallen to this point. He is unwell and in need of someone compassionate. My dear girl, Opportunities like this do not come often. You must seize such favorable circumstances. No, I don't want to. Ningsangsang shook her head vehemently. She was merely 19 and had no urgency to marry. Child, this boy's family possesses assets worth millions. What kind of man could you hope to attract in the future? While you are still young, it would be wise to improve your social standing. Wei Jie genuinely believed she was acting in Ningsangsang's best interest. Regardless of the outcome, you should at least meet him. I have already spoken with his parents. Ningsangsang realized that Wei Jie had not granted her the opportunity to refuse. Let us settle this matter, shall we? In the private room of our barbecue restaurant. You shall meet this afternoon. If the impression is favorable, I shall grant you a day off, allowing you to enjoy a film or something similar. For some inexplicable reason, the first thought that sprang to Ningsangsang's mind was Yechen. An uncharacteristic wave of unease washed over her. Yet, she suddenly recalled Jiang Wei's Weibo post and that jar of ginseng soup, which reignited her indignation. That scoundrel was likely cozying up with Jiang Wei, perhaps even feeding each other soup. How utterly disgusting. A shiver ran down Ningsangsang's spine, and she admonished herself to dispel such thoughts. It seemed Yechen was too preoccupied to concern himself with her. Thus, she felt no guilt. She resolved to navigate through this blind date arranged by Sister Wei first. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the esteemed gentleman Sister Wei mentioned arrived. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hospital room, Yechen had just completed his work for the Yi Corporation. Taking a moment to steal a glance at his beloved Ningsangsang, he observed her greeting a man of relatively youthful appearance. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yechen's face. The presence of a male customer was certainly irksome. It appeared that he would need to subtly suggest that this barbecue establishment only accommodate female patrons. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Ningsangsang and her date had already seated themselves. Although she was merely going through the motions, it was her first blind date, and a hint of nervousness betrayed her. Hello, I am Ningsangsang, 19 years old. She introduced herself, while her date, dressed casually in a rather unrefined manner, seemed honest enough. He surveyed her and appeared quite pleased with her doll-like beauty. Hello, Miss Ning. I am Yongcheng, a programmer at a leading internet company. My annual income is a respectable 3 to 400,000. I own 2 properties and a car, with conservative assets totaling 5 to 6 million. I find you quite appealing. Although you haven't attended university, you possess undeniable beauty and grace. Surely destined to be a devoted wife. Will you marry me? Ningsangsang was taken aback. It was her first encounter with such forthrightness, and his words struck her as rather off-putting. Miss Ning, do you need time to consider? Yongcheng, noticing her silence, seemed overly confident. Rest assured, I own the properties outright. Marry me, and you shall never need to toil outside. You can simply stay home. I refuse, Ningsangsang replied without hesitation. Her decision to distance herself from Yechen stemmed from a desire to avoid being confined at home. Chapter 55. Yechen's fury unleashed. Yongcheng appeared taken aback by Ningsangsang's response. Disbelief etched on his face, yet he still exuded an air of superiority. Are you certain, Miss Ning? I possess assets amounting to several million. Oh, several million? Ningsangsang maintained a nonchalant expression, feeling that it was hardly impressive. After all, when young Master Jiang urged her to leave Yechen, he casually offered her a check for 10 million. At that moment, she should have secured her opportunity. No matter how many times Ningsangsang reflects on it, regret consumes her. Miss Ning? Oh, is that all you have to say? Have you not comprehended the extent of my wealth? Yongcheng believed that Ningsangsang was employing a strategy of feigned indifference. He had encountered many such women. How could a mere waitress at a barbecue restaurant not be captivated by a man of his caliber? Meanwhile, through the surveillance camera, Yechen observed the two engaged in conversation at the same table. His brow furrowed, and his fists clenched in irritation. In the next moment, Yechen witnessed Yongcheng reaching out towards Ningsangsang. Miss Ning, would you like me to read your palm and compare our fates to see if we are compatible? Yongcheng's intentions were clearly to take advantage of the situation. This antiquated method of flirting through palmistry had long lost its charm, yet Ningsangsang, having been shielded from such advances, was utterly naive. Sure, Mr. Zhou, take a look, and you will surely find that we are incompatible, Ningsangsang replied, seizing the opportunity to decline his advances. Unbeknownst to her, Yongcheng misconstrued her words as an indication of interest. Come, let me have a look. Yongcheng grasped her delicate hand, leaning in closely. He began to examine her palm, commenting, Your hand is soft, a sign of fortune. Look at your love line and destiny line. You are destined for greatness. Ningsangsang, unable to comprehend Zhou words, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She urgently attempted to withdraw her hand. Let go of me. Let go. Yet, Zhou interpreted her struggles as shyness, tightening his grip. This scene, captured on the camera, was not entirely clear, revealing only their intimate tug-of-war from a side angle. Yechen mind exploded with a surge of fury, his expression darkened, and his eyes blazed with a sinister intensity. One Song Yanzhou was already intolerable. Now, another interloper had appeared. Trembling with rage, Yechen forced himself out of bed despite his injuries, his body unsteady but his voice thunderous. Yongcheng, prepare the car for me. Secretary Wang was bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Yechen exuded an icy demeanor that felt lethal, as if he were ready to kill. Yes, sir. Wang promptly set about fetching the car. Soon, a black Bugatti Veyron raced down the street with fervor. On Ningsangsang's side, after considerable effort, she finally freed her small hand from Zhou grip. She was decidedly displeased, feeling thoroughly offended. I do not like you, and I will not marry you. Please leave. Her petite face was cold as she spoke candidly. Yet, Zhou seemed oblivious to her words. Having encountered such beauty, he was determined to pursue her. Given his own family background, he hastily sought to change the subject, pointing at a painting on the wall that Ningsangsang had gifted. Who bought this piece of trash online? It shows a complete lack of taste. Miss Ning, I have never before encountered this painting. I must say, at the very least, a masterpiece by a world-renowned artist ought to grace this place. Chapter 56. Night's cold embrace and the confrontation of infidelity trash art. Ningsangsang's delicate visage darkened instantly. Her charming face transformed by anger. Leave. We have nothing in common. Just go. Do you truly believe, Miss Ning, that this painting is commendable? Zhou proclaimed, his expression one of condescending superiority as he began to feign admiration. I have a scholarly understanding of calligraphy and painting, and I deem this a work of utter rubbish. Miss Ning, you ought to refine your aesthetic sensibilities. Among contemporary artists, Jiang Wei's work is exceptional, particularly that prominent star. Her artistry is unparalleled. At the mere mention of Jiang Wei, Ningsangsang's expression grew even colder, her anger igniting like wildfire. How dare you compare her to that vile woman? Leave. Get out. Ningsangsang seldom exhibited such fury, but Zhou audacity had pushed her beyond her limits. Miss Ning, are you truly so incensed? I have said nothing offensive. After all, you did not paint this piece, Zhou remarked, attempting to entangle Ningsangsang further. As she moved to depart in her fury, he reached out, trying to restrain her. This scene was witnessed by Yechen, who had just alighted from his vehicle. Enraged, he unleashed his fury with a resounding crash, shattering the glass of the barbecue restaurant. The shards scattered across the ground, drawing the attention of all patrons present, who were eager for spectacle, yet were swiftly escorted away by the bodyguards in black suits brought by Secretary Wang. What is happening? Wei Jie, alarmed by the commotion, rushed out from the kitchen, only to find Yechen, consumed by rage, confronting the scene of infidelity. Her face paled with shock and anger. Not you again. Young lady, you must flee. However, Ningsangsang was paralyzed by fear, her mouth agape, unable to move. The chilling and menacing aura emanating from Yechen was far more terrifying than when she had attempted to escape earlier. Who is this? He demanded, advancing toward Ningsangsang, his eyes glowing crimson as if possessed by a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, causing her large eyes to redden with terror. Ningsangsang seemed on the verge of uttering a word, yet under the weight of his oppressive malice, she found herself utterly speechless. Seeing this, Wei Jie stepped protectively in front of Ningsangsang. Who are you? Will you not spare this young girl? If you persist, I shall call the authorities. Yet Yechen disregarded her entirely. It was Secretary Wang who promptly intervened, forcefully pulling her away. Do not pull me. Young lady, Wei Jie shouted, urging Ningsangsang to take action. That boy from the Zhou family. Why do you not step forward and be the hero? Her exclamation jolted Zhou from the stupor induced by Yechen's overwhelming presence. You are late to the party. Miss Ning is mine now. Zhou scoffed. We are on a date and we're enjoying a delightful conversation. We shall be wed shortly. His words drained the color from Ningsangsang's face, for she understood Yechen's temperament all too well. Stop. Please, just stop. Ningsangsang, trembling with fear, softly reminded him that Zhou was introduced by Sister Wei. If something were to happen, she would find it difficult to explain to Sister Wei. What are you afraid of? Yongcheng scoffed. My family has assets worth millions. As long as you marry me. In the next moment, Yongcheng received a brutal punch from Yechen, whose fury was palpable. Yongcheng, a mere programmer, stood no chance against Yechen, who had undergone military training since childhood. He was sent crashing to the ground with a single blow. Despite aggravating his own wounds, Yechen was beyond caring. He seized Yongcheng by the collar and unleashed a torrent of punches. You dare to marry her? You think you are worthy? Ningsangsang rarely witnessed Yechen lose his temper to this extent, and it was clear he intended to inflict serious harm. Terrified, she cried out, Yechen, have you lost your mind? Stop this. I have indeed gone mad. Ningsangsang, one song Yenzhou is not enough for you, and now you are provoking other stray dogs. Arranging blind dates? How am I inferior to him? Yecheng's voice was filled with a mix of rage and vulnerability. Ningsangsang felt inexplicably guilty. She wanted to explain, but was abruptly pulled by the frenzied Yechen toward the restroom. What are you doing? She asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Did that wild man touch this hand? Wash it clean. Wash. The faucet turned on, and Ningsangsang's small hand was forcefully pressed under the running water. The cold stream sent shivers through her, and she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand. Wash. I command you to wash. Make sure you never touch another wild man again. His grip was too strong for her to escape. She felt as though her hand would be rubbed raw, her large eyes filled with tears of grievance. Was this what she wanted? She had no real connection with Yongcheng. Why was he treating her this way? Ningsangsang's patience wore thin. Yechen, are you insane? Why is it only permissible for you to cavort with other wild women? I want to. I not only want to hold hands with him during our blind date, but I also want to go to the movies and stroll with him at night. In that moment, she unleashed all her pent-up frustrations regarding Jiang Wei. Unaware that Yechen was too enraged to recognize her words as mere expressions of anger. You plan to watch movies together? The fury within him surged, pushing him to the brink. He pinched Ningsangsang's delicate face, his tone sickly sweet, yet menacing. Repeat that. Ningsangsang winced from the pain of his grip, her eyes glistening with tears as she defiantly replied, I said it. Just as she was about to unleash another barrage of words, her eyes suddenly widened in horror. Yongcheng had appeared behind them, brandishing a stool with a menacing glare, ready to strike. You bastard! How dare you hit me? I'll crush you. Watch out. Ningsangsang instinctively pushed Yechen away. Bang! The stool crashed violently against the sink, and in that instant, Ningsangsang was so startled that her heart nearly stopped. Yechen dodged just in time. Though she had reacted swiftly, her arm still suffered a scrape. A surge of pain ignited her anger. That insufferable blind date had struck her. She disregarded Sister Wei and grabbed a bottle of hand soap, hurling it fiercely at Yongcheng. However, Yechen was quicker. With a fierce kick, he sent Yongcheng crashing against the sink. Ah! Yongcheng cried out in agony, feeling as if his leg had been broken. Yet Yechen didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he anxiously turned to Ningsangsang, his voice filled with concern. Are you all right? Did he hurt you? In that moment, Yechen was overwhelmed with excitement, for Ningsangsang had just saved him. Ningsangsang shook her head, reassuring him, I'm fine. A wave of relief washed over Yechen as his icy gaze fell upon Yongcheng, who had attempted to ambush him. He advanced slowly, a menacing aura surrounding him, causing Yongcheng to scream in terror. What do you want? I'm not poor. I have millions. If you dare to strike me again, I'll hire someone to beat you. Yechen coldly scoffed. How fortunate for you. Your wealth will soon double. Yongcheng was momentarily taken aback, confusion clouding his mind. But soon, Yechen tossed him a bank card. This will cover your medical expenses for your forthcoming fractures. In Chapter 58, Ningsangsang and Yechen found themselves at the police station. Why you? Yongcheng stammered, his eyes wide with fear. It finally dawned on him that this man intended to beat him to a pulp, and all he had done was attend a blind date, merely holding Ningsangsang's hand. Little did he know, in Yechen's eyes, that was an unforgivable crime. Wait. Just as Yechen was about to strike, Ningsangsang suddenly called out to him. Yechen's expression turned cold once again. Darling. He knew what he had done. Did she wish to protect him as she did that man named Song? Yongcheng quickly pleaded, Miss Ning, save me. Of course not. Ningsangsang retorted, equally exasperated with Yongcheng. She angrily addressed Yechen, Mr. Yi. I'm reminding you to be quicker. We haven't finished our argument yet. Yongcheng had interrupted the momentum she had built for their quarrel, which irked her immensely. Especially now, Seeing Night Hanshin reminded her of Jiang Wei, igniting an inexplicable fire within her that demanded release. Night Hanshin was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated Ningsangsang would say such a thing. Was she retreating to advance, hoping he would spare this wild man? Just as he furrowed his brows in contemplation, a chorus of sirens blared outside. "The police are here. Ah, the police are coming," Zhou Sheng exclaimed, nearly in tears. Sister Wei had called the authorities. Zhou Sheng shouted desperately, "Officer, help me. Please, I'm about to be killed. This incident pertains to a brawl." Ningsangsang's delicate face turned pale as she asked, "Will Yi Hanqing go to jail for fighting?" She then looked at Yi Hanqing, her tone softening. "Ah Chang." Suddenly, a loud voice commanded, "Freeze. No one is to move." Dozens of armed police officers stormed in. Secretary Wang remained composed outside, not intervening, while Yi Hanqing's expression remained cold and inscrutable. "What transpired to cause such harm?" demanded the officer. "Arrest the assailant." Upon seeing the broken and battered Zhou Sheng, the police officer moved to handcuff Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing turned to face the officers and extended his hands, complying willingly. However, the police captain nearly dropped the handcuffs at the sight of Yi Hanqing's face. In Yong City, Yi Hanqing wielded immense influence, and a mere police captain dared not show him disrespect. "What is going on here?" Captain Zhang repeated, but his tone shifted to reprimand Zhou Sheng. Startled, Zhou Sheng exclaimed, "It's obvious this man assaulted me. Why aren't you arresting him? I will sue him so that he never sees the light of day again." Captain Zhang broke into a cold sweat at Zhou Sheng's words. A single utterance from this powerful figure could indeed seal one's fate. What kind of fool would provoke a top-tier figure like Yi Hanqing? Zhou Sheng continued to foolishly shout, demanding to be handcuffed and taken away. "Officer, there are so many witnesses outside. Do you intend to protect him?" Indeed, a large crowd had gathered outside. Captain Zhang found himself in a difficult position. He respectfully turned to Yi Hanqing. "Mr. Yi, what do you suggest?" Yi Hanqing replied with a frigid demeanor, "I will accompany you to the police station for questioning." Captain Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Very well. He wouldn't dare to place handcuffs on Yi Hanqing. "Will you go to jail, Ah Cheng?" Ningsangsang, caught between Zhou Sheng and Yi Hanqing, leaned towards Yi Hanqing, her large eyes filled with worry. Yi Hanqing gently patted her head, about to speak, when Captain Zhang waved his hand decisively. "Take them all." Ningsangsang, Zhou Sheng, and Yi Hanqing were all escorted into the police vehicle. Chapter 59. The argument between two people. Ningsangsang loses. Secretary Wang drove calmly, accompanied by bodyguards in black, following closely behind. Inside the police car, Ningsangsang regained her composure. She rationalized that with Yi Hanqing's wealth, it couldn't be too serious. At worst, they would pay a little more in compensation. Thus, her thoughts quickly returned to their earlier argument. "Humph," Ningsangsang huffed angrily, crossing her arms and glaring at Yi Hanqing. "I said I'm going to the movies tonight. I can go with whomever I please." "You dare." Yi Hanqing's anger flared at the thought of Ningsangsang going on a blind date. He lifted her chin, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity as he gazed at her. "Who permitted you to associate with other men?" "Ningsangsang, my dear, it seems I must impart a lesson upon you. Only then will you remember." At this moment, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped Ningsangsang's heart. Yet, more than anything, she felt anger. After all, it was this man who had erred first. What right did he have to control her? "You had better hurry and marry that woman of the wild. Yi Hanqing, I declare, from now on, we shall have no further connection." Ningsangsang vowed that this would be the last time she shared the same space with this man. From this day forth, they would part ways. "What did you say?" Yi Hanqing listened to Ningsangsang's words, his eyes reddening with rage, almost spilling over with bloodshot fury. "You want me to marry another woman? So you can be with your brother Yanzhou for eternity, is it? Huh. Ningsangsang, I realize now that I have indulged you far too much lately, allowing you to entertain thoughts of leaving me." Yi Hanqing's gaze grew increasingly sinister and terrifying. Nearby, the police observed the quarrel between the couple, unfazed even in the confines of the police car. Did they not realize they were entangled in a case of brawling? Ningsangsang had nearly forgotten about this fact. Unable to match Yi Hanqing's ferocity, she could only glare at him with her big, fierce eyes, muttering defiantly, "So what if I leave?" "I will leave, humph, just leave." Such infuriating words compelled Yi Hanqing to press hard against his temples, resolutely deciding to teach Ningsangsang a lesson. Soon, after 20 minutes, they arrived at the police station. Ningsangsang believed that as a mere bystander, her explanation would suffice. However, The reality was that only she was to be detained. Why was that? Officer, I did not strike anyone. Ningsangsang was anxious and furious, eager to defend herself. Ms. Ning, all three of you are involved in inciting trouble, creating a very negative impact. The only difference is that Zhou Sheng was taken to the hospital, while the others were bailed out. Only you. I have someone to bail me out. I will call Brother Yinzhou. As Yechen prepared to leave, he overheard Ningsangsang mention Brother Yinzhou yet again, causing his temples to throb with anger. Do not let her go. Is she not capable? Let that Song fellow come to rescue her. Furthermore, let her have the audacity to watch a movie with that wild man in this police station. It is you who has caused my detention. At that moment, Ningsangsang finally comprehended the true meaning of Yechen's earlier words about teaching her a lesson. Indeed, Yechen coldly chuckled at her. So, my dear, reflect well. 7 days of reflection here will not suffice. It shall be 1 month. A year. Yechen was determined to teach Ningsangsang a lesson. She had often referred to the attic as a prison. Now, Yechen intended to show her what a true prison looked like. You scoundrel! Yechen, what right do you have to treat me this way? I will not reflect. I am not at fault. It is all your fault. Ningsangsang shouted in anger as the guards escorted her to the detention center. They were set to detain her for 7 days. Chapter 60. Ningsangsang is detained in the holding cell. Ningsangsang, having exhausted all resistance, begrudgingly entered. Little girl, once you are in here, you must reflect properly. After striving to leave, one hopes to become a better person. As for Ningsangsang, how has she failed to uphold this ideal? She feels a deep sense of injustice. In her heart, she has cursed Yechen 1,000 times. The mere thought of the various rumors circulating within the prison fills her with dread. She is uncertain how to endure these 7 days. Meanwhile, upon exiting the police station, Yechen is respectfully escorted by Secretary Wang to the hospital. The wounds on his back have reopened, and had he not been clad in a black suit, Ningsangsang would have noticed the blood seeping during the ride in the police car. At this moment, the man emanates an overwhelmingly powerful and somber aura, appearing somewhat displeased. Cautiously, Secretary Wang inquires, Mr. Yi, do you truly intend to detain your wife for 7 days at the detention center? Yechen scoffs. Her temperament needs to be tempered. However, considering the harsh conditions of the detention center, it is uncertain whether his wife can withstand it. Should I arrange for her to receive preferential treatment there? Unnecessary. Yechen is resolute in his decision to discipline Ningsangsang. The young lady must endure some hardship to learn obedience. Understood, Secretary Wang replies. Taken aback by his superior's unwavering resolve this time. Just as he is about to withdraw respectfully, Yechen suddenly calls him back. With a tone laced with concern, he instructs, ensure a doctor examines her abrasions. Remember, procure the finest ointment for her injuries, one that also addresses scarring. Yechen is determined that Ningsangsang should not suffer even the slightest injury. Yes, Mr. Yi, Secretary Wang internally scoffs, having just thought his master had hardened his heart, only to find it softening once more. For a mere scratch, he insists on the best doctor. Wang is accustomed to such indulgence. Previously, when Ningsangsang had a minor scrape on her leg, 3 personal doctors were on standby, attending to her with greater care than one would afford a princess. Given Ningsangsang's pampered upbringing, Secretary Wang doubts she will endure even 7 days in such a place. On the other side, at the detention center, Ningsangsang collects her toothbrush and cup. As she is escorted by the guards to a large communal cell, she keeps her head lowered, appearing exceedingly obedient. She has heard that every room in the prison has a leader who bullies the newcomers. With her slight frame, Ningsangsang is undoubtedly a target for such treatment. Bang! The guard knocks on the door of room 302 with a baton, announcing, newcomer. This is a large dormitory accommodating 20 individuals. Upon entering, Ningsangsang discovers that the room is already filled to capacity. She is the last to arrive. As she surveys the 19 women within the cell, she notes a diverse range of ages among them. At the center, surrounded by others, stands a woman in her 30s. She is not tall, yet her tattooed arms exude a formidable presence, radiating an aura of authority that is rather intimidating. When Ningsangsang's gaze meets hers, she instinctively recoils. The other women regard her with unfriendly eyes, and in that moment, Ningsangsang feels akin to a lamb ensnared among wolves, utterly pitiful. One of the women, eager to curry favor with the central figure, exclaims, Sister Sue, our leader, today we have a fresh-faced girl. Shall we teach her the ropes? Sister Sue remained silent, merely lifting the corners of her lips in a delightful smile. her eyes narrowing slightly as she gazed at Ningsangsang. She beckoned Ningsangsang to approach. Ningsangsang hesitated, often timid in the presence of others. She stood still until a sycophantic woman chastised her, demanding to know why she wasn't coming over. Didn't you see Sister Su calling for you? How inconsiderate. Ningsangsang could hardly fathom the humiliation that awaited her. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears, biting her lip in fear. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Sister Su, noticing Ningsangsang's distress, swiftly kicked the woman who had scolded her. How dare you raise your voice at my beautiful Barbie doll? Chapter 61. The captivating charm of Ningsangsang's Sister Su's words left everyone in the room stunned. They were unaware that despite her dominant persona, Sister Su had a fondness for pretty and adorable girls, particularly someone as enchanting as Ningsangsang, who resembled a celestial Barbie. Instantly captivated, she exclaimed, "Little sister, come here. From now on, you'll be with me. I'll have your back." Ningsangsang was taken aback by Sister Su's unexpected kindness. She had no idea her beauty wielded such power, rendering even the former leader of the underworld utterly defenseless. Noticing the warmth in Sister Su's demeanor, she timidly approached. "Now, everyone else, move aside. Make room for my little Barbie." Sister Su gestured for Ningsangsang to sit across from her. With her large, timid eyes, Ningsangsang felt a tinge of fear towards Sister Su's tattoos, prompting Sister Su to cover them up. The more she looked at Ningsangsang, the more fond she became. Look at that long, straight black hair, that delicate little face, and those cherry lips. Truly, she is a beauty beyond belief. Sister Su marveled, reaching out to touch her. Instinctively, Ningsangsang flinched. Yet seeing no malice in Sister Su's gaze, she restrained herself from retreating. Sister Su gently stroked her waist-length black hair. "Such a good girl," she praised, finding Ningsangsang's lack of fear endearing, especially with her doe-like, glistening eyes that nearly melted Sister Su's heart. "Listen here." Sister Su warned the others in the room, her expression turning icy. "This little Barbie is now under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm her will be opposing me, and they should reconsider their choices. Understood?" Her commanding presence was quite intimidating, causing Ningsangsang's wide eyes to grow even more fearful, while the others nodded in agreement. After delivering her reprimand, Sister Su's expression softened as she returned her attention to Ningsangsang. "Don't worry, my dear. They will treat you well from now on. But tell me, what is your name?" "Ningsangsang," she replied, her name as charming as her persona. "From now on, you shall be my little princess Ningsangsang." Having spent 3 decades collecting Barbie figurines, Sister Su was elated to have found a real-life counterpart, and she cherished her immensely. Sister Su's attitude towards Ningsangsang instantly softened the hearts of those around her. Moreover, Ningsangsang was undeniably adorable. A significant number of individuals genuinely cherished her. During the day, they took it upon themselves to manage all of Ningsangsang's hygiene needs. By nightfall, as a newcomer, Ningsangsang should have been assigned the bed closest to the restroom. However, with a mere glance from Sister Su, none dared to let her sleep there. "Little Princess Ningsangsang, come, you shall sleep beside me." Thus, upon Sister Su's invitation, Ningsangsang found herself in the most desirable position. Enchanted by her, Sister Su willingly yielded her original spot for Ningsangsang's comfort. "Thank you, Sister Su." Ningsangsang's soft expression of gratitude melted Sister Su's heart, causing it to bubble with warmth. "No need for thanks, my Barbie princess." With her eyes closed, Ningsangsang quickly drifted into slumber. Yet, in the hospital, Yongcheng was burdened by an oppressive sense of unease, his brow furrowed in irritation. He inquired of Secretary Wang regarding the lady's condition inside, questioning whether she had cried for mercy. "No, sir. There have been no such reports from the detention center as of yet. However, given her delicate constitution, she may not endure much longer, especially as a newcomer. She is bound to be bullied. Soon enough, she will yield to you," Secretary Wang replied. Instantly, an image of Ningsangsang, clutching a small blanket and crouching in a corner, emerged in Yongcheng's mind. Chapter 62. Ningsangsang. "Please beg me." Yongcheng's heart softened involuntarily, yet he chastised her for disobeying him and seeking out wild men for matchmaking. His gaze clouded with uncertainty, and he refrained from uttering any words of mercy towards Ningsangsang. Instead, he instructed Secretary Wang to report to him immediately should she plead for forgiveness. "Understood, sir." Yongcheng anticipated that within 3 days, his pitiable little kitten, Ningsangsang, would surely relent. However, as the days passed, 1, 2, and then 3, He found himself unable to eat or sleep properly. During meals, thoughts of Ningsangsang being bullied by her fellow inmates plagued him, robbing him of his appetite. At night, visions of her curled up in the corner, her eyes brimming with tears, kept him restless. As 3 days elapsed without any sign of Ningsangsang's predicament improving, Yongcheng grew increasingly haggard. By the 4th day, he could no longer contain his distress. With a grim and cold countenance, he questioned Secretary Wang. "Has the lady not yet begged for mercy?" Secretary Wang, now frazzled, responded nervously, "No, sir. There has still been no news from the detention center. She must be sulking. That little imp. Very well, let her be." Yongcheng's tone was frigid and unyielding. Yet, an hour later, he found himself at the visitation room of the detention center. Ningsangsang was thriving within, enjoying the company of Sister Su, who was busy pampering her with massages, until interrupted by the guards. "Sister Police, who is coming to see me?" Ningsangsang had a sweet demeanor, and in just a few days, the female officers had shown her considerable affection. She had already resolved that if the visitor was Song Yanzhou, she would comfort him, assuring him that there was no need for concern, as she was doing quite well. However, if it were Yongcheng, at that moment, it was indeed Yongcheng seated in the visiting room. The two sat opposite each other, separated by a pane of glass, with a telephone in between. Reluctantly, Ningsangsang picked up the receiver. "Have you realized your mistake?" Yongcheng's first words were still a reprimand, yet his gaze meticulously scrutinized Ningsangsang. Contrary to his expectations, she had not lost weight. Rather, she appeared to have gained a bit. But how could that be? It must be an illusion. Yongcheng was firmly convinced that Ningsangsang must be suffering terribly inside. He spoke again, "My darling, beg me, and I will have them release you early." He anticipated that Ningsangsang would soon have tears in her eyes, sobbing and pleading for his mercy. Yet, that did not occur. Ningsangsang remained proud, huffing, "There is no need to trouble Mr. Yi. I am quite comfortable here." Contradictory words. "Ningsangsang, you need not suffer just to spite me. I will give you one more chance. Plead with me, quickly." Ningsangsang thought that Yongcheng must be somewhat unhinged. She rejected him once more, holding her head high. "Does Mr. Yi have any other matters? If not, I shall return to my cell. Meeting you is merely a waste of my precious time." Time was indeed precious to Ningsangsang now. She had genuinely grown fond of Sister Su, who took meticulous care of her in the detention center, unlike Yongcheng, who only bullied her. Yongcheng's face darkened. He watched as Ningsangsang hung up the phone without even glancing back at him. What had gone awry? Filled with both anger and confusion, Yongcheng could not comprehend why. Given Ningsangsang's nature of disliking hardship, she had not yet pleaded with him. He had even prepared a set of rules for her. Yet now, after returning, he found himself restless, unable to make sense of it all. In the end, he called the police chief, requesting that the surveillance footage from Ningsangsang's cell be directed to him. He was determined to see for himself whether Ningsangsang was merely putting on a brave front. Chapter 63. Bullying Ningsangsang. Meanwhile, as Yongcheng departed, Jiang Wei arrived shortly thereafter. A few days prior, Yongcheng, the president of the Yi Corporation, had caused a citywide uproar by fighting over a woman and being taken away by police. Jiang Wei, through her connections, learned that the woman at the center of the incident, Ningsangsang, was now incarcerated in the detention center. She rushed over immediately. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She intended to incite the prison staff to bully Ningsangsang. The Ning family, competing with this young lady for a man. How utterly unworthy. This time, I shall ensure that you find no means of escape, allowing me to vent my frustrations. Jiang Wei strode in with an imposing demeanor, directly seeking out the formidable figure. Sister Su, who was detained in the local correctional facility. In the underworld of Yongcheng, Sister Su reigned supreme as an unassailable queen. Thus, despite her status as the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Wei exhibited a rare deference toward her, laced with a hint of ingratiation. "Here, Sister Su. I am Jiang Wei of the Jiang family. I require your assistance with a small matter, if you would be so kind," Jiang Wei ventured. "What sort of matter?" Sister Su inquired, her interest piqued by Jiang Wei's courteous demeanor, which suggested a favorable rapport with the Jiang family. "I need you to teach someone a lesson in your current cell," Jiang Wei replied. "Who is this person?" "Her name is Ningsangsang," Jiang Wei declared with a venomous glint in her eye. "I hope you can discipline her thoroughly, render her incapacitated, if possible. I will grant you anything you desire in return for your help." "Render Ningsangsang incapacitated?" "Yes, indeed." Jiang Wei nodded enthusiastically. already envisioning the scene where Sister Sue's intervention would undoubtedly instill a lasting fear in Ningsangsang. Unbeknownst to her, however, Sister Sue's gaze shifted ominously upon uttering Ningsangsang's name. In the next instant, a resounding slap echoed as Sister Sue struck Jiang Wei fiercely across the face. Stunned, Jiang Wei's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Sister Sue, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? I would relish the opportunity to rid the world of you. You, Jiang, must be so envious of our dear Ningsangsang, with your own unattractive visage overshadowing her beauty and charm. How dare you lay a hand on our precious Ningsangsang? You are not worthy of such jealousy. Jiang Wei was bewildered. What do you mean by precious Ningsangsang? Jealous? How could I be envious of her? She is renowned in the entertainment industry for her ethereal beauty, far from any notion of ugliness. Yet Sister Sue's fervor only intensified. Listen here, you ugly woman. You are not fit to compare with even a single strand of our Ningsangsang's hair. Leave at once, or I swear I will end you right here. Sister Sue. You, Jiang Wei attempted to protest, but was met with another swift slap across her other cheek. Still daring to whine. Get out. Both of Jiang Wei's cheeks swelled painfully. Pleased with her handiwork, Sister Sue contemplated extinguishing her cigarette and bragging to Ningsangsang about having dispatched a would-be assailant. However, at that moment, the scent of smoke wafted towards her, sparking a sudden realization that ignited her fury anew. With a fierce kick aimed at the departing Jiang Wei, she exclaimed, "Damn it! Who told you to bring me cigarettes? Our dear Ningsangsang cannot abide this odor." Jiang Wei stumbled to the ground, her dignity in tatters. Seething with hatred towards Ningsangsang. How had the tables turned so dramatically? It was supposed to be her scheme to bully Ningsangsang, and yet, she found herself the target of a ruthless onslaught. Meanwhile, Sister Sue anxiously fanned herself at the vent, desperate to dissipate the lingering smell of smoke. She must not disturb her little Barbie. If she refuses to get close, it would be disastrous. Meanwhile, half an hour later, on Yongcheng's side, he received the surveillance footage from the police station's monitoring room. Chapter 64, Yongcheng's Possessiveness. In the footage, Sister Sue had returned. Yongcheng immediately spotted his beloved Ningsangsang. Indeed, she was in the corner, diligently mopping the floor. Humph, the little thing, so stubborn. A smirk played at the corners of Yongcheng's lips, his expression one of anticipated nonchalance. Soon, he saw Sister Sue approaching Ningsangsang from a distance. He had investigated this woman and knew she was not to be trifled with. Yongcheng's heart sank, his brows furrowing tightly. He sensed that Sister Sue would surely make things difficult for Ningsangsang. Bang! As expected, the next moment, Yongcheng watched as Sister Sue kicked over the basin of water in front of Ningsangsang, her expression one of fury. She was definitely going to bully his Ningsangsang. Yongcheng clenched his fists. In the surveillance, Sister Sue was indeed angry, very angry. Yet more than that, there was a twinge of compassion. She hurriedly helped Ningsangsang to her feet. My dear, is this the work you should be doing? Who told you to do this? Step forward. Sister Sue treated Ningsangsang as if she were a precious jewel, fearing she might break. She believed Ningsangsang should be a princess in a castle, untouched by the toils of the world. How could a princess be made to work? It was a profound insult to her fantasies about Barbie dolls. However, everyone in the monitoring room was too frightened to speak out. I wanted to do this myself, Ningsangsang said to Sister Sue, her doe-like eyes shimmering with moisture. Her lips pressed together, her voice soft and sweet. Sister Sue, I felt embarrassed that everyone was working while I was not, so I... Oh, my dear. You are so understanding, but you don't need to do anything. Just being beautiful is enough. Come here, let me give your shoulders a massage after your hard work. For Sister Sue, as long as Ningsangsang was willing to let her touch her, she felt immeasurable satisfaction. The sound of Ningsangsang's contented hums during the massage filled Sister Sue with joy. Thus, what unfolded in Yongcheng's eyes was a scene where Ningsangsang was treated like a queen. Several women surrounded her, adjusting her comfort with pillows, and soon, Ningsangsang lay down comfortably. Sister Sue knelt beside her, giving her a massage. Yongcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? How could this be? His face darkened. He never anticipated that his Ningsangsang would be attended to by the lady boss herself. So, when Ningsangsang had told him earlier that she was living quite well, he had not believed it. But how could this be real? A profound sense of defeat surged within him, leaving him restless. He worried when Ningsangsang was not well. But now that she was thriving, he felt as though he had lost his worth. This cannot be. In this world, only he is capable of cherishing Ningsangsang. No other wild men or women shall suffice. Yechen, lost in thought, felt a sickly intensity in his gaze, his anxiety growing as if Ningsangsang were slipping from his grasp. Ningsangsang, you are mine. You can only belong to me. He lifted a glass of cold water to his lips, attempting to quell the unease stirring within him. Yet, inexplicably, a sudden heat coursed through his body, prompting him to loosen the black tie around his neck. Damn it! A long-suppressed desire surged within him, threatening to break free. His eyes turned bloodshot, suffused with a haze of confusion, and a dizziness began to envelop him. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of his hospital room, followed by Jiang Wei's gentle voice. Yechen, are you there? Yechen's gaze snapped towards the glass of water he had just drunk from, his expression darkening with ferocity. How dare they plot against him? Yechen, I'm coming in, Jiang Wei announced, pushing the door open with a creak. Though she already knew what was unfolding, she feigned surprise and concern upon witnessing Yechen's condition. Yechen, what's wrong? Are you all right? Would you like me to take a look? I have some medical knowledge, she said, shamelessly inching closer. But in the next moment, the frenzied Yechen seized her by the throat. Jiang Wei, how dare you conspire against me? You seek death. He offered her no chance to retort, his strong hands tightening around her neck, veins bulging with exertion. Jiang Wei's face flushed crimson, then purple, as she struggled to breathe and utter a word. Yet she could sense that Yechen was genuinely intent on causing her harm. Cough, spare me, Yechen, she gasped, writhing in desperation, but she could not budge his powerful grip. He hoisted her off the ground, and she felt as if she were on the brink of suffocation, her vision clouded by the growing fury in his eyes. Moments later, she lost consciousness. With a thud, he carelessly discarded her onto the floor and washed his hands under the faucet multiple times. However, the effects of the drug were overwhelming. Yechen staggered, the world around him blurring. The heat within him roared like a wild beast, desperate to break free from its confines. Water. He needed ice-cold water to suppress it. He was ready to turn on the shower for icy relief. But the memory of Sister Sue giving Ningsangsang a massage earlier that day made him grit his teeth in frustration. Ningsangsang could only be his. He must envelop her with his essence. Bring the car. We are going to the detention center. Yechen's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. The driver was startled by his appearance, reminiscent of a drug addict on the verge of confessing at the police station. By the time Yechen's vehicle arrived at the detention center, night had fallen. Ningsangsang was about to lie down when a female guard called her out again, saying, "Little girl, someone wishes to see you." Who could possibly want to see her at such an hour? Ningsangsang pouted, feeling a bit displeased as she was rather tired and wished to sleep early. The person is inside. You may enter. Ningsangsang discovered that it was a solitary confinement cell. Upon entering, she was met with Yechen's eyes, which were brimming with crimson veins. The man seemed to be struggling to suppress something, yet his body betrayed him. Ningsangsang felt an overwhelming aura of menace swirling in the air. Ningsangsang. The man spoke. She keenly sensed his abnormal state. Yechen, what is wrong with you? She stammered, her heart racing with fear. The atmosphere was terrifying, and she instinctively wanted to flee. However, the iron door of the cell was locked by the guard from the outside, leaving Ningsangsang trapped, a mere prey in the narrow confines of the cell. Please, don't come any closer. Yechen, don't. With her wide eyes turning red from fright, she darted around the cell in search of an escape, but within moments, Yechen's powerful hand seized her from behind. His voice was raspy, yet laced with excitement. Ningsangsang, my dear, I have caught you. You belong to me now, and you shall forever be mine. At that moment, Yechen resembled a frenzied wild dog, tossing Ningsangsang onto the large bed. Despite her desperate attempts to push him away and escape, she found herself pinned against the iron door of the cell. She was unable to budge, her shoulder pressed tightly against the bars, and her hands forcibly held above her head. The man's feverish breath fanned against her ear as he sank his teeth into her neck, his voice disturbingly sweet. Ningsangsang, let us sleep together, shall we? No. Please. No. She protested, yet her strength felt trivial in his eyes, akin to mere flirtation. Soon after, Yechen pressed down upon her with an overwhelming force. Ningsangsang. The little kitten wept throughout the night. Meanwhile, that very night, Song Yenzhou returned to the Song family. He sought to leverage his father's connections at the police station to extricate Ningsangsang from the detention center. However, he received a sharp slap across the face. Unfilial son. His father bellowed. When will you learn to give up? The Yi family has made it abundantly clear. If you dare to lay a hand on his woman again, They will not spare our Song family. We have worked hard to reach this point. It has not been easy. Song Yinzhou, suppressing his emotions, clenched his fists tightly. Beneath the golden-rimmed glasses, a shadow of darkness flickered, but he managed to stifle it. He continued to address Mr. Song with utmost respect, pleading, "If that man with the surname Yi truly loves Ning Ning, he would never treat her this way. Ning Ning has been frail since childhood. How could she possibly endure confinement in a detention center? I implore you, save her. Even an early release by a day would spare her some suffering." He even knelt before Mr. Song, his tailored trousers taut and his posture rigid. Yet, Mr. Song's fury only intensified. "How dare you even mention this? Get out. The Song family has no place for an unfilial son like you." At that moment, Mrs. Song emerged from the bedroom. Her gaze filled with disdain as she beheld Song Yinzhou. "How could you behave this way, causing such trouble? We should have never adopted you from that orphanage." Though Song Yinzhou was a foster son and ostensibly the young master of the Song family, in reality, he was treated worse than a servant at home. The couple had taken him in due to his auspicious birth, believing he could shield their ailing eldest son from misfortune and prolong his life. Since childhood, various priests had performed rituals for him, filling his room with an array of talismans. Song Yinzhou understood this as a means of life borrowing. More than one priest had informed him that he had sacrificed half of his life to the Song eldest son and would not live beyond 35. But what did that matter? As long as he lived, he would protect Ningsangsang. Since their days in the orphanage, the two had relied on each other. And that bond only deepened with time. He would never allow any harm to come to her. Seeing Mr. Song's refusal, he slowly rose from the ground. A cold smile gracing his lips as his tone grew icy and unfeeling. "Tell me, if I were to suddenly lose my will to live, would your precious eldest son meet the same fate? You are incorrigible. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you threaten your father?" Mr. Song could hardly believe that his son would so brazenly sever ties over a woman. "Enough with the nonsense. If you wish for your precious eldest son to survive, do as I say. Go to the police chief and rescue Ning Ning. I will grant you until tonight." With that, Song Yinzhou departed the Song residence with a chilling indifference. He had never truly had a home. The next morning, as Ningsangsang awoke, it was already 8 o'clock. The prison officer had kindly refrained from waking her at the usual hour. However, her body bore the marks of last night's encounter, as that man had ravaged her with a wild fervor. Ningsangsang was uncertain how long it would take for the bruises to fade, and she limped as she moved. She had intended to return to her cell, but the officer guided her outside, saying, "Little girl, someone has posted your bail. You are free to go." Someone has bailed her out. Who could it be? Ningsangsang was certain it was not that scoundrel Yongcheng, for she had wept throughout the night without begging for mercy. She had infuriated him, and he had vowed to teach her a lesson. Thus, that rogue could not possibly be so benevolent as to release her. Then who was it? Ningsangsang, regardless of who it might be, returned to the detention center briefly to bid farewell to Sister Sue. Sister Sue was taken aback by her sudden departure, her eyes filled with reluctance. "My dear little Barbie, take good care of yourself out there and wait for me to get out. I will always look after you. If you encounter any difficulties, bring this token to my husband, Mu Yi. He will assist you." As she spoke, Sister Sue gifted Ningsangsang a cross pendant that she had worn around her neck as a token of her affection. Her feelings for Ningsangsang were genuine, akin to nurturing a child. Ningsangsang was deeply touched, snuggling into Sister Sue's embrace, making her feel that everything was worth it. Well then, Sister Sue, goodbye. Upon exiting the detention center, Ningsangsang discovered Song Yinzhou waiting for her with a gentle smile. "Brother Yinzhou." Ningsangsang felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Brother Yinzhou treated her the best, unlike that scoundrel Yongcheng, who only bullied her. However, Ningsangsang failed to notice that directly in front of her, Yongcheng's Maybach had come to a halt. He had just arrived, intending to greet the police chief and secure Ningsangsang's release, hoping to atone for last night. Filled with anticipation to pick up his beloved, he was dismayed to find Ningsangsang in the company of Song Yinzhou, that wild man with the surname Song again. Yongcheng's large hand clenched in frustration, watching Ningsangsang and Song Yinzhou laugh and converse, with Song Yinzhou even ruffling her hair. He could no longer contain himself and drove the black Maybach directly toward them. With a screech, he parked the car abruptly in front of them, startling Ningsangsang. Initially confused about who it might be, she soon saw the window roll down to reveal Yongcheng's fierce and imposing face. "Ningsangsang, get in the car." Yongcheng nearly ground his teeth as he spat out those words. Ningsangsang shivered at the sound. Yet, having not yet settled accounts with him for last night, she was unwilling to comply. With a defiant twist of her waist, she retorted playfully, "Oh, isn't this our esteemed President Yi, who was afflicted with red-eye disease last night? Now looking all prim and proper? Have you come out to stop acting like a mad dog?" Yongcheng's face darkened instantly. Confronted by Ningsangsang, who seemed intent on provoking him, he felt a twinge of guilt and softened his tone. "My dear, could you please get in the car?" "No. I'm going to have dinner, shop, and watch a movie with Brother Yenzhou." Each of Ningsangsang's words pierced Yongcheng like daggers. She knew exactly how to irritate him. After declaring this, she took Yenzhou's hand and began to walk away. Fuming, Yongcheng followed closely in his car, matching Ningsangsang's every step. With each stride Ningsangsang took, his car mirrored her pace. When she paused, so did he, driving the luxurious Maybach at a pace slower than a bicycle. Yenzhou frowned. Ning, that fellow Yi is still tailing us." "It's fine, ignore him." With a slight pout, Ningsangsang remarked, "He is simply too idle. A president who neglects his company to follow me around like a shadow is positively absurd." Chapter 68. A trio at the movies. Thus, they ambled along, stopping at a bun shop for breakfast. "Come on, Brother Yenzhou, let's go inside," Ningsangsang urged, pulling Yenzhou to a window-side table. Naturally, Yongcheng would not enter such a humble establishment. Instead, he fixated on Ningsangsang through the car window, observing her every move. She devoured 2 large buns and savored a bowl of millet pumpkin porridge. Such a little foodie. Yongcheng, initially wearing a brooding expression, felt the corners of his lips twitch upward. He could almost envision Ningsangsang growing plumper, ideally adorably round, enhancing the tactile pleasure. Lost in such thoughts, he momentarily drifted before realizing that Ningsangsang and Yenzhou had finished their breakfast and departed. Despite Yongcheng, Ningsangsang decided to watch a film with Yenzhou in the middle of the day. When Yongcheng arrived at the cinema, his face was stormy. The anger he had struggled to suppress flared anew. "Brother Yenzhou, let us watch a suspense film," Ningsangsang suggested. Although she appeared soft and gentle, she had a keen interest in mystery investigations. Yenzhou, ever accommodating, smiled tenderly, whatever Ning prefers. For him, merely being able to watch a movie with Ningsangsang was a source of profound happiness. He would always prioritize her desires. The film's opening was indeed somewhat chilling, yet it paled in comparison to the shock of Yongcheng's unexpected entrance, which startled Ningsangsang even more. Given it was morning, the cinema was nearly empty, and they seemed to have the place to themselves. Out of the corner of her eye, Ningsangsang kept a vigilant watch on Yongcheng, fearing he might act out again. Fortunately, he settled in the last row, his obscure gaze tinged with a mixture of wrath and a forlorn look as he fixated on Ningsangsang and Yenzhou. "Brother Yenzhou, do you feel a chill at your back?" Ningsangsang asked, slightly fidgeting. Though she refrained from looking back, she sensed that Yongcheng was likely harboring dark thoughts about her. "Don't worry, Ning, I am here," Yenzhou reassured her, gently patting her head. In an instant, Yongcheng, seething with anger, sprang up from the back row. How shameless to engage in such flirtation under broad daylight. He stormed forth, intent on confronting Ningsangsang. Yet, as he reached her, he was met with her indignant, puffed-up eyes, which instantly diminished his fury. "What are you doing here? You're blocking my view of the movie. Move aside," Ningsangsang exclaimed, attempting to push Yongcheng away, but he remained immovable. Infuriated, she clutched his hand and bit down in frustration. Ningsangsang exerted all her strength, managing to elicit a painful grunt from Yongcheng, yet the man remained immovable, blocking her path. Neither could discern who was more stubborn. Ultimately, Ningsangsang, unable to endure any longer, thought, "If I cannot provoke him, can I not simply evade him? Brother Yenzhou, let us disregard this oblivious lunatic. You should sit over there." Ningsangsang prepared to change her seat. In an instant, Yongcheng's large hand tightened around her wrist. However, without shame, he followed her, this time not obstructing her, but instead occupying the seat beside her. "Ningsangsang?" She shifted to her left once more. Yongcheng mirrored her movement. This clingy pest. After repeating this several times, Ningsangsang ultimately surrendered, ceasing her futile attempts to change seats and ignoring Yongcheng altogether. Chapter 69. Ningsangsang must smile at me. "Brother Yenzhou, did you see that murderer just now? He looks so menacing, clearly a villain. Brother Yenzhou, that woman is about to strike. How terrifying." At that moment, the suspenseful music reached its zenith. With a timid heart, Ningsangsang, upon witnessing the most horrifying scene, let out a scream and instinctively leaned towards Song Yinzhou on her left. But in the next instant, her right wrist was yanked forcefully. The sudden pull sent her crashing into Yechehn's embrace. The man, satisfied with his conquest, held her tightly and ruffled her hair, saying, "Ningsangsang, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." Ningsangsang. She felt as though her hair had turned into a tangled mess. She shoved Yechen away and glared at him with indignation. "Yechen, what are you doing? If you have a problem, seek help. I warn you, if you continue like this, I will only grow to despise you more." All of Ningsangsang's enjoyment of the movie was obliterated by Yechen's interference. She stormed out of the cinema, her fury intensifying upon seeing a promotional stand featuring Jiang Wei. Filthy man. Who knows how many times he has been to bed with Jiang Wei. And last night, he dared to force her. Despicable. Ningsangsang felt compelled to visit the hospital for a checkup. After all, if this unscrupulous man were to infect her with something, her fate would be dire indeed. "Ning, are you all right?" Song Yinzhou hurried after her, concern etched on his face. He could tell something had transpired between Ningsangsang and Yechen, yet out of respect for her silence, he refrained from inquiring. "I'm fine. Brother Yinzhou, we haven't spent time together in years. Let us go to the arcade downstairs." Ningsangsang, who was fond of games, thought about how she had been confined by Yechen for a year, her small teeth clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, in the screening room, Yechen sat alone for a considerable time, his solitary figure radiating a sense of desolation and powerlessness. He was oblivious to what it would take for Ningsangsang to willingly fall in love with him. What must he do to prevent her from seeking the affections of other men? When he descended to the arcade, he discovered Ningsangsang engrossed in a game with Song Yinzhou, her arms already cradling several plush toys, her face alight with excitement and admiration. "Wow, Brother Yinzhou, you're amazing. Just a little to the left. Yes, wow, you got it. You caught it." At that moment, Ningsangsang's laughter illuminated her features, her large, sparkling eyes seemingly filled with the cosmos. Yechen's watched from a distance, momentarily entranced. He had kept Ningsangsang confined in the loft for a year, possessing her entirely. Yet she had never smiled at him in such a manner. Yet now, she beamed at another man. A surge of inexplicable frustration welled within him, leaving him both agitated and stifled. Was it merely a game? With long strides, Yechen's approached, exchanging a handful of tokens for the claw machine. He then assertively scooped Ningsangsang up, much like one would a kitten, lifting her by the back of her collar and carrying her toward his own machine. "Watch closely, my dear." He removed his extravagant watch, preparing to showcase his skills. However, Ningsangsang showed no interest, squirming and protesting. "Let me go." "Yechen's, why can't you just leave me alone? You interrupted my movie earlier, and now you're ruining my enjoyment of the game." Yechen's pressed his lips together in silence, resolute in his desire for Ningsangsang to admire him as well. He too longed to collect plush toys that would elicit her joyful smiles. Chapter 70. Ningsangsang teases Yechen's in the claw machine. Perhaps it was due to Yechen's overwhelmingly distinguished and commanding presence, coupled with his impeccable looks, that he instantly attracted a throng of admirers as he approached the claw machine. Young girls, married women, and even those of middle age found themselves captivated by his presence, their hearts fluttering and their gazes fixed upon him. They looked at Ningsangsang with envy, yet she glared at Yechen's, her eyes filled with indignation. She had no desire to engage with him, but alas, the force of his presence compelled her to witness his attempts at the claw machine. "Ningsangsang, I'm starting now," he declared. Despite having never played before, he had intended to impress, only to find himself failing miserably, dropping one toy after another. Yechen's brows furrowed deeply, his expression darkening with each failure, his hands trembling with frustration. Yet Ningsangsang, witnessing his predicament, couldn't contain her delight. She began to taunt him mercilessly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Look at this. Someone thought they were so skilled. After 7 or 8 tries, not a single toy caught. How could someone so inept dare to compare themselves to my brother Yinzhou? Brother Yinzhou has caught 6 times, and he has given me 5 dolls. How can this be compared? Isn't this an insult to him?" Ningsangsang said, deliberately shaking the 5 dolls she held in front of Yechen. This blatant provocation infuriated Yechen. "What are just dolls?" Yechen pressed his throbbing temples, darkening his face as he called over the owner of the claw machine. "How much is this claw machine? I'll pay you 10 times the price. Break it open for me." Yechen had plenty of money. The claw machine owner had never encountered such a situation before and confirmed once again. Sir, you're not joking, are you? You want every doll in the machine? Yes. Break it open for me now. Yechenchen's style of handling matters was often straightforward and forceful, yet remarkably effective. Minutes later, every doll from the claw machine was delivered to Ningsangsang's presence. Yechen smirked, proudly claiming credit. Darling, these are all yours. I caught more than that fellow named Song, didn't I? Ningsangsang felt that perhaps it was just her illusion. At that moment, Yechen appeared like a mischievous child who had done something he believed was clever. Looking for praise? Go ahead and pick, or I can have someone pack them for you. Pick my head. Ningsangsang fiercely threw the doll she had caught from Song Yinzhou at Yechen and turned to leave. Ningsangsang. Yechen wanted to chase after her, but Secretary Wang, who had been respectfully following him, stepped in to block him. Mr. Yi, you need to return to the company today. The senior management is already gathered and waiting for you. Yechen immediately straightened his expression, nodding coldly. A large company was waiting for his decisions. Yet, he was still worried about Ningsangsang. Secretary Wang, send someone to follow the madam. If she shows any signs of straying or behaving inappropriately, report to me immediately. Understood. Additionally, buy me another claw machine to place in the office. Yechen was determined to catch many dolls, hitting the mark every time, so that his Ningsangsang would admire him. He absolutely would not allow Song Yinzhou to surpass him in any regard, even if it was merely catching a doll. Secretary Wang. This was the first time he had heard of a claw machine being placed in an office. However, he did not dare to disobey Yechen's orders and could only respond respectfully. Yes, Mr. Yi. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang had lost her enthusiasm for shopping. After leaving the mall, she bid farewell to Song Yinzhou and headed straight back to Wei Jia's barbecue restaurant. She needed to explain and apologize to Wei Jia about that blind date. Little girl, you're back. Wei Jia seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing her return, expressing her happiness. It's good that you're back. Just in time for some good news. Chapter 71 Ningsangsang's benefactor. What good news? A benefactor has taken a liking to your painting and purchased it for 100,000. What? 100,000? For my painting? Ningsangsang was quite astonished by this news. She had merely been doodling and never imagined it could be worth so much. Sister Wei, I must say, this benefactor possesses remarkable discernment. Ningsangsang suddenly became exuberant, reveling in the recognition of her artwork, her heart brimming with joy. Furthermore, her aspirations soared. If one of her paintings is valued at 100,000, could she not have discovered a lucrative path for her future? The benefactor expressed his satisfaction, stating that he would gladly purchase any new works from her at the same price. This was indeed a monumental opportunity for the young girl. Just look. That one painting has entirely cleared the debt you owed me. Cleared? Ningsangsang felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had gifted it to Sister Wei, and thus selling it should have no bearing on her. However, Sister Wei insisted on considering it a settlement, allowing Ningsangsang to finally be free of debts. Thank you. Sister Wei, in the future, when I create new works to earn money, I will invest in your barbecue restaurant, so we can expand it even further, Ningsangsang declared, her excitement palpable. Yet, there was one matter for which she needed to apologize. Sister Wei, I am truly sorry about the incident with Zhou Sheng. I regret that he was hurt. No worries, Sister Wei replied. I reviewed the store's surveillance footage, and that young man initiated the altercation with you. Had I known he was of such character, I would never have introduced him to you. In fact, I should be the one apologizing, dear girl. Ningsangsang was taken aback by Sister Wei's lack of reproach, feeling even more touched. Sister Wei, you are so kind. You little rascal, you always know how to flatter. Sister Wei chuckled. By the way, I wanted to ask you, do you know that man who frequently bothers you? Are you aware of his identity? If he continues to harass you, I can have someone teach him a lesson. Ningsangsang was instantly terrified. What status did Yechen possess? In Yongcheng, who could dare to lay a hand on him? Those who had attempted to confront him had vanished from Yongcheng. Thus, she quickly shook her head. It's fine, Sister Wei. I'm all right. He won't bother me again, and please, do not take any action against him. That man is not to be trifled with. How formidable could he possibly be? Sister Wei scoffed. My rough-and-tumble brother is quite capable himself, with dozens of subordinates. But Yechen has hundreds of bodyguards at his disposal. Ningsangsang felt that Sister Wei was merely reacting in anger, so she swiftly changed the subject. Sister Wei, do you have the contact information for that benefactor? I would like to reach out to him. Yes. He specifically gave me his WeChat. Just wait a moment while I send you his business card. All right, I'll add him. Ningsangsang eagerly accepted the business card that Sister Wei sent and promptly sent a verification message. Hello, esteemed benefactor. I am the author of the painting Delicate Rose, seeking collaboration and approval. Soon, a notification chimed. Yongcheng's phone vibrated on his desk as he was engaged in a meeting. On the wall behind him hung none other than Ningsangsang's artwork. Typically, he would not check his phone during meetings. However, upon witnessing the flicker of Ningsangsang's avatar, he exceptionally picked up his phone. With a sense of delight, his slender fingers glided down the screen, pressing the button to approve the request. This little creature had previously ignored countless messages he had sent her. Now, however, her secondary account was adding him quite eagerly. Chapter 72. Yongcheng seeks to please Ningsangsang. Approved. Approved. Ningsangsang was instantly exhilarated. A painting worth 100,000. Didn't that mean she would soon become a little wealthy lady? She must diligently cater to this generous benefactor who provided for her. At this moment, it was nearing midnight. Yongcheng sat in the conference room, listening to the tedious reports from the company, feeling somewhat fatigued as he pinched his brow. Rather than setting his phone down, he decided to send a message to Ningsangsang. Darling, have you eaten yet? Ding. The avatar of Ningsangsang's contact, blindly indulgent. Chaotic personal life, loves ginseng soup, heartthrob, flickered once more. What could this man possibly want at this hour? Ningsangsang saw Yongcheng's message and felt no inclination to respond. She was preoccupied with contemplating how to initiate a conversation with her benefactor to garner his favor. Yongcheng waited for a full 3 minutes without receiving a reply from Ningsangsang. His expression grew visibly vexed. Did this little one truly despise him that much? Though he was irritated, he attempted to soothe himself, reasoning that she was likely busy and hadn't seen his message. Thus, he sent another concerned note. Darling, the weather has turned cooler. Please remember to keep warm. I've bought you many thick garments. When will you come back? Ningsangsang frowned, but still did not respond. Yongcheng persisted. Darling, what are you up to? Are you very busy? Would you mind replying? After sending this message, he sat upright, waiting for a response. Convinced that Ningsangsang would eventually see it, he remained oblivious to the sudden silence that enveloped the conference room. It turned out that he had been projecting his notebook screen, which was logged into his WeChat account, thus exposing his messages to the entire room. Consequently, not only was Yongcheng awaiting a reply from Ningsangsang, but everyone else was also astonishingly anticipating a response from his little darling. They never imagined that the stoic boss, Yongcheng, could exhibit such a devoted side, showering her with concern, only to be met with indifference. Ding. After several minutes, Ningsangsang finally replied, clearly annoyed by his persistent messages. What does it matter to you whether I've eaten? Yongcheng, are you too idle? If you're so free, make your employees work overtime. Leave me be. If you dare to speak to me more than 3 times in a day, I will delete you. Yongcheng, a grown man, felt an unprecedented sense of grievance. Why was his Ningsangsang so heartless? The other executives were left utterly shocked, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Who is this little darling, Ningsangsang? Truly remarkable. She dares to confront the formidable Ningsangsang, a veritable giant in the business world. With such audacity, she is indeed their idol, especially the executives, each worth hundreds of millions, who were just berated by Ningsangsang earlier that morning. Now, witnessing his discomfort, they feel an overwhelming urge to light incense and pay homage to Ningsangsang. However, Ningsangsang, accustomed to his lofty position, would never permit anyone to speak to him in such a manner. The senior management present in the conference room unanimously sensed that Ningsangsang was bound to be furious. Their idol was certainly going to receive a scathing reprimand. At that moment, Ningsangsang was indeed quite irate. His countenance darkened, and with palpable agitation, he typed a terse message. Ningsangsang, do not push your luck. 3 sentences are far too few, my dear. Perhaps you could extend it to 10 a day? Instantly, the high-ranking executives in the conference room thought, there is spirit. But truly it is not much. Silence enveloped the room, deafening in its intensity. Chapter 73. Who is the loyal dog? On Ningsangsang's end, she could no longer endure and sent a single word, get lost, to Ningsangsang. Concurrently, she silenced message notifications. The executives, upon seeing the bold gung on the screen, fell into an even deeper silence, struggling to suppress their laughter. The effort was exhausting. After receiving Ningsangsang's reprimand, Ningsangsang finally subdued his impulses and abandoned the idea of continuing their conversation, redirecting his attention to the meeting. It was then that he noticed his WeChat was being projected on the screen. The next moment, his expression darkened, and his hawk-like gaze swept over the gathered executives with fierce intensity. Consequently, all the executives had already lowered their heads. Who were they? Where were they? They had seen nothing at all. Meeting adjourned. Yongcheng was unsure how he uttered those words. However, without exception, everyone present signed a confidentiality agreement as they exited the conference room. Yongcheng's voice was stern. What you witnessed today, if a single word leaks out, consider your job's gone. Yes, Mr. Yi, we saw nothing at all. The executives continued to show deference to Yongcheng, yet privately, they felt a sense of vindication. There is always a higher mountain. This great boss, Yongcheng, has his own idol, Ningsangsang, to assist them. Thus, unbeknownst to Ningsangsang, she was being venerated in others' homes. Anyone who incurred Yongcheng's wrath at work would pay their respects to her. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, after blocking the incessant messages from the loathsome Yongcheng, Ningsangsang felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility envelop the world. After contemplating for half an hour, she still could not decide what to send as the first message to her benefactor. After much deliberation, Ningsangsang ultimately resolved to send the very first message Yongcheng had sent her. Dear benefactor, have you eaten? Ding. Yongcheng's phone buzzed as a message from his dear Ningsangsang appeared. Have you eaten, esteemed patron? The words leapt out at Yechen's, who was fuming at the thought that his beloved Ningsangsang was too preoccupied to respond to him, instead engaging in conversation with other men. The fact that this other man was, in reality, himself only served to intensify his ire. As he pondered the implications, his frustration escalated. It became evident that Ningsangsang's escapades were no longer confined to mere outings with other men. She was now casually chatting with them online, which vexed him immensely. Consequently, he chose not to reply. On the other end, Ningsangsang waited for a few minutes, her elegant willow-like brows furrowing in concern, her lips pouting slightly. Was her esteemed patron truly so busy? It made sense, after all. He was undoubtedly a discerning and refined individual, a paragon of self-discipline and excellence. Not everyone, after all, was like that scoundrel Yechen, who incessantly inundated her with messages out of sheer boredom. To extend an olive branch, Ningsangsang decided to send a few more messages. Esteemed patron, the weather has turned colder today. Please take care to keep warm. There's no rush. Whenever you find the time, we can discuss my work. Yechen's temper flared as he read her message. The phrase esteemed patron, please keep warm sent his blood boiling. Ningsangsang was truly remarkable, using his affectionate words to sweet-talk other men. He felt as though he might explode from rage. With gritted teeth, he replied, Miss Ning, are you not busy? You seem rather idle. Chapter 74. Ningsangsang meets the patron not busy at all. Ningsangsang's innocent eyes sparkled as she thought how kind her patron was, showing concern for her schedule. However, she believed that certain matters, particularly those regarding collaboration, were better discussed in person. After sending her response, she inquired, esteemed patron, are you free this evening? Perhaps we could meet to discuss matters in detail. Meet in person? A smirk curled at the corners of Yechen's lips as he scoffed coldly. With his icy fingertips, he absently rubbed the wedding ring on his finger. After so many days, it was time to rein in his precious little one. She had undoubtedly had her fill of frivolity outside. If left unchecked, her spirit would run wild, becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Very well, Miss Ning. Let us meet at the Nightshade Club, room 602, at 8 o'clock tonight. Okay, esteemed patron. Ningsangsang eagerly agreed. Yechen shook his head, bemused at her naivete. She was truly a simpleton, so unsuspecting that she could be sold off without realizing it, only to help count the proceeds. After closing the chat with Ningsangsang, Yechen first called the housekeeper at the Yi residence, instructing him to ensure that the attic was thoroughly cleaned once more. He then glanced at the computer screen, where he had designed a canary cage specifically for Ningsangsang, a plan he had meticulously crafted a year ago when he first brought her to the attic. The design is adorned with precious gemstones, and each golden railing is intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The cage does not resemble a dark object. Rather, it appears to be a stunning piece of art. A year has passed, and this canary cage, crafted by the finest artisans, is nearly complete. Soon, he will be able to place his beloved Ningsangsang inside for daily admiration. Secretary Wang. He called Yongcheng over. Have the gemstones needed for embellishing the canary cage been delivered? Yes, Mr. Yi, they have been sent. The artisan has stated that it will take at most 2 more months to finish the entire piece. Excellent. Yongcheng expressed his satisfaction and anticipation. Soon, night fell. Ningsangsang, being quite bold, did not ask Wei Jie to accompany her, but ventured alone. In box 602, upon entering the door of night color, a server guided her. Miss Ning, the esteemed guest has been waiting for you in room 602. Please follow me. Ningsangsang moved forward without hindrance, oblivious to the envious and peculiar gazes of others. The entire 6th floor was the private domain of Yongcheng, the elusive owner of night color, and ordinary people could hardly access it. Previously, Yongcheng had brought her to meet Jiang Wei and a few others in the reception room. But this time, it was a vast, open suite formed by connecting several private rooms. Upon pushing the door open, she was greeted by a space akin to a small, luxurious palace. This is it, Miss Ning. As Ningsangsang entered, she was utterly astonished by the opulence before her. A grand chandelier, made of crystal, hung in the center, and the carpet was an exquisite handmade Persian masterpiece. She couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of her benefactor. However, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. An inexplicable fear that something ominous might occur. Perhaps it was the tension. She took a deep breath to calm herself, her beautiful eyes scanning the room. Strange. Isn't my benefactor here waiting for me? She pondered, noticing his absence. Just as she was engulfed in confusion, a familiar, low, teasing voice emerged from behind her. Ningsangsang, where do you think you're running off to? Startled by the voice, she shivered, a bad premonition washing over her. Without a moment's hesitation, she attempted to flee. But it was too late. Yongcheng grasped her wrist forcefully from behind. Ningsangsang, where do you think you're going, my dear? His voice was dark and ominous, and with a sudden pull, he drew her into his embrace. Ningsangsang's frail body was ensnared, and she desperately attempted to push away. Her gaze evasive. I must have entered the wrong private room. Yongcheng, I did not come to seek you. Ningsangsang believed wholeheartedly that she must have misremembered the room. Her benefactor was certainly not present here. Oh, and whom do you seek? Yongcheng's cold laughter echoed as he gently lifted her chin with his slender, pale fingers. Darling, are you searching for the benefactor who purchased your artwork? Unfortunately. What have you done to him? Upon hearing this, Ningsangsang's heart raced with anxiety. She tilted her head back, glaring at Yongcheng with a mix of anger and fear. Could you kindly spare the people around me? The little one had misunderstood. Yongcheng offered no explanation. Instead, he darkly echoed her sentiments. That will depend on your behavior, my dear. You have been quite the source of my thoughts lately. Once so obedient and compliant. Now you have turned rebellious, which displeases me greatly. This indicates you have been led astray while outside. It has been some time since you ventured out, and while I allowed you a taste of freedom, it is time for you to return home. Wasn't this home merely a confinement to the attic once more? Every cell in Ningsangsang's body resisted. No, she did not wish to return. Hey, Yechen, she knew this man favored gentleness over force. So she lowered her tone to one of pitiful appeal, her eyes reddening as she tugged at his garment. Please don't take me back, will you? Absolutely not. This time, Yongcheng flatly rejected her, his displeasure evident in his cold laughter. He ominously patted her cheek. My dear, you know I detest forcing you. I desire to grant you freedom. If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. However, that benefactor who buys your paintings. The threat in Yongcheng's tone was unmistakable. Ningsangsang's face turned pale. How could she implicate an innocent person? She bit her lip resolutely. Fine. I will return with you. I will go back. Despite her reluctance and clenched teeth, she had no choice but to comply. That's a good child. Yongcheng's lips curled in triumph. He then settled elegantly on the crocodile leather sofa, crossing his legs, and poured a glass of the finest red wine, handing it to Ningsangsang. Come, darling, let us celebrate in advance. You will once again belong solely to me. With gritted teeth, Ningsangsang accepted the glass. Yet, her heart was suffocating with indignation, and in a fit of frustration, she flung the wine glass to the ground with a resounding crash. She glared defiantly at the man before her, her eyes ablaze with provocation. Yongcheng, however, appeared unfazed, watching the crimson liquid stain the luxurious Persian carpet. A sickly smile graced his lips as he grasped her chin, lifting it slightly. My dear, you still possess that penchant for throwing tantrums. But fear not. You shall learn to be obedient in time. Now, my sweet, take one last look outside. Soon, your eyes shall hold only me. Do you understand? On a chilly night, Yongcheng, with a sinister and morbid demeanor, gently patted Ningsangsang's small face. She attempted to evade him, Yet he forcefully scooped her up, proclaiming, "It is time for us to return home, my dear." Chapter 76. The unending commotion carried upon his shoulder. Ningsangsang struggled against him. However, upon receiving a stern reprimand from the agitated man, she finally quieted down. Subsequently, she was unceremoniously deposited into the back seat of the Maybach that Yongcheng had driven. Throughout the journey, she huddled in the corner of the window, gazing at the vibrant nightlife outside, the bustling crowd, yet her heart grew increasingly cold. She pondered whether she would ever have the chance to escape again after being taken back. Was she destined to lose her freedom for a lifetime? Moreover, her brother Yenzhou and sister Wei were still unaware of her capture. Would they be worried, believing she had gone missing? The more she contemplated, the more sorrowful she became. Her doe-like eyes, filled with anger and grievance, glistened with unshed tears. Upon returning to the night residence and being confined to the attic, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Particularly heart-wrenching was the sight of the attic door being locked from the outside. She frantically pounded on the door. "I want to go out. I do not wish to remain here for eternity. I want to leave. Let me out." The sound of her pounding echoed through the attic, while Yongcheng, with narrowed eyes, sat on the sofa, observing her outburst. He had anticipated that the little creature, accustomed to her freedom, would struggle upon her return. Thus, he chose to disregard her. Naturally, no servant would dare open the door for Ningsangsang. After a prolonged period of her commotion, her small hands were left red and sore from the incessant banging. Yongcheng watched her intently, and when she began to calm down slightly, he strode forward, extending his hand to wipe away her tears. His crimson eyes fixed on her, his tone both ailing and possessive, he asked, "Why are you crying, my sweet? Isn't it wonderful here? I lack for nothing in providing for you." At his words, Ningsangsang, who had momentarily ceased her weeping, was overwhelmed once more. "I don't want to. Woo-woo, I don't want to stay here forever." Fierce and indignant, she attempted to shake off his large hand that caressed her cheek. "Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Woo-woo." Despite her fierce demeanor, Yongcheng firmly grasped her wrist, rendering her immobile. What a little feline. Full of tantrums and tears, the commotion seemed endless. Yet, a playful smile curled on Yongcheng's lips. He was inexplicably eager to witness her tears today. With one hand restraining both of Ningsangsang's wrists, he playfully pinched her small face with the other. He was determined to provoke her further. True to his expectations, Ningsangsang cried even harder, "Woo-woo, don't touch me. You jerk." Her body shook with sobs, her voice hoarse from the incessant insults hurled at Yongcheng. Yet, he gazed upon her with a shadowed, morbid appreciation, finding amusement in her distress. After waiting for Ningsangsang to exhaust her anger, he forcibly pinched her delicate face once more. "My dear, I advise you to accept the reality of living here sooner rather than later, otherwise, your incessant crying will not bode well for your little body." How could Ningsangsang possibly accept such a fate? She would never be able to. With her tiny sharp teeth clenched, she furiously seized her small pillow from the princess' bed and hurled it at Yongcheng with all her might. Her voice hoarse and indignant as she cursed him. "You scoundrel! Yongcheng, you are nothing but a scoundrel." Yet, Yongcheng chose to ignore her, turning to leave the loft. After all, it takes time to tame a disobedient little kitten. Chapter 77. Ningsangsang's resistance with Yongcheng gone. The vast loft was left in solitude with only Ningsangsang. She continued to weep, transitioning from loud sobs to quiet whimpers, until exhaustion overtook her. Her cries dwindled to a mere whisper, and eventually, she lay curled up on her grand princess bed, clutching the myriad of plush toys Yongcheng had gifted her for comfort. Time slipped by, and she eventually curled herself into a small ball, falling into a weary slumber beneath the moonlight streaming through the window, her long, curled eyelashes adorned with shimmering tears. The following morning, upon waking, Ningsangsang erupted in a fit of rage, throwing objects in every direction. Bam! Bam! Anything within her reach was hurled away. Even the meal sent by the specially assigned servant was angrily discarded. "I won't eat. I've said I won't eat. Take it away." The plates and bowls shattered across the floor. She refused to eat a single morsel or drink a drop of water throughout the day. Despite the servant's pleas, she continued her tantrum, until, upon hearing of her distress, Yongcheng hurriedly returned from the company. "Madam hasn't eaten anything. Indeed, she hasn't touched a bite. She has been insisting on being let out." The servant spoke with a hint of sympathy for Ningsangsang. After all, at only 19, despite her privileged status, Being confined to the loft day in and day out was unbearable for anyone. Bring me the prepared meal, Yechen instructed, determined to deliver the food to Ningsangsang himself. Yes, Mr. Yi. The servant respectfully presented a bowl of congee made with vegetables and lean meat to Yongcheng. Though it appeared simple, it was crafted from the finest ingredients, simmered for 3 hours by a 5-star chef, and its aroma alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. With a click, Yongcheng unlocked the door to the loft and placed the bowl of congee before Ningsangsang. My dear, he began softly. But before he could offer any words of encouragement, Ningsangsang, in a fit of anger, seized the exquisite porcelain bowl containing the congee and flung it across the room. Instantly, the broth traced a graceful arc through the air. With a resounding crash, the bowl shattered upon the floor, splintering into countless pieces. For Ningsangsang, this act was no less than a provocation towards Yechen. A fire smoldered within her, and indeed, she was deliberately inciting him. Let me out, she rasped, glaring fiercely at the man before her, repeating her demand. Yet, he merely cast his gaze upon the spilled meat porridge on the ground, his expression darkening considerably. When he turned back, his demeanor had transformed entirely. He seized Ningsangsang's delicate face with a cruel grip, a sickly smile twisting his lips. My dear, it seems you have forgotten. Your body belongs to me. Without my permission, who dares to defy my will and refuse sustenance? Ningsangsang was instantly taken aback by his sudden change in tone, particularly as the depths of his gaze turned a menacing crimson, exuding a twisted and terrifying obsession. A whimper escaped her, instinctively prompting her to recoil in fear. Yet, confined within this loft, where could she possibly hide? The moment she moved, Yechen grasped her wrist, forcefully pulling her back. Do not whimper. Ningsangsang struggled desperately, but her resistance only elicited a cold, mocking laugh from Yechen. Darling, still struggling? When will you learn your lesson? I shall not release you again. Abandon any hope. Let me make it clear today. You will never interact with outsiders. You only need me. Ningsangsang was bewildered, her large, sorrowful eyes gazing up at him, unwilling to comprehend his words. However, Yechen offered her no choice. He commanded her to obediently eat, warning her that he would not hesitate to force-feed her if necessary. The mere mention of being force-fed sent a pallor across Ningsangsang's face. A year prior, when she was first confined in this loft, she had similarly resisted eating. In a fit of rage, he had forcibly tilted her chin, pouring a bowl of millet porridge straight into her mouth. The sensation of the hot porridge sliding down her throat was an experience she wished never to endure again. Thus, upon hearing Yechen's threat, she immediately nodded. I'll drink. Now you're being obedient, he remarked, his fingers ominously tracing her cheek. But my dear, your refusal to eat today displeases me greatly. Therefore, for the next 3 days, as a lesson, you shall only drink plain porridge. Ningsangsang felt even more pitiful. Shortly thereafter, a servant brought a bowl of plain porridge. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she reluctantly spooned the tasteless concoction into her mouth. Lacking any appetite, it took 3 rounds of warming before she managed to finish the bowl. Once done, she dared not protest any longer, curling up in a corner of the large bed, hugging her knees like a forlorn little cabbage, utterly unloved and desolate. She no longer wished to acknowledge Yechen. He had been preoccupied with a significant project at work, rarely visiting her except at night, and sometimes not even then. Alone, Ningsangsang would clutch her small pillow, tilting her head upwards, lost in contemplation of the moon peering through the gaps in the boarded-up window. Tonight, the moon was particularly full and luminous, yet it offered her no comfort. She felt akin to a mere plaything, a marionette devoid of autonomy. The contradiction of his declarations of love, juxtaposed with his tendency to confine her, left her bewildered. This was not the kind of love she desired. She longed for her brother Yenzhou, as well as Wei Jie and Su Jie. They would never treat her in such a manner. The more she pondered, the redder her eyes became. In the deep of night, cradling her pillow, she began to weep silently, her small frame trembling under the moonlight. For several days, tears had become her constant companion, albeit without sound. The following day, after completing his work, Yechen came to keep her company, only to discover her eyes swollen like peaches from crying. Why are you crying again? He asked, frowning, his gaze betraying an uncontainable sorrow. Yet, Ningsangsang did not deign to look at him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. She was drinking plain congee, spoonful by spoonful. For the 4th consecutive day, the kitchen had prepared a sumptuous array of dishes, vegetables, meats, seafood, but Ningsangsang stubbornly refused to eat anything but congee, as if to challenge him. As he watched her consume bowl after bowl of congee while the dishes remained untouched, he picked up chopsticks and forcibly placed several pieces of lean meat into her bowl. "Eat," Ningsangsang. Yet, she merely removed the meat and cast it onto the small table, a silent act of defiance. Yechen face darkened as he placed more meat into her bowl, only to have it rejected once more. After several attempts, he seized her wrist, his expression stern as he admonished her to be obedient. "I told you to eat." In that moment, she seemed to shrink back in fear. His harsh tone prompted her tears to flow anew, silent sobs racking her small frame, evoking a profound sense of pity. Yehen's heart ached at the sight. Releasing her wrist, his demeanor softened as he implored, "Darling, you need to eat meat to replenish your protein levels. Otherwise, your health will suffer from nutritional imbalance." Chapter 79. Yehen's fear. What good was it to live as a mere plaything, hoping for longevity? In her defiance, Ningsangsang resolved to ignore him. A sudden wave of unease gripped Yechen. He did not wish for their relationship to devolve into this turmoil. "Darling, are you upset because I've made you eat plain congee for 3 days? I was wrong, my dear, and I shall never treat you so harshly again. Please, look at me and say something, will you?" Yehen's tone was imbued with a pleading quality. Yet, Ningsangsang remained unmoved. He continued to implore, "If my darling is angry, then please take it out on me." As he spoke, he grasped Ningsangsang's small hand, urging her to strike him. At last, she lifted her gaze to meet his, but her eyes were brimming with tears, glaring fiercely as she withdrew her tiny hand from his grasp. In that moment, Yechen felt a flicker of fear. Previously, when Ningsangsang was upset, she would always vent her frustrations on him, but today, she was unwilling to do even that. "Please, hit me, Ningsangsang. Strike me." He feared that the anger she harbored within would only fester, so he forcefully held her hand, insisting she take her frustrations out on him. Ningsangsang, already overwhelmed with a sense of grievance, could no longer contain herself. She raised her small fist and struck him with all her might. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Scoundrel! I'll beat you to death." Her cries grew louder as she hit him, pouring every ounce of strength into her blows, her little hands aching from the effort. Yechen endured it all. "Yes, beat me to death. I am the scoundrel. My precious Ningsangsang, please do not cry." The harder she struck, the more his heart ached, and he held her tighter in his embrace. Eventually, when Ningsangsang grew weary and could no longer struggle against his hold, she succumbed to her tears, sobbing in his arms. Ningsangsang was oblivious to the passage of time as she wept, like a restless child. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell asleep, her soft whimpers fading into quiet sobs in his embrace. Yechen continued to hold her, leaning down to kiss her forehead and the tears that adorned her cherubic cheeks. He pressed her small face against his handsome visage, whispering tenderly in her ear, "Be good, my darling. You will grow accustomed to it, just as you did when you were confined to the attic." Yechen harbored a genuine desire to keep Ningsangsang close forever. Though she slept peacefully, her brow remained furrowed, her little face contorted in distress. He gently smoothed her furrowed brow with his thumb and placed a tender kiss on her rosy lips. Yet, in her dreams, it seemed she was plagued by nightmares. She began to whimper once more, mumbling incoherently. Alarmed, Yechen leaned closer to listen, catching snippets of her words as her lips moved. "Save me, sob, brother Yenjo, save me." His expression darkened instantaneously, a chill enveloping him. His large hand clenched tightly, causing the skin to break and bleed from the force of his grip. Yechen had intended to spend the night holding Ningsangsang in his arms. Yet in his fury, he abruptly stood. What was it about that man, Song, that was so commendable? What was it? He could not fathom it. Was it merely because he was better at winning toys? In the deep of night, Yechen found himself restlessly tossing and turning, unable to succumb to sleep. Eventually, he rose from his bed and ventured to the office of the Yi Corporation's president. There, he encountered a claw machine. Yechen meticulously studied strategies online and practiced diligently, spending the entire night honing his skills. The following day, when Secretary Wang arrived at work and beheld Yehon's bloodshot eyes, he was taken aback. "President Yi, what happened? Did you spend the entire night in the office?" Yechen did not respond to his inquiries. Instead, he enthusiastically demonstrated to Yongcheng, Secretary Wang, "My success rate at the claw machine has improved to 70%. As he spoke, he showcased his newfound prowess. Yongcheng thought to himself, Has the master lost his mind from the excitement? Nevertheless, he was compelled to witness the fruits of Yechen labor before the claw machine. Upon leaving the office, he also carried with him a new directive, specifically, the criteria for recruitment at the corporation. Henceforth, when candidates were comparable, those who could successfully operate the claw machine would be given precedence in hiring. Moreover, anyone who could teach President Yi to achieve a 100% success rate would be rewarded with a promotion and a substantial bonus. The announcement of this hiring criterion sent ripples through the job market. Aspiring candidates eager to join the prestigious Yi Corporation began fervently practicing their claw machine skills. The once quiet arcade became bustling with hopeful applicants vying to prove their worth. Even mid-level leaders within the company, seeking to impress the formidable Yongcheng, purchased claw machines for practice at home. In no time, claw machines across Yongcheng City were sold out, leaving their vendors bewildered by the sudden surge in demand. Unbeknownst to Ningsangsang, this whirlwind of activity stemmed from her presence. After being brought back by Yongcheng for 5 days, she seemed to have resigned herself to the reality of her impending loss of freedom. She grew calm, refraining from tears or outbursts, existing quietly in her newfound circumstances. Observing her transformation, Yongcheng felt that she was gradually coming to terms with her situation. To mark her change in demeanor, he arranged for a luxurious necklace, a top-grade ruby worth 20 million, to be delivered as a gift. While Ningsangsang did not accept it outright, she did not resist when he playfully adorned her with it. The resplendent ruby complemented her long, straight black hair, rendering her breathtakingly enchanting, akin to a dark angel, evoking the allure of a character from a twisted fairy tale. "Do you like it, my dear Ningsangsang?" Yongcheng mused, believing she was a perfect match for the ruby necklace. She glanced down at it, and a faint smile graced her lips as she replied, "I like it." "Do you truly adore it, my precious?" Yongcheng, taken aback by her response, exclaimed, "Then I shall have a complete set of ruby crown and earrings arranged for you as well." "All right." Ningsangsang did not refuse. Yongcheng felt that Ningsangsang had become remarkably obedient. He immediately stepped out to make an international phone call, reaching out to friends abroad. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang gently caressed the ruby pendant adorning her neck, while her other hand tightly grasped the cross necklace gifted to her by the formidable Xuejie. She recalled Xuejie's parting words, "My dear Ningsangsang, should you ever encounter an insurmountable problem, take this necklace and seek out my husband, Mu Yi. He will assist you." Ningsangsang had heard of Mu Yi, the legendary ruler of the underground world of Yongcheng City, a figure whose prowess rivaled that of Yongcheng, one operating in the light, the other in shadows. Otherwise, the eldest daughter of one of the 4 prominent families, Jiangwei, would not be so courteous and accommodating toward Xuejie. In the days that followed, clutching Xuejie's token, Ningsangsang pondered how she might persuade someone to deliver a message to Mu Yi, seeking his aid. Now, with the ruby necklace gifted by Yongcheng, a plan began to form in her mind. "Bring someone to me." Chapter 81. Rescuing others. To Ningsangsang's surprise, she summoned someone. This left the servants elated, as Ningsangsang had been indifferent towards them for some time. They hurriedly approached her with utmost respect. "Madam, how may we serve you?" Ningsangsang stood up, and, with her delicate, fair fingers, pointed at a middle-aged woman dressed in faded, worn clothing. "She stays. The rest of you may leave." The woman, surnamed Chun, had always appeared sorrowful, her attire perpetually tattered. Ningsangsang had inquired about her situation before. She had a son suffering from a grave illness and a husband rendered paralyzed from an accident. Desperate for money, when Ningsangsang offered her the ruby necklace valued at 20 million, requesting only that she deliver a message to Mu Yi, the woman hesitated not for a moment. "Madam, I am willing to go. Are you not afraid that Yongcheng will discover this and not spare you?" "Not at all," Chun replied with a bitter smile. "I have long ceased to fear death. I only pity my 7-year-old son, who is gravely ill. With money, I can save his life. For the sake of money, I am willing to do anything, even if it costs me my life." Truly, one can feel the heartache of every parent. Ningsangsang sighed inwardly, gently placing the necklace into Chen's hands. "You need not worry. You will not perish. Mu Yi will ensure your safe passage out of Yongcheng City, along with your son and husband. If Mu Yi cannot even protect the messenger, he cannot claim the title of the Night Emperor of the Underground Kingdom." "Thank you, madam." "Thank you." Chen was profoundly grateful to Ningsangsang, tears of heartfelt appreciation streaming down her face. She even attempted to bow to Ningsangsang, but was quickly assisted up by her. "No need for that, Chen. We are merely fulfilling our own needs. Please hurry and leave." Ningsangsang now placed all her hopes upon Chen's shoulders. Since the departure of Sister Chen, her heart had been racing anxiously. On one hand, she feared that Yongcheng might unexpectedly return home earlier today. On the other, she was concerned that Mu Yi, a complete stranger to her, might not come to her rescue based solely on a token. She was engulfed in unease, constantly fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Her delicate face twisted in a frown. At that moment, it was nearing noon. Typically, Yongcheng returned home by 7. Ningsangsang restlessly watched the clock as the hours passed. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With each passing minute, her complexion grew increasingly pale. Her frail body seemed on the verge of collapse. By the time the hour hand pointed to 6, hope had all but vanished. Perhaps Mu Yi was too afraid of offending Yongcheng to come to her aid. Understandably so, as they shared no ties. Ningsangsang had anticipated such an outcome. If Mu Yi chose to rescue her, she would be immensely grateful. If he chose not to, she could comprehend that as well. Just when all hope seemed lost, suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door before her was violently kicked open. Instantly, a multitude of men clad in black appeared, each wielding electric batons, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Among them was a striking young man, around 27 or 28, dressed in casual motorcycle attire and casually holding a blue helmet. He cast a sidelong glance at Ningsangsang, saying, "Hey, little girl, you're the one my wife mentioned, the real-life Barbie she adores." Ningsangsang had not anticipated Mu Yi to be so handsome. Mu Yi scrutinized her in return, remarking, "The little girl is indeed quite lovely. I'll model my future Barbie for my wife after you." After his comment, he playfully whistled at her. Ningsangsang was taken aback. Realizing his faux pas, Mu Yi abruptly slapped the back of his head. "Apologies, little girl. I've gotten into the habit of teasing my wife." It seemed he had developed a reflex whenever it came to his wife, Su Jiao's belongings. He couldn't help but whistle. In his mind, Ningsangsang, the little Barbie, was already akin to his wife. Ningsangsang suddenly felt that Mu Yi did not match the cold, ruthless, and fearsome image of the notorious gang leader she had heard about. She was also perplexed as to how Mu Yi had entered so stealthily. Astonishingly, despite the loud crash of the door, no one from Yongcheng's side had come to investigate. "Let us go, my wife's little Barbie." With hardly any resistance, Ningsangsang found herself dazedly led out by Mu Yi. Once they inhaled the fresh air outside, her large eyes remained bewildered. Was it truly this easy? The smoothness of her escape left her in disbelief. She had expected at least a considerable amount of danger. The young girl has finally emerged, and you are well aware of the formidable presence of your family member, who wields considerable power in this city of Yong. Generally, I prefer to avoid any significant confrontations with him. Therefore, I may not hesitate to hand you over at any moment while in Yong. It would be prudent for you to leave this place. I will arrange for your swift departure from the city. Once you are out, you may go wherever your heart desires. Whether you can evade that man's pursuit will depend solely on your fortune." Mu Yi and Ningsangsang are strangers, lacking any prior acquaintance. His willingness to assist Ningsangsang, due to his wife, Su Jiao's plea, is already commendable. "Thank you, Mr. Mu." Ningsangsang expressed her gratitude. "No need for thanks." Mu Yi waved his hand dismissively. He then mounted a modified motorcycle, donned his helmet, and said to Ningsangsang, "I will have 2 of my brothers take you to the airport immediately. I have already procured your ticket." Additionally, Mu Yi handed Ningsangsang a bank card. "Though it does not contain a substantial amount, it should suffice for a while. For the sake of my wife, who constantly wishes to see you again, you must do your utmost to avoid being captured by that man named Yi." "Thank you, Mr. Mu. I will repay you when I have the means." Ningsangsang, in her current predicament, did not hesitate to accept. After all, she was devoid of any funds. "All right, let us be on our way." Soon after, Ningsangsang was ushered into a vehicle by 2 lean men. "Miss Ning, we must hurry. Our leader insists that the sooner we reach the airport, the better. Otherwise, if that man returns, he will seal off the airport, and you will find it nearly impossible to escape." "Thank you, gentlemen," Ningsangsang replied. Uncertain of her destination beyond Yong City, she possessed no social network outside its confines. Yet, no matter where she went, as long as she could avoid being recaptured by Yongcheng, she would have her freedom. Contemplating this, Ningsangsang took a deep breath. She clutched the bank card tightly in her hand. It represented her means of survival in the outside world. Unbeknownst to her, one of the men cast a greedy gaze at the card, while the other leered at her exquisitely beautiful face. They exchanged knowing glances. But Ningsangsang remained oblivious to their intentions. The vehicle, though steady, caused her head to spin. Within moments, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 83. Ningsangsang was sold. Upon regaining consciousness, Ningsangsang discovered her hands and feet bound, confined within a large burlap sack. She attempted to cry out, but her mouth was muffled. She sensed the two men lifting her from the vehicle, their voices echoing in her ears. Xiao Lu, do you think our boss will find out about this? Absolutely not. How could he possibly know? This girl is meant to be sent out of Yong City. Losing her will be entirely normal. The two brothers decided that it would be better to dispose of her swiftly. However, the allure of such a beautiful girl was too tempting to resist. Yet, the formidable figure named Yi was not to be trifled with. She was akin to a hot potato, best sold at a premium price for peace of mind. Ningsangsang discerned their intent. She was to be sold. Desperately, she attempted to speak and wriggled her body in protest. Ah, little Lu, the girl has awakened. One remarked. Do not concern yourself with her. We are nearing the delivery point. A girl of her caliber is precisely what wealthy patrons desire. Boss Chun has promised us 1 million. 1 million. That could sustain our indulgence for 2 years. By the way, have you verified that Boss Chun has no ties to that esteemed Yi? We must avoid complications. Rest assured, Boss Chun merely operates a mid-sized, unregulated nightclub, rife with clandestine dealings. However, the establishment under Ye's name is entirely legitimate. There is no connection. At that moment, every word exchanged between the two men reached Ningsangsang's ears, leaving her pale with fear. She was truly to be sold into an unregulated nightclub owned by Boss Chun. The very term unregulated made it abundantly clear what sort of establishment it was. Ningsangsang couldn't fathom that after narrowly escaping one peril, she had fallen into another. In contrast, she began to reconsider her thoughts on Yongcheng. A bizarre notion of wanting him to rescue her surfaced in her mind. Is this the merchandise? A middle-aged man's voice rang out as the sack enveloping her was unfastened, revealing her face. How is it, Boss Chun? This batch is top quality, I assure you. Boss Chun was taken aback. Ningsangsang surpassed his expectations. Indeed, this girl will do. Here is the payment. He tossed a bank card to the two men selling Ningsangsang. Their transaction executed with alarming efficiency. As Ningsangsang watched the two traffickers depart, her large eyes seethed with anger, determined to memorize their faces. Boss Chun seemed to sense her resolve. Save your efforts, little girl. Once I have taken possession, escape is impossible. Your exquisite beauty is a rare gem. I can easily fetch tens of millions for you. There are plenty of wealthy individuals eager to bid for you. You will likely remain a plaything in a man's basement for the rest of your life, never to escape. Boss Chin's words widened Ningsangsang's eyes in sheer despair. No, she did not want this. Such a fate was far too cruel for her. However, this was the original plan of Chun, the owner. Upon seeing Ningsangsang's appearance, he now intends to train her for a period before presenting her to the most esteemed man in Yong City, Yechen. As Yechen plans to open a branch of his nightclub and has set his sights on acquiring Chen's establishment. The owner seizes this opportunity to use Ningsangsang as a gift to ingratiate himself with this man and secure his club. After all, in the entire Yong City business circle, who does not know that Yechen has a penchant for girls who resemble Barbie dolls? Chapter 84. Yechen searches for Ningsangsang. Meanwhile, Yechen has discovered that Ningsangsang has vanished. He gazes at the empty room, his heart ablaze with fury. Nearly driven to madness, she has fled again. Who assisted her this time? Is it Mu Yi? The young master is currently waiting in the reception room, here to offer his apologies. Mu Yi? Yechen never anticipated it would be him. His expression darkens to a point of malevolence, and without a moment's hesitation, he storms into the conference room. Young Master Yi. Ha ha. Mu Yi greets with a mix of enthusiasm and trepidation as Yechen approaches. Bang. Yechen delivers a powerful punch directly to his face. You Mu, I have no grievances with you. Yet everyone in Yong City knows how fervently you pursued your wife. But after just a few years, you dare to entangle yourself with my wife? You seek death. With that single blow, Mu Yi finds blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, spitting out a tooth in the process, his complexion turning grim. Yechen, you truly strike with ferocity. Yet, given that Mu Yi had instigated the situation with Yechen first, he refrains from retaliating, considering it a form of apology. Before arriving, he assumed Ningsangsang was merely Yechen's mistress, never realizing she was his wife. Understanding the significance of a wife, he felt a twinge of mutual respect and regret. I must apologize, young Master Yi. My involvement was unavoidable. It was my wife who urged me to act. You know I always heed her words. Though Mu Ye's tone suggests reluctance, the pride in his words is unmistakable. This infuriates Yechen. The malice swirling in his eyes feels like knives, each one laced with murderous intent. Mu, I do not wish to hear your nonsense. Hand over my Ningsangsang immediately. I wish to do so as well. Mu Ye replies nonchalantly, wiping the blood from his mouth with a sigh. However, that young lady has already departed. I arranged for her to leave Yongcheng City. Departed? You dared to let her go? Indeed, she took a flight. Here is the ticket. By now, she has likely reached her destination. You may go look for her. Mu Ye indeed presents the flight information to Yechen. After all, this was merely a layover. He had instructed Ningsangsang to take a train to another city upon disembarking from the plane. Thus, the information Yechen possesses does not lead to her final destination. If it were an ordinary day, Yechen might have harbored some doubts, but now he was clearly flustered and in a state of disarray. He had unwittingly placed his trust in my Yongcheng. Go, set up surveillance according to this address. Hire as many people as you can. Turn this city upside down if necessary, but find Ningsangsang. Yes, sir, Secretary Wang immediately complied. Yechen cast a dark, menacing glance at Mai and uttered, You must be aware of the consequences of deceiving me. If I do not locate Ningsangsang within 3 days, you may destroy my empire at your whim. Mai had long contemplated the repercussions. After all, it merely entailed some losses and monetary issues, nothing insurmountable. This was trivial compared to the thrill of impressing his wife, who would reward him handsomely. In the end, Yechen chose to trust Mai once more, flying over personally that very night in search of her. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang remained in Yongcheng, confined within Boss Chen's Royal Power Club. To ensure her compliance, she was locked in a small dark room on her first day. Chapter 85. Ningsangsang's plight at the club. Ningsangsang's limbs remained bound, and she was unceremoniously cast onto the cold floor. Her frail form curled up tightly as she dared not imagine what awaited her the following day. A sleepless night ensued, and by morning, her eyes were bloodshot, her wrists and ankles marked by the ropes of her struggles. At 7 in the morning, the door to the dark room creaked open. A mature woman in her 30s, clad in a professional skirt suit, entered and surveyed Ningsangsang with a cold, appraising gaze. So you are the merchandise purchased by the boss last night. Indeed, your beauty is exceptional. Listen carefully. From now until the next 7 days, I shall be your instructor. You will follow my lead as I meticulously teach you how to please a patron as an object of desire. She had no intention of becoming an object, even less of pleasing a patron. Ningsangsang defiantly shook her head in vehement refusal. The mature woman merely chuckled. Ah, the typical response of a newcomer. No worries. In time, you will adapt to your role. She had encountered many young women like Ningsangsang, and few arrived willingly. Yet, ultimately, they all succumbed to being tamed. First lesson today, the patron is your god. You must never defy him. You are to obey him unconditionally and use your body to appease him. Ningsangsang was taken aback. Are you serious? The mature woman detected the disdain in her eyes and smirked. Little girl, heed my words well. These are the survival rules you must embrace. The men who purchase you do not intend to cherish you, but rather to dominate you. You must be as obedient as a pet dog to fulfill their desires, lest you meet a silent demise. Do you understand? Demise? The mere utterance of the word sent a shiver coursing through Ningsangsang's body. Yes, indeed, kill her. The mature woman discerned Ningsangsang's timid nature and began to coldly mock and intimidate her. Do you know what became of those disobedient playthings who were sold off in the past? Ningsangsang's large eyes widened in fear. Could it be they died? Precisely. They perished, silently, with no one the wiser, as if they had never existed in this world at all. These words struck a heavy blow to Ningsangsang's innocent heart. She could scarcely imagine the terrifying scenario of being sold and ultimately tortured to death in silence. Well, little girl, I've said all that needs to be said. You had better not harbor any illusions. Men who can purchase women as playthings are nothing but beasts. If you wish to live a little longer, you had better be obedient and learn how to please and serve men properly. But how is that any different from being a walking corpse? Ningsangsang's small face was filled with humiliation. She would rather die than endure such a bleak existence. Nevertheless, she refrained from showing any resistance. Instead, she resolved to appear docile, biding her time until she could escape when their guard was down. Above all, she must flee. Even if it led to her being discovered and beaten to death, she could not face the beastly, perverse man who would buy her. Just as Ningsangsang was quietly steeling herself with this determination, the mature woman before her commanded, "Within an hour, recite back everything I just said, word for word." That is the rule for you playthings. Chapter 86. The frantic night. Ningsangsang lived in perpetual darkness at Boss Chin's establishment. Each day, failing to complete the so-called educational tasks resulted in punishment and beatings. It was a stroke of luck if Ningsangsang managed to eat even a morsel of food. In just 3 days, she had visibly lost weight. Her mind was filled only with words like plaything, pleasing, and serving. Each night, she was plagued by nightmares, haunted by the visage of her purchaser, ugly, old, and cruelly bloodthirsty. As the night turned to dawn, she was repeatedly awakened in terror, unable to sleep due to the haunting image of her imagined buyer. Meanwhile, Yongcheng, in a frenzied search for Ningsangsang, had not closed his eyes for 3 days. His Ningsangsang was lost. He had lost her. From initial rage with bloodshot eyes to eventual despair, in a mere 3 days, his stubble had grown, and he had not changed his clothes, presenting a disheveled appearance. Secretary Wang watched in anguish as Yongcheng's condition deteriorated daily. His master, who was inherently fastidious, seemed to have lost his heart along with Ningsangsang. Where had she gone? Where could she possibly be? Yongcheng nearly turned the city upside down in his desperate search, yet there was no trace of Ningsangsang to be found. He could only numbly touch the red string around his wrist, as if this object could provide him with a modicum of solace. Ningsangsang had once gifted him the red string, which was a testament to her affection for him, a sentiment she had expressed in her childhood. Therefore, it must be love. It certainly had to be love. As the night deepened, his thoughts spiraled into madness. By the 4th day, it seemed he had completely lost his sanity. With crimson tears nearly spilling from his eyes, he returned to Yongcheng from the city mentioned by Mu Yi. Smash everything. Destroy all of Mu's properties. Wreck his home too. With his ruthless command, the primary assets of Mu Yi suffered greatly. Yet, the overlord remained indifferent, currently reveling in a solitary cell with his wife. Meanwhile, Boss Chin visited the mature woman overseeing Ningsangsang's training progress. How is she faring? She appears obedient, yet I can sense a rebellious spirit within her. If you were to send this young girl away, would she cause you any trouble? How much trouble can she truly cause? I believe we are nearly finished. It's time to conclude her training, as the one in question is said to have returned to Yongcheng. If I don't appease him soon, our establishment might very well cease to exist. In recent days, the acquisition department of the night market group had been tightening its grip, leaving Boss Chun with little recourse. Initially, he had intended to properly train Ningsangsang, but now he had to expedite his plans. After casting one last glance at Ningsangsang, Boss Chun dialed the Night Corporation. Soon, Secretary Wang reported back to Yongcheng. "Mr. Yi, Boss Chin from the Huangquan Club intends to host a banquet for you tomorrow evening and hopes you will honor him with your presence, as he has a significant gift for you." Huangquan Club's owner? Yongcheng had no recollection of him, merely a minor player. With Ningsangsang lost to him, he had no desire for banquets. Decline it. Refuse him. His tone was displeased, his voice frigid. "Secretary Wang, handle such trivial matters yourself in the future. There is no need to report to me." Chapter 87. Ningsangsang is sent as a gift to Yongcheng. When this message reached Boss Chun, he felt humiliated to the brink of fury. He nearly resolved to abandon his efforts. But what would become of his club, the fruit of a lifetime of toil? Boss Chun took a deep breath, suppressing his indignation, ultimately deciding to once again submit to Yongcheng. Since Yongcheng would not come, he would send Ningsangsang directly, couriering her to his presidential office at the Night Corporation. He could not believe that a normal man could resist the allure of such an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Prepare her. Make her presentable, Boss Chun instructed the mature woman. Ningsangsang was compelled to take a fragrant bath, then donned a white, airy lace-made outfit, subsequently adorned with alluring red ribbons encircling her wrists and ankles. Her eyes were veiled with a black cloth, and her mouth was silenced. After being meticulously cleaned and dressed, she was enclosed in an exquisitely crafted large gift box. Any man who laid eyes upon this version of Ningsangsang would be stirred with fervor. Boss Chun was certain that Yongcheng would be no exception. In truth, the few days spent together had fostered a sense of compassion in the mature woman towards Ningsangsang. She gently closed the lid of the gift box, bidding her farewell. "Dear girl, it is time for you to embark on your journey. May you please your benefactor and endure for as long as fate allows." This was merely a heartfelt wish from the mature woman, who suspected that Ningsangsang's inherently stubborn nature might lead her to suffer at the hands of her benefactor. With a resounding thud, the moment the gift box was sealed, despair washed over Ningsangsang entirely. She was to be treated as a gift for that beastly, perverse benefactor. It was rumored that she would subsequently be confined to a basement, never to emerge again. What was she to do? Countless scenarios raced through her mind of her benefactor unboxing her, and how she could desperately flee. It was said that a man's most vulnerable spot resided there. She resolved that when the moment arrived, she would strike fiercely, hoping to inflict enough pain for her escape. The more she contemplated, the more feasible this plan seemed. It might be her sole opportunity. Breathing deeply, Ningsangsang gathered her strength, preparing to deliver that decisive blow. Boss Chun, still uneasy, cautioned, "All right, send her off. But do so with care. Do not mar the aesthetic of the packaged goods. Also, once the box is delivered, do not linger, return promptly." Upon hearing these words, Ningsangsang felt herself being lifted by two individuals. Initially, she felt suspended in midair, but soon she seemed to be shoved into the trunk of a car. The journey was tumultuous, and her heart remained suspended in fear. After an indeterminate amount of time, she sensed herself being removed from the vehicle. Had they arrived? Her toes began to tense, ready to unleash her stored energy. Then, she heard a knock at the door. "Good day, sir. Please sign for your delivery." Ningsangsang had indeed been delivered to Yongcheng's office. A day later, the bloodshot veins in the man's eyes had intensified, his agitation palpable. Unable to contain himself, he hovered on the brink of frenzy. A mere turn of his head sent the two delivery personnel scrambling backward in fright. "Sir, do not forget to open your package. This is a surprise from Boss Jin. He assured us you would surely appreciate it." With that, the delivery personnel fled. Once again, it was that Boss Chun. What on earth is happening? Yongcheng was utterly devoid of any inclination to open the box. For him, there could be no surprise. Unless, of course, it contained his beloved Ningsangsang. But how could that be possible? He was on the verge of instructing his secretary to return the box when, suddenly, it began to move. Chapter 88. Ningsangsang's fearful plea. Yongcheng furrowed his brow. Could there be a living creature inside? He stepped closer. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang had also heard the approaching footsteps. Was it her purchaser? A primal fear gripped her, and she curled up pitifully. She could hear the lid of the gift box being pried open above her. With a loud clatter, the top of the box was lifted, allowing a rush of air to flood in, granting Ningsangsang a few precious breaths. Yet, she sensed that her buyer had become still. Was he contemplating how to dispose of her? The silence of the unknown only heightened her terror. She trembled uncontrollably. Before Yongcheng lay a scene he had long yearned for. His precious Ningsangsang appeared before him, as if from a dream. His crimson eyes sparkled with newfound light. And in his excitement, he pinched himself hard. It hurt. This was no dream. It was real, undeniably real. Ningsangsang, my treasure, my darling. Overwhelmed with joy, Yongcheng's lips quivered uncontrollably, rendering him nearly voiceless. He yearned to pull Ningsangsang from the gift box, but when he reached for her, she recoiled as if affronted, resembling a startled kitten. Instinctively, she struggled, but her body was bound tightly by red ribbons, rendering her immobile. All she could do was tremble, desperately curling into the smallest ball possible. She had no idea how this man would treat her. All she felt was the roughness of his hands as he seemed about to rip her clothing apart. Yongcheng's primary concern was her safety. He needed to check for any injuries. "No, please no," Ningsangsang cried out, feeling deeply violated. She resisted fiercely, attempting to follow her planned course of action to kick her buyer in the groin, yet he had not even loosened the ribbons around her ankles. Despair washed over her. Summoning all her strength, she managed to spit out the pink handkerchief stuffed in her mouth. Then, in a wail of terror, she shouted, "Please, don't touch me. Whatever you paid for me, I'll return it. I can write you an IOU. I'll work hard to pay you back. Just don't touch me, please." Ningsangsang's words momentarily stunned Yongcheng. It dawned on him that she believed he was her buyer, which meant she had been trafficked. His gaze darkened with a chilling intensity. A surge of intense resentment erupted from him. Daring to trade his woman was tantamount to courting death. He immediately stepped out, darkly instructing Secretary Wang to investigate the matter. Upon hurriedly returning to the office and discovering Ningsangsang still there, his previously hollow heart felt as though it had been instantaneously filled. However, following this brief moment of regained possession, a wave of immense anger surged forth. fueled by profound concern and lingering dread. This little creature, had she not tirelessly concocted plans to escape daily, how could she have fallen prey to human traffickers? She deserved it. Truly, she deserved it. The more Yongcheng pondered, the angrier he became, pacing back and forth in his office, pressing his thumb forcefully against his temples to suppress the urge to strike Ningsangsang. Yet, though he could not bring himself to strike her, he felt compelled to impart a significant lesson. Thus, without uttering a word, Yongcheng coldly left Ningsangsang to languish on the sofa. He wished for her to experience the suffocating dread of uncertainty for an extended period. As time elapsed, Ningsangsang's fear intensified, rendering each moment feel like an eternity. After 3 agonizing hours, even her resilient psyche crumbled. Unable to endure any longer, she writhed and struggled on the sofa. "Woo-woo, why are you not speaking? I'm really quite foolish. I cannot win a man's favor. You bought me, yet that only angers you. I cry easily. Fear makes me weep, and my tears will only vex you further. Please let me go, I beg you. I implore you, spare me." Chapter 89. Yongcheng's heroic rescue of the fair lady. Ningsangsang, fully aware that her pleas were likely in vain, nonetheless found herself making futile efforts amidst her overwhelming terror. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. As Yongcheng resolutely struck the table in anger, his determination to punish her was evident. The forceful clap startled Ningsangsang, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, she fell silent, paralyzed by fear. She endeavored to diminish her presence, trembling at even the faintest sound. The rustle of Yongcheng flipping through documents sent her into a whimpering fright. When she heard his footsteps approaching, she spiraled into a frenzy of tears. Whoa! She wept in terror, suppressing any sounds. Upon witnessing this, Yongcheng felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, Ningsangsang resembled a small creature devoid of security. Gently pinching her delicate face, she fainted from sheer fright. Ningsangsang. Yongcheng was taken aback by her fragility. Yet how could he fathom the torment she had endured during her days of captivity? The relentless terror had shattered Ningsangsang's spirit. Culminating in her collapse at the moment, he gripped her face. "Help! Someone, quickly!" Yongcheng, now alarmed, urgently summoned his private physician. The doctor arrived, donning white gloves to examine Ningsangsang. The lady's condition is not significantly concerning. Rather, it is merely a faint caused by excessive fright. It is crucial that she avoids further agitation, and it would be wise for you to exercise a bit more tolerance towards her. The personal physician is aware that Ningsangsang often incites Yongcheng's ire, yet today, the extent of his anger has led him to bind her in such a manner, indicating his fury is indeed substantial. Thankfully, her physical well-being remains intact. With a weary gesture, Yongcheng dismissed the doctor, drawing Ningsangsang tightly into his embrace. Their bodies pressed together as if he sought to meld her into his very essence. He held her for what seemed an eternity, gradually transitioning from the tension of recent days to a state of profound relaxation in this moment. He realized he could no longer punish his beloved. While Ningsangsang's attempt to flee was indeed a misstep, the greater fault lay in his failure to safeguard her. Thus, a wave of guilt washed over Yongcheng. He contemplated untying the ribbons binding her wrists and ankles, but was abruptly halted by a sudden thought. Wouldn't this make him appear as her captor? Surely, Ningsangsang would harbor a negative impression of him. No, he needed to adopt a different persona in her presence. As this notion crossed his mind, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. He hurried to the computer, his slender, pale fingers dancing across the keyboard. Do women truly favor a hero who rescues them? If a man were to save a woman, would she fall in love with him? In no time, Baidu provided an answer. Undoubtedly, women possess a romantic notion of heroes. If saved, they would surely develop feelings for their rescuer, perhaps even love him. This revelation brought a subtle smile to Yongcheng's lips. 3 hours later, Ningsangsang awoke to find herself still bound, yet it appeared she had been relocated to a different setting. It seemed to be a basement. The sound of dripping water echoing around her. Was this to be her life, shrouded in darkness? A wave of despair washed over her, overwhelming her heart with a profound sense of hopelessness, leaving her numb to the world around her. Yet suddenly, she heard commotion and the sound of hurried footsteps outside. It seemed 2 groups were engaged in a skirmish. Ningsangsang, my dear, are you here? Ningsangsang. It was Yongcheng. Tears of joy welled up as she realized he had come to rescue her, bringing her back to life with his presence. Chapter 90. Ningsangsang reports to Yongcheng. Bang. When Ningsangsang kicked the door open, Ningsangsang's wide, despairing eyes met his, her gaze instantly reddening. As she beheld him standing in the doorway, he seemed to radiate a divine light. Achun, oh Achun! In that moment, encountering Ningsangsang felt akin to meeting a savior, elevating his stature in her heart to that of a hero. Darling, how are you? Upon seeing her, Yechen rushed forward, his heart aching with concern as he untied the crimson ribbons binding Ningsangsang's wrists and ankles. Are you all right, my dear? This time, Ningsangsang leapt into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Oh, Achung, I was so scared. You have no idea how terrified I was. Do not fear. I am here, my precious. Yechen placed his warm, strong hand on Ningsangsang's small head, and an indescribable sense of safety enveloped her. In that moment, nestled in his arms, she nuzzled against him like a lost kitten joyfully reunited with its owner, refusing to let go. Thank you, Achung, thank you. Thank you for saving me, she repeated, her small lips forming the words incessantly. A smile crept upon Yecheng's lips, and the pent-up fury within him dissipated in an instant. Please, do not cry. Let me check if you are hurt. As he spoke, he attempted to inspect Ningsangsang's body, but she was quicker. Lifting her tear-stained, ruby-red eyes, she began to recount her ordeal. Oh, I am hurt, Achung. That Mr. Chen mistreated me, and 2 others sold me to him. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal the bruises inflicted upon her. Look, they did this to me. They said they would sell me to some man as a toy, and they wouldn't even let me eat. I could only manage a few bites daily. I was almost starving. The more she recounted her grievances, the more pitiful she appeared. Her nose tinged with sorrow as tears fell, and she leaned against Yechen. His heart melted at her vulnerability, yet a fierce rage ignited within him. He scooped up the pitiful Ningsangsang, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Come, my dear, I shall seek vengeance on that Mr. Chen for you. Ningsangsang obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, sniffling as she wiped her tears on his shoulder. Clenching her tiny fist, she declared, Achung, I will make sure to strike back myself. Very well, my dear, we shall confront him at once. Soon, Ningsangsang and Yechen found themselves en route to the Royal Authority Club. Oh, Achung, Ningsangsang suddenly recalled. What about the man who bought me? He is no good either. He remained silent, possibly a mute, but he terrified me. He is a truly wicked person. You must not let him go. Instantly, Yecheng's hand, which was applying medicine to her wounds, trembled slightly as he cleared his throat awkwardly. Yes, my dear, I have already dealt with such scoundrels. I had someone teach him a lesson on your behalf. Ningsangsang then shook her tiny fist in determination. Good. If my feet hadn't been bound, I would have kicked him where it hurts, so he would never dare to touch a woman again. Yechen broke out in a cold sweat. His precious one was truly formidable. Swiftly, the vehicle arrived at the Royal Power Club. Boss Chun was informed of Yecheng's impending arrival, leaving him utterly exhilarated. Quick, go and welcome Mr. Yi. Indeed, I sent a woman over to please him. Chapter 91. Yecheng's affection for Ningsangsang Boss Chun was nearly moved to tears, believing he had made a sagacious decision that preserved his establishment. As anticipated, he witnessed Yechen alight from the car, cradling Ningsangsang in his arms. It was evident that he held genuine affection for her. Otherwise, such intimacy could not have blossomed in merely half a day, their familiarity suggesting a long-standing acquaintance. Mr. Yi, you have arrived. Please come in, Boss Chen exclaimed. I had invited you here 2 days ago to present you with a delightful surprise gift, but you were too busy to attend. How do you find the gift today? Are you pleased? Pleasant. How could I not be pleased? Yechen replied with a cold smirk, though Boss Chen dared not meet his gaze, failing to discern the underlying tension. That is splendid. Splendid, Boss Chen responded, respectfully guiding Yechen and Ningsangsang to the finest private room in the establishment. The room was adorned with luxurious carpeting, and at the entrance lay exquisite disposable slippers prepared for esteemed guests. Upon entering, Boss Chun immediately lavished attention on Yechen, reprimanding Ningsangsang, You little girl, how could you be so uncouth? Hurry and kneel to change Mr. Ye's shoes. Startled by his rebuke, Ningsangsang instinctively shrank back, retreating behind Yechen. Boss Chen's expression darkened instantly. He shot a fierce glare at the oblivious Ningsangsang before hastily apologizing to Yechen. My apologies, Mr. Yi. This young girl has only been with us for a few days and has yet to be taught our customs. What customs? Are you suggesting I should teach her to change shoes? Yechen replied, his voice low as he half squatted. extending his large hand toward Ningsangsang's small feet. "Darling, allow me to help you with your shoes." Ningsangsang obediently extended one foot, followed by the other. Once he had removed her shoes, Yechen tenderly donned a pair of women's slippers on her feet. After she was fully attired, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Seating her in the prominent position on the sofa, Boss Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed an inconceivable spectacle. How could this be? Typically, the playthings of the wealthy are regarded as less than human. Not only would one be expected to kneel to remove shoes, but a misstep could result in a swift kick. Yet, here was Yechen, the most distinguished man in Yongcheng, whom one must flatter, graciously attending to the footwear of a mere plaything. Boss Chen felt his entire worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. However, what astonished him even further lay ahead. At that moment, he observed Yechen warming Ningsangsang's feet, his large hands continually massaging, transferring warmth to her little feet. After all, it was already late autumn, and Ningsangsang was of delicate constitution. On a chilly night, as Yechen removed his shoes, he felt that Ningsangsang's little feet were too cold, which caused him great distress. "My dear, are you warm enough?" he gently inquired while rubbing her feet. Ningsangsang, accustomed to his tender care over the past year, responded with a soft hum of comfort. "Warm up a bit, Ah Chong, but I still prefer to burrow inside your clothes. It feels cozier and provides a greater sense of security." Ningsangsang had often done this before, so without hesitation, Yechen nestled her little feet into the warmth of his clothing. Boss Chun, taken aback, pinched his thigh hard, convinced he must be dreaming or hallucinating. How could such an absurd situation unfold before his eyes? Yechen warming someone else's feet and looking as if it were an honor? It was utterly inconceivable. Within mere minutes, Boss Chun was left in a state of shock, questioning the reality of his existence. "Boss Chun," Yechen finally recalled him after ensuring his beloved Ningsangsang was comfortably settled. "I am quite pleased with the gift of Ningsangsang." Instantly, Boss Chun snapped back to reality, equally delighted. "As long as you are happy, that is what matters. But might I implore you, President Yi, to reconsider your acquisition of my little establishment?" "Ah, so that was his intention." Yechen let out a cold, disdainful snort. "Boss Chun, I have not finished my statement. I am pleased, yet my Ningsangsang is quite unhappy. She claims that you mistreat her here. You do not feed her and even strike her. Is that true?" Boss Chun, feeling wronged, stammered, "President Yi, I assure you, I only aim to train the girl to serve you properly. Your intentions are commendable." Yechen replied with a tone growing colder. "However, since you are so well-intentioned, I wonder if you are aware of a certain matter?" Boss Chun could sense an ominous premonition. Trembling, he asked, "What matter?" "Just a few days ago, my precious one went missing, and Ningsangsang is that precious one." "What?" Boss Chun felt as though he had been struck by lightning, fear gripping him. "President Yi, you cannot be serious. How could this little girl possibly? How could she not? The girl I hold in my hands with utmost care, and you dared to mistreat her." "And no, I didn't know. President Yi, I truly had no idea." Boss Chen's face turned as pale as a sheet, and in a moment of panic, he knelt before Yechen. In their circle, everyone knew that Yechen despised anyone touching what belonged to him. Yet, he had not only touched, but had also been caught in the act. Realizing he would not escape unscathed, he desperately turned his gaze towards Ningsangsang. "The young girl. No, the young lady. How terribly I have misjudged. I truly apologize. For had I known you were Knight's woman, 100-fold courage would not have sufficed to confront you. Furthermore, how is it possible that Ningsangsang has not uttered a single word about Yechen? Is this not sheer deception? Had he possessed even a modicum of awareness, he would never have dared to lay a hand on her." At this moment, Boss Chun, overwhelmed with both shock and fear, knelt before her, pleading for mercy, which greatly delighted Ningsangsang. Yet, she could not possibly pardon this villain. "Humph, wretched scoundrel, not only have you tormented and bullied me, but how many innocent girls like myself have you purchased to sell to those wealthy and scrupulous beasts? You are nothing but a trafficker. Even if I were to spare you, the police would not do the same." Having spoken with righteous indignation, Ningsangsang felt Yechen gently pinch her cheek and smile. "Darling, are you not going to take matters into your own hands?" "No." Ningsangsang huffed disdainfully, "Scum, filthy." Yet, how could Yechen allow his beloved to suffer without retribution? With a decisive kick, he rose and struck fiercely. "This is for mistreating my Ningsangsang." Boss Chun was sent flying, 2 of his ribs shattered. As he spat blood, He heard Yechenchen's harsh command. Are the police here yet? Until they arrive, ensure he is well taken care of. This was clearly an intent to inflict severe punishment. No, don't kill him. The kind-hearted Ningsangsang quickly interjected. He must remain alive for the police to interrogate him, to uncover the locations where those innocent girls were sold and rescue them. Boss Chun, absorbing her words, felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How could he have considered handing Ningsangsang over to Yechen? Foolish. He was truly foolish. Chapter 93. Has he fled again? After Boss Chun was taken away by the police, Ningsangsang finally felt joy. Seizing the moment, Yechen took her to a shopping mall. Darling, I have a special place to show you. Feeling hungry, Ningsangsang assumed they were headed for a meal. However, they arrived before a claw machine. Darling, would you like a toy? Yechen, having removed an extravagant watch worth millions, was already brimming with excitement, eager to demonstrate his skills for Ningsangsang. She touched her rumbling stomach, feeling too weary to shake her head. Yet, Yechen's gaze was fervent. With eager anticipation, he asked, Darling, you want a toy, don't you? And you want me to catch one, right? Ningsangsang was taken aback. She sensed Yechen's mind was once again unhinged. Without uttering a word, he began to boast as he played. Darling, watch closely. I have a perfect record. I'm certainly more skilled than that man surnamed Song. Ningsangsang recalled that not long ago, she had casually remarked that Yechen was inferior to Song Yenzhou. However, considering Yechen's earnestness, she could not bring herself to diminish his spirit. I'm watching. Yechen, go ahead. Yechen's technique had indeed reached an extraordinary level. He caught every toy without fail. Before long, Ningsangsang found herself cradling a multitude of plush toys. All right, Chun, I can't hold any more. Please stop grabbing. Yet, Yechen remained engrossed, his eyes still fixated upon the claw machine. Don't worry, my dear. I will have someone wrap these up and deliver them to your attic room. The mere mention of the attic made Ningsangsang's complexion pale once more. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in the joy of being rescued by Yechen, deliberately avoiding the contemplation of this issue. However, his words now unequivocally indicated that another form of confinement awaited her. In an instant, Ningsangsang felt as though she had been yanked back to reality. Cautiously, she inquired of Yechen, but Chun, I no longer wish to reside in the attic. May I not stay there? No. Yechen replied without a hint of hesitation. His voice darkened, my dear. You know as well as I do that the outside world is fraught with danger. I provide you with the safest and most comfortable places. Please, be obedient, all right? No. Ningsangsang, still so young, had yet to complete her studies. Over the past year, she had wandered aimlessly, failing to discover any meaning or value in life. A few days ago, resuming her painting had breathed new life into her spirit. She must continue her education. Thus, Ningsangsang quietly retreated. Yechen's striking appearance and demeanor drew a throng of admirers, so initially, he did not notice her departure. It was not until he grasped another toy that he turned to Ningsangsang, saying, Look at this little rabbit, its eyes are so red. Doesn't it resemble how you look when you cry? He turned, intending to hand the rabbit to his precious Ningsangsang, only to find that she was no longer beside him. Yechen's smile gradually faded, his grip on the toy tightening as his temper flared. Just a moment. She's run off again. Furious, he contemplated calling Secretary Wang to seal off the mall and search for her. Just a few minutes. If the mall were locked down immediately, Ningsangsang would certainly not be able to escape. Yet, as Secretary Wang's call connected, Ningsangsang suddenly appeared before him, 2 cups of milk tea in hand, running toward him with a beaming smile. Chun, I was so thirsty. I went to buy milk tea and got you a cup too here. The tension in Yechen's heart dissipated in an instant as he accepted the milk tea from her hands. Chapter 94. Ningsangsang feels jealous. Chun. Let's head over to the area where we can eat. All right. As long as Ningsangsang did not flee or abandon him, Yechen's heart brimmed with joy. My dear, is there anything else you would like to eat? I can go get it for you. No, I'm not hungry anymore. Ningsangsang felt a twinge of hesitation in gazing at him. Chun, I'm just a bit thirsty and not particularly hungry at the moment. Let's enjoy some milk tea first and take a break before we dine elsewhere. Yechen, typically a coffee drinker, seldom indulged in milk tea. Yet, out of affection for Ningsangsang, he was willing to accompany her in this choice. Chun, do sample it. It's mango pudding flavor. I'm uncertain if you enjoy this taste. I do relish it, as long as it is purchased by Ningsangsang, he replied, his voice brimming with affection. After taking a few sips, he affectionately ruffled Ningsangsang's hair. Ningsangsang looked up at him, observing as he drank nearly half the cup, quietly relieved within. She had secretly added a significant amount of a sedative she had procured from the pharmacy, anticipating that soon Yongcheng would succumb to drowsiness, allowing her to slip away unnoticed. In that moment, he would be unable to send anyone to search for her in the mall. Ningsangsang's plan seemed flawless as she lured Yongcheng towards the resting area, but fate intervened unexpectedly. A commotion erupted right before them. A throng of fans fervently pursuing a celebrity, accompanied by numerous paparazzi and journalists. The scale of the gathering indicated that a popular figure was present. Glancing at the chaos, Ningsangsang decided to take a detour to avoid unnecessary encounters. However, just as they had taken a few steps, a jubilant voice called out to them. "Brother Yongcheng." It was Zhang Wei. Upon hearing that voice, Ningsangsang's fists clenched tightly. She harbored an intense animosity towards this vindictive woman. "What's wrong, sweetheart? Why do you look so pale?" Yongcheng, perceptive to Ningsangsang's emotional shift, inquired with concern. Yet, in that instant, Ningsangsang recalled the past entanglements between this man and Zhang Wei. In a fit of jealousy, she pushed Yongcheng away, exclaiming, "Your fiancé has arrived. Shouldn't you go to her?" Yongcheng was bewildered. What had transpired with his little ancestor? Just as Ningsangsang sulked in jealousy, Zhang Wei had eagerly dashed to Yongcheng's side, brazenly linking her arm with his in front of the media and fans. "Brother Yongcheng, how did you know I was here for the brand event today? Were you here to pick me up after work?" Ningsangsang's eyes widened with indignation, fiercely biting her small incisors. The cameras were clicking furiously. The media, initially expecting to cover Zhang Wei's event, were astonished to capture her in a rumored romantic liaison with the renowned Yongcheng. Was this an official announcement of their relationship? As the cameras clicked incessantly, microphones were thrust forward eagerly. "Miss Zhang Wei, may I inquire if this gentleman beside you is the esteemed Yongcheng of the Yi Corporation? Are you truly in a romantic relationship as rumored?" "Indeed. I trust everyone has heard. Brother Yongcheng and I have been betrothed since childhood, as arranged by our elders. I am his fiancé." Zhang Wei was thus confirming her status as Yongcheng's betrothed in front of the media. As the night grew colder, even for the sake of both family stocks, he would not openly deny her to avoid causing her embarrassment. The moment Zhang Wei, his fiancé, spoke, the media's cameras went into a frenzy. At that instant, Zhang Wei almost believed her own fabrications, continuing to concoct sensational stories. "Moreover, my brother Yongcheng and I have already planned to marry. Our good fortune is imminent." Zhang Wei sought to pressure him into marriage with such tricks. Chapter 95. Ningsangsang protects her interests. Good fortune approaching? Were they already on the verge of happiness? What did that make her? A mere plaything, forever confined in an attic and deprived of light. Ningsangsang felt a surge of indignation. Her nose tinged with grievance as she glared fiercely at the seemingly affectionate, yet unfaithful Yongcheng. Indeed, her decision to leave was the right one. Furious, Ningsangsang no longer wished to pretend. She turned to leave. Ningsangsang. Upon seeing this, Yongcheng became anxious, forcefully shaking off Zhang Wei, who attempted to cling to his arm. He intended to chase after Ningsangsang, but was once again obstructed by Zhang Wei's pitiful pleas. "Brother Yongcheng, where are you going? I beg you, even if it's just for the sake of our family's union, the stocks will surely soar. If you leave now, they will undoubtedly plummet. Are you threatening me?" Yongcheng's eyes darkened ominously. He glanced at the frenzied media and then at the furious Ningsangsang. A wave of displeasure washed over him, radiating an overwhelming pressure. In a voice thick with frost, he declared before the assembled media, "Let me make it clear today, I have no relationship with Zhang Wei." He was about to voice his thoughts, but suddenly, a fierce dizziness overcame him, the effects of the drug taking hold. The dosage was enough to incapacitate 3 men weighing 200 pounds each. Yongcheng could sense something was amiss, but it was too late. He collapsed before he could utter another word. "Brother Yongcheng, what's wrong?" Zhang Wei, initially bewildered, was soon overcome with joy. Was this not the opportunity she had been waiting for to turn the tables? She hurriedly assisted Yongcheng. "Quick, get him to my car." Zhang Wei and her assistant swiftly moved to carry Yongcheng away. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang, having stormed away several meters in anger, realized no one was pursuing her. She fumed, her temper flaring even more. Indeed, men were not to be trusted. If they wouldn't chase her, all the better. She intended to escape and return to school. Ningsangsang should have felt relieved by this outcome, yet an inexplicable anxiety gripped her. Unable to resist, she glanced back, only to see Yongcheng entwined with Zhang Wei. The unfaithful scoundrel. Ningsangsang felt as if she might explode with rage. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that Han Chun was being supported by Jiang Wei. Suddenly, she recalled the sleeping pills she had given him. So, this man was not acting of his own volition. Ningsangsang believed that once she had drugged someone, she must take responsibility, especially when facing the malicious Jiang Wei. She could not allow Yechen to fall into the hands of such a woman. Ningsangsang could not quite articulate whether she was feeling jealousy. In any case, she was determined to vex Jiang Wei. No one was to take him away. Suddenly, she dashed forward, intercepting Jiang Wei and wrapping her arms around Yehechen's waist, much like a little beast seizing its prey, pulling him into her embrace. Wretched woman, do not touch Achun. This bold maneuver caught Jiang Wei completely off guard, allowing Ningsangsang to snatch Yechen away without resistance. Immediately, Ningsangsang sought out Yehechen's phone. She intended to call Secretary Wang to have him retrieve Yechen, which would put her mind at ease. But how could Jiang Wei allow such a delectable prize to slip away? She was intent on reclaiming Yechen, yet maintaining her image as the gentle goddess. She refrained from acting out in public. However, in front of the media, her eyes reddened with emotion. Dear girl, what are you doing? At such a young age, you should not learn to be a mistress and act so brazenly. You have clung to Brother Hanshin for an entire year. We have refrained from pursuing the matter due to your youth, but you must not overstep. As soon as Jiang Wei spoke, all the media and fans turned to condemn Ningsangsang. So she is a mistress. No wonder. What a pity, so beautiful yet choosing to be a disgraceful mistress. Such women are surely motivated by money, but they should reflect on whether they are worthy of it. Our Wei Wei and Mr. Yi are a match made in heaven. She should consider her own worth. These words ignited a fire within Ningsangsang, her small face turning pale with indignation and fury. You are the mistresses. Your entire family are mistresses. Provoked by their taunts, Ningsangsang entered a fierce mode. She had long-standing grievances with Jiang Wei, and now, both old and new resentments boiled over. In a fit of rage, she delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Wei. The sound echoed through the air. Instantly, Jiang Wei was rendered speechless, and the entire audience fell silent. After several seconds, Jiang Wei finally regained her composure, clutching her right cheek in disbelief, as if to say, "You dare strike me, Ningsangsang? You dare." Jiang Wei's venomous nature surged within her, and she nearly retaliated immediately. Yet, with the media's spotlight upon her and the fans watching closely, she could only suppress her rage, taking a deep breath and feigning an air of victimhood mixed with grace. Young lady, why resort to violence? I genuinely wish to enlighten you, yet you persist in pushing boundaries. Push boundaries, indeed. Ningsangsang, fueled by anger, swiftly delivered another resounding slap to Jiang Wei's left cheek. At that moment, she recognized the truth. This woman was intent on preserving her gentle facade. If that was the case, then Ningsangsang would not hold back. She cared little for her own image. She only sought satisfaction in her heart. In the presence of the media and Jiang Wei's numerous fans, she delivered slap after slap, rendering Jiang Wei utterly bewildered. The surrounding media and fans were equally stunned. To their eyes, Ningsangsang appeared with tear-filled eyes, resembling a rampaging beast, striking at anyone in her path. It was only after receiving 5 or 6 furious slaps from Ningsangsang that Jiang Wei finally regained her senses, clutching her swollen face, unable to suppress her impending rage. She certainly could not resort to violence in public and risk being perceived as a shrew, yet her bodyguards were already preparing to intervene and teach Ningsangsang a lesson. Being a delicate young girl, Ningsangsang was no match for them. Moreover, Jiang Wei's fans quickly reacted, angrily denouncing Ningsangsang. How audacious! This mistress is utterly brazen. Sister Wei Wei has such a good temper, but I can no longer tolerate this. Ladies, let us hurl our belongings at her. Jiang Wei's fervent fans raised their light sticks and drinks, ready to throw them at Ningsangsang. The situation was dire. Ningsangsang was bound to suffer greatly. Terrified, she instinctively hid behind Yongcheng, using him as a human shield without a moment's hesitation. Go ahead and throw. Let us see if you dare to strike the president of the Yi family. I'll record it, and we shall see who has the courage. As she touched Yongcheng's phone, she activated the recording function. What a joke! Who would dare to touch such a powerful figure? Instantly, Jiang Wei's fans halted in their tracks, and even her bodyguards hesitated to advance. Seizing the opportunity, Ningsangsang quickly dialed Yongcheng. Secretary Wang, please hurry. Yongcheng has been incapacitated and is now being besieged. He might be harmed. You must come quickly. Chapter 97. Secretary Wang clarifies what? Their master has been incapacitated and is now under attack? Secretary Wang was nearly paralyzed with fear. Madam, where are you? Please tell me your location. Ningsangsang promptly sent her coordinates to Yongcheng. Witnessing this, Jiang Wei was on the verge of insanity. Not only had Ningsangsang struck her, but she had also sabotaged her plans. The fury within her was akin to a volcanic eruption, and she wished to see Ningsangsang pay dearly. Yet she could not retaliate. So she begrudgingly commanded her bodyguards, quickly, separate them. Pull her away from Brother Yongcheng. This way, her fans could pummel Ningsangsang, and she could whisk Yongcheng away. The bodyguards surged forward again. However, Ningsangsang clung even tighter to Yongcheng's waist. No, please no, don't separate us. Ningsangsang resembled a little octopus, clinging desperately to Yongcheng, refusing to let go. She was not about to relinquish him to Jiang Wei. It was not only because Yongcheng was her shield at that moment, but also due to her pride. She would rather see something she cherished destroyed than allow it to fall into the hands of someone she despised, especially Jiang Wei. Ningsangsang held on to Yongcheng with all her might, resisting all attempts by the 4 bodyguards to pry them apart. Everyone was utterly astonished. How could little Ningsangsang possess such strength? It was not until 15 minutes later that Secretary Wang hurriedly arrived with a group of people. What are you doing? How dare you disperse at once? Secretary Wang, accompanied by dozens of bodyguards, stormed through the crowd. Ningsangsang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and released Yongcheng. The little mistress has let go. Sisters, crush her. Crush her. The uproar continued. Ningsangsang felt quite displeased and gritted her teeth. Secretary Wang. That vile woman surnamed Jiang accused me of being a mistress. You must tell them, am I a mistress or not? Certainly not. Secretary Wang found this situation utterly ludicrous. He knew that his master was treating Ningsangsang, the future mistress, with utmost regard. Thus, he could hardly fathom the outrage of Jiang Wei's fans. He publicly clarified and scolded them in front of the media. You starstruck girls, can you not be so gullible and believe in the slander of certain individuals? I can attest that my lady is not a mistress at all. She is the legitimate girlfriend of our esteemed Yi. The impact of Secretary Wang's words rendered Jiang Wei's face pale. She had been exposed. Simultaneously, his declaration reverberated through the crowd. The one speaking is Ye's personal secretary, right? I've seen him on television, but now he claims that Yi isn't dating our Wei. How could that be? Exactly, it's simply impossible. The Yi and Jiang families are set to unite. Our Wei is the legitimate wife. Isn't that common knowledge? I suspect this secretary has been bribed. He is defending that mistress. Perhaps they share some unspeakable connection. Secretary Wang was horrified by such accusations. To suggest he had an illicit relationship with Ningsangsang was a perilous insinuation. Infuriated, he continued to address the fans. Listen, young ladies, exercise some discernment. Fandom should involve critical thinking. Do not believe everything you hear. I shall say no more. The truth will eventually reveal itself. However, being merely a secretary, he could only offer a few words of advice. He could not overtly deny Jiang Wei's claims, given his insufficient status. After delivering his remarks, he disregarded the crowd's reaction and respectfully escorted Yongcheng away, ensuring Ningsangsang followed suit. Madam, please. Chapter 98. Ningsangsang's threat, yet Ningsangsang suddenly stepped back, determined to flee. She had no intention of returning. With Secretary Wang's arrival, she was resolute in her plan to attend school. Go, seize the madam. Secretary Wang could not allow Ningsangsang to escape again. However, she fixed her large, expressive eyes upon him, threatening, Secretary Wang, if you do not let me go, I shall tell Ah Chun that you have been inappropriate with me. Secretary Wang, Madam, please show some compassion for your subordinates. Spare us the torment, I beg you. Would you kindly return? No, I will not go back. Ningsangsang had already intended to leave, and Jiang Wei's taunts had ignited her fury. Until she clarified matters with Yongcheng, she was determined to sever ties unilaterally with this despicable man. Thus, Ningsangsang fled once more. After she issued her threat, Secretary Wang dared not stop her, merely sighing, alas. Yi must awaken and go mad again. To avoid excessive blame, he signaled for someone to follow Ningsangsang. Unfortunately, she always darted into the crowd, quickly evading them. 3 hours later, Ningsangsang appeared stealthily at Sister Wei's shop. After all, the most perilous places often provide the safest refuge. She believed Yongcheng would not suspect her return to the shop. Little girl, you've returned. You've finally come back. Sister Wei exclaimed, visibly agitated. Where have you been these past few days? Do you know how worried I was? Ever since you went missing that day. I reported it to the police, but there has been no news. I was nearly beside myself with worry. It's all right, Sister Wei. I'm fine. Ningsangsang refrained from disclosing her encounter with human traffickers, fearing it would only heighten Sister Wei's anxiety. Sister Wei, may I temporarily stay at your vacant house for a few days? Once I contact my teacher in the capital, I will leave. What Ningsangsang did not mention was her desire to evade Yongcheng. When his vigilance waned, she would depart from Yong City. Of course, stay as long as you need. But why are you leaving Yong City for the capital? You are just a young girl. Can you really manage such a journey alone? It's fine, Sister Wei. I'm going to school. That's a good choice. At your age, you should focus on your studies. But first, you should call your brother Yenzhou. He has been frantic looking for you these past few days. Oh right. Ningsangsang suddenly remembered she ought to reassure Song Yenzhou. Borrowing Sister Wei's phone, she quickly dialed his number. Brother Yenzhou? As soon as she spoke, there was a brief pause on the other end, followed by his hoarse, trembling voice filled with excitement. Ning, where are you? I'm coming right over. No need, Brother Yenzhou. I'm just calling to let you know I'm safe. I'm fine. Ningsangsang was genuinely afraid of Yongcheng's wrath and wished to avoid putting Song Yenzhou in danger again, so she limited their connection. But how could Song Yenzhou rest easy? Dear Ning, just tell me where you are. I'm at. Never mind, Brother Yenzhou. I'm a bit tired today. Let us talk on the phone later. I'm really all right. I've grown up. And you don't need to worry about me like before. Ningsangsang still withheld the full truth. On the other end, a flicker of unwillingness and a sinister glint flashed in Song Yenzhou's eyes behind his golden-rimmed glasses. Something was different. He could sense an inexplicable change. Although Ningsangsang maintained her previous tone, why did he sense a distance? Chapter 99. The little fool walks into the trap. Song Yenzhou let out a long sigh, striving to restrain himself. His voice still masqueraded as that of a gentle elder brother. Ning, if you are tired, you should rest early. However, there is something I must remind you not to forget. Our orphanage is celebrating its 50th anniversary tomorrow. Director Zhang reached out to me, expressing a desire for you to return as he misses you. Director Zhang? He was a kind, grandfatherly figure in Ningsangsang's memories. Someone she cherished dearly during her time at the orphanage. She used to visit him every year, but due to being confined by Yongcheng, she hadn't been able to return for a year. Without any hesitation, she agreed. I understand, Brother Yenzhou. I will go tomorrow. After saying this, Ningsangsang hung up the phone. At that moment, night had already fallen, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Ningsangsang was led by Sister Wei to an unused room. A small apartment that, though modest, was equipped with all necessary utilities. Unable to sleep in the dead of night, she logged into her WeChat account on the computer. There were only 2 contacts listed, Yongcheng and the patron who had purchased her painting. She deliberately ignored Yongcheng. Glancing at the patron, she suddenly realized she had not reached out to him to inquire whether Yongcheng had released him. After a moment's thought, Ningsangsang decided to be direct. Typing on the keyboard, she sent a message. Dear patron, I am truly sorry for the trouble I caused you. How have you been? Did he make things difficult for you? The he clearly referred to Yongcheng. At that very moment, Yongcheng had awakened in the hospital, and regarding Ningsangsang's departure, he was sternly reprimanding Secretary Wang. She said she would leave, and you let her go? Why do you listen to her so readily? Isn't it what you said? We must heed the lady's words. If we do not follow your instructions, we must follow hers. Secretary Wang felt somewhat aggrieved. Sir, it's not that I wish to stop her. It's because the lady threatened me, saying if I dared to intervene, she would accuse me of misconduct. You committed misconduct against her? Yongcheng's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming ominously terrifying. Indeed, Secretary Wang knew that his master could not tolerate such an accusation, which is why he dared not take even the slightest risk. Just as Yongcheng was about to deliver another reprimand, a notification chimed. He glanced at his phone. It was none other than Ningsangsang's message. Dear patron, I am truly sorry for the trouble I caused you. How have you been? Did he make things difficult for you? She even referred to him as dear patron. This little fool, truly sold out, yet still counting the money for others. Instantly, Yongcheng's anger dissipated. This little thing had unwittingly walked into her own trap. He immediately summoned Secretary Wang, and then, with a playful smile, he delicately tapped on the screen with his slender, pale fingers. I hope I haven't put you in a difficult position, Miss Ning. How are you? I heard he intends to use me as leverage against you. He hasn't harmed you, has he? No, I'm perfectly fine. I've managed to escape again, and am hiding in a place he would never expect. Oh, Knight Hanqing's lips curled with intrigue as he inquired. Where, may I ask? Is Miss Ning concealed? It is said that the one surnamed Yi wields immense power in Yongcheng. Could there truly be a location he cannot uncover? Indeed, there is. Ningsangsang replied proudly. You see, he hasn't found me yet. I've concealed myself quite thoroughly. Chapter 100. Ningsangsang has grown wiser. I have never seen anyone so foolish. Knight Hanqing's smile widened, and he replied word by word. I refuse to believe such a place exists. Might Miss Ning indulge my curiosity and share its whereabouts? There really is. I am not deceiving you. Ningsangsang was eagerly about to send another message when a sudden thought struck her, causing her expression to contort with fear, and she ultimately decided to delete it. No, I cannot tell you. If he captures you, he could trace me through the network. After all, Knight Hanqing had previously located her through his benefactor. Ningsangsang had indeed become wiser. Is that so? Knight Hanqing felt a twinge of regret at not coaxing the information from her, and he pondered other excuses. Just then, Ningsangsang sent him another message. By the way, esteemed benefactor, are we still considering the collaboration we discussed earlier? I am in a bit of financial straits. When can we arrange another transaction for a painting? Ningsangsang needed funds for her trip to the capital, yet she was currently penniless. Anytime. Knight Hanqing responded with grandiosity, while also enticing her. Are you free tomorrow? Perhaps we could meet. Ningsangsang hesitated for a moment. All right, I will be at the Children's Welfare Institute of Hope in Yongcheng tomorrow. Shall we meet there at 3 in the afternoon? Very well, Miss Ning. I shall see you tomorrow at 3. Knight Hanqing's eyes sparkled with amusement and satisfaction. And that night, the man slept soundly. Ningsangsang rose early the next morning. It had been quite some time since she had seen Director Zhang, and she felt a flutter of excitement. The Yongcheng Hope Welfare Institute, located on the outskirts of the city, was the largest and oldest welfare institution in Yongcheng. Upon her arrival, Song Yinzhou was already waiting at the entrance. Ning, over here. He waved, his peach blossom eyes, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, radiating warmth and joy. He greeted Ningsangsang, scanning her from head to toe to ensure she bore no injuries before smiling and leading her inside. Ning, the director has been waiting for you in his office since early morning. Among all the children we had back then, you were his favorite. Who could resist such a charming and lovely little girl as you were, even more doll-like than you are now? There wasn't a soul who met her that didn't adore her. As I reflect upon Ning, I still find it rather perplexing why, despite her immense popularity back then, she was the last among our group of children to be adopted. A look of curiosity filled Ningsangsang's wide eyes as she yearned to respond. Yet she realized she was equally in the dark. This question had troubled her for many years. Each couple that visited the orphanage to adopt a child would shower her with praises, yet none expressed a desire to take her home. We should inquire with the director about this, Ning suggested, and as they spoke, they found themselves at the director's office. Little Ningsangsang. The director's face brightened upon seeing her, his joyful wrinkles unfolding in a smile. Come here, let me see if you've grown taller. In the director's eyes, Ningsangsang would always be a child who seemed to never grow up. Ningsangsang blushed and covered her face. She was an adult now, no longer growing in height. The director, witnessing her bashfulness, chuckled. Our little Ningsangsang is simply delightful, truly deserving of being the most sought-after child since the establishment of our orphanage. Director, may I ask why Ning was never adopted back then? Song Yinzhou naturally broached the earlier question. This is quite a strange tale. Director Zhang began to reminisce. In fact, when Ningsangsang was just 4 years old, the first couple to express interest in adopting her were the chairman of the Yi Corporation and his wife. They were instantly enamored with Ningsangsang. However, their son, who is now the president of the Yi family, vehemently opposed the idea. He declared he would not allow little Ningsangsang to come home as his sister, claiming that having her as a sister would preclude her from being his wife. What? Ningsangsang was utterly astonished by this revelation, her mouth agape. So, the chairman's son was none other than Yechen? Did that mean she had encountered Yechen once in her childhood, and he had prevented his parents from adopting her? Indeed, I was equally baffled at the time. How could any young boy resist Ningsangsang's charm? Yet, it was the son of the chairman who rejected her. The director pondered this with a furrowed brow. However, the mysteries did not end there. Following that incident, Ningsangsang continued to be a favorite among prospective adopters, particularly those from out of town. Yet, curiously, whenever these prospective adopters expressed their intent to adopt Ningsangsang, they would inexplicably encounter misfortunes. Whether it was being involved in petty scams or minor accidents, though none were severe, the superstitious nature of business people led them to believe that Ningsangsang brought ill fortune. Song Yinzhou frowned. What about those from Yongcheng? The situation was the same. Several had signed adoption agreements, only for revelations to emerge about child abuse, or hidden debts in their households, or even a preference for sons over daughters. Fortunately, the truth was revealed in time. Otherwise, little Ningsangsang, if adopted, would have endured great suffering. Reflecting on these events now, they seem exceedingly convoluted. The coincidences are strikingly apparent, as if someone had preemptively cleared the path for Ningsangsang. Director Zhang had once harbored suspicions, yet subsequent clues pointed unmistakably towards Yongcheng. At that time, Yongcheng was merely a child of around 10 years, leading the director to believe he must have misjudged the situation. Concurrently, the notion that Ningsangsang was destined to be a burden to her adoptive parents gained traction, rendering her unadoptable for years. It wasn't until Ningsangsang reached the age of 7 that her current adoptive parents approached, claiming to have been referred by intermediaries to adopt her. Fortunately, they have treated her with utmost kindness over the years. Indeed, my adoptive parents have showered me with love. The light in Ningsangsang's large eyes radiated joy. She had grown up in a nurturing home, where the Ning family regarded her as their own daughter. Additionally, the Ning family was financially stable, and their marriage was harmonious, devoid of vices. After her adoption, Ningsangsang's life resembled that of a little princess. However, shortly after reaching adulthood, she encountered Yongcheng. This despicable man threatened her, asserting that if she did not comply with his demands, he would ruin her adoptive parents financially. Reluctant to implicate them, she felt compelled to acquiesce. Initially, her brother Ningsuan vehemently opposed the idea, but after a few days of his mysterious disappearance, he returned, seemingly resigned, and gave his consent. Since then, Ningsangsang has been confined to the attic by Yongcheng. Nevertheless, little Ningsangsang, it seems that Ye's son harbored a sense of guilt towards you at that time. Prior to your adoption, he had been supporting you in secret. The extra dolls and dresses you received were all gifts from him. Even your attendance at an elite kindergarten and primary school was financed by him. Otherwise, how could our orphanage afford it? Chapter 102. Ningsangsang's anger thus. Ningsangsang has come to realize that Yongcheng's infatuation with her was not a mere chance encounter at a banquet, but rather a long-planned scheme that began with her adoption. Furthermore, the revelation that he had financially supported her stirred a flicker of gratitude within her. After all, it was due to his assistance that her childhood lacked for nothing compared to that of any ordinary girl. Meanwhile, however, Song Yinzhou's gaze grew increasingly cold and narrowed. Perverse. He regarded Yongcheng as a voyeur, lurking in the shadows, fixated on Ningsangsang. He even suspected that Yongcheng had orchestrated Ningsangsang's eventual adoption by the Ning family. That man clearly derived pleasure from cultivating Ningsangsang's life. To witness her flourish within the family he had chosen for her year after year required considerable cunning and restraint, allowing no interference until she reached adulthood. The more he pondered, the more fearful he became of Yongcheng. His expression grave, he warned Ningsangsang, Ning, that man surnamed Yi is not to be trusted. You must keep your distance from him. Despite his engagement to the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, he still dares to tarnish your reputation, leaving you to endure the scorn of others online as a mistress. Have you not noticed how he has always treated you as a mere plaything? This sentiment is rather disconcerting. For the first time, Ningsangsang expressed her ire towards Song Yinzhou. Brother Yinzhou, I am fully aware of my own circumstances. There is no need for your concern. However, I did not anticipate that you would share such a view of me, that you too perceive me as Ningsangsang's plaything? No, Ning, that is not what I meant. Song Yinzhou hurriedly clarified. I was merely anxious and spoke too harshly. How could you possibly be a mere plaything in my eyes? You shall always be the purest in my heart. Yet, Ningsangsang was disinclined to listen. The mere thought of Ningsangsang and Zhang Wei stirred an inexplicable agitation within her. She sulked and exited the director's office for some fresh air. Today marked the 50th anniversary of the welfare institution, attracting numerous figures from various sectors to donate money and goods. Ningsangsang intended to take a casual stroll, but to her astonishment, she immediately spotted Zhang Wei. That wicked woman had returned to flaunt her charity. With a scoff, Ningsangsang initially dismissed her, but then she caught sight of Ningsangsang. To her dismay, he stood alongside Zhang Wei, appearing intimately engaged in conversation. Infuriating man. Indeed, he was straddling two boats, or rather, He was courting his primary partner while accompanying her in this charade. The flicker of gratitude Ningsangsang had felt towards Knight Hansheng vanished in an instant. Enraged, she turned on her heel and sought refuge. If she could not confront him, she would simply avoid him. May such scoundrels remain forever ensnared. Ningsangsang found solace in a sports equipment room. It was already 11 o'clock. She decided to wait for an hour, believing Knight Hansheng would finish his charade with Jiang Wei by mealtime. An hour swiftly elapsed, and Ningsangsang received a call from Song Yinzhou. Ning, the director wishes for you to join us for lunch. He has esteemed guests and would like to introduce you. Her stomach grumbled. She had not eaten since morning and was nearly famished. All right, I will be there shortly. Ningsangsang hurriedly dashed towards the director's reception room. Upon entering, she found the guests already seated, and her previously excited expression froze upon spotting Knight Hansheng. How could he be here? Instinctively, she turned to flee. However, in the next moment, Director Zhang's warm and affectionate voice called out, "Little Ningsangsang, where are you going? Come here." Reluctantly, Ningsangsang turned back. With wide eyes filled with guilt, she averted her gaze from Knight Hansheng, choosing to sit at the farthest distance from him without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, the two individuals were neither facing each other nor seated adjacent to one another, and Ningsangsang felt her presence diminish significantly, letting out a breath of relief. However, by sheer coincidence, she found herself beside Song Yinzhou. Knight Hansheng's expression darkened abruptly, his demeanor so grim that one could almost sense the reign of his fury. An inexplicable chill enveloped the room, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Brother Hansheng. Just then, Jiang Wei arrived, taking the seat right next to Knight Hansheng. This was the last available spot, and no one perceived anything amiss, except for Ningsangsang. Humph, what a pair of shameless lovers, once again seated together. Ningsangsang fumed, her clothes nearly torn apart by her agitation. Initially feeling somewhat guilty, she now seemed to have the upper hand, glaring defiantly at Knight Hansheng with her large eyes. Their gazes clashed, and Knight Hansheng's anger surged further. This little imp had once again sought out that man surnamed Song. Did sitting beside him grant her some advantage? The two were caught in a mutual disdain, oblivious to the old dean, who remained entirely unaware of the brewing conflict. With a jovial demeanor, he remarked, "Little Ningsangsang, allow me to introduce you. This is Knight Hansheng, the current president of the Yi Corporation. It was he who supported you from the age of 4 to 7. Furthermore, he has been donating to our orphanage annually under the name of the Yi Corporation. Oh, he must be quite the benevolent individual." Ningsangsang interjected, inexplicably adopting a mocking tone. "But, dear Dean, how do you know he isn't simply attempting to atone for his past misdeeds by doing good?" The Dean, sensing an unexpected surge of anger from Ningsangsang, awkwardly coughed and glanced apologetically at Knight Hansheng. "That young man from the Yi family. Please don't take offense with Ningsangsang. She is usually quite well behaved and loved by everyone, unlike today when she seems to be on edge." As he spoke, the Dean urged Ningsangsang, "Quickly, be sensible and apologize to Mr. Yi, and express your gratitude for his past assistance." "I won't," Ningsangsang retorted, her irritation flaring upon seeing Knight Hansheng. How could she possibly thank him? With a huff, she rubbed her knife and fork together, creating a sharp clattering sound. The Dean finally recognized Ningsangsang's hostility towards Knight Hansheng and tentatively inquired, "Little Ningsangsang, please tell me the truth. Do you two know each other and have a misunderstanding?" "Not at all," Ningsangsang vehemently denied. "Who knows him?" "I don't know him at all, and there is no misunderstanding. I merely took one look and felt he was a bad person." Knight Hansheng's expression grew increasingly grim. Not knowing him, this little imp dared to publicly claim ignorance of him. Such audacity could not go unpunished. A lesson must be taught, a severe lesson indeed. Knight Hansheng cast a cold smile at Ningsangsang and asked, "Miss Ningsangsang, do you truly not recognize me? Are you certain you do not know me?" "Absolutely not." Ningsangsang pouted defiantly, completely denying any familiarity. "Very well," Knight Hansheng retorted, irritation flickering in his crimson gaze. "Yet, Miss Ningsangsang, while you claim not to know me, are you oblivious to the small red mole just beneath your right earlobe? Or the crescent-shaped birthmark on your right thigh? And what of that? Enough. Do not utter another word. You are spouting nonsense." Song's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching the very tips of her ears. She recalled that this insufferable man had bitten every part of her body. Embarrassment washed over her, and she lowered her head, furiously consuming her rice. In truth, she had no idea what she was eating. Her long hair cascaded down her back, concealing her burning cheeks. As she shoveled rice into her mouth, she silently chanted, "No one can see me. No one can see me." The onlookers, however, were all watching Ningsangsang intently. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. The closest person, Song Yenzhou, nudged her, asking, "Ning, why are you only eating rice and neglecting your vegetables?" As he spoke, he thoughtfully added some of Sangsang's favorite dishes to her bowl. Thank you, brother Yenzhou," Sangsang mumbled, still not lifting her gaze. It wasn't he until she heard Jiang Wei's voice that she looked up. "Brother Hancheng, I remember you adore stir-fried asparagus. Here you go." Sangsang suddenly raised her head, her large eyes turning red with fury as she glared at Knight Hancheng and the bowl before her, which now contained several pieces of asparagus that Jiang Wei had placed inside. "Humph, those two are at it again," Sangsang thought, feeling the sight was unbearable. It was as if anyone could do that. She picked up a generous portion of black fungus and placed it into Song Yenzhou's bowl, being even more attentive than Jiang Wei. "Brother Yenzhou, eat your vegetables. I remember you love cold black fungus. Please try it and let me know if it's good." Instantly, Knight Hancheng's hands clenched tightly, his frustration boiling within him. He was still alive, yet they were so unrestrained in front of him. A raging fire brewed in his heart, but he could not unleash it at the banquet. "Brother Hancheng," Jiang Wei attempted to serve him again. Knight Hancheng shot a furious glare in her direction, causing her to retract her chopsticks in fright. He then turned his gaze back to Sangsang, who was happily serving Song Yenzhou, and the fire within him intensified. With a cold snort, he grabbed his own chopsticks and carelessly served Jiang Wei. It was merely a matter of serving food to the opposite gender. Anyone could do that. Sangsang, from the corner of her eye, had been watching intently. Upon seeing Knight Hancheng serve Jiang Wei, she felt an overwhelming urge to dump the entire plate of food into Song Yenzhou's bowl. "Brother Yin, you too enjoy this, and this." Yi Hancheng, feeling exasperated, urged Jiang Wei. "Miss Jiang, do eat," Song Yenzhou remarked. "The mound of food piled high in his bowl seems too steep to hold any more." Jiang Wei felt a mix of surprise and bewilderment, sensing that she was somehow entangled in their playful quarrel. The others, the dean could no longer bear to watch and cleared his throat. "Little Sangsang, it is evident you are acquainted. Frankly, if you two are to argue, do so at home. Others have yet to touch their chopsticks, and the dishes will soon be depleted. Ahem, couples should be mindful of their surroundings." "Who is his partner?" Sangsang instantly flared up, indignantly retorting, "Dean, please refrain from making baseless claims. I truly do not know him. I feel unwell. I shall take a trip to the restroom. You all enjoy your meal." Just as Sangsang departed, Yi Hancheng rose as well. Before he could concoct an excuse, Dean Zhang, with keen insight, waved him off. Go on. Little Sangsang can be quite temperamental when angry. You ought to appease her." Alas, the youth of today, they argue as if the whole world must be informed. Chapter 105. Sangsang's deflation. While the dean sighed on one side, in the restroom, Sangsang splashed her face with cold water. The blush of embarrassment and anger on her cheeks gradually faded. "Umph, that insufferable man." Taking a deep breath, Sangsang vigorously adjusted her demeanor, resolving to exit without acknowledging Yi Hancheng, refusing to utter a single word to him. As she stepped out, however, she collided headlong into a smoldering chest. Excuse me. Sangsang instinctively apologized, but upon looking up, she found herself met by Yi Hancheng's coolly amused gaze. His presence irked her, and with a huff, she attempted to push him away. "Step aside. I do not know you. Do not loom before me." Yet, how could her diminutive strength hope to displace him? Yi Hancheng firmly grasped her small hand, pinning her against the restroom wall. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He raised her chin and coldly remarked, "What's this, darling? After just one day apart, your audacity has grown? Now repeat after me. Do you or do you not know me?" Sangsang's face was forcibly tilted upward, her back pressed painfully against the wall. She glared with wide eyes, indignantly denying, "I do not know you. Yi Hancheng, I simply do not know you. What are you doing?" Sangsang suddenly shrieked, as Yi Hancheng began to unbutton her clothing. "Oh, you are insane, Yi Hancheng. No, please stop." In an instant, her eyes glistened with tears, desperately shielding her attire. Yet the man seemed intent on teaching her a lesson, his hand sliding from her slender waist to her collar, his gaze both sickly and mischievous. "Darling, a child who tells lies is certainly not a good child. Now, let us ascertain whether you bear the marks I have mentioned. Do you truly know me?" With a sudden tug, the man violently tore away Sangsang's coat. A rush of cold air enveloped her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She curled herself into a ball, shivering pitifully. This was, after all, a public space. As the man prepared to continue his actions, Ningsangsang, overwhelmed with fear, clutched his large hand and, with tear-filled eyes, pleaded for mercy. "Yechen, please, I do know you." Tears streamed down her face in her fright. Ningsangsang, amused, gently wiped her tears with his fingertip. Ningsangsang's heart began to ease slightly, but in the next moment, the man suddenly bit down hard on her neck. Ouch! Ningsangsang shuddered violently from the pain. She attempted to push Ningsangsang away, but he held her tighter. At that moment, he resembled a wild beast, ravaging her exposed neck. Once he finished, he gazed contentedly at the marks he had left. Whispering in a deep, magnetic tone near her ear, he said, "Darling, it's been a day since we last met. This is my gift to you." Ningsangsang rushed to a mirror and gasped, nearly bursting into tears. The multitude of marks left by this rascal made it abundantly clear what he had just done. She felt utterly humiliated. With tears glistening in her large, wet eyes, she shot a furious glare at Ningsangsang. The man, feigning innocence, lifted her chin with his large hand, rubbing his fingers along her skin. "What is this? Does my darling not like it?" In a fit of exasperation, Ningsangsang bit down hard. "You rogue!" She was furious, wishing to sink her teeth into him. How could she possibly face anyone like this? Chapter 106. Mischief. The little pup had begun to bite again. Ningsangsang smirked, leaning down to gaze at Ningsangsang. "Does my darling love me so much that she wishes to leave her mark on me?" "Bah! Who loves you?" Ningsangsang, incensed by his words, released her grip and shoved him aside as she ran off, desperately trying to conceal the marks on her neck. However, it was futile. The man had clearly intended for her to be seen. Even though she attempted to cover most of it with her long hair and collar, some marks were still inevitably visible. The director looked on, stunned. This young man is truly bold. In such a short time, he has claimed his territory. This Knight family lad seems intent on ensuring no one dares to covet his wife. "Oh dear, director, please don't look." Ningsangsang's face was flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang casually followed behind, unperturbed. "My apologies, everyone. My little one was being disobedient, and I had to provide her with a friendly verbal correction. Isn't this merely verbal education? Everyone present, as long as their eyes are not blinded, can perceive the traces of his teachings." Within Song Yenzhou's golden-rimmed gaze lies a depth filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei is on the brink of madness with jealousy. What is it about Ningsangsang that makes her superior? In an instant, the thoughts of the crowd diverged, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. It was the director who coughed lightly again to ease the tension. "Today, regardless of anything, I want to express my gratitude to all of you for your donations to our welfare institution. I raise a glass to you all." The director is too modest. "Yes, director, this is what we ought to do." The crowd responded as they rose. Ningsangsang's face was still flushed. She concealed her petite visage with her hair as she stood up, pouring herself a glass of red wine. Just as the crowd was about to clink glasses, she was suddenly met with a fierce glare from Yongcheng. This man, reprimanding her without hesitation, commanded, "Put down the wine glass." "Nonsense. Are you able to drink today?" "Why can't I today?" Ningsangsang initially retorted with fervor, but the subtle pain in her lower abdomen reminded her that her period had arrived that morning. How astute this man is. Her confidence immediately waned. "Ning, drinking isn't good for you. Your tolerance is too low, and you could easily get drunk." Song Yenzhou suddenly interjected, gently and considerately pouring a glass of juice for Ningsangsang. "Ning, you can substitute it with juice." However, the juice was also cold, and Song Yenzhou was entirely oblivious to her inability to consume alcohol. When Ningsangsang accepted it, her fingertips were icy. It was then that Yongcheng approached her with a somber demeanor, replacing it with a cup of hot water. "Drink this." Ningsangsang obediently complied, replacing it with hot water, and joined everyone in a toast. "Cheers." After Ningsangsang drank the warm water, her abdomen felt considerably more comfortable. Yet, having been at odds with Yongcheng just moments ago, her emotions had been heightened, causing her to overlook the turmoil caused by her period. Now slightly calmer, she began to feel the cramping in her lower abdomen. The first day of her period is indeed quite painful. Ningsangsang, who moments ago resembled a feisty little cat, now appeared subdued, pressing her hand to her belly. At this moment, the meal had progressed to its midpoint. Jiang Wei noticed that Ningsangsang had finally quieted down and seized the opportunity to stretch her neck. attempting to engage Yechen in conversation. Brother Yongcheng, thank you for serving me food earlier. I was truly touched. This is your first time. No need for thanks. I merely did it to provoke my dear Ningsangsang, he coldly stated, making it clear that to him, Jiang Wei was merely a tool. Jiang Wei did not anticipate Yechen bluntness, and in her fury, she dug her nails deep into her flesh. She could not bear to stay there for another second. Her complexion began to pale as she mimicked Ningsangsang, clutching her abdomen, appearing on the verge of collapse. Her assistant hurried over, concerned. Sister Wei Wei, what is wrong with your stomach? Is your appendicitis acting up again? Yes, yes, Jiang Wei feigned distress while pressing her hand against her belly, casting a pleading glance toward Yechen. Brother Yongcheng, my stomach suddenly hurts terribly. Could you take me to the hospital? Typically, patients receive preferential treatment. And Jiang Wei was convinced that Yechen would show her some leniency. Unfortunately, Yechen proved to be utterly devoid of compassion, not even sparing her a glance. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, but I am not your assistant. His words left Jiang Wei's face ashen. Yet, undeterred by the rejection, she attempted to rise, deliberately losing her balance and tumbling toward Yechen, confident that she would knock him over. At that moment, Ningsangsang glanced up and witnessed the scene unfold, her doe-like eyes widening in shock, her small hands clenching into fists. These two were intent on publicly flaunting their affection again. Ningsangsang, already simmering with irritation, felt her anger surge anew. She stood up abruptly, determined to leave, for she could scarcely contain her desire to confront the pair. However, just as she lifted her foot to depart, Jiang Wei fell spectacularly, landing unceremoniously. Yechen had moved his chair away, leaving her to fall without even grazing his clothing. Ningsangsang halted in her tracks, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. Serves her right. In her excitement, Ningsangsang almost considered stepping forward to gloat, but she restrained herself for the sake of her dignity. Oh dear, Brother Yongcheng. Jiang Wei, having fallen and bruised her face, instinctively reached for Yechen's pant leg. Oh, he must be worried. Ningsangsang mused disdainfully, convinced that Yechen, the heartless man, would rush to Jiang Wei's aid and take her to the hospital. But to her surprise, Yechen coldly shook Jiang Wei off and approached Ningsangsang instead. What do you want? Ningsangsang was caught off guard by his approach. She glared at him, indignant. It's pointless for you to come to me. I didn't make her fall. If you're looking for someone to blame, it should be yourself for not catching her when she got up. Who says I was going to catch her? Yechen's sudden outburst of irritation and disappointment left Ningsangsang momentarily speechless. What did this man mean? His attitude toward Jiang Wei today was unjustifiable. Had they quarreled? Was he now trying to provoke Jiang Wei by entangling himself with her? Ningsangsang could think of no other explanation. Very well, he was using her as a pawn in their dispute. With this thought, a mix of anger and grievance surged within her, prompting her to turn away and leave. Come back. However, she was immediately restrained by Yechen. He looked at Ningsangsang, whose large eyes were red with indignation, as if she were about to call him a little ancestor. What on earth are you making a fuss about? It was hard-won peace just a moment ago, and I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you throwing a tantrum again? I'm not making a fuss, Ningsangsang retorted, feeling utterly aggrieved. Yechen, don't you know what you want from me? I simply cannot stand the sight of you two, so is it not permissible for me to leave? Two scoundrels? He questioned, puzzled. Chapter 108. Yechen's explanation. Yechen furrowed his brow momentarily. However, upon observing Ningsangsang's pouted expression, a thought crossed his mind, and his lips curled into a slight smile. My dear, you're not feeling jealous, are you? Who is jealous? Who's jealous? Ningsangsang's cheeks flushed crimson. I'm not talking to you. You can just stay locked up with your fiancé. Ningsangsang was certainly not envious. It was merely that the heating in the room was rather excessive, causing her face to grow increasingly warm. She wished to escape. Yet, Yechen grasped her once more and leaned down, giving her a gentle but firm tap on the head. Look at me, my dear. Yechen's tone was exceedingly grave. Listen carefully. I have no relationship with Miss Jiang. Our engagement was arranged by our parents from the previous generation. Humph, so you're placing the blame on your parents? Ningsangsang shot back. Did they compel you to be affectionate with her? You are clearly straddling two boats while feigning innocence, you fickle scoundrel. Ningsangsang's outburst brought her a sense of relief. Yet, Yechen felt wronged. My dear, I have not been affectionate with her. You have, she exclaimed. Don't think I'm oblivious. You two have definitely rolled around in bed. Yechen lightly tapped her head again. My dear, What wild thoughts are running through your mind all day long? Ningsangsang winced from the tap, biting back her frustration. I don't care. You two must be having an affair. Otherwise, how could the entire world say you're getting married? Unless you silence everyone. Ningsangsang only cared about the outcome. All right. My dear, give me some time. I'll have my father withdraw the engagement with the Jiang family, and we'll make it public, so everyone knows. Really? Ningsangsang asked, somewhat skeptical, her large eyes filled with doubt. Yongcheng, this isn't just a delaying tactic to keep me around, is it? Yongcheng sighed in exasperation. My dear, I truly wish I could crack open your little head. Is it only in your mind that I know how to sleep with you? Yes, that's all you do, Ningsangsang admitted honestly, nodding. For the past year, this scoundrel had indeed engaged in such activities with her every night, as if he could not live without devouring her. Thus, it was only natural for Ningsangsang to assume that Yongcheng treated Jiang Wei in the same manner. Her mind quickly wandered to thoughts of Yongcheng and Jiang Wei together, and she was lost in her musings once more. Yongcheng, noticing her change in expression, felt a mix of frustration and amusement. He effortlessly lifted her into a princess embrace, asking, Does your stomach still hurt? If you keep overthinking, I won't massage it for you. Upon hearing Yongcheng's words, Ningsangsang's attention shifted back, only to realize that her abdomen was subtly aching again. No, please help me massage it. In such moments, Ningsangsang always transformed into a model of obedience, for Yongcheng knew precisely how to alleviate her discomfort. Expertly managing her needs, she obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, allowing this man to carry her away. Observing this scene, Song Yinzhou's gaze, shadowed by his golden-rimmed glasses, grew increasingly sinister. My Ning. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei, assisted by her aide as she rose from the ground, was filled with malicious, unyielding jealousy. She deeply regretted not having coerced Ningsangsang into jumping to her demise years ago. It had been so close. On the other side, Ningsangsang, cradled in Yongcheng's arms, was taken to a guest room at the orphanage, designated for visitors to rest. Lying on the small bed, she was attended to by Yongcheng's large hand. Darling, is this pressure all right? Would this massage feel more comfortable? Ningsangsang sighed in pleasure under his ministrations. After quite some time, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly checked the time. It was 2:30. Only half an hour remained until her appointment with the sponsor. Chapter 109. Why does the baby always like to fantasize? Ningsangsang felt a twinge of fear. She could hardly envision the chaos that would ensue if Yongcheng discovered that she was still in contact with other men online. Stealthily observing Yongcheng's expression while pretending to casually roll over and feign boredom by playing on her phone, she secretly messaged her sponsor. Dear sponsor, have you arrived? Please don't come today. I'm in a predicament. I'm trapped by that man. Ding. Just as Ningsangsang sent her message, Yongcheng received a notification on his phone. The sound startled Ningsangsang, causing her to instinctively clutch her phone tightly, fearful that Yechen might snatch it away. Fortunately, he was engrossed in his own device, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She discreetly sent another message to her sponsor. Dear sponsor, you absolutely must not come. This man is mentally unstable. I got you into trouble last time, and this time you cannot let him discover you. I am looking for an opportunity to escape. After sending these messages, a sense of unease enveloped Ningsangsang. For some reason, she felt a persistent sensation of being watched. Yet, from Yongcheng's angle, he could not possibly see her phone. Perhaps it was just that Yongcheng was experiencing difficulties at work. Otherwise, how could she have secretly glanced at him and noticed his increasingly dark expression? Buzz. Ningsangsang's phone vibrated. Her sponsor had replied. Ahem, Miss Ning. Although I have been bound by him, from my observations, his emotions seem relatively stable. He does not appear to be mentally ill. Are you perhaps misunderstanding him? There is no misunderstanding. Absolutely no misunderstanding. Ningsangsang replied earnestly. When he goes mad, it can be quite frightening. You've never witnessed it. Thus, he surely must be ill, though he has yet to seek medical attention. Yongcheng took a deep, heavy breath. Suddenly, Ningsangsang felt the weight of the man behind her intensify, causing her discomfort. Ouch, ouch, ouch. She looked at Yongcheng with a resentful expression. What are you doing? Why is your face suddenly as dark as the bottom of a pot? If something goes awry at your company, you should handle it. I'm fine. I don't need you to rub my back anymore. You ought to leave. Ningsangsang issued an ultimatum to Yongcheng. Regardless of his relationship with Jiang Wei, she had no intention of returning with him. She was determined to pursue her studies, her passions, and her career. After fiercely stating her position, she expected Yechen to react with anger. However, that was not the case. The man seemed to be exerting great effort to suppress his emotions. Ningsangsang could not discern his emotional fluctuations, but suddenly, her benefactor messaged her. Why do you still want to run away? Don't you wish to live with that man? No, absolutely not. The mere thought of that enclosed attic filled her with despair. She inquired, Dear benefactor, he is still beside me. Do you have any good methods for me to escape? Ningsangsang was troubled, her mind buzzing with worries. She hoped others might have a brilliant idea. Yet, her benefactor abruptly ceased responding. Soon after, she heard Yechen's ominous voice. Darling, why are you always so dishonest? Indulging in unrealistic fantasies? Ningsangsang was startled by his sudden remark. Hastily, she concealed her phone and asked him irritably, Yechen, have you resolved your company's issues? Surely not yet. You should hurry along, as I wish to stay here with the director and observe the children. Once again, she urged him to depart. Yechen's expression darkened instantly. He pinched Ningsangsang's little face, sneering, Darling, I just told you to stop harboring unrealistic fantasies. Otherwise, if you fail to realize them, it will be quite painful. Now, get up and obediently return home with me. Yechen could no longer endure. If Ningsangsang refused to go back, he would break her legs. Chapter 110. Ningsangsang's hopes shattered. I do not wish to return. Ningsangsang sprang up from the bed, attempting to flee. However, Yechen caught her by the nape of her neck, as if she were a small kitten. Pulling her back, unable to escape, she folded her arms defiantly, curling up on the bed and glaring fiercely at Yechen. He, too, looked at her with displeasure. The two remained in a stalemate. An hour passed, and Ningsangsang's eyes grew weary from glaring. The cold, oppressive aura surrounding the man intensified. His patience was wearing thin. Ningsangsang, I told you to get up. I have indulged you lately, and your behavior has become increasingly outrageous. How fierce. As soon as Ningsangsang felt a wave of fear wash over her, her entire body trembled. The mere utterance of her full name by this man signified that he was genuinely angry. But what right did he have to be angry? It was she who had every reason to be incensed. Her small mouth pouted defiantly. Ningsangsang, where do you think you can go if you leave me? Of course I have somewhere to go. Ningsangsang retorted, her spirit unyielding. I'm going to study in the capital. I've already contacted my university counselor, and I'm heading there in a few days. Study? He scoffed. You think you can just run off to the capital for school? Ningsangsang, you're trying to escape me, aren't you? Yechen tightened his grip around her small face, squeezing it into a semblance of a grimace. His gaze was both sickly and sinister. My dear, should I call you naive? Don't forget, I am your guardian. Without my consent, do you truly believe that the Academy of Fine Arts would allow you to resume your studies? Ningsangsang recalled how this man had spread rumors about her mental health. But I am not ill. Yechen, I am perfectly fine. I do not need your guardianship. In an instant, her anger flared, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was not sick. She truly was not sick. Yechen, however, merely chuckled coldly. Unfortunately, my dear, your words hold no weight. If that is your intention, I advise you to abandon it. Just this morning, your principal spoke with me. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Look, my dear, it's your principal. Yechen unabashedly displayed the caller ID for Ningsangsang to see. A sudden dread surged within her, and she became frantic. She reached for the phone, but Yechen's large hand held her back. Why the rush, darling? I'll put it on speaker. With that, the voice of the Academy's principal echoed through the phone. Mr. Yi, I have verified that Ningsangsang's treatment at the mental health facility has not been effective. Our inquiries with her doctor confirm that she is still unstable and cannot return to school. When had Ningsangsang ever been to a mental hospital? When had she had a primary physician? This was all fabricated. Desperation surged through her as she shouted into the phone, Principal, I am Ningsangsang. I am not mentally ill. I have already spoken to my counselor, and I can return to school. Please, do not believe Yechen. He is not a good person. Ningsangsang was on the verge of tears, her voice filled with urgency. Yechen, however, merely smirked. Principal Li, did you hear that? My dear Ningsangsang now seems to be suffering from persecutory delusions, believing that everyone is out to harm her. Given her current mental state, if she were to return to school and something were to happen, Mr. Yi, there is no need to elaborate. Our school cannot agree to her resumption of studies. It's such a pity. She was such a promising talent, having ranked first in the national entrance exam for the Academy of Fine Arts. Alas, let her focus on her treatment. Chapter 111. Ningsangsang's desperate plea. After the principal regretfully concluded the call, he hung up. Yongcheng squinted slightly, his voice laced with concern. "Darling, did you hear what your principal—" Before he could finish, Ningsangsang delivered a fierce slap across his face. Her large eyes, filled with fury, burned red as she shouted, "Get lost! Yongcheng, just go away." This man had shattered her future. The hopes she had nurtured over the past days crumbled in an instant, and she felt as though she might lose her sanity under the weight of despair. The sting on Yongcheng's left cheek was intense. Ningsangsang had exerted all her strength, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. He said nothing, his expression dark as he forcibly embraced Ningsangsang, intent on taking her back. "Let me go, Yongcheng. Release me." Ningsangsang thrashed in his arms, kicking, hitting, even biting, yet he remained unfazed, allowing her to draw blood from his hand without loosening his grip. As he began to carry her out of the welfare institution and into the car, despair overwhelmed her, and she broke down into sobs, with tears streaming down her face. She pleaded with him, "Please don't do this, Ah Cheng. I really want to go to school. Let me go to school, please. I promise I won't talk to any other men, I swear." Ningsangsang had reached the limit of her concessions. She was a living, breathing individual, not merely an appendage of Yongcheng. She deserved her own life. Her cries grew hoarse, and the sight of her tear-streaked, reddened eyes filled Yongcheng with heartache. He tenderly kissed away the tears on her small face and whispered into her ear, "If you truly wish to learn painting, I can arrange for a renowned master to teach you. However, going to the capital to study without me is out of the question." Yongcheng could not allow Ningsangsang to leave him, though he had rejected the principal's offer. He had already reached out to the esteemed painter Du Ziming to instruct Ningsangsang, a figure whom even the prestigious art academy could scarcely afford. Yongcheng aimed to provide the very best for Ningsangsang, though securing Du Ziming's services proved challenging, and he was still seeking solutions. Yet, Ningsangsang remained unaware of this. She believed Yongcheng's promises to be mere words, devoid of any real intent. Thus, with tears still glistening on her cheeks, she looked at him resolutely and declared, "No, I want to go to the art academy." Stubborn and unyielding, Yongcheng's anger flared instantly as he gripped Ningsangsang's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Darling, I see that your desire to attend the art academy is a facade. Your true wish is to escape me. But let me be clear, that is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime." "What about the next lifetime?" Ningsangsang murmured softly, causing Yongcheng to falter. In the next moment, she suddenly smiled through her tears, a bittersweet expression on her face. "Yongcheng, I truly do not wish to return with you. Please, do not be so cruel. What must I do for you to let me go? Must I die for you to consider releasing me, so I might have a chance in the next life?" Recalling the years spent in the dark confines of the attic, her heart grew heavier with sorrow. The dream of attending the prestigious art academy shattered, causing her heart to swell with despair as she impulsively flung open the car door. At that moment, the vehicle was already in motion, speeding along the road. When the driver caught sight of the scene in the rearview mirror, it was too late to intervene. He could not even apply the brakes. With a reckless foot already poised outside, Ningsangsang pleaded with tear-streaked eyes, "Let me go, Yongcheng, or I truly will leap." Even if she refrained from jumping, her precarious position was perilously dangerous. Half of her body dangled outside, with an unavoidable structure looming ahead. A mere brush against it could spell disaster for her. Yongcheng's face drained of color and fear, but alongside that fear surged an overwhelming anger. "Are you threatening me? Ningsangsang, have you lost your mind? Get back in here now." Chapter 112. Are you wrong? Yet Ningsangsang, with reddened eyes, fixed her gaze upon him defiantly. "Let me go?" The same words echoed again. Despite the driver applying the brakes, the vehicle was mere seconds away from colliding with the obstruction ahead. Yongcheng, frantic, reached out to grab her, but Ningsangsang looked at him, a bittersweet smile breaking through her tears as she prepared to leap. "No, Ningsangsang." In desperation, he finally relented, his eyes pleading, "Darling, please. I'll let you go. Come back inside. Be good, come back." This man's words held weight. Ningsangsang chose to believe him this time. Thus, in the fleeting second before impact, she bit her lip and withdrew half of her body back into the car. Yet, it was too late to close the door. Bang! Almost in that very instant, the car door collided with the obstruction ahead. The tremendous force caused the vehicle to skid violently, nearly overturning. In that moment, Yongcheng enveloped Ningsangsang beneath him, shielding her with his own body. She heard the shattering of glass nearby, accompanied by the metallic scent of blood as droplets fell onto her small face. It was Yechen blood. Ningsangsang's eyes widened in shock. Before she could gather her thoughts, he yanked her forcefully from beneath him. Instinctively, she glanced over to see Yechen head bleeding, shards of glass embedded in his shoulders and body. He appeared disheveled, yet his eyes radiated urgent concern as they met hers. He quickly inspected her, relief flooding through him when he saw she was unharmed, but his voice, laced with unbridled fury, nearly consumed her. Ningsangsang, were you trying to throw your life away just now? Do you even realize how perilous that was? Is escaping me worth risking your life? Am I so detestable that you would contemplate death in this lifetime? Ningsangsang trembled at the harshness of Yehen's voice, feeling the warmth of his blood seeping around them as the metallic scent intensified. She suddenly felt overwhelmed, glancing at Yehen's hand with a mix of fear and urgency. Oh, Shun, you're bleeding. You must see a doctor. The car was rendered useless due to the collision. With trembling hands, Ningsangsang attempted to call for an ambulance, but the man snatched her phone away. He fixed his furious gaze upon her, seething with rage. Did you just threaten me? How dare you use your life as leverage against me? Huh? Ningsangsang, how dare you? Yehen's hand wished fervently to protect Ningsangsang in the palm of his hand, yet she had resorted to threatening him with suicide by jumping from the car. He was nearly driven to madness, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Ningsangsang trembled even more at his terrifying presence, trying to calm his anger. Shun, do you not realize your mistake? Yehen's hand cornered Ningsangsang against the window, the scent of blood overwhelming her senses. His injuries were worsening. Terrified, she began to cry, her large eyes glistening with desperation. Shun, please don't be like this. Let us go to the hospital, okay? Please, I beg you. Yet, the man appeared unaffected, as though the bloodshed were not his own. In the confined space, he pressed her, his eyes burning with intensity. I am asking you, have you made a mistake? Chapter 113. Yehen's hand releases Ningsangsang. I was wrong. I was wrong. Ningsangsang sobbed, tears streaming down her face. What did you do wrong? No. I shouldn't have threatened you with my body. And what else? Do you still wish to leave me? Upon hearing this, Ningsangsang, who had been nodding in acknowledgement, suddenly froze, unable to meet his gaze. Silence enveloped them, thick and unnerving. A full minute passed before she lifted her head, her eyes pleading, but Shun, you promised me you would let me go. Indeed, I did promise. Yehen's hand let out a self-deprecating laugh, a wave of profound sorrow threatening to overwhelm him. His gaze upon Ningsangsang was laden with oppressive anguish. It has been a year, my dear, a year, and you still harbor this thought. Perhaps you truly detest me. Very well, if you wish to leave, then go. To Ningsangsang's astonishment, he truly released her. Stunned, she hesitated, uncertain. Shun, are you really? Leave. Ningsangsang, depart before I change my mind. Despite his fury, he had not uttered a harsh word to her until now. But Shun, you're gravely injured. Let me accompany you to the hospital, please. I am letting you go. In a fit of rage, Yehen's hand forcefully pushed her out of the car. The man trembled with pain, his heart feeling as though it were being sliced away inch by inch. Since Ningsangsang had just risked her life for freedom, he would grant her that wish. He allowed her to see just how well she could fare without him. Mr. Yi, how are you? At that moment, Secretary Wang arrived, hastily driving the bloodied Yongcheng to the hospital. Ningsangsang wished to follow, feeling responsible for his injuries. Yet, Yongcheng, in a fit of anger, forbade her. With tears in her eyes, she chased after Secretary Wang's car, only to be cruelly left behind. Cheng, oh Cheng, as she watched his vehicle grow more distant. Ningsangsang should have felt a sense of relief. Yet inexplicably, anxiety gnawed at her. She wanted to leave, but she also yearned to ensure Yongcheng was safe before departing. Wiping her tears, she quickly hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, follow that car ahead. By the time Ningsangsang arrived at the hospital, Yongcheng had already been taken to a private room. His injuries were not severe, but the sight of the blood made her tremble. She wanted to visit him, but Secretary Wang blocked her at the door. Sighing, he said, Madam, you should leave. Mr. Yi is still furious and does not wish to see you. Besides, you have always wanted to leave, haven't you? Now, your wish can finally be fulfilled. But how could Ningsangsang leave in peace? Secretary Wang, please let me see him just once. I only want to check that he is all right before I go. With red-rimmed eyes, she looked pitiful. Secretary Wang, unable to resist her imploring gaze, still feared defying Yongcheng's orders. Perhaps you could wait a little longer. Once Mr. Yi calms down and is willing to see you, you may enter. Finally, Secretary Wang ceased to urge her away. Ningsangsang remained quietly by the door like a small cat, watching as nurses and doctors entered and exited, carrying numerous bloodied bandages. Her eyes grew redder, filled with a pool of sorrowful tears. Ah Chung. Oh, Ah Chung. Chapter 114. Ningsangsang's guilt soon. Night fell. Yongcheng continued to deny her entry, leaving Ningsangsang to wait outside. It was now late autumn, and the chilly air made her shiver uncontrollably. She curled up into a ball for warmth, pitifully leaning against the doorframe. Without a blanket or a bed, she resolved to guard the door through the night. Secretary Wang had never witnessed Ningsangsang endure such hardship. He urged her again, "Madam, it's cold tonight. You will catch a chill. It would be better for you to leave and return in the morning. I want tea." Ningsangsang bit her lip, demonstrating her stubbornness as she stood her ground against Yongcheng. Time slipped by, and soon it was 10 o'clock at night. Inside, Yongcheng lay on the hospital bed, still receiving intravenous fluids. His complexion was pale, yet the anger in his eyes remained a deep crimson, unresolved, still directed at Ningsangsang. Upon hearing that Ningsangsang had fallen asleep at the door, Yongcheng's heart ached profoundly. He directed a tirade at Secretary Wang. "Incompetent fool. Wasn't it your duty to persuade her? Why is she still here? It's freezing outside. How can Ningsangsang possibly sleep? She'll catch a cold. Normally, she requires the comfort of a plush bed to rest." The more he contemplated the chilly night, the more his heart ached. He clenched his fist tightly. Let her go. Immediately. If she doesn't wish to return home, then arrange for her to stay at a 5-star hotel. Secretary Wang cautiously suggested, "Yizong, it need not be so complicated. Your hospital bed is quite spacious. There is ample room for both you and Madam. She has expressed a desire to see you. So why not allow her in?" Yongcheng's expression darkened immediately. He glared at Secretary Wang with a mix of frustration and disappointment, suddenly inquiring, "Why is Ningsangsang waiting here? She wishes to see you. She mentioned that after seeing you, she would leave," Secretary Wang replied. "But can we even allow her to see you?" Secretary Wang paused for a moment. Then a realization dawned upon him. "Yizong, it seems you believe Madam is concerned about your injuries and feels guilty for lingering outside. If she were to see that your condition is not severe, she would undoubtedly feel relieved and depart." Finally, Secretary Wang understood why Yongcheng was so callously leaving Ningsangsang out in the cold. It was all to deepen her sense of guilt. One must admit, Yongcheng had an acute understanding of Ningsangsang's nature. However, Secretary Wang ventured to offer another small suggestion. "But Yizong, treating Madam this way must be painful for you. Isn't your intention to make her feel guilty enough to stay by your side? It could be quite simple. If you were to enter the emergency room and deliberately exaggerate the severity of your condition, wouldn't she be compelled to remain?" Immediately, a glimmer of light sparked in Yongcheng's crimson eyes. He regarded Secretary Wang with admiration. "Secretary Wang, your year-end bonus will be doubled this year." "Thank you, Yizong." Thus, outside, the forlorn Ningsangsang suddenly heard Secretary Wang's panicked voice from within Yongcheng's room. "Quick, call the doctor. Yizong is bleeding again. And it's a significant amount. He has fainted. Hurry, to the emergency room." Ningsangsang watched in horror as doctors and nurses hurriedly wheeled Yongcheng out of the ward. Anxiously, she attempted to approach, but was pushed aside by the frantic nurses. "Step aside. The patient has sustained a head injury and is unconscious. We must rush him for emergency treatment." Images flooded Ningsangsang's mind of Yongcheng shielding her in the car, blood streaming from his head. "Oh, Ah Chun, it's because of me that you were injured." The guilt and heartache intensified within her. She followed the nurses as they transported Yongcheng into the emergency room. Chapter 115. Ningsangsang warms. Ningsangsang, with her red-rimmed eyes, waited anxiously outside for 3 hours until the door to the emergency room finally opened. "How is he? How is Ah Chun?" When Yongcheng was wheeled out once more, she noticed he was entirely wrapped in bandages, his eyes tightly shut, and his injuries appeared quite severe. As the night deepened, Ningsangsang rushed forward without a second thought, embracing Yongcheng, who lay injured upon the hospital bed. She never anticipated that her actions would lead to such grave consequences for him. "Ah Chun, I am so sorry," she sobbed, resting her head on his body, oblivious to the slight upward curl of Yongcheng's lips, hinting at a hidden satisfaction. Secretary Wang cleared his throat and gently advised Ningsangsang, "Madam, while Mr. Yi remains unconscious, it would be prudent for you to return to the ward with him. The air outside is frigid, and Mr. Yi is still battling a high fever, leaving him quite fragile. Yes, let us hurry and return him to his room, she agreed. Once they had settled Yongcheng back onto the bed, Secretary Wang thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Ningsangsang stood at the edge of the bed, her large, tear-filled eyes glistening, with droplets of sorrow lingering on her long eyelashes, poised to fall. The sight of Yongcheng's injuries weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. She distinctly remembered his legs being unscathed, so how could they now be encased in steel? And his arm, why was it suspended in a cast? Could he truly be so severely injured? A flicker of doubt crept into her thoughts, but she quickly dismissed it. After all, injuries could not be fabricated. With a heart full of concern, she tenderly held Yongcheng's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. "Ah-chun, please wake up soon." She resolved to stay by his bedside that night, keeping vigil over him. However, just as she moved a chair closer, Yongcheng suddenly began to murmur in his sleep, his expression troubled. Ningsangsang leaned in closer to listen, hearing him mumble about feeling cold. Cold, so cold. He lamented, despite the blankets not being thin. Her small face furrowed in worry. She realized that perhaps his fever was causing him to feel so chilled. Thus, she hurried to the door and asked Secretary Wang to bring another blanket. In an instant, Yongcheng found himself buried under 2 blankets. Yet, Ningsangsang remained dissatisfied. Her brow still knitted in concern. "No, it needs to be thicker. We must trap the sweat from his fever." Consequently, she instructed Secretary Wang to add yet another blanket. Secretary Wang, witnessing his master nearly buried beneath 3 blankets, felt a twinge of sympathy, especially since he was the one who would be receiving a double year-end bonus. He ventured a suggestion, "Ahem, madam. This approach may not be effective. While it may provide physical warmth, the heat does not easily transfer to Mr. Ye's body. To achieve immediate warmth, it would be best to utilize body heat. You should sleep beside Mr. Yi tonight. 3 times the year-end bonus." As Yongcheng absorbed these words, he mentally resolved to reward Secretary Wang further. "Is that so, Secretary Wang?" Ningsangsang inquired, her large, glistening eyes filled with uncertainty. "Indeed, madam. You shall see for yourself," Secretary Wang replied, suppressing a smile as he instructed the removal of 2 blankets from Yongcheng's body. As the cold enveloped Yongcheng, he felt an immediate sense of relief and resolved to grant Secretary Wang a year-end bonus 4 times the usual amount. Ningsangsang hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Yongcheng, who lay on the sickbed, murmuring and shivering, she reluctantly shed her clothes and nestled beside him. What a rogue. Even in a coma, he knows how to take advantage of others. Had I known, I should have summoned that wicked woman Jiang Wei. She would surely enjoy warming you up. She must have done so many times before. Ningsangsang clung to Yongcheng, her words dripping with playful bitterness. Chapter 116. Ningsangsang's stolen kiss. Though Ningsangsang spoke with feigned ferocity, her actions were earnest as she held Yongcheng tightly. "Ah-chung, let me embrace you. I promise I won't feel cold anymore." Mimicking the comforting manner he once used to soothe her, she attempted to ease his discomfort. Exhausted from the day's turmoil, she soon nestled into his embrace and drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, she continued to call out Yongcheng's name. Upon hearing her steady breaths, Yongcheng immediately opened his eyes. At that moment, Ningsangsang resembled a clingy kitten draped over him, eliciting a joyful smile that nearly lifted the corners of his mouth to the heavens. His beloved Ningsangsang still cared for him. He wished to hold her tighter, but the plaster cast hindered his movements, prompting him to disdainfully discard it. With his hands now free, he enveloped Ningsangsang in a warm embrace, relishing her presence. "Darling, darling," he murmured, planting gentle kisses on her petite face, leaving his mark even on her rosy lips. The next morning, Ningsangsang awoke, feeling inexplicably sore and weak, as if her lips had been thoroughly kissed. Instinctively, she glanced at the man beside her, Yongcheng, who lay pitifully, wrapped in plaster bandages. He had neither the heart nor the ability to misbehave. She concluded that perhaps she was merely imagining things. As her thoughts wandered, Yongcheng suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing weakly at her, he appeared taken aback. "Ningsangsang." He called her name, his expression cold. "What are you doing here? Did I not tell you to leave yesterday?" Ningsangsang bit her lip, feeling wronged. "But Ah-chung, you're injured, and I can't help but worry about you." "Humph, what is there to worry about?" Yongcheng retorted, still harboring remnants of yesterday's grievance. "Darling, didn't you wish to distance yourself from me? Wouldn't you prefer it if I were gone?" "I never thought that." Ningsangsang protested vehemently. In truth, she had never harbored hatred for Yongcheng. She merely longed for freedom and the opportunity to attend school. Yet Yongcheng continued to impose conditions. Then, my dear, how will you prove that you are concerned for me? Ningsangsang was taken aback. Wasn't her very presence the best proof of her concern? I do not believe you, my dear, unless Yongcheng, with his hand ensconced in plaster bandages, laboriously gestured towards his own face. The implication was undeniable. Instantly, Ningsangsang's delicate visage turned crimson, reaching the tips of her ears. In a flurry of indignation, she pushed Yongcheng away, exclaiming, "Humph, believe it or not." With a sharp intake of breath, Yongcheng winced in pain, his face reflecting a profound discomfort. Ningsangsang immediately grew anxious, her concern palpable. "What is it, Ah-cheng? Did I hurt your wound?" Yongcheng nodded in affirmation, his eyes communicating his distress. "Yes, Ningsangsang, it hurts terribly. What should we do?" Ningsangsang fretted, hastily inspecting the arm that she had just pushed. To her relief, there was no blood. "Ah-cheng, is it possible that the internal wound has split open? It could become inflamed. Let me call the nurse to redress it." Yet, Yongcheng's expression shifted, a flicker of guilt crossing his features as he quickly interjected. "There's no need for that, Ningsangsang, my dear. It hasn't split. But you appeared to be in such agony. Ah-cheng, you must be enduring the pain. Am I right? Just wait here, I will fetch the nurse." Chapter 117. Ningsangsang feeds Yongcheng porridge. If she summoned the nurse, Yongcheng's ruse would surely be exposed. In a state of heightened anxiety, he called out to Ningsangsang again, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Cough, my dear. I'm no longer in pain. It's getting late. We should have breakfast." At that moment, a servant respectfully entered the room, bearing 2 bowls of breakfast for them. Light, nourishing porridge accompanied by 4 exquisite side dishes. Feeling her own hunger, Ningsangsang lifted her bowl to take a sip. However, upon glancing up, she found Yongcheng gazing at her with eager anticipation. "My dear, I'm also hungry," Yongcheng lamented, pitifully raising his plastered hand, resembling the paws of an injured wolf dog. "I do not wish to trouble you, but my hand is utterly uncooperative. It cannot even lift." Encased as it was in a mummy-like wrap, how could it possibly rise? Ningsangsang, possessing both beauty and a kind heart, sighed under Yongcheng's imploring gaze and decided to feed him first. "Ah-cheng, open your mouth." "Thank you, my dear." It was Yongcheng's first experience of being fed by Ningsangsang, and a satisfied smile danced upon his lips. He had never imagined that being ill and injured could afford such indulgence. At that moment, he wished he could reside in the hospital for all 365 days of the year, especially if he could have Ningsangsang's loft brought along. As he savored the porridge, his mind wandered to thoughts of how to spend intimate moments with Ningsangsang in this place. Meanwhile, she innocently continued to feed him, saying, "Ah-cheng, it's a bit hot. Let me blow on it for you." As she blew on the porridge, her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. Yongcheng, unable to tear his gaze away, found her rosy lips utterly enticing. In that moment, he could hardly resist the urge to seize Ningsangsang and pin her down on the bed. A bowl of porridge consumed a significant portion of time, while Yongcheng remained lost in thought. Finally, after he had been fed, he laboriously lifted his hand and pointed to the corner of his lips. "Darling, you have soup stains. Oh, let me wipe that for you." Ningsangsang hurriedly sought out a tissue. However, as fate would have it, the tissues had run out. "Ah-cheng, just a moment, I'll go get." Before she could finish her sentence, Yongcheng suddenly lunged forward, pinning her down on the hospital bed, and pressed his lips against hers. Why waste tissues when a kiss could suffice? Caught off guard, Ningsangsang struggled, yet even if Yongcheng remained still, she was unable to push this man away. She felt overwhelmed, bullied by Yongcheng, who seemed to be wrapping her up like a mummy. It wasn't until the man appeared thoroughly satisfied that she was finally released. Her face was now flushed, her lips a vivid red from his affectionate nibbling. "You scoundrel! Eating is one thing, but why devour me?" Covering her face, she instinctively raised her hand to strike him. Yet, Yongcheng leaned closer, wearing a pitiful expression. "Darling, I'm just being economical. If we save a few tissues each day, by the end of the year, we could donate to Director Zhang's orphanage. I'm doing a good deed." Ningsangsang thought to herself that she had never encountered someone so refreshingly unique in their excuses, but to be consumed so early in the morning felt like a loss. With a huff, she pushed Yongcheng away. "Ah-cheng, though your injuries seem severe, your condition appears quite well. I believe you will recover soon, so I shan't disturb your convalescence." As she spoke, she savored the last of her porridge, preparing to leave. After all, Yongcheng could manage a passionate kiss, indicating he was on the mend, which reassured her. So, darling, are you leaving again? Yongcheng's tone shifted to one of melancholy and darkness. Chapter 118. The consequences of departure. Ningsangsang sensed his anger escalating. A flicker of fear crossed her, yet she bravely met Yongcheng's gaze. "Ah-chun, there's no point in us lingering here. Have you considered that you already possess your career? To you, I am merely a condiment in your life, while I have nothing and must seek out my own value in this existence." Her voice carried a subtle plea, hoping Yongcheng would comprehend her sentiments. Yet he remained the same domineering, irrational figure. "Isn't my presence enough for you?" He had even summoned a master painter for her. "Whatever you desire, I can provide. As long as you don't leave me. Everything I have, wealth, power, love, is yours, if only you wish for it." Ningsangsang sighed. "Enough, Ah-chun. Perhaps we simply cannot understand each other." Biting her lip, she chose not to say more, turning instead and gradually stepping away from Yongcheng's gaze. Would he continue to create such turmoil? Yongcheng's expression grew increasingly grim. He fixed his icy gaze upon Ningsangsang's retreating figure and spoke with a chilling tone. "My dear, think carefully. If you step out that door today, you must consider the consequences." Yongcheng was reluctant to make the situation irreparable. Yet Ningsangsang persistently pressured him. However, she did not turn back. What consequences could possibly be worse than becoming a mere shell of her former self? Ningsangsang departed. Upon exiting the hospital, she realized that Yongcheng was vast, and she had nowhere to go. She dared not visit Sister Wei. For the consequences Yongcheng had just mentioned filled her with dread about burdening others. The Imperial Capital Academy of Fine Arts was also out of reach. It seemed this man would not even allow her to wander freely in Yongcheng. At the hospital entrance, Ningsangsang squatted in a daze for quite some time. She took out her phone to check the time, only to discover that today was her adoptive mother's birthday. It had been a year since she last returned home, and a wave of longing for her adoptive parents surged within her. Given the turmoil with Yongcheng, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to sneak home for a visit. Her adoptive parents' home was a 40-minute bus ride away. Lacking funds, she could only take the bus. However, just after boarding, she noticed an urgent alert flashing on the small screen inside the vehicle. "Attention, citizens. A female patient has escaped from the Yongcheng Psychiatric Hospital. The patient's name is Ningsangsang, height 165 centimeters, with long black hair reaching her waist. She was last seen wearing a white fleece dress and a black trench coat, posing a potential risk to others. We urge the public to report any sightings of her." With a reward of 10,000 yuan offered by the psychiatric hospital. At this moment, Ningsangsang felt as if her mind had been struck with a thunderclap. Her scalp tingled as disbelief washed over her, and she looked up in shock. The very image displayed was her own. Meanwhile, the other passengers began to murmur amongst themselves. "A psychiatric patient. A dangerous one at that. This young girl looks so quiet and demure. If it weren't for the news report, you'd never suspect she was a mental patient." Oh, many psychiatric patients appear perfectly normal, but when they lose control, it can be terrifying. I hope they catch her soon. It was then that Ningsangsang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. She quickly covered her face with her long hair and hat, but it was already too late. Someone had recognized her. "Hey, look at the girl who just got on the bus. Isn't she the one who escaped?" Instantly, the entire bus turned its attention towards Ningsangsang. With her height of 165 centimeters, long hair, white dress, and black trench coat, she was unmistakably the one they sought. Their gazes turned eager and greedy. After all, she was a living bounty of 10,000 yuan. Consequently, someone immediately attempted to contact the psychiatric hospital. Ningsangsang was terrified and, disregarding everything, began to dash frantically toward the exit. Fortunately, at the very last moment before the door closed, she managed to leap off the bus. Yet she dared not pause, resembling a frightened little rabbit. She ran for quite some time until she found herself in a dimly lit alley, where she finally allowed herself to stop. However, upon lifting her gaze, she was met with the sight of her reward poster affixed to a nearby utility pole. In that fleeting moment, panic surged through Ningsangsang, causing her to recoil several steps. Her doe-like eyes brimmed with tears, reddened by a sense of injustice. She was not ill. Yet Yongcheng had misled the entire city of Yongcheng into believing she suffered from a mental illness. He clearly sought to leave her no avenue of escape, rendering her unable to find employment and perpetually engulfed in fear. Ningsangsang had never anticipated Yongcheng could be so heartless, executing his plans with such finality. Her pale visage was shrouded by long, dark hair, and she felt akin to a rat scurrying through a sewer, terrified to show herself to the world. Outside, the city was rife with reward notices. She curled into herself, seeking solace in the corner of the alley, too afraid to venture out. Time slipped by unnoticed until a soft, innocent voice broke through the darkness. "Mama, what happened to that big sister? Why is she trembling in the corner? Is she cold? Don't worry about it, darling. It's getting dark. There are all sorts of people out there. She might be a beggar." The evening had indeed descended, obscuring Ningsangsang's face from view, leaving only her long, flowing hair visible, positioned next to a foul-smelling trash bin. It was no wonder the woman mistook her for a beggar. "Then, Mama, let's give her something to eat. Our teacher says we should show kindness to beggars," the little girl exclaimed, dashing forward to place the freshly purchased buns and soy milk before Ningsangsang. "Here, beggar sister, please eat." The child's bright eyes shone like a beacon, and in the shadows, Ningsangsang felt as though she had glimpsed a ray of light. Suddenly, memories of Yongcheng's perpetually bloodshot eyes flooded her mind, and her unjust tears began to cascade anew. Was she truly now perceived as a beggar? Was this the version of herself Yongcheng desired? The more she pondered, the more her heart ached with indignation. In a moment of desperation, she seized the food offered by the little girl and devoured it ravenously. She had scarcely eaten all day, and the fear that had gripped her left her famished. "Mama, the beggar sister is eating. I helped someone. I'm a good child." The innocent voice of the little girl grew fainter as she distanced herself. A tightness settled in Ningsangsang's chest. After finishing the food and regaining a semblance of strength, she scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and smeared it across her face. Although night had fallen, she still feared being recognized. Hearing the little girl call out for her mother only deepened her longing for home. She yearned to return to her foster parents' house. Emerging from the alley, she concealed half of her soiled face with her hair and, with the meager money she had left, hurried to a bakery to purchase a small cake. Today was her mother's birthday, and she wished to present her with a cake. Chapter 120. Yongcheng begins to regret Ningsangsang, now timid, refrained from hailing a taxi. Alone in the cold autumn night, she carried a cake, following the navigation towards home. The chill of late autumn made her shiver with every step. Unbeknownst to her, a luxurious black car trailed closely behind. Inside, Yongcheng felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Moments ago, he had witnessed his beloved Ningsangsang huddled beside a garbage bin, and it felt as though a dagger was relentlessly slicing through his heart. How could his cherished little girl endure such suffering? In a sudden rush of regret, Yongcheng coldly instructed his secretary Wang, withdraw all the reward notices from the radio and clear them from the streets. Yet, the damage inflicted upon Ningsangsang in his moment of anger could not be undone. As the night wore on, the autumn wind howled, and Ningsangsang trudged home for a grueling 4 hours, her feet now blistered. Upon finally arriving at her adoptive parents' doorstep, a wave of sorrow and grievance washed over her, and tears pooled in her large, expressive eyes. "Oh, Dad, Mom," she cried, knocking on the door, desperate to release the pent-up emotions of the past year. From a young age, Ningsangsang had relied on her adoptive parents, longing to collapse into her mother's embrace for a good cry. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of her knocking echoed through the night, distinct and heart-wrenching. Unlike the grand estate of Yongcheng, her adoptive parents resided in a modest villa with a small courtyard. They would surely hear her knocking in the stillness of the night. However, after 5 relentless minutes of knocking, no lights illuminated from within. Inside the villa, on the 2nd floor in the master bedroom, Mother Ning felt a pang of concern and contemplated getting out of bed to open the door for Ningsangsang. This child, frail since childhood, had been standing outside for so long. Surely, she would catch a cold in the wind. After nurturing Ningsangsang for so many years, she felt a deep emotional bond. The sound of knocking tugged at her heartstrings. Father Ning, smoking one cigarette after another, frowned deeply. "You cannot go. Have you forgotten the promise you made when you found Lili? You vowed never to have any contact with Ningsangsang again." Lili was their biological daughter, while Ningsangsang was merely their adopted child. Had Lili not gone missing in her youth, they would never have taken Ningsangsang in. They had reunited with Lili a year ago, and she had shown immediate disdain towards Ningsangsang upon entering their home. Thus, after careful consideration, they chose to prioritize their biological daughter and sold Ningsangsang to Yongcheng for a sum of 10 million. This past year, The Nings had become enraptured by the joys of having their biological daughter, nearly forgetting about Ningsangsang altogether. Who could have anticipated that Ningsangsang would return? Yet, Ningsangsang was still a child with feelings. Moreover, 12 years prior, had they not adopted her, their factory would have faced closure. Father Ning's factory had been on the brink of collapse, saved only by Yongcheng's initial investment. The sole condition proposed by Yongcheng was to treat Ningsangsang as their own daughter, raising her until adulthood. However, Ningsangsang had already reached adulthood. Had they not upheld their promise? Moreover, Lily, the child, was a light sleeper, and she must have heard everything by now. If they were to leave, it would surely break her heart. Human nature is undeniably pragmatic. Ning father and Ning mother were even more inclined to favor and cherish their biological daughter. Ning mother let out a sigh. They had already resolved to abandon Ningsangsang. Suddenly, a call from Yongcheng interrupted their thoughts. What could he possibly want at this moment? Both Ning parents felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, for they understood better than anyone the depth of Yongcheng's obsession and affection for Ningsangsang. With trepidation, they pressed the answer button. Your daughter is now waiting outside, was Yongcheng's opening statement. The second was an unequivocal command. It is freezing outside. Bring her in immediately and shower her with the love and pampering that befits her as your daughter. All right, Ning mother responded fearfully, nodding in compliance. They dared not offend Yongcheng, fully aware of how deeply he cared for Ningsangsang over the years. They were required to send him daily photos of Ningsangsang. And while it appeared that Ning mother purchased all of Ningsangsang's clothing, in truth, they were gifts from Yongcheng. Additionally, the meals Ningsangsang consumed were meticulously prepared, thanks to a team of 5-star chefs and nutritionists that Yongcheng had employed solely for her benefit. He was attentive to every aspect of Ningsangsang's life. Oftentimes, Ning father and Ning mother felt as though it was Yongcheng who was raising their daughter rather than themselves. Now, fearing that Ningsangsang might suffer outside, Yongcheng insisted they go down to fetch her, and they had no choice but to comply. However, just as they exited their bedroom, they encountered a figure standing forlornly at their doorstep. Ning mother's expression shifted in an instant. Lily, my precious daughter, what are you doing out here? It's chilly at night. Hurry back to your warm bed. Yet Lily refused to retreat. With teary eyes filled with jealousy, she declared, I do not want that woman back. This is my home, my parents. I refuse to share with her. She has occupied your lives for 12 years. That is enough. Mom and Dad, I am your biological daughter. She has no ties to you anymore. Lily's emotions surged. I do not care about your reasons. If you dare to allow her back, I will jump from this building. No, please, Lily. Ning father and Ning mother were heartbroken, while they feared Yongcheng. The life of their biological daughter was far more precious. In comparison, Ningsangsang seemed less significant. 5 minutes later, they reached the entrance of the villa. Dad, Mom. Ningsangsang, shivering and in pain from the cold, saw Ning father and Ning mother, and tears welled up in her big eyes, blurring her vision. Ningsangsang extended her hand, sobbing softly, yearning to leap into Ning Mu's embrace. However, she quickly realized that her parents had no intention of opening the door for her. Ning Fu stepped forward. Daddy, Ningsangsang thought he was about to unlock the door, and she pouted playfully. I'm so cold. Please let me in. Today is Mommy's birthday, and we should all celebrate with cake together. Yet, they had already shared the occasion with their biological daughter, Ning Lili. Ning Fu wished to dismiss Ningsangsang swiftly, so he reprimanded her directly. Ningsangsang, have you quarreled with Yizong and sneaked out? Why must you be so willful and unreasonable? This is not your home. Others won't indulge your whims like your parents do. You need to stop throwing tantrums. Be obedient and go back. Return. As Ning Fu's words struck her, Ningsangsang felt her heart, once filled with hope, doused with icy reality. She stubbornly bit her lip and replied, Daddy, I don't want to go back. Do you know that Yongcheng is spreading rumors that I am mentally unstable? He has a bounty on my head throughout Yongcheng. That must be because you've misbehaved and acted recklessly. Ningsangsang, you are no longer a child. You must learn to accept your fate. Yizong has treated you fairly. Just listen to him and return home without further fuss. Ning Fu was only eager for Ningsangsang to leave, as his precious daughter Li Li was still waiting on the balcony. In an instant, Ningsangsang's longing for familial love shattered. She was oblivious to Ning Li Li's existence. All she felt was her once loving father pushing her away. Daddy, it's truly not my fault. Ningsangsang was overwhelmed with grievance, trying to explain, her large, pitiful eyes brimming with tears. Yet, as a mere adopted daughter, Ning Fu hardened his heart. Ningsangsang, let me be frank. I sold you for 10 million to Yizong, so this is no longer your home. You should return to him. Chapter 122. Yechen stands up for Sang Sang. She had been sold for 10 million? This was beyond Sang Sang's comprehension. Desperately, she turned to Ningmu for help. Mommy, Daddy is lying, right? You would never sell me. This must be false, right? Ningmu shook her head sorrowfully. Though her heart softened at the sight of Sang Sang, thoughts of Ning Lili hardened her resolve. Sang Sang, your father speaks the truth. You are indeed now under Yizong's care. Consider this home as non-existent. Do not return here again. Sang Sang's eyes widened in disbelief as she staggered back 2 steps, shocked by her mother's words. At her most vulnerable moment, when she needed family the most, her parents had abandoned her. So, you won't open the door for me tonight. Sang Sang, refusing to give up, waved a small cake in front of Ning Fu and Ningmu, hoping to remind them of the celebration. Yet, her parents callously turned away, leaving her to grasp the bitter truth. She was left without a home, abandoned by her adoptive parents. With a soft thud, Sang Sang's trembling body could no longer bear the weight of her anguish, causing her small cake to tumble to the ground. As she watched the retreating figures of her adoptive parents, tears streamed uncontrollably from her large eyes. Her frozen hands clutched the iron railing of the gate, sobbing pitifully, Daddy. Mommy, Sang Sang has been good. Please don't sell me away. Yet, Mr. and Mrs. Ning did not turn back. Dejected, Sang Sang sank down along the iron bars. The biting cold wind intensified, and she sat in despair at the entrance of the Ning household, picking up the fallen cake. The bonds of affection cultivated over many years cannot be easily severed. Her small face pressed tightly against the cake's packaging as she wept for her mother. Alas, in the silent, frigid night, no one answered her pleas. Not far away, Yechen sat in the car, his gaze fixed darkly upon her. Witnessing Sang Sang's suffering tore at his heart. How could the Ning family be so cruel? His expression transformed into a fearsome scowl. This year, he had refrained from allowing Sang Sang to return home, fearing she would discover the existence of Ning Lili and the transformed countenance of her once loving adoptive parents. Yet, despite his efforts, her heart was still wounded. Secretary Wang. Yechen commanded Yongcheng directly, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Show the Ning family what consequences they face. Were it not for their past care for Sang Sang, he would have ensured their immediate disappearance from Yong City. Understood, Mr. Yi, Secretary Wang respectfully acknowledged. Promptly setting plans in motion, while Yechen's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Sang Sang. In that moment, Sang Sang's feet were blistered and unable to carry her. She curled up in the corner by the gate, resembling a pitiable little creature without a home, embracing herself tightly. Perhaps wearied from the day's tribulations, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Yechen finally exited the car. Sang Sang, my dear, he murmured as he approached and enveloped her cold body in his arms, intending to carry her into the warmth of the vehicle. It was far too cold outside. His precious child would surely catch a chill if left to sleep here. Exhausted and weary, Sang Sang did not awaken even as he placed her in the car. The heater was cranked to its highest setting, and as Yechen observed Sang Sang's complexion transition from a frostbitten hue to a rosy glow, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly began to assess her condition. The dirt on her small face could be gently wiped away with a wet tissue, but the blisters on her tiny feet caused his heart to constrict painfully at the mere sight. After a 4-hour journey, 6 blisters had formed on her delicate feet. Yechen retrieved a medical kit, intent on disinfecting and treating her injuries. However, as he cradled her small feet in his hands, his heart quaked at the sight of such unsightly afflictions marring her tender skin. Regret surged through him, a crimson tide of remorse. He deeply regretted having pushed his precious girl so harshly today. His precious child's foot required immediate treatment. Yechen promptly retrieved a set of disposable sterilization tools. Darling, bear with it. It will be over soon. Chapter 123. Sweetheart, please do not be willful. Despite Yechen's gentle approach, Sang Sang was startled awake by the needleless prick. Ouch! Her first sensation was the sharp pain in her foot. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Yechen, she instinctively recoiled in fear. What, Yechen? Recently abandoned by her foster parents, she felt an acute lack of safety. The moment she spotted him, her large, swollen eyes widened in alarm, glaring at him with fierce intensity, as if to ward off any potential harm. unaware of how Yongcheng had come to be there. All she knew was that this man had branded her as mentally unstable. She wished to harm him. Yongcheng, feeling a twinge of guilt, extended his hand in an attempt to comfort her, saying, "Sweetheart, I mean no harm. I'm merely treating the blister on your foot. I don't need it," Ningsangsang retorted, biting down hard on his outstretched hand. Her fierce grip elicited a pained sound from him, yet he remained still, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Initially, the act of biting provided her with a sense of relief. But then she suddenly realized something troubling. Yongcheng's hand had been encased in a cast and bandage during the day, barely able to move. How was he now so agile? Moreover, he had looked like a mummy in the morning, yet now appeared impeccably dressed, showing no signs of having been severely injured. "You deceived me. You scoundrel, Yongcheng. You lied to me." In that moment, realization struck Ningsangsang, igniting her fury. She could not bear to look upon this deceitful man any longer. "Get away." She forcefully pushed Yongcheng aside, her anger propelling her to fling open the car door and attempt to leave. Yet he, in a panic, grasped her arm, his expression pleading. "Darling, please don't go. The blister on your foot hasn't been treated yet. Walking will hurt. And why should that concern you?" She shot back. If it weren't for this man's slander, she would not have been reduced to a state where she feared even riding in a car, leading to these blisters. Ningsangsang was now thoroughly enraged, shaking off Yongcheng's grip with force. Barefoot, she ran from the car, the cold ground exacerbating the pain in her blistered feet. In the frigid weather, her feet were still raw. Yongcheng felt a surge of heartache. He hurriedly picked up Ningsangsang's small sheepskin boots and a medical kit, his eyes reddening as he pursued her. "Sweetheart, please stop. Let us bandage your foot and put your shoes on, shall we?" Ningsangsang ignored him entirely. The blisters on her feet throbbed painfully with every step, causing her to limp, but the pent-up anger and overwhelming sense of injustice propelled her forward, leaving Yongcheng far behind. She could still hear the soft, pleading voice of Yongcheng calling her from behind. "Ningsangsang, darling, stop, my dear. Darling, Ningsangsang." Eventually, Ningsangsang was cornered in a narrow alley, trapped by a wall in front and Yongcheng behind her. Gritting her teeth, she crossed her arms in frustration and squatted in the corner, beside a garbage bin, much like during the day. Yongcheng approached, his fastidious nature evident as he furrowed his brow, yet he felt compelled to stand there. His tone grew more humble, each word dripping with entreaty. "Darling, come out and return with me, please. Your feet must be sore from walking so long. The blisters are surely broken, exposing you to bacteria. Please let me disinfect and bandage them." Chapter 124. Yongcheng struggles to comfort his wife, yet Ningsangsang ignored him, refusing even to glance in his direction. They remained in this standoff. The chilly night wind swept through, prompting Yongcheng to instruct Secretary Wang to fetch a thick blanket from the car to drape over her. "Darling, it's cold. If you wear this, you won't feel the chill." But Ningsangsang glared at him with disdain, seizing the blanket in fury and throwing it at him. "Get lost. Yongcheng, just go away." How could Yongcheng leave? Pained, he stepped closer to drape the blanket over her again. "Ningsangsang, please, put it on. And you won't catch a cold. I told you to leave." Ningsangsang hurled the blanket at him once more. After several exchanges, Yongcheng, concerned that her agitation would cause her to inhale more cold air, hesitated to press further. "All right, my dear, if you don't want to wear it, that's fine. But your feet are exposed. We must tend to your wounds." "I won't. Just go away. Wah, go away." Yongcheng's repeated kindness only deepened Ningsangsang's sense of grievance. Her shouts transformed into heart-wrenching sobs. "Wah, you bastard! You bastard!" Yongcheng became flustered and at a loss. As she cried bitterly, he dared not speak, remaining by her side as she wept. Ningsangsang's loud cries eventually subsided into quiet sobs, continuing until dawn broke. As the first light of morning emerged, passers-by could catch a glimpse of a well-dressed man, kneeling humbly on one knee, pleading for something with a luxurious blanket in hand. Ningsangsang and Yongcheng had endured the night in this standoff. Meanwhile, Secretary Wang had procured breakfast. "Sir, madam, it's time to eat." As Yongcheng began to speak, Ningsangsang suddenly rose, limping as she attempted to distance herself from him. "Bastard, don't follow me." Her anger had not yet dissipated. She would rather be recognized and taken to a mental institution than face Yongcheng. Ningsangsang walked ahead, wiping her tears, while Yongcheng followed closely behind, keeping a respectful distance. "I told you not to follow me." Ningsangsang picked up small stones from the ground and hurled them at him. Yongcheng did not flinch. Fortunately, her aim was poor, and she did not manage to hit him. Ningsangsang herself was uncertain of her destination. She merely trudged forward in a state of numbness. At that moment, her once sleek, long black hair had become disheveled, her large eyes were swollen and red, and her tattered clothing left her barefoot, resembling a beggar. She possessed not a single cent to her name. Starving, she could only stand before a breakfast shop, gazing longingly. Noticing her plight, Yechen's hen promptly approached. Attempting to appease her, "Darling, are you hungry? Shall I take you out for a feast?" Ningsangsang remained silent, glaring at him fiercely and pushing him away with force. The breakfast he had bought for her was something she would rather perish than consume, which pained Yechen's hen deeply. "Please, don't be like this. Even if you're angry with me, don't torment your body. I beg you, just take a bite of the food I bought. Get lost." Ningsangsang once again shoved him aside in public. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of onlookers, and soon, sharp-eyed individuals recognized her. "Hey, have you noticed? This is the madwoman who escaped from the psychiatric hospital yesterday. The reward for her capture has surged to 100,000. 100,000. Stop her. Call the psychiatric hospital." Chapter 125. Sister Sue arrived. Ningsangsang found herself encircled by the sudden crowd, frightened like a small beast cornered by hunters. She anxiously hid her face behind her long black hair, lowering her head as she desperately sought an escape. "No, I'm not. I'm not insane. I'm not." She wished to flee, but to the crowd, she was merely a moving bounty of 100,000. They collectively obstructed her path. "Be careful." The notice states that this madwoman might be dangerous. Although she bears no weapon, she could certainly bite, and a bite could transmit the virus that drives one mad. "Yes. Once we catch her, we must bind her and gag her." The cacophony of disdainful murmurs surrounding her intensified the redness in her already teary eyes. Resembling a frightened little rabbit, she soon found herself trapped in a small circle. "No, please, don't catch me," Ningsangsang cried out in terror, clutching her head. "I've never harmed any of you. Please, don't do this." Yet, to them, she was simply a lunatic, albeit a rather cute and pretty one. The more she cried and resisted, the more exhilarated they became. Watching this scene unfold, a surge of fury ignited within Yechen's hen, his gaze turning crimson with a ferocious intensity. "Damn it! I've already revoked the reward notice. Why are they still pursuing Ningsangsang? Get away. All of you move." Yechen's hen yearned to rush in and shield Ningsangsang in his embrace. "Darling, come to me." Yet, to Ningsangsang, he appeared more terrifying than the crowd surrounding her. The series of events had rekindled the deep-seated fear she harbored towards Yechen's hen. Upon hearing the chilling voice of Yongcheng, she trembled even more violently. She did not want to go to him. She dreaded being labeled a lunatic and taken back to be imprisoned. Ningsangsang was engulfed in fear, her mind in utter disarray. She attempted to break free, only to be seized by her hair, her wrist gripped tightly, and lecherous men took the opportunity to touch her inappropriately. In that moment, Ningsangsang felt as though her sanity was on the brink of collapse. Yongcheng, on the other hand, was consumed by rage. His aura darkened ominously, becoming exceedingly terrifying. "Damn it! They all deserve to perish." He plunged into the crowd, delivering powerful kicks that sent assailants flying. "Ningsangsang, my dear, do not be afraid. I am coming." Yongcheng, filled with urgency and concern, was racing towards her to protect her. But suddenly, a large group of thugs wielding electric batons surged forth, responding to a whistle command. "Go. Get my wife's little Barbie back." Yongcheng never anticipated that Mu Yi would intervene at such a critical moment. The bystanders, upon witnessing the gang, were so frightened that they scattered, leaving Ningsangsang vulnerable to Mu Yi's grasp. To be precise, she fell into the arms of Mu Yi's wife, Su Jiao. "Oh my dear, how did this happen to you?" Su Jiao looked at Ningsangsang, whose hair was disheveled, clothes torn, and face smeared with dirt and fear, her heart aching with the desire to curse. "Who dared to harm my precious girl?" Upon seeing Su Jiao, who was there to support her, Ningsangsang felt as if she had found family. She nestled into Su Jiao's embrace, expressing her grievances like a spoiled child. Chapter 126. Ningsangsang complained. Su Jiao's heart melted instantly, especially when Ningsangsang lifted her little face, her eyes resembling those of a distressed fawn. Su Jiao could scarcely contain her emotions. Who on earth had the audacity to torment her beloved girl to such an extent? The fury that erupted within Su Jiao startled Mu Yi beside her. "Wife," Mu Yi began, but was met with a fierce glare from Su Jiao. Useless. Is this how you protect my precious heart? No. Dear, let me explain. Get lost. Su Jiao kicked him hard. Little Mu. You won't have the chance for a month. No sleeping together. Mu Yi was left in despair. His eyes filled with sorrow as he glanced at the darkly brooding Yechen. Meanwhile, Su Jiao finally zeroed in on her target. Her anger directed at Yechen as she interrogated Ningsangsang. My dear, was it him? Did this man bully you? Is that why you're like this? Upon hearing Yongcheng's name, Ningsangsang recoiled slightly, seeking refuge in Su Jiao's embrace. Softly and pitifully, she began to complain. It was him. It was him, Su Jiao. It really was him. Sister Su was instantly consumed by rage, disregarding Yechen status. She commanded the thugs beside her, come on. Beat this man up. Smash his car. Mu Yi thought to himself, he seems to want to say, dear wife, could we not be so fierce? Yet, when Sister Su shot him a glance, he was too intimidated to utter a word. He hastily urged Yechen, Mr. Yi, you should leave. You don't know how wild my wife can get, right? She chased me for 3 days and nights trying to kill me. Do you want her to come after you too? Sister Su's infamous exploits were still circulating within their circles. Yechen remained motionless, his gaze dark as he looked at Ningsangsang in Sister Su's arms. At that moment, she was glaring at him with fierce, sparkling eyes, her teeth clenched in anger. It seemed her fury had yet to subside. Fearing her emotional outburst, Yechen decided it best to leave for now. Ningsangsang, darling, I'll come back when you've calmed down. However, Sister Su was still fuming and refused to let him off the hook. What are you all waiting for? Go smash his car. Sister Su's words held far more weight than Mu Yi's. The thugs immediately surged forward, wielding electric batons, and with a series of resounding crashes. They shattered the windows of Yehen's luxurious Maybach. Yehen's expression darkened, yet for Ningsangsang's sake, he refrained from exploding in anger. So, my dear, do you feel a bit better now? Yes, thank you, Sister Su, Ningsangsang nodded, her eyes slightly red, feeling somewhat satisfied. Don't mention it, Sister Su replied, grinning like a lovesick fool as she hugged Ningsangsang tightly. She ushered her into the car. Wife, I'm coming too. Get lost. Mu Yi attempted to join them, wanting to sit beside his wife, but Sister Su kicked him away with force. Her attention was entirely devoted to little Barbie Ningsangsang. She was so adorable, so beautiful, so sweet-smelling. How could she allow a foul man to take advantage of her? Sister Su's possessiveness was intense. Her little Barbie was not to be touched by anyone, not even to be looked at. What if he tainted her with just a glance? Chapter 127. Sister Su adopts Ningsangsang was taken back to Sister Su's home, which could more accurately be described as a lavish palace constructed specifically for her. The interior was adorned in the style of a princess's castle, and upon entering, Ningsangsang's large, wet eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a dreamy place existed in Yongcheng. My esteemed little princess, everything is here, except for you, Sister Su declared, leading Ningsangsang to the master bedroom. She personally bathed her and selected intricate, yet exquisitely beautiful princess dresses for her to wear. Wow, how beautiful! So lovely! Sister Su gazed at Ningsangsang with adoration, as various Barbie figurines that Sister Su had collected over the years surrounded them. However, these handicrafts pale in comparison to Ningsangsang. Sister Su cradled Ningsangsang like a precious treasure and placed her gently onto the princess bed. She thought Ningsangsang was truly adorable and perfect, and she yearned for endless kisses and embraces. Initially, she was elated to be with Ningsangsang, but her joy turned to fury upon noticing the unsightly blisters on Ningsangsang's delicate feet. Who did this? Could it be that man with the surname Yi again? Sister Su's eyes reddened with rage. How could her flawless little princess bear even the slightest blemish? Ningsangsang tilted her little head and sniffled in grievance. It was him. Sister Su. He called me a lunatic, and I was too frightened to take the bus home, so I had to walk for over 4 hours. What? 4 hours? How could my little princess's feet be used for such a long walk? Sister Su was infuriated. If she were to care for Ningsangsang, she would ensure her feet never touched the ground. She quickly began to apply medicine to Ningsangsang's feet, soothing her as she did. My little Barbie, do you wish to take revenge on that man with the surname Yi? Ningsangsang nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Excellent. Did that man not label you a lunatic? We shall repay him in kind. Ningsangsang appeared somewhat confused, not fully grasping the notion of reciprocation. Sister Su did not elaborate, but instead, She tenderly gathered Ningsangsang's hair, intoxicated by her presence. Rest assured, my little princess, I will arrange everything for you tomorrow. After a tiring day, Sister Su let Ningsangsang lie on the soft princess bed to sleep. She then cleaned herself thoroughly before joining Ningsangsang. Ah, so soft. So fragrant. Those vile men truly do not deserve a pure girl like Ningsangsang sharing a bed with them. It is a favor bestowed upon them. Sister Su felt that Yechen was utterly unworthy of such grace, yet he dared to bully Ningsangsang. What a scoundrel. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Sister Su took Ningsangsang away from her home. As they reached the palace entrance, a brand new black Rolls-Royce stood conspicuously nearby. Inside, the brooding Yechen occasionally stroked the red string on his wrist, watching as Ningsangsang departed in the car. He ordered the driver to follow. Ningsangsang glanced back anxiously. Sister Su, he is following us. She hadn't anticipated that Yechen would come today, and so openly. Sister Su smirked. If he wasn't following, my day would lack any excitement. Chapter 128. The cycle of retribution. They drove eastward until Sister Su finally stopped at a bustling street corner. She pulled out a stack of bounty notices, waving them before Ningsangsang's eyes. Come, my little princess, you must watch me at work. Upon closer inspection, Ningsangsang realized this was a notice regarding the bounty on Yechen. The notice claimed that Yechen was mentally ill, suffering from severe schizophrenia, and had even committed murder, posing a significant threat to society. It stated that anyone who spotted him and provided information to the mental hospital would receive a reward of 1 million. This notice was almost identical to the one that had previously targeted her. It prominently displayed Yechen's photograph, along with his height, physical characteristics, and the clothes he wore. Notably, the words 1 million reward were highlighted in bold red, making them extremely eye-catching. Ningsangsang felt a surge of vindication. Huh, this is delightful. Thank you, Sister Su. Gratefully, Ningsangsang rushed over and planted a kiss on Su as a token of her appreciation. Oh dear, I might just float away. Su felt as if she were soaring after receiving Ningsangsang's kiss. Ningsangsang quickly took the notice from Su's hands. Let me do it, Sister Su. I want to post it myself. This is my revenge. Ningsangsang took the notice declaring Yechen as mentally ill and began to affix it to telephone poles. Humph, that wretched man is truly a genuine lunatic. He should have been committed to a mental hospital long ago. Ningsangsang's mind was filled with visions of Yechen being locked away, and her lips curled into a joyous smile. Following closely behind, Yechen observed Ningsangsang happily bustling about by the telephone pole, his brow furrowed in concern. What is this little one grinning about? Yechen was unaware of Ningsangsang's actions, yet he sensed an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered around Ningsangsang, their eyes sparkling with excitement upon seeing the words 1 million reward. 1 million. This male lunatic is worth 1 million. TSK, just yesterday a female lunatic escaped. And now a male lunatic has appeared. Is it really so easy to break out of the mental hospital? Regardless, if there's money involved, who cares? But where is this male lunatic? As the crowd began to search for Yechen, Secretary Wang inquired curiously, Mr. Yi, should I go see what the lady is up to? No need, I'll go myself. Yechen was determined to bring Ningsangsang home today. He stepped out of the car and strode toward Ningsangsang with a cold demeanor, eager to discover what she was up to. However, upon catching sight of her, he nearly blacked out with shock. He has a mental illness? A severe case of schizophrenia? Ningsangsang. Yechen's furious reprimand instantly halted Ningsangsang's actions. She turned back, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet more exhilaration at the prospect of revenge. 1 million. Ningsangsang turned around and pointed at Yechen, exclaiming, Everyone, come quickly. This man has a mental illness. Capture him and send him to the mental hospital for a reward of 1 million. As her words rang out, all eyes turned to Yechen. Oh, it truly is him. Everyone, quickly block him. Do not let this lunatic escape. I have already called, and the psychiatric hospital has sent a vehicle to apprehend him. Sister Su, reveling in the chaos, dramatically slammed a box of money before the crowd. Yes, catch that lunatic. As soon as he is on the hospital's vehicle, I will reward him with this money. Chapter 129. Yechen seeks favor with precious Ningsangsang. Wow. A whole box of money. The bystanders were captivated, their eyes wide with greed as they gazed at Yechen. Come on, let us catch this lunatic for the reward. They surged toward him, igniting Yechen's formidable aura of authority. Enough. Get back. Yechen's body radiated a fierce, blood-red intensity. Akin to a creature risen from the depths of hell, causing the crowd to freeze in fear, their resolve faltering. Ningsangsang, witnessing this, became anxious and clenched her tiny fists, cheering them on. Go on. Don't be timid. He.S. worth 1,000,000. Ningsangsang. Yongcheng's voice turned sharp as he called her name, his handsome face darkening with barely contained fury. Ningsangsang pretended not to hear, ready to continue her encouragement when suddenly, a group of bodyguards clad in black rushed in. Quick, protect Mr. Yi. The arrival of the bodyguards sent the already hesitant crowd scattering in terror. Within moments, the throng around Yongcheng had vanished. Ningsangsang was infuriated. Why should this wretched man be spared from the feeling of being besieged, as she had been yesterday? With everyone gone, only an empty space lingered between them. Humph. Ningsangsang glared at him in anger, determined to continue proclaiming that Yongcheng was a lunatic. This only fueled Yongcheng's growing ire. He stepped forward and grasped Ningsangsang's wrist firmly, reprimanding her. Ningsangsang, stop this nonsense. Let go of me. Ningsangsang retorted, turning back to glare at him, and stomped her foot hard on his polished shoe. Yongcheng winced in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Ningsangsang wriggled free from his grip. However, a sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying away a significant portion of the reward notice in her hand. Feeling wronged, Ningsangsang was struck by a wave of injustice. Her large eyes glistening with tears, her lips trembling as she looked on the verge of crying. Yongcheng panicked. His little ancestor, not again. How could she cry? Her eyes were still puffy from before, and further tears would only worsen them. Darling, I was wrong. Yongcheng immediately regretted his earlier harshness and hastened to apologize. My dear, I was just too angry, and I spoke a bit harshly. Please forgive me. Yet Ningsangsang, still fuming, turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Ningsangsang, darling, Yongcheng, in a low voice, still sought her forgiveness. Leave me be. Ningsangsang, perturbed by his persistent advances, pointed towards the notice carried away by the wind and commanded, if you have nothing better to do, retrieve those for me. Fully aware of Ningsangsang's intentions, Yongcheng, eager to appease her and mend their relationship, complied. The tall, broad-shouldered CEO, clad in an exquisite black suit, dutifully bent down to collect the notices announcing his own mental condition. Upon returning with the notices, Ningsangsang was busy pasting them onto a utility pole. Fetch me the roll of tape from the toolbox on the ground, she ordered without looking back. Yongcheng's lips twitched in annoyance, yet he obediently brought it to her. As Ningsangsang proceeded to affix the notices along the street, Yongcheng followed behind, clutching his own announcement and the toolbox. Initially, Ningsangsang worked alone, but as her arms grew weary from holding them aloft, she decided to let Yongcheng take over. Directing him, she exclaimed, Yongcheng, do you even know how to paste? Don't stick it so high. If you do, how will anyone see what this mental patient looks like? Chapter 130. Darling, are you still not behaving? Yongcheng, Secretary Wang, Sister Su, who had been quietly observing. Yongcheng was pasting his own wanted poster. Yet Ningsangsang still found fault with him. Yongcheng felt a growing frustration, his temples throbbing. Secretary Wang thought he had never seen such a subservient master. While Sister Su wished to shower Ningsangsang with affection, praising her as a little princess. Thus, with black-clad bodyguards clearing the way, Ningsangsang directed Yongcheng throughout the street. As the morning passed, the number of Yongcheng's own notices dwindled until none remained. Finally, they were done. Yongcheng breathed a sigh of relief, planning to have them torn down once night fell. Darling, have you vented your frustration? After pasting the last notice, he eagerly tried to win her favor again. No, Ningsangsang remained fierce, for this man had nearly driven her to madness over the past few days. Merely pasting a few flyers could not suffice to assuage her anger. She turned her back on him in a huff, unwilling to engage. Yet Yongcheng noticed her limp, indicating an injury to her foot. Darling, let me see if your blister has been treated. Concerned, he pulled her into his embrace, attempting to remove her delicate leather shoes to inspect her foot. No, I don't want you to look, Ningsangsang protested, struggling as she found herself pressed against Yongcheng's chest, the cold, intoxicating scent of his masculine essence overwhelming her senses. Instinctively, she kicked and writhed, resembling a feisty little kitten. Ningsangsang, behave. In the next moment, a sharp slap echoed as she received a playful reprimand. The chill of the night enveloped the atmosphere. And although Yongcheng's grip was not particularly forceful, the presence of numerous bodyguards and Sister Su made Ningsangsang feel a profound sense of humiliation and embarrassment, her cheeks aflame with a scorching heat. As she regained her composure, she instinctively raised her hand, intent on striking Yongcheng in vengeance. However, before she could execute her plan, he firmly seized her wrist, swiftly removing the black tie from around his neck to bind her hands. "Be obedient, my dear," he commanded, his intent merely to inspect the injury on her foot. Yet, Ningsangsang perceived his actions as an attempt to strip her in public, prompting her to struggle vehemently. "Let me go? Release me, Yongcheng," she cried, her hands constrained, retaliating with futile strikes against him. Witnessing Ningsangsang's distress, Sister Su felt a surge of compassion and yearned to intervene, but was promptly deterred by Yongcheng's bodyguards. "Madam Su, this is a matter between Mr. Yi and his lady. Kindly refrain from meddling," she was admonished, leaving her in a state of helpless anxiety. Ningsangsang, akin to a misbehaving child, found herself chastised and confined in Yongcheng's embrace, with no one daring to approach within a 10-meter radius. She was powerless against his whims, and with every cry and struggle, his hand would swiftly respond, delivering sharp slaps. Smack, smack, crying again. All you know is to create a scene. Her shoes remained on, though her foot was already reddened and swollen from the punishment. Being struck before so many eyes, with onlookers observing from a distance, left Ningsangsang feeling utterly exposed. As if she had lost all dignity, anger and grievance welled within her, and eventually, even the tears that had threatened to spill were stifled, reduced to quiet sobs, her large eyes shimmering with tears that clung to her long lashes. Chapter 131. Do you wish to implicate others again, my dear? After enduring the beating, Ningsangsang obediently allowed Yongcheng to remove her shoes, revealing the untreated injury. Seeing the blood seeping from her blister, he felt a pang of compassion and instructed his secretary, Wang, to fetch a medical kit, personally tending to her wounds. "It might sting a little when I apply the medicine. Bear with it." "Humph," Ningsangsang whimpered, her voice laced with tears, unwilling to engage in conversation with him. Yongcheng paid little mind to her reluctance, his movements careful and gentle. However, the antiseptic sting made her little frame tremble, and fresh tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Don't cry, my dear. I'll be gentler." His hands quivered slightly, concerned not to inflict further pain. After painstakingly disinfecting and bandaging her injury, he instructed Wang to bring over the cozy socks he had prepared for her. They were fluffy, adorned with a charming white bear pattern, which he lovingly helped her into. Subsequently, Wang returned with the most comfortable wool boots Yongcheng had meticulously selected for her. "My dear, these shoes are a size larger than your foot. They will be more comfortable for you with the bandaged injury." Yongcheng's attentiveness encompassed every detail. However, Ningsangsang remained ungrateful. Had she not been compelled to don the attire, she would have categorically refused to wear anything bestowed upon her by Yongcheng. Once she had reluctantly adorned the shoes, Yongcheng finally liberated her from his embrace. She immediately attempted to flee, only to be halted by the tie he had gripped around her wrist. "My dear, do you truly believe you can escape today?" Yongcheng's tone shifted to a morbidly somber one. With her hand ensnared, she was dragged along like a prisoner. Even her chin was elevated by his distinctly strong hand, forcing her to gaze up at him. In moments of desperation, Ningsangsang would resort to biting. She unexpectedly sank her teeth into the back of his hand with ferocity. "Ouch, little dog teeth." Yongcheng winced and loosened his grip, granting Ningsangsang an opportunity to flee. Yet, she found herself encircled by the ever-watchful bodyguards in black. Before long, the circle constricted around her. In a flurry of anxiety, she dashed towards a nearby utility pole, raising her bound hands in a fierce threat towards Yongcheng. "Leave, go, or I shall crash into it." Ningsangsang pretended to hurl herself against the pole. In an instant, Yongcheng's expression changed. Memories of the days prior flashed through his mind when Ningsangsang had attempted to leap from the car to escape him. Her threats were genuine. Yongcheng dared not take the risk. He stepped back, attempting to soothe her. "All right, my dear, I shall leave. I shall leave. Please, do not be agitated." As his men retreated, Sister Su hastened to approach, her face a mask of concern for her dear Ningsangsang. At that moment, Yongcheng had distanced himself considerably, yet his ominous words still resonated clearly in Ningsangsang's ears. "My dear, do you wish to implicate others once more? Haven't I taught you enough lessons in the past? Do you not realize that I detest your reliance on anyone other than myself? Such dependency only leads to their destruction." Was this man plotting harm against Sister Su and Mr. Mu? An icy chill gripped Ningsangsang, fear enveloping her. Sister Su, I am sorry. Instinctively, she apologized, pushing Sister Su away. She could not drag others into her turmoil. Having once nearly caused Song Yinzhou's demise, she was resolute in not involving Sister Su, who had shown her such kindness. After pushing Sister Su aside, Ningsangsang grit her teeth and strode purposefully towards Yechen. Chapter 132. Ningsangsang serves as a maid to repay her debt. You mustn't go. Sister Su has navigated these years with wisdom. Sister Su endeavored to continue supporting Ningsangsang. However, Ningsangsang firmly rejected her offer. No, Sister Su, this is my matter with him, and it must be resolved eventually. I can no longer evade it. Over the past few days, in Sister Su's enchanting castle, Ningsangsang had experienced much joy. But the time had come to confront her reality. Clenching her small fists, she met Yechen's gaze and stepped into his vehicle. Now that's more like it. The night was cold and dark, and Yechen's gaze finally softened somewhat. He reached out his large hand, intending to stroke Ningsangsang's head, but she pouted and evaded him. Her return did not signify a reconciliation between them. Yechen remained stoic. Ningsangsang took a deep breath. Preparing to discuss the matter seriously, what must I do for you to let me go? Those words instantly froze the smile that had begun to lift Yechen's lips, transforming it into a cold sneer. His hand, poised to touch Ningsangsang's forehead, paused as he retorted, Darling, are you feverish? I am not. Ningsangsang interjected, raising her hand to block his advance. Then why would you ask such a foolish question? How many times must I repeat it? Darling, you will never escape my grasp. A lifetime is indeed a long time. However, Ningsangsang did not wish to prolong the standoff. She gazed earnestly into his eyes and said, Yechen, my father said he sold me to you for 10 million. If I repay that amount, will you release me? 10 million, huh? Yechen scoffed, playfully patting her cheek. Then tell me, how much money do you currently possess? I am broke, Ningsangsang admitted, but I can write you an IOU. Yechen, if you allow me to pursue my painting studies, perhaps in a few years, I could gain recognition and sell my art to repay you. This was not an impossible dream, given Ningsangsang's talent. Moreover, the esteemed Master Du Ziming, whom Yechen had engaged as her instructor, would soon arrive in Yong City. If Ningsangsang could become his disciple, her future would be limitless, far exceeding what she could achieve at an art academy. Yet Yechen remained silent. Observing Ningsangsang's determination to escape him, and a cold smile crept back onto his lips. He teased her, Darling, perhaps you should consider that I am not so patient. I am a businessman, and I do not invest in uncertain ventures. I only account for the immediate benefits you bring me. What benefits could Ningsangsang offer him at present? Her large eyes were filled with confusion. Yechen pinched her cheek playfully, Darling. You could opt to let me support you while you repay your debt. Become my canary, and I'll provide you with 1 million a month. In 10 months, you could be free. What do you say? Think it over. Isn't that just reverting to the past? Being confined in the attic again. Albeit, this time with a set sentence? Ningsangsang had no desire to return to that life. The thought alone drove her to despair. She asked Yechen, Is there no other way to repay my debt besides being a canary? For instance, I could be your maid. Yes, as a maid. I wouldn't have to share your bed, right? Keeping a maid is far more economical than a canary, and the maid can actually work. Chun, if I become your maid, would you also give me 1 million a month? Setting aside everything else, at least as a maid, she would have the freedom to breathe fresh air. A maid? Yechen listened to Ningsangsang's proposal, his smile broadening as if it might reach the heavens. He gently caressed Ningsangsang's delicate face, his eyes reflecting a morbid curiosity as he inquired, My dear, are you truly certain you wish to become my little maid? Ningsangsang felt as though she had unwittingly stumbled into a new trap, yet she reasoned that being a maid merely entailed performing certain tasks. She pondered this for a moment before seeking clarification that Chun, being a maid doesn't require sharing a bed, does it? Chapter 133. Ningsangsang. The little maid Ningsangsang, what frivolous thoughts occupy your mind daily? How could you perceive our relationship as anything less than innocent? Am I truly that kind of person? Yechen declared with a righteous tone. Ningsangsang considered his words, her head nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, he was precisely that type of person, one who transformed into a beast at night, treating her like a little rabbit in the jaws of a great wolf, which was quite frightening. Yechen remarked, My darling, you are a tad too honest. He straightened his posture and cleared his throat nervously. Cough, my dear, rest assured. You need only engage in the tasks befitting a little maid. What tasks might those entail? Attending to my daily needs, remaining by my side at all times. Ningsangsang replied, as long as it doesn't involve sharing a bed, I suppose I can endure. And furthermore, he continued, you must fulfill all my requests unconditionally. You cannot refuse. Ningsangsang scrunched her face in contemplation, feeling an odd discomfort. She reiterated her stipulation. Chun, you cannot demand that I share your bed, as that is not part of my duties. Yongcheng, maintaining his serious demeanor with a hint of a smile, reassured her, fear not, my dear, I assure you. I am not that kind of person. Our relationship is purely one of master and maid. Seeing the sincerity in his tone, Ningsangsang nodded. Well then, when shall we sign the contract? Very soon. I shall have someone prepare it immediately. True to his nature, Yongcheng was remarkably efficient. By the time they returned to the hospital room after discussing the agreement in the car, the contract had already been drafted and printed upon his orders. My dear, before you sign, please ensure you thoroughly review the terms. No need. I trust you, Chun. Ningsangsang merely glanced over the document before signing. As the primary duties had already been established during their earlier conversation, Yongcheng then joyfully affixed his signature as well. The agreement was effective immediately. Yongcheng promptly adopted the demeanor of a demanding capitalist. First and foremost, little maid Ningsangsang, your attire is unacceptable. Change into a proper maidess uniform that pleases the eye. Ningsangsang protested, but this simple outfit is quite convenient for work. No objections. Do not defy my commands. Your appearance is part of your duty to please me. Now go. Very well, she conceded. It's merely a change of clothes. I can manage. Outside the ward, a dedicated attendant stood ready with dozens of maid outfits freshly purchased from a luxury boutique. Madam, please proceed to the adjoining room to try on the garments. Ningsangsang was perplexed by the intricate design of the maid outfit. Despite its modest coverage, the garment was exceedingly elaborate, with some requiring petticoats for support. Indifferent to the complexity, she randomly pointed at a princess pink ensemble. That one will do. Upon emerging in her chosen attire, she beheld Yongcheng, who lay in his sickbed, his gaze fixated upon her. Ningsangsang's long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, while the upper portion of her dress was adorned with layers of intricate white lace. At her collar, a delicate pink bow tied the ensemble together. Her doe-like, glistening eyes sparkled with innocence as they met Yongcheng's, radiating an aura of charm. Beneath the hem of her skirt, her long, graceful legs were enticingly encased in white stockings. With just a fleeting glance, Yongcheng felt an overwhelming urge to draw her close. He rubbed the red string around his wrist, attempting to quell the surge of heat coursing through him, striving for composure. Yet, unable to suppress himself entirely, he felt his throat constrict. Come here, little maid. Yongcheng beckoned with a wave of his hand. Ningsangsang obediently approached and curtsied. Mr. Yi, how may I assist you? Come closer and let us embrace. Absolutely not. Ningsangsang retreated, her caution heightened. I've stated that I only offer my services, not my body. Then, I believe I have a fever. Come, place your hand on my forehead and see if I am warm. Reluctantly, Ningsangsang complied. But as her hand barely made contact, it was seized by him. Let go, she protested, attempting to withdraw, but Yongcheng held her firmly, insisting on closeness. My dear, holding hands hardly counts as selling oneself, does it? Ningsangsang was taken aback. She had never encountered a master who demanded such intimacy from their maid for the entire afternoon. Unwilling to sit on Yongcheng's sickbed, she awkwardly relocated to a stool beside him. Yongcheng toyed with her hand until dinner time, reluctant to release her grip. He commanded, little maid, you shall now be responsible for my meals and medication. Absolutely not. Ningsangsang huffed defiantly. You have hands of your own. Disobedience will not be tolerated. Disobedient maids will have their wages docked by 100-fold. Ningsangsang's face turned pale with fright, compelling her to comply. Mr. Yi, please open your mouth for your meal. A smile crept onto Yongcheng's lips. He had never felt such joy before. After dinner, they faced the final dilemma of bedtime. Ningsangsang clutched her small pillow tightly, declaring, I wish to sleep alone in a bed. But my dear, there is but one bed here. Would you have me sleep on the floor? Ningsangsang pondered for a moment before nodding. That is not out of the question. Just have someone bring an extra blanket for the floor, and I shall sleep there. Yongcheng was left in disbelief. His expression darkened. Darling, have you not recognized your place? You are my servant. How can a servant sleep in the bed while the master sleeps on the floor? Very well, then I shall sleep on the floor. As Ningsangsang spoke, She began to remove the blankets from Yechenchen's bed to make herself a place on the ground. Ningsangsang, Yechen exclaimed, gripping her wrist and forcibly pulling her back onto the bed. Darling, we can both sleep on the bed. I promise not to touch you. Yechen spoke with utmost sincerity, his vow unwavering. Ningsangsang looked into his honest eyes and decided to trust him one last time. Then I will sleep on this side, and you on that side, separated by the middle. You must not cross the boundary. All right, my darling. Ningsangsang felt Yechen was being overly frugal, and they decided to share a single blanket. At first, everything seemed normal. Ningsangsang crossed her arms, vigilantly watching him. Wary of this lecherous man, Yechen chuckled, Darling, don't be so tense. Our relationship is entirely innocent now. I want to take advantage of you. Humph. Yet. Ningsangsang found it hard to believe him. Nevertheless, Yechen was indeed well-behaved for the first half of the night. However, once Ningsangsang fell asleep, she inexplicably felt the room grow colder. Unbeknownst to her, Yechen had just turned off the heating and switched on the air conditioning. All she felt was an overwhelming chill. Darling, if you snuggle close, it won't be cold anymore. In a daze, Ningsangsang felt Yechen's warm chest enveloping her. She did not wish to be held, yet the coldness of the room compelled her to lean into his embrace. Don't worry, my darling, it's just a hug. It doesn't count as selling yourself. Chapter 135, Today's Him. In her dreams, Ningsangsang reassured herself that snuggling was permissible. However, after a while, she felt a large pair of hands encircling her waist, stealthily reaching to unbutton her clothing. Unable to endure it any longer, Ningsangsang delivered a sharp kick toward Yechen. Bastard! You said you wouldn't share the bed. How can you go back on your word? When Yechen, nursing his sore back from her kick, looked up, he was met with Ningsangsang's furious expression, akin to a tempest. Get out! Yechen, you liar! Sleep on the floor tonight. Darling, it's not what you think. I was merely concerned that you would be uncomfortable sleeping in your clothes. All excuses. After receiving another kick from Ningsangsang, Yechen had no choice but to comply and sleep on the floor. Humph. Ningsangsang rolled around on the bed, relishing her comfort. The next morning, when the nurse entered to check on them, she was shocked to see Yechen coldly fastening his tie while the makeshift bed on the floor remained untouched. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she recalled Yechen's esteemed identity as the most distinguished man in Yongcheng. How had he ended up sleeping on the floor? Looking over at the bed, she noticed it was occupied by none other than the little maid she had seen yesterday. The little maid was sound asleep, blissfully unaware. Clutching her pillow, she was on the verge of drooling. Noticing the nurse's gaze fixed on Ningsangsang, Yechen's displeasure manifested in a frown as he directed his attention to the medication tray she held. Be gentle when setting it down. Do not disturb my precious one. Furthermore, unless commanded by me, you are not permitted to enter in the morning. Yechen's tone was icily cold. Apart from Ningsangsang, he wore a frozen demeanor that could chill anyone to the bone. Yes, Mr. Yi. The nurse, frightened, immediately retreated. In truth, Yechen's injuries had not fully healed. Yet the affairs of the company demanded his attention, leading him to work during the day and receive intravenous treatment at night. By now it was 7:30. After a light breakfast, he boarded the company car. Ningsangsang, on the other hand, took her time, only awakening half an hour later. Had that man gone to work? Ningsangsang glanced at the note Yechen had left behind, her heart brimming with joy. Today was entirely hers. At this moment, she had no desire to rise. Excitedly, she sprawled on the hospital bed and scrolled through her phone. Just then, a message from her benefactor flashed on WeChat. Miss Ning, have you awakened? Yechen, in the car, wore a smile at the corners of his lips, eager to gauge the honesty of his little maid. I'm awake, Ningsangsang replied. Her spirits high, her defenses nearly non-existent. So, why haven't you contacted me recently? Do you still have time to paint? Not for the moment. A lot has happened here, and I'm currently planning to make a stealthy escape. Yechen. His smile instantly vanished, replaced by a grim countenance that darkened ominously. Before he could speak, the loquacious Ningsangsang bombarded him with a barrage of messages. Benefactor, let me tell you. I've been caught again. I just noticed that there are bodyguards at the door of my room, indicating that he still doesn't trust me completely. I'm searching for an opportunity. I believe this time he won't anticipate my escape, as he likely thinks I'll obediently adhere to the maid contract. However, I cannot trust his character. I'm not that foolish. Who knows if he will release me after 10 months? I'm merely feigning compliance. Once he resumes work in a few days, I'll catch him off guard and buy a plane ticket to flee. With his intellect, he will certainly not notice. Suddenly, Yechenchen's luxury vehicle screeched to a halt. Returned to the hospital. Immediately, despite being on the verge of reaching the company, he was now erupting in fury to turn back. The driver, trembling, dared not disobey. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang felt quite clever. Am I impressive, benefactor? Am I not brilliant? Her words practically begged for praise. Admire me, quickly. Yechenchen's gaze darkened to an extreme. Yet, through gritted teeth, he managed to respond. Impressive, Miss Ning, truly brilliant. Remarkable indeed. Absolutely. With her chin held high, Ningsangsang exuded an air of pride. However, on the other side, Yechenchen's veins were bulging, his temples throbbing with suppressed fury. Half an hour later, while Ningsangsang was still merrily humming a tune, a loud bang echoed as Yechen stormed in, his demeanor dark and menacing. Startled, Ningsangsang nearly dropped her phone, her face a mask of panic. Mr. Yi, aren't you supposed to be at work? Indeed I was. Yechen gritted his teeth, fixing his piercing gaze on Ningsangsang. But just as I was nearing the office, I realized I had forgotten something. Feeling inexplicably guilty, Ningsangsang averted her eyes. What did you forget? Naturally, it is my little maid who must attend to my every need, 24 hours a day. Yechen commanded Ningsangsang to get up and freshen up. Darling, from today onwards, I officially appoint you as my secretary in the presidential office. Yechen intended to keep Ningsangsang under his watchful eye at all times. Let her try to escape. He was eager to see how she would manage that. What? Ningsangsang was taken aback by Yechen's declaration, her face paling in an instant. It seemed her plans had been entirely thwarted. She quickly shook her head, her voice trembling. Chun, no, that is not necessary. I'm too clumsy to be your secretary. I want to be able to do anything right. Clumsy? Our Ningsangsang is quite clever, isn't she? Very bright and capable. Yechen retorted with a cold laugh. Ningsangsang felt a sense of déjà vu, but she couldn't quite place where she had heard those words before. Yechen offered her no time for contemplation. He forcibly pulled her up from the bed with a rough motion. Hurry, you start work today? Ningsangsang wished to refuse, but the terrifying intensity in Yechen's gaze silenced her protests. Thus, she was unwittingly brought to the Yi Corporation. On the way, she struggled to comprehend how this man, who had always seemed so composed, had suddenly gone mad and decided she must work. Secretary Wang, please take her to complete the onboarding procedures. Upon returning to the office, Yechen transformed into an aloof figure once more, still simmering with anger, offering no special attention to Ningsangsang. Yes, Mr. Yi. Madam, this way please. Secretary Wang respectfully guided Ningsangsang to finalize her employment paperwork. Meanwhile, news of her arrival spread like wildfire, igniting excitement in the presidential secretary's office. Have you heard? A new presidential secretary has just landed today. It's official, not an intern. I heard. I just took a glance. She is exceptionally beautiful. Do you think she was given special treatment to get in? Surely not. It said that Mr. Yi has no interest in women. He has coldly dismissed numerous beautiful secretaries who attempted to seduce him. I agree. Our Mr. Yi is an unmovable iceberg. If this woman dares to pursue him, she will undoubtedly face dismissal. When would Ningsangsang be dismissed? The office of the company's secretariat unanimously believes that if Ningsangsang attempts to seduce the president Yechen, she will find herself in dire straits. Furthermore, with that cousin from the Jiang family keeping a watchful eye, if she dares to flirt with the president, she can expect no favorable outcomes. After all, that cousin, Jiang Wei, was specifically placed in the company to eliminate any distractions surrounding the president. Now, let the gambling begin. How long do you think she can last before being dismissed? I wager 500 that it will be 3 days. With her beauty, Yongcheng will surely drive her away within that time. Surely, it cannot be so brief. I bet 7 days. I wager 300 on 7 days. I don't believe it will be Yongcheng who forces her out. She seems incapable of handling her duties and will likely be scolded by the president instead. I bet 200 on 6 days. 500 on 10 days. In the secretary's office, the atmosphere grew heated with the fervor of their wagers. In a corner, a newly hired girl, Su Rongrong, timidly raised her hand and said, I bet she will last the entire duration. As soon as Su Rongrong spoke, laughter erupted throughout the office. How could that be possible? Besides Su Rongrong, the longest anyone had wagered was half a month. Yet, for reasons unknown to others, Su Rongrong believed Ningsangsang could endure. Her optimism was met with ridicule from her colleagues. Little sister, you're new here and don't yet understand our rules. Just wait and see. This newcomer won tea last a week. Unbeknownst to Ningsangsang, the office buzzed with these comments. She merely sensed that after completing her onboarding procedures, everyone regarded her with peculiar gazes. Upon arriving at the secretary's office to report, she noticed the expectant expressions of her colleagues, who offered neither guidance nor acknowledgement. Leaving her in solitude, only Su Rongrong, who had also just joined, approached Ningsangsang's corner desk, seeking companionship. Hello, I am Su Rongrong, also just transferred here today. What about you? I'm Ningsangsang. Sang greeted everyone with an uplifted face, her eyes crescent-shaped, exuding an amiable disposition. Perfect timing, Sang. We need to report to the president. Come, I'll take you there. Su Rongrong offered her kindness. Once outside the office, she quickly lowered her voice and advised. Sang, according to reliable information I've gathered, the president despises anyone making eye contact with him. When we enter, keep your head down. Do you understand? Oh, okay. Sang nodded in acknowledgement, though internally she questioned, does Yechen truly have such a taboo? I was unaware. After all, she had often glared at him fiercely, and he had not reacted at all. Also, the president loathes being contradicted, so be cautious. Oh, okay. Sang continued to nod earnestly. Finally, Su Rongrong shot a quick glance at Sang, hesitating as if she had more to say. I must remind you, dear sister, that the illustrious Mr. Yi is not someone we can aspire to. Do not be under the illusion that beauty alone can entice him. For ordinary individuals like us, marrying into a wealthy family is a fanciful notion. Mr. Yi already has a fiancée, and it is paramount for us to remain grounded and focus on preserving our employment. Su Rongrong is acting in the best interests of Sang, wishing for her to remain with us. I understand completely. I have no intention of seducing him. Song's earnestness was palpable as she nodded her head. How could she possibly think of enticing him when she barely manages to avoid him? All right, Sang, just remember this. We are about to meet Mr. Yi for the first time. Are you feeling anxious? Chapter 138. Yehen's provocation. Sang considered saying that seeing him daily wound tea evoke any nerves. However, before she could respond, Su Rongrong took her by the hand and knocked on the door of Yehen's office. Knock, knock. Mr. Yi, come in, came Yehen's cold voice, which only heightened Su Rongrong's anxiety. Upon entering, Su Rongrong respectfully introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Su Rongrong, your new personal secretary. Following her cue, she nudged Sang. Sang, being pushed forward, quickly mimicked her. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Ningsangsang, also your personal secretary. The precious one has arrived. Seated in the executive chair, Yechen finally lifted his gaze, giving Su Rongrong a cursory glance before fixing his attention on Sang. This little one. The mere thought of Sang attempting to flee earlier that morning ignited his ire. He suddenly let out a cold snicker, his eyes narrowing dangerously at Sang. Yet, Sang met his gaze fearlessly, glaring at him defiantly. If it weren't for that insufferable man changing his mind, she might have already escaped. Her anger only intensified. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong, who had been nervously looking down, felt an unsettling silence envelop the room. Instinctively, she glanced at Sang and was taken aback to see her gritting her teeth in a fierce glare at Mr. Yi. Panic surged through her. Lower your head. Lower your head. Su Rongrong quickly whispered to Sang, urging her to bow her head. They had been advised against direct eye contact, but instead, Sang audaciously continued to glare at Yechen. In her heart, Su Rongrong silently mourned for Sang, convinced she would soon be dismissed. Yet, contrary to her expectations, nothing happened. Yechen's fingers coldly tapped the table as he observed the two, a shadowy, amused smile playing on his lips. Ningsangsang, is it? And Su Rongrong. I require both of you to recite the company's code of conduct. Having prepared extensively for her role at Yi Corporation, Su Rongrong had memorized the code of conduct a week prior upon learning of her acceptance, fearful of any missteps that could lead to dismissal. Thus, she recited it fluently. The first rule of Yi Corporation: employees must wear professional attire and present themselves neatly. Su Rongrong delivered her lines with practiced ease, while Song's fists tightened in frustration. This man is deliberately targeting her. She was just brought in at the last moment. How could she possibly know the employee handbook? Soon, there were a total of 18 rules, and Su Rongrong memorized them all within a few minutes. After finishing, she let out a sigh of relief. Yet, Yi Hansheng did not spare her a glance. His gaze remained fixated on Ningsangsang. In the next moment, his eyes burned with intensity as his thin lips curled into a smirk. "It's your turn, Ningsangsang." Ningsangsang gritted her teeth. The first rule of the Yi Corporation's employee handbook states that employees must wear professional uniforms, properly attired. The second, third, and all the way to the 18th rules, Ningsangsang recited them flawlessly. How embarrassing. She had an exceptional memory. Not only that, but she could also recount many things after a single hearing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved the national top score in her major art exams, nor would she have been the provincial champion in her academic subjects. Even without attending an art academy, she could easily secure a place at the prestigious Daijing University, a nationally recognized institution. Unfortunately, thanks to Yi Hansheng, she was unable to attend any university at all. "All right, I've finished reciting, Mr. Yi." Ningsangsang felt even angrier as she emphasized the title Mr. Yi, filled with dissatisfaction and resentment. Yi Hansheng's face darkened. He had not anticipated that Ningsangsang could actually memorize the rules. If she could recite them, then why hadn't she worn the uniform on her first day? Su Rongrong interjected. "It's the first day. The company hasn't even distributed the uniforms yet." Ningsangsang exclaimed, "You dog of a man. If you want to pick a fight, just say it outright. Why beat around the bush?" Chapter 140. Just to bully you, Ningsangsang was left standing in punishment, while Su Rongrong went ahead to familiarize herself with the work. Indeed, this man was intentionally targeting her. Ningsangsang's inner turmoil simmered with indignation. Su Rongrong could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Ningsangsang. It was a rare occurrence to offend the CO on the very first day. Just moments ago, she had advised Ningsangsang not to raise her head, but Ningsangsang had ignored her. Had she listened, this situation could have been avoided. Although Su Rongrong felt sympathy, she was powerless to intervene and could only watch as Ningsangsang was left behind. As soon as Su Rongrong departed, Ningsangsang let out a cold snort and turned to slap the desk of Yi Hansheng with great force. Yi Hansheng, you're just looking for trouble." Yi Hansheng was astonished by Ningsangsang's newfound audacity. Narrowing his eyes, he recalled that she might attempt to escape, prompting him to chastise her sternly. "Ningsangsang, go stand in punishment." The oppressive aura of Yi Hansheng's authority was intimidating. Ningsangsang's defiance wavered, yet she still glared at him with her big, reddened eyes. Furious, Yi Hansheng, don't bully me too much." Her defiance had diminished. Yi Hansheng's lips curled slightly as he advanced assertively. His towering figure cornered Ningsangsang against the edge of the desk. In an instant, she shrank back like a frightened little rabbit, exclaiming, Yi Hansheng, what are you doing? Get away." Ningsangsang was filled with trepidation as she abruptly pushed Yi Hansheng, but he remained unyielding. Instead, he grasped her delicate face and forcefully kissed her lips. Ningsangsang's eyes widened in shock, and she found it difficult to breathe. She yearned to push him away with all her strength, but Yi Hansheng held on fiercely. "My dear, of course, I will tease you," he declared with a fierce intensity, intensifying his assault as if he intended to consume her essence completely. Overwhelmed, Ningsangsang was soon reduced to tears. It was a sudden knock at the door that saved her. "Knock, knock," came the respectful voice of Secretary Wang, reminding, "Mr. Yi, it's time for the meeting." Only then did Yi Hansheng release Ningsangsang, a satisfied expression gracing his features. She leaned against the desk, nearly losing her balance, gasping for breath. Secretary Wang observed their disheveled appearances and wondered if he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Although Yi Hansheng had just indulged himself with Ningsangsang, his fervor had not yet subsided. As he departed, he tossed a parting remark over his shoulder. "Stand there and reflect on your behavior." How dare he? Ningsangsang thought, refusing to comply. Instead, she settled into Yi Hansheng's executive chair to catch her breath, her gaze landing on the conspicuous claw machine in the office. It was as if she had stumbled upon a delightful distraction. Curiosity piqued, she approached the machine and rummaged through a small box on Yi Hansheng's desk, retrieving several coins. As she inserted the coins, the machine whirred to life, startling Ningsangsang. Thankfully, it had been soundproofed, making no noise. Just then, Su Rongrong entered, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Ningsangsang playing with the claw machine. "You have quite the audacity," Su Rongrong exclaimed, her face paling. "Do you not realize whose belongings you are tampering with? This was placed here by Mr. Yi to please his fiancée, Jiang Wei. Just the other day, Jiang Wei posted on Weibo about her fondness for claw machines, and Mr. Yi bought this one specifically for her." Chapter 140. The million has arrived. Ningsangsang was unaware of this. At that moment, she had no desire to concern herself with the matters between Yongcheng and Jiang Wei. A sense of discomfort lingered within her. Forget it. I shall not play anymore, she declared, losing interest as she returned the coins to the box on the desk. By the way, Ningsangsang, did Mr. Yi make things difficult for you just now? Su Rongrong inquired with genuine concern. Ningsangsang's mind immediately recalled the moment Yongcheng had bitten her, causing her ears to flush crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. And no, not at all, she stammered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, determined to keep her secret. That's good to hear. Just be cautious in your work moving forward. But do not worry too much. Mr. Yi is not so petty as to constantly trouble you. Su Rongrong initially aimed to console Ningsangsang, but an incident that occurred in the afternoon swiftly altered her perspective. Simultaneously, the secretary's office was abuzz with excitement. Have you heard? Tonight, Mr. Yi is meeting with a client and has summoned that new secretary to serve drinks. Mr. Yi shows no mercy. Everyone knows that the secretaries accompanying him to client meetings have the toughest time. He remains utterly indifferent, focused solely on securing the client, disregarding the well-being of his secretary. Just last time, didn't Li Jing end up with a gastric hemorrhage from drinking too much? Although Mr. Yi covered her medical expenses and awarded her a substantial bonus, his demeanor is undeniably cold. Everyone unanimously speculated that Ningsangsang must have severely offended Yongcheng. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that she would be summoned to serve drinks on her very first day. I suddenly felt that my 3-day bet was excessive. Perhaps Mr. Yi would exhaust this newcomer to the point of dismissal within a single day. I concur. The newcomer is truly unfortunate. Alas, as Su Rongrong listened to these conversations, her heart ached for Ningsangsang. At 6 in the evening, in the back seat of Yongcheng's Rolls Royce, Ningsangsang sat beside him, and they remained at odds. Since Yongcheng occupied the right side of the window, Ningsangsang huffed and positioned herself as far left as possible. Yongcheng's expression was initially somber, but upon hearing Ningsangsang's unexpected sneeze, he immediately leaned in with concern. Darling, are you cold? Before Ningsangsang could respond, she found herself enveloped in a thick blanket. This was Yongcheng's attempt at appeasement, yet Ningsangsang was determined not to reconcile. Still upset, especially after the incident with Jiang Wei's claw machine, she turned her face toward the window, resolutely ignoring him. Even upon their arrival, Ningsangsang had no desire to utter a word to him. As they exited the vehicle, the club manager respectfully approached. Mr. Yi, the private room is in suite 602, and the guests have already arrived. Ningsangsang followed to the 6th floor, but did not enter the private room. Instead, she diverted to the side. I need to use the restroom. Yongcheng, his expression darkening, said nothing but instructed his bodyguards to secure the entire floor. There was no chance of Ningsangsang escaping. Yongcheng's vigilance was so intense that she felt utterly defeated. Exiting the restroom, her spirits low, she was suddenly intercepted by a man in the hallway. His tone was unkind as he queried, "Young lady, why haven't you left Yongcheng yet?" Ningsangsang looked up and recognized him as Jiang Wei's brother, the man who had once offered her 10 million to walk away from Yongcheng. Regrettably, she had missed out on that fortune and had harbored resentment for quite some time. Now that fate had brought them together, she resolved not to let this generous fool slip away. With a smile that lit up her eyes, she extended her hand towards Jiang Yun. "Young Master Jiang, I want to raise the price on that 10 million. Give it to me, and I will leave Yongcheng immediately." Ningsangsang happened to owe Yongcheng 10 million. If Jiang Yunhe could provide that amount, it would be the best outcome. In this way, Yongcheng would have no reason to confine or restrain her any longer. "Little girl, are you serious?" Jiang Yunhe inquired, somewhat skeptical. "If I give you 10 million, you will return Yongcheng to my sister and no longer entangle with him?" Chapter 141. The Trap of Money. Yes, Ningsangsang nodded, assuring Jiang Yunhe that with the sum of 10 million, she would resolutely cease any further involvement with Yongcheng. "Then follow me," Jiang Yunhe instructed, leading Ningsangsang to a private room. "What about the money?" she asked. "First, have a seat," Jiang Yunhe replied, motioning for her to sit on the sofa. He then poured her a glass of red wine from a bottle on the table, doing so with a gentlemanly grace. Ningsangsang, is it? "Yes, I have investigated your situation. An orphan without parents, you grew up in an orphanage, and later became entangled with Yongcheng, now considered his mistress." "I am not a mistress," Ningsangsang retorted, her temper flaring. She instinctively clenched her small fists. "Master Jiang, Please speak with more decorum and do not casually slander or belittle others. But is it not true? Who in Yongcheng does not know of my sister's engagement to Yechen? You cannot deny this, little girl. Ningsangsang, biting her lip in defiance, glared at the ground. Unable to formulate a retort, observing her expression, Jiang Yunhe experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia. It reminded him of the defiant look on his sister's face when she was scolded as a child for mischief, an expression he had not seen in many years. After their parents had been devastated by grief, they adopted Jiang Wei, yet she could not emulate even a fraction of his biological sister's essence. Nonetheless, a sister is still a sister, and he would not allow anyone to harm her. With a protective thought, Jiang Yunhe's gaze fell upon the glass of red wine he had just poured. Little girl, why not drink a bit? It is not excessive to have a few glasses in exchange for 10 million, is it? Fine, I will drink, Ningsangsang replied. Seeing that Jiang Yunhe was about to write her a check, without any hesitation, she lifted the glass of red wine and downed it in one go. However, she immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. As she glanced at the check in Jiang Yunhe's hand, the words appeared to dance and blur before her eyes. This wine is problematic. Ningsangsang realized instantly, but it was too late. Her cheeks flushed, as if she had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, and as she attempted to stand, her body swayed unsteadily. Ah, I feel so dizzy, she murmured, just as she stood up, about to lose her balance and fall. Jiang Yunhe swiftly caught her, guiding her to the large bed in the private room. Come, little girl, if you are dizzy, lie down. At that moment, Ningsangsang's eyelids grew heavy, and she found herself unable to resist any longer. Having been assisted onto the bed, she soon fell into a deep unconsciousness. Come out, Jiang Yunhe commanded. At that moment, a half-naked man emerged from the bathroom. Go to the bed. You should know what to do, as my sister has surely made it clear to you. No, young master. Jiang Yun adjusted the camera placed before the grand bed, ensuring the angle was perfectly aligned with the two individuals. Let us begin, he commanded before exiting the room, shutting the door behind him. Inside the room, the man turned his gaze towards Ningsangsang, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. It was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful and exquisite woman, resembling a Barbie doll. Soon, his hands began to creep towards the unconscious Ningsangsang. Meanwhile, Yongcheng waited anxiously in the room, growing increasingly impatient as moments passed without Ningsangsang's return. Where could she have gone? A sense of foreboding gnawed at his heart, intensifying with each tick of the clock. Mr. Yi? At that moment, a client spoke up. Shall we discuss the contract now? Chapter 142. Exposed by the media. Ningsangsang had yet to return. Yongcheng could not bear to wait another second. He abruptly rose from his seat and, apologizing to the client, said, Mr. Zhang, I have an urgent matter to attend to. We shall discuss this another day. His urgency eclipsed any concern for the client's reaction as he strode out to search for Ningsangsang. However, there was no sign of her in the restroom. She must be trying to escape again. Yongcheng's eyes darkened with a fierce determination. Go, find the manager and request the surveillance footage. Almost as soon as he uttered those words, a notification chimed on his phone. Mr. Yi, the person you are looking for is with me in room 609. Come over, and we shall talk. It was Jiang Yun. A terrifying fury ignited in Yongcheng's eyes as he made his way directly to room 609. With a resounding kick, he forcefully opened the door. Ningsangsang. He stormed in, but his gaze fell not upon Ningsangsang, but rather on Jiang Wei, clad in a white bathrobe that revealed her delicate shoulders. Brother Yongcheng? Jiang Wei exclaimed with feigned excitement, seemingly surprised by his arrival. She deliberately showcased her long, slender legs and alluring curves beneath the robe. Jiang Wei possessed the gentle beauty of a celestial goddess and was a rising star in the entertainment industry. With her overtly seductive demeanor, any ordinary man would have been rendered speechless. Yet, in Yongcheng's eyes, only an overwhelming rage burned. He advanced towards her, seizing her neck with a fierce grip, his voice seething with fury. Where is Ningsangsang? Hand her over. Coughing, Jiang Wei struggled against his grip. Before she could utter a word, a throng of paparazzi and reporters burst through the door. The blinding lights of cameras flashed upon the pair. This was undeniable evidence. It appeared they were in a compromising situation. Quick, capture this angle, get more shots. Yongcheng instinctively released Jiang Wei's neck the moment the media intruded. At this moment, one of his legs rested on the bed, casting the shadow of his tall frame over Jiang Wei, who was clad in a bathrobe. The position of the two indeed appeared quite intimate at first glance. Listening to the paparazzi, Yongcheng could no longer remain oblivious. It was clear that Jiang Wei and Jiang Yun had conspired against him together. Jiang Wei, how audacious you are! In that instant, a tempest of fury surged within Yongcheng, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury simmering beneath the surface. Yet, the paparazzi, driven solely by the pursuit of sensationalism, remained oblivious. Each reporter eagerly thrust their microphones forward, clamoring for answers. Mr. Yi, are you afraid of being caught this time? Will you not officially acknowledge your relationship? When do you plan to marry? Is there a wedding venue booked? Who from the entertainment industry will be invited? Have you selected your best man and bridesmaids? There are rumors that you will marry in 3 months. Is that true? The media bombarded him with frenzied inquiries. Jiang Wei reveled in the moment of being photographed with Yongcheng, seemingly oblivious to the recent incident where he had gripped her throat. She began to compose herself under the spotlight, striving for an air of elegance while maintaining a youthful shyness. Well, whether we go public depends on brother Yongcheng. And as for marriage, preparations are already underway. As for the best man and bridesmaids, they will definitely be friends from the industry. But who exactly? That remains a secret for now. Chapter 143. Yongcheng declares the alliance null and void as Jiang Wei spoke with increasing enthusiasm. She appeared to be certain that Yongcheng would not expose her. After all, having been caught in such a situation, if he were to deny it, it would be a catastrophic blow to his reputation. Is that all you have to say? Yongcheng suddenly interjected with a dark tone. His gaze towards Jiang Wei was filled with disdain. Miss Jiang, I never realized before how shameless you are, weaving lies without a trace of shame. You wish to marry me? What makes you think you are worthy? His words were merciless in front of the media. His tone grew increasingly harsh. I warn you, if you dare to harm Ningsangsang, I will not let you off, nor will I spare your Jiang family. Today, I officially declare that the alliance between the Jiang and Yi families is null and void. With that final proclamation, silence enveloped the venue. This conclusion was entirely unforeseen. What was initially anticipated to be an announcement of their relationship had turned into what seemed to be a breakup. Moreover, Yongcheng appeared to harbor a palpable disdain for Jiang Wei. What was the true nature of their relationship? Had the affection Jiang Wei had subtly displayed been mere pretense? Suddenly, the relationship between the two became shrouded in mystery. Not only were the journalists stunned, but Jiang Wei herself was also left in shock. Her complexion drained of color. She had never anticipated that Yongcheng would publicly expose her and even chastise her for her lack of dignity. Overwhelmed by the blow, she felt herself teetering on the brink of collapse. Her reputation was on the verge of ruin. No, she could not allow herself to be destroyed. Jiang Wei trembled as she stood before the camera, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yongcheng, you cannot solely trust the provocations of that little mistress Ningsangsang and disregard my truth. Yongcheng, you must not allow your anger in this moment to erase our shared past. I have endured so much for you, even finding myself in the hospital multiple times, and losing our child. The revelation struck like thunder. A child? The media was thrown into a frenzy, astonished by Jiang Wei's explosive claim. The existence of a child implied a genuine connection between the two. Was Jiang Wei truly a victim of betrayal? The microphones of the press surged closer, eager for answers. Mr. Yi, when did you have a child? Is there some misunderstanding between you? Moreover, is there indeed a mistress named Ningsangsang? Have you truly been manipulated by her? Yongcheng was taken aback by the outrageous fabrications Jiang Wei conjured. His face darkened ominously, fists clenching tightly. I shall reiterate. I have had no relationship with Jiang Wei, nor is there any child. She is lying. Yet, how could a woman resort to such deceit? Wouldn't it tarnish her own reputation? Indeed, Mr. Yi, have you grown weary of Miss Jiang, opting for a mistress instead? The media seemed to rally behind Jiang Wei. Yongcheng, unable to articulate his thoughts under the mounting pressure, felt his anger surging within him. His only concern was for Ningsangsang. Get out. All of you. Leave. His gaze, fierce and reminiscent of an infernal wrath, sent the media retreating in fear. Without uttering another word, he advanced menacingly, forcing the reporters to step back. Before long, he burst through the door of the private room, his voice reverberating through the hallway, filled with rage. Jiang Yunhe, get out here. Chapter 144. An unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, at the end of the corridor, Jiang Yun, he did not fully grasp Yongcheng's words, but caught the distant cries emanating from the room. Let go of me. Help. Help. Jiang Yun, his expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? Was it not merely staged? How could there be sounds of struggle? Sensing the gravity of the situation, he forcefully kicked open the door, only to witness a man on the bed, assaulting Ningsangsang, while she desperately fought against him in a semi-conscious state. Stop! Jiang Yun, his usually gentle demeanor transformed into fury in an instant. He approached and landed a powerful punch on the assailant. You scoundrel! I allowed you to act. But who permitted you to actually harm this girl? Though Jiang Yun, he was no paragon of virtue. He was certainly no coward. Enraged after striking the man, he seized the offender's collar, filled with righteous indignation. You lecherous scoundrel! Are you seeking death? Didn't T-Wei Air clarify things with you? That individual had never encountered someone as gentle as Jiang Yunhe, losing their temper so vehemently. He was utterly terrified, his lips trembling uncontrollably, and upon opening his mouth, he divulged everything. The young lady said, for me to turn this act into reality. Jiang Yunhe was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and, in a fit of fury, struck the man again, her anger intensifying. Nonsense. Wei Er is far too kind-hearted to commit such a malicious act. It is you who are blinded by desire. The man was instantly rendered unconscious by Jiang Yunhe's blow. Don't touch me. Wu Yechen. Sang, still in a daze, cried out for help, desperately wanting to flee this place, yet her body felt utterly weak and limp. She felt as though a heavy blanket was draped over her, enveloping her exposed form. I am truly sorry, my dear young lady. Jiang Yunhe's face was etched with regret. He intended to stage a performance, but never anticipated it would become a reality. He now yearned to ascertain the situation on Jiang Wei's end, just as his phone erupted with a flurry of trending topics. Jiang Wei previously suffered a miscarriage. The child belongs to the formidable Yizong. Jiang Wei's romantic history with the formidable Yizong. Yizong asserts that aristocratic unions are meaningless. Yizong accuses Jiang Wei of deceit. The other woman, Ningsangsang. Each of these trending topics was poised to dominate the entirety of Weibo. Upon tapping into them, Jiang Yunhe's expression shifted dramatically. How had events deviated so drastically from his expectations? He could discern the immense fury radiating from Yongcheng in the video. This man despised being manipulated, and this time, he would certainly not spare his sister, Jiang Wei. This cannot be allowed. Jiang Yunhe, known for his fierce protectiveness, could not permit Jiang Wei to come to harm. He had already inadvertently lost sight of his biological sister. He must not repeat the tragedy of failing to protect his adopted sister. In an instant, his calculating gaze fell upon the unconscious Ningsangsang on the bed. My apologies. Young lady. Jiang Yunhe approached, carefully wrapping her in a blanket, lifting her up while donning a mask and hat. Then, with determined strides, he took Ningsangsang and exited through the back door. Bang! Ningsangsang. Just as he departed, Yongcheng began kicking the door of the private room. He immediately spotted a white sock scattered across the large bed in the center of the room. It was a pair of woolen socks custom-made for Ningsangsang from a luxury store, each adorned with the embroidered words Precious Ningsangsang. Ningsangsang had once been on this very bed. How could she have been here? What had transpired? Chapter 145. Yongcheng's fury for Ningsangsang. Yongcheng's ominous gaze soon fell upon another unconscious figure on the floor. With a swift motion, Secretary Wang, ever perceptive, splashed a basin of cold water, rousing the individual instantly. At this moment, the black-clad bodyguards accompanying Secretary Wang had successfully blocked the paparazzi from entering the private room. Thus, Yongcheng was indifferent to the potential exposure of his ruthless methods. His leather shoe ruthlessly crushed the man's hand, his voice chilling and terrifying. Where is Ningsangsang? Where have you taken her? The man let out a blood-curdling scream, his soul nearly fleeing in terror from Yongcheng. He was utterly unaware that the girl, resembling a Barbie doll, was Yongcheng's woman. Had he known, he would never have dared such a thing. In a panic, he confessed, the young master was taken away. It should be Jiang Yunhe who took her. Jiang Yunhe. At this moment, Yongcheng's aura was drenched in a crimson fury, akin to that of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. He seized the man's collar. Did you touch my Ningsangsang? Huh. The man's clothes lay scattered across the bed, leading to dire implications. No, Mr. Yi, I didn't. I swear. The man, trembling with fear, attempted to argue, but upon seeing the disheveled scene, Yongcheng was consumed by a desire to tear him apart, drag him out, and beat him to death. To dare touch Ningsangsang is to prepare for annihilation. No, Mr. Yi, please spare me. I didn't succeed. It was all Jiang Yunhe and the young lady who made me do it. Soon, amidst screams and pleas for mercy, the man was dragged away. At that moment, Secretary Wang respectfully approached with a camera. We found a mounted camera by the bedside, but the memory card is missing. The angle by the bedside was clearly intended for recording or photography. The thought of Ningsangsang possibly being filmed in such a manner ignited a blood-red fury in Yongcheng's eyes. Jiang Wei, Jiang Yunhe. Yongcheng gritted his teeth, fervently wishing to devour them whole. He would not let any of them escape. Bring it on, Yongcheng barked, veins bulging as he issued his command. From this moment forth, spare no expense to bring down the Jiang Corporation. Within 24 hours, I want their stock prices to plummet. Yongcheng spoke of sparing no expense. After all, while the Jiang Corporation was slightly inferior to the Yi Corporation as the second largest commercial entity in Yong City, it wielded considerable power. A clash between the two would lead to mutual destruction. Yet, Yongcheng was indifferent to the consequences. For Ningsangsang, he would forsake his life, let alone a mere corporation. Madness. Absolute madness. 2 hours later, in the Jiang Corporation's president's office, Chairman Jiang Yunhe's father, stared at the plummeting stock prices, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He could no longer maintain his composure. For the sake of a woman, that boy from the Yi family had truly lost his mind. He furrowed his brow in frustration, turning to the instigator, Jiang Yunhe. What were you thinking? Why provoke him? Do you not understand that he has been mentally unstable since childhood due to parental abuse? He even spent time in a psychiatric hospital before the age of 10. Why provoke him? Now, the situation has escalated. Chapter 146. The dark past of Yongcheng in Chairman Jiang's eyes. Yongcheng is now in a state of turmoil. Otherwise, he would not resort to actions that could lead to mutual destruction. However, while Yongcheng may be losing his sanity, he must remain composed and rational. Yunhe, I will contact his father immediately to rein him in. As for you, regardless of the means, you must swiftly quell his fury. Moreover, Wei has recently behaved in a manner most unbecoming. She has willingly succumbed to degradation, trading her reputation for the conscience of a man. Such actions are utterly unworthy. Chairman Jiang sighed at Jiang Weiwei's infatuation, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. As an elder brother, you ought to manage her better. Yet, it must be said, that young man from the Yi family is truly outrageous. He neglects my daughter in favor of some inconsequential orphan, showing utter disregard for the Jiang family's dignity. Chairman Jiang grew increasingly incensed. The reputation of the Jiang family must not be tarnished. Thus, even though he knew Jiang Weiwei was at fault, he could not bring himself to chastise her, as the Jiang family is fiercely protective. Jiang Yunhe was even more devoted to this cause. He replied with unwavering resolve, "Rest assured, Father, I will handle this matter. I will not allow my sister to suffer any harm." After speaking, Jiang Yunhe exited, just as he received a panic call from Jiang Weiwei. "Woo, big brother, what should I do? That man seems genuinely enraged this time. He intends to pressure our company to blacklist me. My endorsement deals have fallen through. Moreover, the filming for my current project has been indefinitely suspended. The media is hounding me relentlessly. I am on the verge of collapse." Jiang Weiwei pleaded with Jiang Yunhe, "Big brother, I beg you, please resolve this issue for me. But I will not apologize or clarify anything. Otherwise, my persona will be ruined." Jiang Weiwei continued to resist. Jiang Yunhe furrowed his brow. "Weiwei, calm down. Do not worry. I will take care of everything. Be good, disregard everything and take a rest. After a good sleep, everything will be all right." Jiang Yunhe spoke to her in a soothing tone, compensating for his feelings towards his younger sister over the years. He truly dotes on her. "All right. I will go to sleep then. Thank you, brother. Thank you." After Jiang Weiwei hung up, Jiang Yunhe frowned and began meticulously strategizing. Meanwhile, Yongcheng's phone was being inundated with calls from his father. Unfilial son, rebellious child. As Yongcheng furrowed his brow and answered, his father's tirade commenced. "You scoundrel! Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Are you willing to ruin our vast Yi family legacy for a woman? Cease this at once. Apologize to Uncle Jiang and promptly marry Weiwei. That is the right course of action. Do you hear me?" Yet, Yongcheng merely chuckled coldly and expressionlessly hung up the phone. However, his father continued to call incessantly. Once Yongcheng blocked him. His father furiously sent him messages on WeChat, berating him. "Rebellious son, you dare to hang up on your father. To think that your defiance warranted a fate in a mental institution during your youth. No wonder your mother has harbored disdain for you since childhood. Her greatest regret now lies in not extinguishing your life at birth, allowing a wretch like you to persist in this world. The mere mention of mother caused a flicker of emotion to disrupt the placid demeanor of Yongcheng. His large hand clenched in fury, and with a resounding crash, he could no longer contain himself, delivering a brutal blow to the desk. Instantly, his fist was drenched in crimson. Indeed, his mother had been coerced into marrying his father, leading her to detest him, her loathsome progeny, from the moment of his birth. He had known neither paternal affection nor maternal love, and at the tender age of 5, amidst the abuse from both parents, his mind fractured, resulting in his admission to a psychiatric facility. He was tainted, his existence marred by filth and darkness. Only Ningsangsang represented a glimmer of salvation in his grim existence. Only she had expressed fondness for him, gifting him tokens of affection. But where was Ningsangsang now? Where was his beloved Ningsangsang? Chapter 147. Ningsangsang meets her biological mother for the first time. Continue to invest in shorting Zhang's stocks. Yongcheng, in a fit of rage, contemplated a shared demise. The executives of the Yi family were utterly aghast. They wished to intervene. Yet the current state of Yongcheng was one of madness, impervious to dissenting voices. In the course of a single night, he dismissed 3 or 4 opposing executives. Amidst his turmoil, his Ningsangsang was in a state of disarray, finally awakening in Zhang Yunhe's private villa. By now, dawn had broken. She roused from the guest room, rubbing her eyes, her sluggish mind taking a while to process the events of the previous night. Had she been assaulted? Ningsangsang hastily examined her body, relieved to find no pain or marks. Where was this place? Ningsangsang noted the luxurious and opulent decor, yet it felt entirely foreign to her. Surely, it was not a place of safety. Her instinct urged her to flee. Just as she hurriedly donned her shoes to escape, she was startled by urgent knocking at the door, accompanied by the voices of 2 individuals. Is it true that my son's girlfriend is here? Yes, madam. This is the first time the young master has brought a girl home. They must have progressed to that stage. The voices belonged to a pair of master and servant, and the woman referred to as madam sounded somewhat older, in her 40s. Before Ningsangsang could fully comprehend the situation, they excitedly pushed the door open. Where's the young lady? Young lady? Upon their entrance, Ningsangsang noticed that the woman appeared to be no older than 30, her features exquisitely beautiful. In essence, she was a larger version of Ningsangsang, yet her eyes seemed to be veiled in blindness, or at least near blindness, for despite Ningsangsang's conspicuous presence before her, she nearly failed to discern her. It was only when the maid pointed her out that she noticed Ningsangsang. Oh, little girl, there you are. Come, sit down. Let me take a good look at you. Zhang's mother was an incredibly gentle woman, speaking in soft, delicate tones. Although she could only see a blurred little face, she felt an inexplicable warmth towards Ningsangsang, as if they were long-lost acquaintances reunited. Immediately, she found herself quite fond of the girl. My dear, how old are you? When did you meet my son Yunhe? That rascal, he never mentions when he has a girlfriend. Ningsangsang, taken aback by the sudden grasp of her hand, felt somewhat flustered. She sensed that this noblewoman harbored no ill intentions, but rather an abundance of goodwill. However, Ningsangsang feared she might have been mistaken. You are Jiang Dashao's mother, right? You seem to have misunderstood. I am not in a romantic relationship with Jiang Shao. We are merely... Oh, child. No need to be shy. He brought you home. How could you not be a couple? And you still haven't told me your age. 19. The words slipped from Ningsangsang's lips instinctively. 19, you say? Zhang's mother momentarily appeared lost in thought. That is the same age as my dear daughter Mianmian, whom I lost 17 years ago. If she were alive, she would surely be as beautiful and charming as you. It was a lamentable truth. For all these years, Mianmian's whereabouts remained a mystery. As Zhang's mother spoke, a wave of sorrow washed over her. My eyes are nearly blinded from weeping, and I am left to wonder if fate will show me mercy, allowing me to find my beloved daughter before my sight fades entirely. Chapter 148. A dutiful daughter-in-law for reasons unknown. Ningsangsang felt a deep sadness welling within her. A mother, blinded by grief from losing her daughter. Surely her child would feel heartbroken if she knew. Ningsangsang herself was uncertain whether she had been lost or abandoned. The director had recounted that when she was discovered, she was filthy, resembling a beggar, having endured days of hunger that left her emaciated. When given a morsel of food, she had followed the director without hesitation. The past was a blur to Ningsangsang, yet the director had mentioned signs of abuse on her body when she was found. It seemed her parents had indeed cast her aside, possibly due to a preference for a son, or perhaps they simply despised her. Regardless, Ningsangsang felt unloved by her biological parents. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhang's mother, noticing her distress, instantly panicked. Oh dear, how foolish of me. Why bring up such painful memories? My dear, seeing you reminds me of my Mianyan. Have I inadvertently caused you sorrow? I apologize. I shall not mention it again. Zhang's mother continued to gaze at Ningsangsang, growing more fond of her with each passing moment. Though she could not discern Ningsangsang's precise features, the mere outline of her future daughter-in-law brought her joy. She continued to interrogate, little girl, tell me, how long have you been in a relationship with Yunha from our family? What stage are you at? Auntie, I was just about to clarify with young Master Jiang. But then she suddenly caught sight of someone guarding the door. It seemed that even if she managed to escape, she would be blocked from returning. Since she couldn't run away herself, why not take advantage of Zhang's mother? In an instant, a clever idea sparked in Ningsangsang's mind. The next moment, she pouted, whimpered, and nestled into Zhang's mother's embrace. Woo-woo, Auntie, I am Ningsangsang, Yunha's girlfriend. We have been together for 3 years. Ningsangsang fabricated on the spot. Over these 3 years, he had always possessed me, yet remained indifferent. Just yesterday, we had a quarrel, and in his anger, he brought me back and confined me at home as punishment. He said that unless I kneel and apologize to him, he would never let me leave. What? You say this brat has been indifferent to you? And he possessed you when you were merely 16? Zhang's mother suddenly felt that her son was utterly unreasonable and immoral. Moreover, how could he demand that Ningsangsang kneel to apologize? Is this the behavior of a responsible man? Furious. This boy is driving me mad. Don't worry. My dear daughter-in-law, Auntie will support you. When he returns, I will make him kneel and apologize to you. Now tell me, has he done anything else outrageous to you? Seeing Zhang's mother so protective, Ningsangsang felt an inexplicable sting in her nose. She shook her head, her big, glistening doe eyes wide open. Actually, there's nothing else. But Auntie, could you please take me away from here? I haven't returned home for a day, and my parents must be worried. Oh right. He still owes me 10 million that he hasn't repaid. I really need it, but he won't even give it to me. Ningsangsang had endured so much torment these past few days. If she didn't demand the 10 million from Jiang Yunha, she would be at a loss. 10 million? My dear daughter-in-law, you say Yunha owes you 10 million? Yes, yes. This was indeed what Jiang Yunha had promised her. And it was also the ransom she would need to pay for Yongcheng in the future. However, Ningsangsang still felt a bit guilty. She cautiously looked up at Zhang's mother. Auntie, is that too much? Silly child. Just 10 million? I will write you a check for 50 million right away. The remaining 40 million will be my apology for him. To Ningsangsang, who had grown up in a modest environment, 10 million felt like an enormous amount. Yet, for the affluent Jiang family, it was merely the monthly allowance Zhang's mother gave to Jiang Wei. After saying this, Zhang's mother wrote the check and handed it to Ningsangsang. When Ningsangsang received it, she felt as if she were in a dream. 50 million. Would she be able to redeem Yongcheng immediately? Chapter 149. Ningsangsang escapes to find Yongcheng. Ningsangsang was elated for a moment, tucked the check away, and hurriedly said, Auntie, I need to go home quickly. My parents must be truly worried about me. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Yunha was absent, Ningsangsang intended to make her escape. My dear child, why are you in such a rush? Are you not going to wait for Yunha? Your aunt hasn't yet asked him to kneel and apologize to you. Ningsangsang dared not imagine such a scene. Her urgency to flee this den of wolves overwhelming her. Aunt, please escort me out, or I won't be able to leave. All right. Come. I shall see you off, her aunt replied. With Zhang's mother leading the way, none of the bodyguards or servants in the villa dared to intervene. Ningsangsang successfully reached the entrance. Just as she released a sigh of relief, suddenly, with a screech of tires, Jiang Yunha's car came to a halt before her. Oh no, Jiang Yunha is back. Panic-stricken, Ningsangsang felt a rush of fear and anxiety as she noticed Jiang Yunha's fierce demeanor as he opened the car door. In a moment of desperation, she pushed Zhang's mother forward. Aunt, he seems quite angry. He will definitely hit me. I'm so scared. Please help me stop him. Don't be afraid. This little rascal has gone too far. My dear daughter-in-law, you go home first, and let me handle him. With Zhang's mother's reassurance, Ningsangsang hurriedly hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, to the night group, please. Thank you. Jiang Yunha could only watch helplessly as Ningsangsang climbed into the taxi and sped away. He was met with a scolding from Zhang's mother. You little rascal. You have such a beautiful and charming wife, yet you do not cherish her. You argue and even bully a young girl. Are you even human? Jiang Yunhe was utterly bewildered. He desperately wanted to chase after Ningsangsang, but Jiang's mother held him back firmly. You think you can leave? You are growing more mischievous. Kneel down and reflect on your actions. Forced to kneel, Jiang Yunhe wore a grim expression, wondering who could explain this bewildering situation to him. Now that Ningsangsang had fled, he had lost his bargaining chip in negotiations with Yongcheng. 40 minutes later, Ningsangsang finally arrived at the night group's office building. Joyfully clutching a check for 50 million, she could finally redeem herself. Soon, she would thrust this check into Yongcheng's face and tear up the maid agreement. Then, she would demand 40 million from him, and she would become wealthy. The more she contemplated, the higher her excitement lifted her lips into a smile. As an employee of the night group, she could enter the building with ease. Ningsangsang. While taking the elevator to the president's office, she unexpectedly ran into Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong jogged up to her, expressing concern. It's already 11 o'clock. Why are you late today? How did it go last night? Did President Yi take you out for socializing? How much did you drink? Is your stomach all right? Socializing and drinking last night. Ningsangsang recalled there had indeed been such an event, but so much had transpired afterward that she could not clarify things with Su Rongrong at that moment. She only asked Su Rongrong, is Yongcheng in a foul mood? Is he in the president's office? Yes, he is. Do you need something from him? Let me tell you, it's best not to disturb him right now. He is in a terrible mood for some unknown reason. When I just went to deliver tea, his bloodshot eyes frightened me. He has furiously declared that no secretary is allowed to enter his office without his command. Chapter 150. Su Rongrong shocked. Ningsangsang and Yongcheng. The implication in Su Rongrong's words was a clear warning to stay away. However, Ningsangsang comforted her. It's all right. He always acts like that when he is angry. It's quite intimidating, but in reality, he is easy to appease. A simple kiss can do the trick. Su Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she misheard? Was this truly the same Yongcheng they were discussing? Did you just say that the president is easy to placate? Yes, yes. Ningsangsang nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, noticing Su Rongrong's incredulous expression. She tugged at her. Come on, let me demonstrate. So, Ningsangsang meant to go and kiss the icy boss, Yongcheng? Su Rongrong pinched her own thigh sharply to regain her senses. Gripped by fear, she seized Ningsangsang's arm. Don't do anything reckless. As a secretary, trying to seduce him could get you fired. Moreover, this man is particularly ruthless. He could even blacklist you from the entire industry. There are countless precedents warning against this. Just as Su Rongrong frantically cautioned her, Ningsangsang, with a gleeful expression, had already lifted her chin and knocked on the door of Yongcheng's office. Don't worry, Rongrong. She confidently reassured Su Rongrong. I've tried this method many times. It never fails. What? You've tried it many times? It never fails. This implied that they had a history together, and Su Rongrong was once again struck by disbelief. Left stunned, as she turned to Ningsangsang, they could already hear Yongcheng's furious voice from within the office. Get out. Everyone get out. Yongcheng was nearly at the brink of madness. Upon hearing the creak of the door, his fury intensified. How many times must I say it? No one is allowed to enter. Can't you understand human language? Bang. He violently hurled a teacup. Su Rongrong was so startled that she froze in place, unable to move. Yet, Ningsangsang, quick on her feet, pulled her aside just in time to dodge the teacup. If it had hit her, the consequences would have been dire. Ningsangsang, incensed by Yongcheng's violent outburst, couldn't he hold back her anger and began to scold him. Yongcheng, have you gone mad? How dare you openly berate the president? Su Rongrong's face turned pale with fear as she hurriedly tugged at Ningsangsang's sleeve to silence her. Ningsangsang, stop. Oh no. Su Rongrong thought. Ningsangsang was surely doomed. Yongcheng was already furious, and now, he would be even angrier. Indeed, upon catching sight of Ningsangsang, Yongcheng's already crimson eyes grew even more vivid. Ningsangsang, he murmured in disbelief, before striding toward her with fervent urgency. Was this president truly so enraged that he might resort to violence? Amid Su Rongrong's mounting trepidation, Yongcheng advanced and swept Ningsangsang into his embrace. My darling, you have returned. You truly have returned. His fervent grip seemed to merge her essence with his very being, as though he feared this moment might dissolve into a mere illusion. Coughing slightly, Ningsangsang struggled for breath, yet Yongcheng remained unsatisfied. his eyes glistening with a fervent madness as he sought to examine her for any signs of harm. "My dear, have you been injured? Did the Jiang family trouble you? Did Jiang Yunhe do anything to you?" In the presence of others, he was tearing at her clothing, causing Ningsangsang's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Let go. Yechen, there are people here." Chapter 151. Ningsangsang takes the initiative to kiss Yechen. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong stood wide-eyed, utterly at a loss for words to convey her current emotions. "Rongrong?" Ningsangsang, assuming Su Rongrong had yet to recover from her earlier shock, urged Yechen to apologize. "Yechen, your earlier outburst nearly sent the cup crashing onto Rongrong. You must apologize at once." "Apologize? Have the mighty CEO apologize to her?" Su Rongrong's astonishment left her nearly speechless. The executives here were routinely reprimanded by Yechen, who treated them like children. How could a mere secretary dare to demand an apology from such a formidable president? Fearful, Su Rongrong stammered, "Ningsangsang, I don't need an apology. I truly don't." Yechen's brow furrowed in cold disapproval. He was a man of his word, unwavering and unyielding, and had never before set a precedent for apologizing to subordinates. "Yechen, you cannot always be so fierce. When you err, you must apologize," Ningsangsang gently admonished. Suddenly, she rose on her toes and placed a kiss upon Yechen's sullen face. Smack! Not only did Yechen's eyes deepen in hue, but his face began to flush as well, leaving him momentarily stunned. This was the first time Ningsangsang had kissed him without any threat looming over them. As realization dawned, he was overwhelmed with an exhilarating rush of emotion, the pent-up fury directed at the Jiang family dissipating in an instant. Were it not for the presence of onlookers, he would have eagerly pressed Ningsangsang against his desk in an impassioned embrace. Yet Ningsangsang, playfully swaying his arm, urged him, "Apologize at once, Yechen, or I shall be displeased and ignore you." She pouted adorably, her expression feigning indignation. Yechen, in a flurry of panic, acquiesced. All right, my darling, I apologize. I shall apologize right now." He soothed her, his gaze shifting towards Su Rongrong. "Secretary Su, I apologize for nearly causing you harm just now. As a form of spiritual compensation, I will instruct the finance department to grant you a salary 3 times your usual amount this month." 3 times. It is essential to note that in this grand enterprise, Yi Corporation, the remuneration is already significantly higher than that of other companies. And now Su Rongrong has unexpectedly received triple the amount. Su Rongrong felt as though she had been struck by a large pie, overwhelmed by this turn of events. Yet, what astonished her even more was that the formidable boss, Yongcheng, who seldom relented, had just issued her an apology. If this were to be disclosed, it would surely be met with disbelief. All of this transpired because of Ningsangsang. After Ningsangsang had bestowed a kiss upon Yongcheng, he transformed into a man willing to do anything. For the first time, Su Rongrong felt immensely fortunate to have cultivated a good relationship with Ningsangsang. As Su Rongrong lingered in her myriad of emotions, Yongcheng could no longer restrain himself. He lifted Ningsangsang and pressed her against the president's chair. It was evident what his intentions were. He glanced back at the still stunned Su Rongrong, cleared his throat, and said, "Secretary Su, do you have any further matters to attend to? If not, please return to work." It was then that Su Rongrong realized she had inadvertently become a third wheel. "Oh, yes, President Yi, I have no further matters. I shall return to work immediately." In a flurry, she exited the office, kindly closing the door behind Ningsangsang and Yongcheng. With a resounding thud, the door shut, enveloping the president's office in silence. In this quietude, Ningsangsang could even hear the rapid breaths of Yongcheng before her. He leaned over her, his large hand resting on the arm of the chair, his tall and imposing figure looming closer. "Darling, now it is just the two of us." Chapter 152. Ningsangsang misunderstands and becomes jealous. Ningsangsang could distinctly sense the warmth of Yongcheng's breath cascading against her neck. This man, once again, he sought to act like a wild dog. Ningsangsang had no desire to be bitten. Instinctively, she pushed against him, meeting his reddened gaze. "Ah Chung, I have something to discuss with you." Suddenly, she found herself unable to meet his eyes. She could envision the furious reaction Yongcheng would have upon seeing the check. Yet she felt compelled to speak. "What is it, my dear?" Yongcheng, in a delightful mood, swallowed hard, his burning gaze traversing from Ningsangsang's neck to her delicate face and lips. He pondered where to savor the most delectable bite. "It is just that Ningsangsang was on the verge of revealing the check when Yongcheng's phone rang. He frowned, initially considering dismissing the call that disrupted the atmosphere, but upon seeing the name on the screen, he pressed the answer button. Darling, please wait a moment. Hom. Ningsangsang needed a moment to gather her thoughts, imagining herself boldly slapping the check across his face with a commanding air, rather than feeling the guilt that accompanied her current demeanor. Ningsangsang contemplated her feelings, and then began to adopt a poised stance in anticipation of Yongcheng. However, Yongcheng's delay was rather prolonged. In her boredom, Ningsangsang's gaze drifted towards the computer on Yongcheng's desk, where notifications of trending topics popped up. These were the entertainment headlines that had been fervently circulated in recent days. Jiang Wei had suffered a miscarriage, and the child was the offspring of the illustrious Yongcheng. The revelations of Jiang Wei and Yongcheng's past romantic entanglement, alongside the insinuations of a third party, Ningsangsang, flooded her vision. As she absorbed the barrage of notifications, her large eyes widened in disbelief. Particularly, the trending topic regarding Jiang Wei's miscarriage struck a chord within her, leading to a sudden swell of indignation and sorrow. The accusations labeling her as a third party inflamed her emotions, causing her face to flush with frustration. She was not a third party. Absolutely not. All her grievances were directed towards Yongcheng. The hesitations that had lingered in her heart transformed into unwavering resolve. She would bid him farewell. She would extricate herself from this relationship. He was free to father children with whomever he chose. Reflecting on the past year, Ningsangsang recalled how Yongcheng had relentlessly demanded from her, insisting she take medication both before and after their encounters. The more she thought about it, the more her sense of injustice deepened, and her eyes grew redder. That contemptible man had no desire for her child. Yet, he had allowed Jiang Wei to conceive. Ningsangsang tried to suppress these thoughts, but they weighed heavily on her heart. When Yongcheng returned, he noticed her red-rimmed eyes, with tears glistening on her long lashes, portraying a sense of profound grievance. Each word exchanged with him threatened to unleash a torrent of tears. Yongcheng felt an immediate pang of panic, his face betraying visible concern. My dear, what troubles you? Who has upset you? Speak, and I shall confront them on your behalf. It's you. You are the one who has upset me, you scoundrel. I despise you, Ningsangsang exclaimed, expressing her frustration through playful kicks and slaps. Though her strength was negligible compared to Yongcheng's, in a state of urgency, he grasped her wrist. My love, clarify how I have wronged you. Do not call me my love. Do you refer to Jiang Wei in the same manner? Humph. Yongcheng, you heartless wretch, you two-timing rogue. Go ahead and have children with her. I wish for you both to conceive this year and double your blessings next year. With each word, her sense of injustice intensified. Once she had voiced her grievances, she collapsed onto the desk, sobbing uncontrollably. In an instant, Yongcheng was engulfed in a state of alarm, feeling helpless and heartbroken, unsure of where to place his trembling hands. Never had he felt such anxiety, even in the face of significant corporate failures. His beloved was in tears. How could this be? Yongcheng extended his large hand, wishing to wipe away her tears. My dear, please do not cry. I was wrong. I acknowledge my fault. Despite his earnest apology, he remained oblivious to the nature of his transgressions. Ningsangsang wept bitterly, feeling his large hand reaching towards her. With her small sharp teeth bared, she bit down fiercely. She yearned to sink her teeth into this two-timing scoundrel. Over the past few days, Yongcheng had endured countless bites from Ningsangsang, who always favored sinking her teeth into the flesh between his thumb and forefinger. That area was marred with a chaotic array of her bite marks. Despite the pain, Yongcheng questioned the tearful Ningsangsang. My dear, even if you despise and loathe me, there must be a reason. Just moments ago, everything was fine. What has changed now? He had seemingly heard the name Jiang Wei, and was about to inquire further. Ningsangsang, hearing his innocent tone, felt her anger intensify. She huffed in rage, glaring at the man before her with her bright red eyes. Yongcheng, I cannot believe you are oblivious. You have made Jiang Wei pregnant, and I cannot fathom how many times you have rolled in the sheets with her. Ugh, get away from me. Do not touch me, you are filthy. The more she pondered, the more she found Yongcheng repulsive. Having been well protected throughout her life, she had never even held another boy's hand until she had been whisked away by Yongcheng upon reaching adulthood, subjected to his nightly torment in bed. To this day, he was the only man she had known. Yet, Yongcheng was entangled with other women. Her anger surged. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a train rushing past. Only then did Yongcheng comprehend the situation, and his gaze fell upon the trending topic online that had caught his attention. In an instant, his expression darkened with fury. However, when he looked back at the sobbing Ningsangsang, his heart softened. He gently removed her hands that had been wiping her tears, gazing into her rabbit-like red eyes. A smile curling at the corners of his lips. Was his darling showing signs of jealousy? He was smiling. He actually dared to smile. Ningsangsang pouted, feeling more aggrieved. Unable to contain herself any longer, she abruptly flung a check at Yecheng's face. 50 million. I want to break up with you. I want to buy my freedom. She believed she sounded commanding, yet her tear-streaked face made it hard for anyone to associate her with such authority. Truly, she resembled a pitiable yet adorable little rabbit. Yechen thought to himself as he glanced at the check. Initially, he assumed Ningsangsang was jesting, as she, a little pauper, could hardly possess 50 million. However, upon discerning the personal seal from the Jiang group on the check, his expression darkened ominously. Damn it, the situation seemed to be slipping from his grasp. Ningsangsang continued to wipe her tears in indignation. Ugh, did you hear me, Yechen? I want to buy my freedom. Once I do, I will have nothing to do with you. Quickly, issue me a check for 40 million. I only owe you 10 million. You must return me 40 million. Ningsangsang was reluctant to part with the little money she had finally managed to acquire. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as Yecheng's face darkened. He let out a cold huff. Darling, I can explain everything regarding Jiang Wei, but if you wish to leave me, do not even think about it. Chapter 154. A chance for you to argue. Explain? What do you intend to clarify? You both have children and evidence of your crimes. Do you truly believe I would accept your explanations? Just a moment ago, Ningsangsang was fiercely clinging to the child, but in the next instant, her eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him. Then you must explain to me. I wish to hear how you will twist the truth. The ominous aura surrounding Yechen dissipated as Ningsangsang's softness disarmed him. He couldn't bear to raise his voice. He looked into her large eyes, soothing her as one would a child. My dear, I assure you, I have never been intimate with Jiang Wei. How could there possibly be a child? She is framing me, seeking to make you, my sweet fool, believe her lies. She is deliberately sowing discord between us. Every word from Yechen was sincere. Yet Ningsangsang, engulfed in her anger, refused to believe him. Yechen, all you know how to do is deceive me. Do you think I wouldn't see through your lies? You say whatever suits you, just as you claimed you never slept with me. With a look of feigned insight, Ningsangsang indignantly tossed aside the check in her hand. No need for your excuses, you scoundrel. Quickly find me 40 million. From now on, we shall have no ties. Upon seeing the check, Yecheng's expression darkened once more, a sinister obsession flickering in his crimson eyes, almost spilling over. I just told you, darling. You cannot leave me. You must never leave. It seems you are once again being disobedient. As he spoke, he gripped Ningsangsang's delicate face tightly. The facade of tenderness shattered in that instant. He resembled a frenzied beast, lifting Ningsangsang and placing her forcefully onto the desk. Ignoring her struggles, he pressed her down with unyielding force. It seems I must make you familiar with my presence once again, so that you may remember to whom you truly belong. Exclusively to whom? Ningsangsang's back pressed against the folders on the desk, her head pinned beside the computer as she struggled, kicking and hitting in fear. What do you want? Let me go? More commotion. Yecheng's demeanor darkened further. He yanked off his tie, intent on binding her flailing hands. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Ningsangsang seized the opportunity to scramble off the desk in terror, desperately attempting to flee. Yechen within was terrifying, his sickly and menacing aura transforming him back into that tyrant who once forced her to sleep beside him every night. For at such times, he would become brutal, disregarding her feelings and causing her pain. Thus, in self-preservation, Ningsangsang instinctively sought to escape. The company was vast, and Ningsangsang felt like a frightened creature being pursued by a hunter, stumbling aimlessly, unsure of where to flee. Ningsangsang, stop right there. Yecheng's ominous voice echoed behind her, urging her to return. The fear gripped Ningsangsang even more tightly. Trembling and whimpering, she spotted a door and dashed inside. Scarcely aware of her surroundings, only noticing the multitude of people present. As she entered, a small sigh of relief escaped her. Surely, with so many witnesses in this public space, that man would not dare to pursue her here. Ningsangsang. At that moment, a puzzled voice came from behind her. Su Rongro. What is wrong with you? You look like you're running for your life. Turning around, Ningsangsang was shocked to realize that she had stumbled into the secretary's office. The many onlookers gaped at her flushed face, breathless and disheveled. Isn't that the new recruit? They murmured amongst themselves, having bet on her being dismissed within days. What could have prompted her frantic entrance? As the whispers swirled, Ningsangsang, like a small ostrich, desperately wished to burrow beneath Su Rongrong's desk. Outside, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, accompanied by Yechen sinister, sickly voice. Ningsangsang, Ningsangsang. He approached with the menace of a terrifying hunter closing in on his prey. Oh no, don't let him see me, Ningsangsang thought, knowing that to venture out would be akin to walking into a trap. In her panic, she dove beneath Su Rongrong's desk. What are you doing, Ningsangsang? Come out, Su Rongrong exclaimed, her expression shifting in alarm. Just then, Yechen appeared in the doorway, spotting Ningsangsang's half-hidden figure. Clutching her head, she resembled a deluded ostrich, desperately attempting to conceal herself. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. The office staff stood up reverently, their voices trembling in his presence. They were all acutely aware that he seldom visited this part of the office. Yet, it was evident that Yechen paid them no heed. His focus solely on retrieving his little treasure. He strode directly to Su Rongrong's desk. Why, Mr. Yi, Su Rongrong stammered, swallowing hard. From her hiding place beneath the desk, Ningsangsang caught sight of his polished black shoes. She stifled a whimper, straining to silence herself. However, the hunter would not relent simply because the prey was frightened. Rather, her attempts to hide only fueled his excitement. Yecheng's cold, playful smirk lingered as he fixated on the quivering hem of her clothing. Darling, he drawled ominously. I will count to 3. You had better come out obediently, or I shudder to think of what may happen next. As the sound echoed, Ningsangsang instinctively shrank into the corner, curling herself into a pitiable ball. Yechen counted down to the last number, yet she dared not emerge. However, in the next moment, the man's large hands lunged forward, seizing her wrist and forcibly pulling her out. Darling, why are you always so disobedient? Your behavior displeases me immensely, he uttered, his voice tinged with a sickly excitement. Disobedience was advantageous. It provided him with yet another reason to punish his delicate little treasure. Ningsangsang struggled fiercely as Yechen dragged her out. I've got you now, my darling. When she reluctantly lifted her gaze, it met the fervent, frenzied eyes of Yechen. It was an exhilaration of imminent conquest, a release of pent-up desires. He pressed her against the white wall behind the office desk. The office staff were wide-eyed, mouths agape in disbelief. Surely, they must be imagining things. How could the notoriously aloof and frigid CEO, Yechen, be so forward with a girl, let alone forceful? It was a desperation, a compulsive urgency they had never witnessed in this icy man before, akin to a drug-induced frenzy. The onlookers felt the madness, while Ningsangsang, pinned against the wall, was terrified and sobbing. Yechen, you've lost your mind. Let me go? I'll repay you. I swear, 50 million, just please spare me. Chapter 156. Yechen, I no longer desire you. Foolish darling, do I seem like someone in need of money? Yechen possessed wealth beyond Ningsangsang's imagination. The 50 million she held was insignificant to him. His obsession with the essence of Ningsangsang consumed him entirely. Overwhelmed by his terrifying aggression, her mind went blank. She realized that there was no escaping him today. The only words she could muster were a final, deer-like whimper. Someone. Please, there are others here. Even in her subjugation, she pleaded for a shred of dignity. At that moment, Yechen's displeasure was palpable as he furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Get out!" Without even glancing back. He sent the secretary's office into a frenzy as they fled in terror. As they shut the office door, their minds raced, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. The CEO was coercing his secretary in broad daylight. It was scandalous. Most of them envied Ningsangsang, deeming her incredibly fortunate. If it were them, they would have submitted long ago. Inside, Ningsangsang had indeed submitted. She was left with almost no clothing as Yechen pressed her against the wall. Then onto the desk, even using the standing air conditioner as a makeshift bed. Ningsangsang's initial struggles gradually diminished into soft whimpers. You are my treasure. You can only be mine. You will never leave me for the rest of your life. Yechen devoured Ningsangsang like a wild dog, and by the end, her cries had turned hoarse. Yet he wore a satisfied expression, dressing her piece by piece as if she were a 3-year-old child. Darling, raise your hand. Lift your leg. Yes. Stop crying, darling. It's because you were disobedient that I acted this way. You mustn't mention leaving again, do you understand? Slap. Ningsangsang, upon hearing these words, suddenly erupted in anger, shaking as she struck Yechen face with all her might. She put all her strength into it, causing his lips to bleed, the metallic taste of rust filling the air. But he showed no sign of anger. Instead, he took her hand and struck his other cheek, a look of excitement on his face. Go ahead, darling. As long as you can vent your anger, that's all that matters. Hit me. Come on. A pervert. Yechen was indeed a pervert. Ningsangsang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness toward this madman. Unless she could kill him, he would never let her go. At that moment, she realized how naive she had been. She understood that the million was merely an excuse Yechen had casually thrown out. What he truly desired was never money. It was only her. In that instant, despair washed over Ningsangsang. She withdrew her hand, curling her small frame into itself. Her long eyelashes closed, casting shadows across her pale, bloodless face. Suddenly, she stopped crying. She ceased to speak. She allowed Yechen to dress her in a pink outfit, tucking her stray hair behind her ear, transforming her into a delicate doll. Meanwhile, the man meticulously adjusted his attire, even rearranging his expensive cufflinks. He had transformed into a refined beast, as if the madman from moments ago was not him at all. At this moment, he remained oblivious to Ningsangsang's peculiar demeanor. Lifting her onto the table, he knelt down, gently putting on her little socks while soothingly asking, "Darling, it's noon. Are you hungry? Should I take you out for a meal?" Ningsangsang remained silent. The air seemed to grow colder for a few seconds. Yechen waited until Ningsangsang suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, her eyes closed, an expression void of emotion. "Go find Jiangwei. I don't care how many children you have with her. I no longer want you." Chapter 157. A man who lacks self-respect is like a rotten cabbage. Yehen's large hand, which had been putting on her socks, paused momentarily. He raised his head, noticing that Ningsangsang's demeanor was calm, devoid of her usual petulant tantrums. He had never seen her in such a state. A sudden jolt coursed through his heart, and his large hand instinctively clenched tightly, a wave of unease washing over him. He lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss to Ningsangsang's ankle, then gazed up at her with an earnest expression. "Ningsangsang, my dear, you cannot abandon me. I am yours. You are not mine," Ningsangsang retorted, her voice hoarse and laced with bitterness. "What merit do I possess? Yechen, you should seek someone more suitable. I am merely an orphan, unwanted even by my own parents, a canary, scorned as a mistress, existing in the shadows. I am unworthy of you." Ningsangsang was seething with anger. But the more furious she became, the more the feeling of injustice surged within her. "And I cannot bear the weight of you. You have just caused me pain." As she spoke, tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Wiping her tears, she placed the check back on the table. "I owe you nothing, Yechen. Let our relationship end here." With that, she forcefully pushed him away. "Ningsangsang." Yechen immediately pursued her, desperately trying to block her path. His tall, imposing figure stood resolutely before her. As she took a step to the left, he mirrored her movement. When she stepped to the right, he did the same. "My dear Ningsangsang, I was wrong. I was inconsiderate and harsh. I am a fool. Please, if it is to vent your frustration, then do so." Yechen spoke with utmost sincerity, as though he genuinely wished for Ningsangsang to exert her will upon him. Ningsangsang, flustered with indignation, had never encountered someone so shameless. "Get away. Who would force you? A man who lacks self-respect is like rotten cabbage. Yechen, you are nothing but a rotten cabbage. I want no part of it." Her disdain only tightened his grip further. "I am not a rotten cabbage, Ningsangsang. I truly am not. I have remained faithful to you. No other woman has touched me." Yechen took pride in this fact. Since he decided at the tender age of 4 that he would marry her, he had refrained from all physical contact with women. He feared that he might tarnish himself and, in turn, be unworthy of his pure and noble Ningsangsang. Thus, rumors of his aversion to women and severe cleanliness had circulated over the years. Yet, Ningsangsang was not swayed by his words. With a huff, she remarked, "What about Jiangwei's child?" "Ningsangsang," Yechen interrupted, his expression darkening as he resolved to clarify the matter once and for all. "Secretary Wang," he commanded, "prepare for a press conference and notify the media. It will commence at 2 o'clock this afternoon." Caught off guard, Ningsangsang stared at him in disbelief. She tilted her head to look at Yechen, who stood before her. He cautiously brushed his fingers through her hair and, with a gentle tone, pleaded, "My dear, grant me one more chance. Please, do not leave just yet. Ningsangsang turned to glance at the clock hanging in the secretary's office. It was already 11 o'clock, leaving only 3 hours until 2. Observing Yechenchen's pitiable demeanor, she ultimately succumbed to her compassion, biting her lips softly. Very well then. I shall leave after 2 o'clock. Chapter 158. The malice faced by Ningsangsang now. Shall we have lunch, darling? No. I do not wish to dine with you. Ningsangsang, still harboring resentment, was resolute in her refusal to share a meal with Yechen. He, in turn, dared not allow her to leave the company, instead instructing Su Rongrong to take her to the company cafeteria. Once they were out of Yechenchen's sight, Su Rongrong cautiously pulled Ningsangsang aside and inquired, Ningsangsang, what exactly is the nature of your relationship with the president? Please, what other relationship could it be? She is the mistress. Before Ningsangsang could respond, Yongcheng, the cousin of Jiang Wei, began to mock. Yongcheng had always dealt with the various women vying for Yechenchen's attention, and he had conveniently utilized her, allowing her to become quite arrogant. Little did she anticipate that after only a few days away on business, a shameless secretary would attempt to entice Yechen. Ningsangsang, is it? Do you have no shame? Your scandal is trending, and you still have the audacity to linger in our company. One must admit, when a person becomes despicable, they become invincible. As a mistress, how can you show your face here? The cafeteria was already bustling with patrons. Upon Yongcheng's utterance, many turned their gazes toward them. Yongcheng, fearing that others might not notice, raised her voice further. Come quickly and see. Another mistress attempting to seduce the president. And she's trending on social media. Because of her, the Yi family and my cousin Jiang Wei have been at odds, even leading to a miscarriage. This mistress truly bears a heavy sin. Ah, she is indeed the Ningsangsang from the trending topic. How shameless. The Yi family and Miss Jiang are such a match in status. And what is she? Rumor has it she is an orphan, a bastard child, with no knowledge of her biological parents. If I were her parents, I would not acknowledge her. It would be too embarrassing. These voices suddenly cascaded down upon Ningsangsang like a torrential storm. The scornful and disdainful gazes from those around her pierced through her. Never before had she endured such overwhelming malice, and her mind felt as if it were about to shatter. In agony, she clutched her head, crouching on the ground, her face as pale as death. Ningsangsang, what is wrong? Su Rongrong's expression shifted drastically as she rushed to assist Ningsangsang, but the malicious words continued unabated. One cannot bear it. If you cannot withstand the criticism, then do not be a mistress. Indeed, she is the reason Miss Jiang lost her child. It feels as though the spirits of the deceased are demanding retribution from her. I am not a mistress. I am not. Ningsangsang, unable to endure any longer, erupted in a fit of rage, hurling her freshly filled tray of food violently into the crowd. Bang! All of you get lost. Leave. In truth, Ningsangsang's plate had not struck anyone, yet the onlookers, witnessing her defiance, were filled with indignation as if they were the arbiters of justice. How dare the mistress retaliate? Such audacity. Sisters, throw at her. Yes, strike her. In an instant, numerous women among the crowd hurled their food and cups at Ningsangsang with fervor. They were aware that the law does not punish the masses, and in the fervor of the moment, they were uncertain whether their disdain for Ningsangsang stemmed from their loathing of the mistress or their envy and jealousy of her connection with Yechen. Ningsangsang, known for her kindness and warm demeanor towards everyone, had never anticipated such a day would come. The torrent of malice exceeded her capacity to endure. With a series of thuds, bowls of soup and rice struck her, and at that moment, she felt as if she were the target of universal disdain. Her long black hair was matted with sticky broth and vegetable remnants, while her exquisitely delicate attire was sullied. I am not the mistress. I am not. Ningsangsang was encircled by the crowd, curling up in a pitiful ball. Chapter 159. Yechen stands up for Ningsangsang. When Yechen received an urgent report from Secretary Wang, his expression darkened with a terrifying rage that was almost maddening. They dared to attack Ningsangsang? They dared to label her as the mistress? This overwhelming pressure and fury made Secretary Wang break into a cold sweat. Why, yes, sir. He stammered. Yechen sprang to his feet. Rushing to the company cafeteria, he immediately spotted Ningsangsang, trembling and huddled in the crowd. She resembled a pitiful, lost creature, bullied at every turn. She was his precious one, the very gem he cherished and could never bear to harm. How dare they? How dare they? Yechen's heart ached with a ferocity that was almost primal. Ningsangsang. He strode forward, enveloping her in his embrace. In that moment, she felt a rush of warmth, akin to a lost young beast finally finding its home, a sense of unparalleled safety flooding her heart. Ah, Chun. With tear-filled eyes, Ningsangsang nestled closer into Yechenchen's arms, clinging tightly to his waist. Soon, she began to whimper and voice her grievances. They called me the mistress and threw things at me. I am not. Ah Chun, please tell them I am not. With her head drenched in soup, her large, glistening eyes brimmed with sorrowful innocence, she tugged at Yechenchen's arm, imploring him to clarify her innocence. Witnessing her distress, Yechen felt as if his heart were shattering. With a swift motion, he turned, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd surrounding Ningsangsang. The onlookers instantly quaked with fear. The night was thick with tension as those present were utterly taken aback. They had never anticipated that Yechen would personally arrive. Even more shocking was the sight of Ningsangsang, who appeared as though she had just emerged from a refuse bin. Yet he, a man with a profound aversion to filth, embraced her without a hint of disdain. Yechenchen's fury was palpable, his gaze as sharp and frigid as a blade directed at those who had assaulted Ningsangsang. Ningsangsang is not a mistress. She is my wife, the only future First Lady of the Yi Corporation. What is Jiang Wei, that she is even worthy to carry Ningsangsang's shoes? I have safeguarded my beloved Ningsangsang's virtue. As for the child Jiang Wei miscarried, I question the legitimacy of its paternity. A woman who so lacks self-respect to misidentify the father of her child is clearly deranged and ought to be committed to an asylum. Before Ningsangsang, Yechen meticulously dispelled the rumors, and the onlookers were left agape, their mouths agog in disbelief. Ningsangsang was indeed recognized as the rightful First Lady by Yechen himself. This revelation cast Jiang Wei as the true mistress, and the child she lost was not Yechen's, but rather the product of an affair with some unknown man. The crowd struggled to process the impact of Yechen's clarifications. Without allowing them a moment to react, he scoffed coldly and commanded his secretary, retrieve the surveillance footage. Any employee involved in the assault on Ningsangsang, regardless of their position, is to be dismissed immediately. We cannot afford to retain those lacking discernment, who merely follow the crowd. As he issued these orders, the countenance of every individual present shifted dramatically. A mere 30 to 40 individuals had participated in the attack. Yet Yechen showed no mercy, expelling them all without hesitation. They had only just secured employment at the Yi Corporation, a company that offered salaries 2 to 3 times higher than its competitors. This was disastrous, utterly catastrophic. Security, remove them at once. Yechen's demeanor was ruthlessly cold, and regardless of how regretful these individuals felt now, he would spare none who had harmed his beloved Ningsangsang. Soon, the area was cleared, and the cafeteria was entirely emptied. Turning his attention back to Ningsangsang in his arms, his eyes brimmed with concern. Ningsangsang, my dear, are you all right? Are you hurt? Ningsangsang had ceased her tears, yet her large eyes remained glistening. She looked up at Yechen with pitiful innocence. He gently parted her matted hair, revealing a painful red mark on her forehead, likely from being struck by a lunchbox. Yechen delicately blew on her injury. Does it hurt, my darling? Ningsangsang had managed to hold back her tears, but at his inquiry, her little nose crinkled with grievance, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks once more. It hurts. Oh, Yechen, they hurt me so badly. Ningsangsang, apart from the bruises on her forehead, bore numerous swollen injuries across her body. However, Yechen remained oblivious to this fact. Cradling her in his arms, he first placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, followed by tenderly kissing the tears upon her small face. Then, in a deep, soothing voice, he playfully nibbled at her ear and asked, my dear, did you hear what I just clarified to them? With tears still glistening in her eyes, she nodded, embodying the innocence of a little kitten nestled in Yechen's embrace, craving nothing but his affection. Do you trust me? Trust that there is truly no connection between me and Jiang Wei? Initially, she nodded in affirmation, but soon shook her head in hesitation. Yechen lifted her chin, gazing intently into her eyes. Why the sudden shake of your head, my precious Ningsangsang? Because, she stammered, you men are renowned for your sweet-talking ways, deceiving girls effortlessly. Although your words brought me a flicker of joy, who agreed to become your wife? Humph. I shall never be your wife. With a hint of pride, she pouted, for at 19, marriage was the last thing on her mind. Moreover, as long as the Yi and Jiang families refrained from publicly annulling their engagement, the bond would persist. Regardless of Yi Hanqing's insistence that she was not the third party, public opinion would not be swayed. Ningsangsang's suspicions were soon validated, as she was being carried back by Yi Hanqing for a change of clothes. A video of him publicly defending her at the Yi family cafeteria went viral online, showcasing him dismissing 3 to 4 dozen employees in her defense. The video was comprehensive, beginning with Ningsangsang being labeled a third party, subjected to ridicule and scorn, followed by Yi Hanqing's arrival to clarify matters, embracing her and furiously denouncing the disgruntled employees. The moment the video was released, it rendered a press conference unnecessary, erupting across the internet. Breadfruit. This is the CEO of the Yi family speaking. Ningsangsang is indeed the future mistress of the company. I love drinking. Nonsense. The heads of both companies have not stepped forward. How can the CEO simply disregard the engagement? Current eyesore. Clearly, Mr. Yi favors Ningsangsang and has no affection for Jiang Wei. Furthermore, he claims to have never been intimate with Jiang Wei. Who knows whose child she lost? Happy and joyful. Exactly. I now seriously suspect Jiang Wei is lying. Perhaps Mr. Yi only has a contractual engagement with her and no physical relationship. She could be fabricating allegations against him. In an instant. Despite the engagement between Yi Hanqing and Jiang Wei remaining unbroken, Jiang Wei's previous lamentations were overshadowed by his merciless clarifications, prompting a significant portion of netizens to question her role as the true third party in the emotional affair. They began to doubt the authenticity of her claims regarding her pregnancy and miscarriage. After all, it was evident to any discerning eye that the love Yi Hanqing bore for Ningsangsang was profound, while he remained distinctly indifferent towards Jiang Wei. This turn of events infuriated Jiang Wei, who was witnessing the shifting public opinion from within the Jiang household. Bang, bang, bang. Following a flurry of destruction and chaos, the tension escalated. Faced with Jiang's mother, who had come to express her concern for her, she buried her face in her embrace and wept. Mother, look at that vile woman. She has stolen your daughter's fiancé. How can she be so shameless? In chapter 161, Jiang's mother intervenes on behalf of Ningsangsang. She has come to understand Ningsangsang's true identity, not merely her son's girlfriend, but rather the mistress referred to by Jiang Wei. Nevertheless, she does not side with Jiang Wei. With a tone filled with earnestness, she advises Jiang Wei, "My dear, matters of the heart cannot be forced. That young man from the Yi family clearly does not love you. Why must you continue to compete for his affection? Moreover, the actions you and your brother have taken are utterly reprehensible. To scheme against a young girl and record it, do you not feel any remorse?" Jiang's mother believes in fairness over familial bias. She detests anything that is tainted. But mother, that wretched woman, enough. Do not refer to her in such derogatory terms. Where has your upbringing gone these past years? Jiang's mother was incensed, especially when she thought of Ningsangsang, such a lovely and charming young lady, who could never be associated with the term wretched. For reasons unknown to her, the mere thought of Ningsangsang warmed her heart. Turning her gaze back to Jiang Wei, her displeasure grew. Wei, speak respectfully. If my Mian were here, she would never use such venomous and spiteful language. Mian? Again with Mian. Jiang Wei's already dreadful mood spiraled into madness upon hearing that name. From childhood, she had heard nothing but praises for Mian from Jiang's mother. Mian is perfect in every way, better than me in every aspect. She had lived perpetually in the shadow of that name, often wishing for Mian's demise, hoping she would suffer a fate worse than death. Yet outwardly, Jiang Wei still feigned the role of the dutiful daughter in her mother's eyes. I'm sorry, mother. I was too emotional. I was wrong. I will not speak like that again. She pretended to feel guilt, as if she truly recognized her misstep, which brought Jiang's mother some comfort. After expressing a few more words of concern, she took her leave. As she approached the doorway, her vision blurred, and she nearly stumbled at the threshold. Serves her right. Jiang Wei's eyes glinted with malice. This wretched woman still dared to dream of seeing her biological daughter. Such folly. Jiang Wei had already bribed her personal physician. Her mother's eye condition would only worsen, and in less than 3 months, she would be utterly blind. Once blind, even if her daughter were to return, she would never again behold her visage. With this thought, Jiang Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. However, as the public scrutiny began to tarnish her reputation, shifting the blame onto Ningsangsang, her proud spirit could hardly endure it. She promptly posted on Weibo, sharing the pre-edited prenatal checkup and miscarriage documents, continuing to play the victim. Brother Hanqing, I never imagined you would abandon your child for your new love. Had you not abandoned me that fateful afternoon to celebrate that woman's birthday, I would not have suffered a miscarriage in my anguish. You may choose to slander my name, but you must never refer to this child as a bastard. How heart-wrenching it must be for him in the depths of the underworld. Women inherently side with one another. As evidence from Jiang Wei surfaced, each word dripping with despair, public opinion began to sway once more. I love dumplings. Is this true? I can hardly discern who is right anymore. I dislike coriander. Regardless, I stand with Jiang Wei. A woman would never divulge the shame of an unplanned pregnancy and being bullied by a mistress unless she were utterly despondent. How adorable. Indeed, I also support Jiang Wei. It must be that the man has abandoned his responsibilities. Poor Sister Wei. In no time, the majority rallied behind Jiang Wei, and they began to tag the other two protagonists. President Yi responded. Ningsangsang responded. Amidst the online uproar, Ningsangsang finally awoke in Yongcheng's private lounge. She had just been cradled in his arms during a bath and had dozed off. As he dried her, she drifted into slumber. She slept soundly until 5 in the afternoon. Chapter 162. Have you fallen for Yongcheng? Ningsangsang stretched lazily, feeling well-rested. Her hair fragrant, her body too, thanks to the creamy bathing products he had used, and he had even dried her completely. Even her pajamas were adorned with charming strawberry rabbit patterns. Beside the bed lay a meticulously prepared change of clothes, exuding elegance. Ningsangsang threw off the covers, donned an outfit casually, and surveyed her surroundings. Realizing it was her first time in this private lounge, the amenities were all-encompassing, and her phone had been thoughtfully placed at her bedside by Yongcheng. A wave of confusion washed over her. She felt momentarily disoriented. Her large eyes bewildered for a while until she recalled what Yongcheng had mentioned before she fell asleep regarding the need for clarification. She hastily unlocked her phone to check the trending topics, expecting to see Ningsangsang is not the mistress prominently displayed. Yet it was absent. Clicking in, the top trending topic was Jiang Wei revealing her pregnancy and miscarriage documents. Ningsangsang's heart sank, her hands trembling slightly. She clicked in to view Jiang Wei's pregnancy test and miscarriage report, her mind momentarily blank before her eyes began to well with tears. She did not delve into the comments. Instead, she sprang from the bed, gathering her belongings, grabbing her phone, and putting on her socks and shoes. After a brief hesitation, she left a 50 million check on the table for Yongcheng. Then, without uttering a word, she departed. It was all too chaotic. She could no longer discern who was lying. She chose not to dwell on it further. She needed to regain her composure. Ningsangsang's temperament was inherently gentle, and she had a propensity for evasion. Whenever she was confronted with matters she wished to avoid, her immediate impulse was to flee. This time, however, her departure was unlike the last. She possessed a clear objective. Just moments ago, she had discovered on trending news that the esteemed master of the art world, Du Ziming, was coming to Yongcheng. He was the very artist she admired most. She had dreamt of receiving his guidance. This time, Ningsangsang was determined to seek him out. It seemed that Yongcheng had not anticipated Ningsangsang's departure, as there were no black-clad bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Her exit from the Yi group was remarkably smooth. As she stepped outside, intending to hail a taxi, a black car suddenly pulled up in front of her. Ning Ning, the window rolled down, revealing Song Yenzhou's gentle face, framed by gold-rimmed glasses. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Perfect timing, brother Yenzhou. I won't have to take a taxi, Ningsangsang replied. Her spirits lifted upon encountering a familiar face. Without any trepidation, she climbed into the vehicle. Through the refracted light of his glasses, Song Yenzhou's gaze fixated on Ningsangsang, akin to a serpent coiling around its prey. Ning Ning, did you just leave the Yi group? He initiated a casual conversation. Yes. I noticed on trending news that the gentleman with the surname Yi declared you the president's wife, and you didn't refute it, but rather nestled into his embrace. Have you truly developed feelings for him? His tone was laced with a hint of probing curiosity. Ningsangsang, however, refrained from a direct response, her doe-like eyes reflecting a blend of innocence and contemplation. At that moment, I didn't think much of it. I simply felt a sense of security in his embrace. A sense of security? Ning Ning, don't be foolish. Have you forgotten how that beast imprisoned and tormented you this past year? He is a pervert. Song Yenzhou's voice suddenly escalated with agitation, startling Ningsangsang. She furrowed her brow. Brother Yenzhou, why do you keep bringing this up? You know I dislike discussing it. A surge of jealousy ignited within Song Yenzhou. Ning Ning, have you fallen for him? Is that true? In his moment of fervor, he neglected to heed the traffic signals, nearly colliding with a large truck. Ningsangsang was terrified, urgently trying to soothe him. Brother Yinzhou, let us not speak of this now. Please focus on driving. But Ning, rather than watch you fall for someone else, I'd rather we perish together. Chapter 163. Ningsangsang was deceived again at that moment. When Song Yinzhou was on the brink of a collision, such frenzied thoughts consumed him. Once birthed, they proliferated wildly within his heart. Yet, at the last moment, he slammed on the brakes, not out of compassion, but because he had prepared a gift for his dear Ning, a gift intended to correct her misguided notions. The hypnotist he had engaged was nearly there. With Ningsangsang's intervention, Song Yinzhou's vehicle ultimately came to a halt at the roadside. Clutching her chest, her heart raced with anxiety and trepidation. Brother Yinzhou, were you out of your mind just now? I previously mentioned that the matter between Yongcheng and myself is our own affair, and there is no need for you to pry further. In an instant, Song Yinzhou's grip on the steering wheel tightened with a palpable fury. Jealousy surged within him. However, when he turned to face Ningsangsang, his cold, obsessive demeanor vanished, replaced by the familiar gentleness of an elder brother. Ning, did I frighten you just now? I apologize. I became overly agitated. I merely wished to protect you from further harm. His peach blossom eyes, framed by golden wire, reflected genuine remorse. Ningsangsang, feeling a twinge of sympathy, decided against saying more. It's all right, Brother Yinzhou, I'm fine. Just remember to drive safely in the future. As she spoke, she reached to unbuckle her seatbelt to exit the vehicle. Brother Yinzhou, I think I'll take a taxi instead. You should attend to your matters. Yet, Song Yinzhou had no pressing matters. He was merely waiting for Ningsangsang. Having successfully lured his prey into the car, he could not let her escape so easily. He grasped her wrist gently, his tone a blend of warmth and pleading. Ning, please don't leave. Are you upset with me? I'm truly sorry. Could you forgive me this once? Ningsangsang, feeling somewhat awkward, withdrew her hand. Brother Yinzhou, I'm not angry. You're overthinking it. But you would rather take a taxi and get off halfway. Ning, I promise I won't act like that again. You haven't told me where you're headed. Allow me to take you there. His tone was now tender and composed, a stark contrast to his previous outburst. Ningsangsang felt it inappropriate to insist on leaving. She settled back into her seat and fastened her seatbelt. Very well, Brother Yinzhou. My destination is not far. Just take me to the entrance of Yongcheng University. She intended to attend a lecture by the esteemed Master Du Ziming in the Fine Arts Department, hoping for an opportunity to seek his guidance. You're going to Yongcheng University? Song Yinzhou echoed, instantly discerning her intentions. A shadow of calculation flickered in his golden-framed eyes. Ning, is your purpose there to meet Master Du Ziming? Are you hoping for a chance to engage with him? Indeed, Brother Yinzhou, you are quite perceptive, Ningsangsang replied, her innocence shining through. It was no secret that she had admired Master Du Ziming since childhood. How could Song Yinzhou be unaware of it? With his long, fair fingers that had played the piano since childhood, he gently caressed the black steering wheel. His next words held an irresistible allure for Ningsangsang. Then there's no need for you to go there. I have a well-connected friend who is a favored disciple of Master Du Ziming. Over the next few days, I will arrange for you to be introduced to him in person. How does that sound? Really? Ningsangsang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement akin to that of a young fawn. Could she finally meet her idol up close? Indeed, it's true. Ning, please return with me for now. Grant me 2 days to arrange this for you. In 2 days, the hypnotist he had invited would arrive. Chapter 164. Night Cold's frantic threat. Thank you, Brother Yinzhou. You have truly been a tremendous help. Ningsangsang's mind was already envisioning the exhilarating moment of meeting Master Du Ziming. Moreover, Master Du's illustrious lineage in the capital made her contemplate the possibility of becoming his disciple, allowing her to immerse herself in her art without the looming threat of Yongcheng. There's no need for thanks, Ning. I'll take you home first. Song Yinzhou resided in a stylish single apartment, situated in an upscale neighborhood, elegantly decorated in a minimalist fashion and surrounded by a tranquil environment. Ning, I've prepared the guest room for you. You can stay there for the next couple of days. All right. Ningsangsang was not picky, and she placed her belongings inside the room. Ning, make yourself comfortable. It must be late, and you're probably hungry. I'll prepare dinner. Song Yinzhou was an adept cook, his nimble hands capable of crafting both enchanting melodies and delectable dishes. Ningsangsang had always relished his cooking, finding it far superior to Yongcheng's culinary attempts. Go ahead, Brother Yinzhou. However, fatigue soon enveloped Ningsangsang. She collapsed onto the large bed in the guest room, a nagging sense of foreboding gnawing at her heart. Anxiety coursed through her, and she could not shake the feeling that Yechen might be pursuing her. With a heavy heart, she opened her phone, navigating to her WeChat contacts, where a message notification blinked incessantly. Ningsangsang. Where have you run off to? I checked the camera. You left with that song. Damn it. Why are you sneaking off with other strays again? Hurry back, or I'll make sure to chain you up. You won't be able to escape this time. Sang was instantly terrified by Yechen's furious words, nearly dropping her phone. This man had truly lost his sanity. After finally grasping a glimmer of hope for her dreams, she had no intention of returning. Yet, the terror in Yechen's threats loomed large. He had mentioned chaining her up, and even with a delicate golden chain on her ankle, she found it impossible to flee. If both her hands and feet were bound, she would undoubtedly be doomed to a life of confinement. As these thoughts filled her mind, her lips quivered violently, and her face turned pale. Meanwhile, in the office of the Yi Corporation, Yechen was indeed in a state of frenzy. Having just concluded a meeting and initially feeling elated at the prospect of taking Sang out for a romantic dinner, he was now met with the stark reality of her disappearance, silent and without a trace. How many times had this happened? Yechen had long lost count, his anger surging like a volcano on the verge of eruption. To make matters worse, Sang had eloped with Song Yinzhou, frolicking in his forbidden territory. This little imp would face dire consequences if he ever caught her again. No, it would be a severe reckoning. Yechen's hen, consumed by a dark and ruthless determination, commanded his secretary Wang, send someone to find her. Even if it means turning Yongcheng upside down, I must capture that rebellious little imp. Once apprehended, bind her with ropes. Yechen's hen believed he had been too lenient with Sang. Since she had chosen rebellion and resisted gentleness, he would resort to force. Yes, Sir Yi. Wang, sensing the intensity of Yechen's wrath, feared for Sang-Sang's well-being. Being confined to a locked attic would be the least of her troubles. She might find herself bettered for months. Chapter 165. Sang once again deceived by Yechen's hen. Meanwhile, Sang was enjoying dinner with Song Yinzhou. Brother Yinzhou, your cooking gets better every day, she exclaimed, finishing a hefty bowl. I'm glad you like it. Song Yinzhou replied, his voice warm and filled with affection as he watched her relish his culinary creations. After finishing her meal, Sang patted her round little belly and headed to tidy up her guest room for the night. Ding! As soon as Sang lay down, a message pinged on her WeChat. It was her benefactor. To her surprise, he had taken the initiative to reach out. Miss Ning, it's been a while since we last connected. I particularly admire your paintings and would like to arrange an exhibition. Would you be interested in meeting? An exhibition? Sang was taken aback. She had never even contemplated such a thing. In her view, hosting an exhibition required a certain level of renown, which she lacked. No. Thank you, dear benefactor. My painting skills are not yet refined. Perhaps in a couple of years, I will consider it, she replied. However, her desire to share bubbled up. By the way, I must tell you, I am about to meet Master Du Ziming. You must know him, right? Brother Yinzhou mentioned that a good friend of his is a disciple of Master Du, and he can introduce me. Upon hearing this, Yechen's fury dissipated significantly, though his gaze remained icy, now tinged with amusement. Miss Ning, perhaps there is something I have never disclosed to you. I am indeed a disciple of Master Du Ziming. How about I personally recommend you to him? What? You are a disciple of Master Du Ziming? Sang was astonished, sending a flurry of envious emojis. Yes, Miss Ning. I am his eldest disciple, Yechen's hen affirmed, having easily swayed Sang. He continued, I wonder if your brother Yinzhou has mentioned when he would take you to meet my master? Sang bit her lip, pondering carefully. He didn't specify, but I think it might be in 2 days. But in 2 days, my master will be leaving Yongcheng, she exclaimed, suddenly anxious, sitting upright in bed. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow morning, come find me, and I will take you to meet him. Wow, you are truly generous, esteemed benefactor. Thank you. Sang felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Yongcheng and subsequently discussed the meeting location with him, which put her at ease. Early the next morning, Sang hurriedly prepared to leave. Elder brother Yinzhou, Master Du Ziming is departing today. I must act swiftly. I have also contacted someone who said they could help me meet him, so I must take my leave now. Sang eagerness and excitement were palpable, and she failed to notice the gentle smile on Song Yinzhou's face instantly freeze. The peach blossom eyes behind his golden-rimmed glasses grew dangerously cold. Ning. Are you abandoning me so soon? Regardless of the circumstances, breakfast was still to be had. I have prepared your favorite flatbread rolls from your childhood. Let us eat before you depart. As he spoke, Song Yinzhou brought out the freshly made flatbreads from the kitchen. Ningsangsang felt a twinge of guilt for rejecting his thoughtful gesture and glanced at the clock. Well, there is still a bit of time before our appointment. So, elder brother Yinzhou, I will eat breakfast first. Thank you for cooking for me. Ningsangsang was completely unsuspecting, oblivious to how Song Yinzhou's gaze upon her as she ate grew increasingly dark. After finishing the flatbread rolls, a wave of dizziness washed over Ningsangsang. She attempted to stand, but with a sudden thud, she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 166. Ningsangsang is imprisoned in the basement as he gazed at Ningsangsang on the floor. Song Yinzhou could no longer conceal the sinister smile that crept upon his face. Ning, from this moment forward, you belong to me. He carried her into the basement of the standalone apartment. This place was far less exquisite and luxurious than the loft that Yongcheng had arranged for Ningsangsang, consisting only of a small bed and a rudimentary washstand and bathroom. At the corners of the bed were thick black iron chains, with a deranged glint in his eyes. Song Yinzhou locked her hands and feet with a snap, sneering at her cherubic face. Ning, you have forced my hand. If you could come to love him after a year of confinement, then surely I can make you love me in the same manner. If you do not love me yet, that is of no concern. I shall ensure you grow to love me gradually. We have all the time in the world. Once I have someone hypnotize you into forgetting him, you will surely come to love me. Ning, you will inevitably fall in love with me, won't you? At that moment, his eyes were filled with a frenzied madness. The mask of civility had slipped away. He had administered a substantial dose of sedative. And Ningsangsang did not awaken until evening. Disoriented and still feeling lightheaded, she instinctively reached to rub her eyes, only to be startled by a sudden clank. Upon opening her eyes, she realized her wrists were shackled with chains. The place was dim and damp, unmistakably a basement. She could even hear the sound of water dripping from above. Drip, drip. The eerie atmosphere intensified her fear. Is anyone there? Ningsangsang's doe-like eyes were filled with terror and unease. She could only recall that she was supposed to meet her benefactor, and then her elder brother, Yinzhou, urged her to have breakfast. Following that, she began to feel dizzy, and after that, she remembered nothing. However, if she had fainted, it should have been in Yinzhou's presence. How could she end up here? Could it be? A sudden thought flashed through Ningsangsang's mind. But as soon as it emerged, she shook her head in denial. How could it be? How could Yinzhou have done this? Song Yinzhou should know that she detested being imprisoned. But at that moment, the iron door of the basement was pushed open. What greeted Ningsangsang was the face of Song Yinzhou, that of a charming rogue. Ning, you are awake. Song Yinzhou adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and approached Ningsangsang with a smile. Yinzhou, Ningsangsang was momentarily stunned upon seeing him, her mind going blank. Could it truly be Song Yinzhou? How could it be? She was still deceiving herself at that moment. She pouted at him playfully. Yinzhou, you scared me. Are you playing a prank on me? This isn't funny. Let me go? Let go? Song Yinzhou chuckled, though his smile was chilling, as he stepped closer. Imposing. Ning, do you really think I would joke with you? Ningsangsang had never witnessed such a change in Song Yinzhou's demeanor. Her small face turned pale with fright. In her memory, Song Yinzhou had always been gentle and refined, a kind elder brother. But how could he have transformed into this? Sobbing, Ningsangsang began to struggle. She tugged at the chains binding her. Song Yinzhou found her childish behavior amusing. Ning, those chains are meant for dogs. Even they cannot break free. Do you think you can? I advise you to accept your fate. Haven't you lived this way with that man named Yi before? If you obediently comply, you will suffer less. Are you hungry? I brought you dinner. Chapter 167. Song Yinzhou completely tears off his disguise. It was at that moment that Ningsangsang realized Song Yinzhou had come bearing a lunchbox. Inside were meticulously prepared dishes she adored. Yet, Ningsangsang had no appetite whatsoever. She tilted her head back, her eyes reddening as she pleaded with him. Please, Yinzhou, just let me go. If you release me, I will pretend this never happened. Let go? Huh. Song Yinzhou was once again amused by her childish words. Ning, do you know how long I've desired to do this? Had I known you would fall for Yongcheng because of this, I would have acted long ago. No, I haven't fallen for him. Ningsangsang protested. What you are doing will only make me despise you. Let me go? Let me go? At that moment, she shook the chains, her heart teetering on the brink of despair. The image of Song Yinzhou in her mind plummeted. Despise me? Then why don't you despise that Yi? Ning, I have never been patient. After all these years, I have exhausted my patience with you. Do not make me punish you for refusing my kindness. Song Yinzhou spoke as he harshly pinched Ningsangsang's delicate face. Ningsangsang, with her small sharp teeth, instinctively bit back at Song Yinzhou. Each time, she exerted all her strength. Hiss! The pain from her bite prompted an immediate, furious slap from Song Yinzhou. The sound echoed sharply. In an instant, a distinct handprint appeared on her small face, and blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Ningsangsang had never been struck before. Despite biting Yechen countless times, he had never laid a hand on her. This slap left her hair disheveled, covering half her face in a state of utter disarray. It hurt terribly, yet the pain on her face was nothing compared to the agony within her heart. She could never have imagined that Song Yinzhou would hit her. It was unfathomable that the brother who had cared for her so deeply since childhood could inflict such harm. And it was so brutally done. Tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks. Woo, why are you crying? You still have the audacity to cry. The facade that Song Yinzhou had maintained for years seemed to have completely shattered, and his pent-up emotions erupted violently. He spoke to Ningsangsang with a tone laced with malice and fury. Ning, have I not treated you well over the years? I have cherished and indulged you daily, yet you chose to love another man. How could you be so despicable? You have already been with that man named Yi. How can I still want you? You should be grateful. Ningsangsang ceased her tears, looking up with reddened eyes. She found it hard to fathom that Song Yinzhou could utter such words. He called her despicable. He insulted her dignity. Why do you glare at me? Am I wrong? He continued. Ning, you were meant to be pure, yet you chose to fall. You are utterly shameless. With a face that lures men, you have become tainted. Song Yinzhou harbored a deep-seated obsession with purity. He was profoundly enamored with Ningsangsang. Before she was with Yongcheng, she was his untouchable goddess. But now, she willingly descended to the level of a lowly woman. He could not be blamed for his feelings. There was no need for gentleness or pity towards her, for she was no longer worthy. He brutally grasped her swollen face and commanded, "Kiss me. Now kiss me." No. Ningsangsang, unable to push him away due to the chains on her hands, stubbornly turned her head. "I command you to kiss." Song Yinzhou forcefully twisted her back. The struggle intensified. "Humph, you refuse my kindness and invite punishment." He roughly tugged at her hair and struck her again. Slap. Ning, do not force me to kill you. Chapter 168. Ningsangsang's fear. Ningsangsang's once exquisitely doll-like cheeks were now swollen from Song Yinzhou's slaps, blood still oozing from her mouth, leaving a metallic taste. But in this moment, her spirit was resolute. The more he threatened her, the more she resisted. "Then go ahead and kill me. Song Yinzhou. If you have the ability, just slap me to death." Ningsangsang felt utterly disillusioned with Song Yinzhou. Her body trembled with agitation. Song Yinzhou raised his hand menacingly. But ultimately, he released her with a cold smile. "It's all right, Ning. Time is on our side. I am in no rush. Let us take our time. Now, it's time for you to have dinner. I specially prepared these dishes for you. Do taste them and tell me if they are to your liking." As he spoke, Song Yinzhou opened the food container, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. His culinary skills were undeniable. Yet Ningsangsang harbored a profound dislike for him at that moment. "Take it away. I won't eat." With a forceful shove, Ningsangsang pushed Song Yinzhou's hand away from the food container. The dishes crashed to the bed, spilling their contents everywhere. Song Yinzhou's anger flared. "Can't you hear me? I told you to eat, Ning. You must eat." Grasping Ningsangsang's head, he pressed her down onto the soupy bed linens. "I made this especially for you. You have to finish it." Sobbing, Ningsangsang's entire face was forcibly submerged in the vegetable soup. She struggled, but her efforts were futile. She could only endure as Song Yinzhou unleashed his fury upon her until he finally relented. Once released, blood trickled from the corner of Ningsangsang's lips. Her face was pale, and she curled into herself, trembling with fear. Song Yinzhou regarded her coldly. "Are you willing to eat now? Ning, you must finish the remaining dishes. Don't forget, you praised my cooking yesterday." With that, he brought out the remaining dishes and placed them before her. "Ning, eat." Having learned from her recent ordeal, Ningsangsang dared not provoke him further. Trembling with fear, she used her hands to scoop the food into her mouth, forgoing chopsticks entirely. She could no longer discern any flavors. All she desired was to finish as quickly as possible. There were still 3 plates left. She consumed them all with her hands, and even a bowl of congee. Although she felt thoroughly stuffed, she forced herself to drink it all. Now that's more like it, Song Yinzhou remarked with satisfaction, his peach blossom eyes glimmering behind gold-rimmed glasses. However, perhaps to teach Ningsangsang a lesson, he did not change the soiled bedsheets nor allow her to wash her face. He seemed stubbornly convinced that Ningsangsang suffered from Stockholm Syndrome, believing that only through torment could she come to love him. Rest well, Ning. I will visit you again tomorrow. After he departed, Ningsangsang immediately curled up in the corner, seeking solace. Her long hair and face were smeared with sticky vegetable juice, and her hands, still tainted, trembled. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her, clutching her chest as she retched violently, her fragile body shaking uncontrollably. Tears filled her large, glistening eyes, brimming with fear. She could not comprehend how Song Yinzhou had transformed into this person, nor did she know how she could escape. As the night passed, Ningsangsang fell ill. Her frail body had already been weakened, and after enduring a day of terror and a night of cold, she awoke the next morning with a high fever. Huddled in the corner, her small face was flushed, and the vegetable juice in her hair had dried, strands hanging before her face. Her long hair obscured almost all of her features. Untreated, her face had not reduced in swelling. Rather, it had become more pronounced. She clutched herself tightly, disoriented by the fever, murmuring incoherently the name of Yongcheng, as if lost in a dream. Chapter 169. The Intimidation of Song Yinzhou. Ning. Upon witnessing Ningsangsang's delirium, Song Yinzhou dropped the breakfast he had brought, his anxiety surging. Ning, hang in there. I'll fetch you some medicine. He hurriedly ascended to the bedroom to retrieve fever-reducing medication. He had not anticipated Ningsangsang's delicate condition. After merely 2 slaps and a night of exposure, she had deteriorated to this state. Ning, the medicine is here. The medicine is here. He poured a cup of warm water and carefully helped Ningsangsang sit up. Come, Ning, open your mouth and take the medicine. Yet, she remained dazed and refused to comply. This is not the familiar scent. A Cheng. I want a Cheng. She instinctively called out for the one she trusted most. However, the moment she uttered Yongcheng's name, Song Yinzhou's initial concern morphed into a surge of anger. You, with the surname Yi. Ning, open your eyes and see clearly. I am your brother Yinzhou. He forced her to open her eyes, but all she could perceive were blurred shadows. The man before her seemed fierce, prompting an instinctive desire to push him away. This only intensified Song Yinzhou's fury. Abandoning his gentleness, he grasped her small face and, with a forceful grip, attempted to administer the medicine. Ningsangsang, overwhelmed by his brutality, suffered greatly and finally regained some clarity. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she was met with Song Yinzhou's cold, piercing gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses. A shiver coursed through her as fear enveloped her, compelling her to retreat further into the corner. When he raised his hand, she felt that he might strike her. In a daze, she began to bow her head before him, pleading, "Please don't hit me. I'm sorry." Song Yinzhou had never seen her in such a state of terror. His heart ached instantly. He softened. I won't hurt you, Ning. I promise, if you behave. I won't lay a finger on you. Yet, her fear was palpable. The shadow he cast over her filled her large, red eyes with panic. As he reached out, attempting to comfort her, she shrieked and recoiled. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. In Song Yinzhou's peach blossom eyes, a hint of malevolence was reflected. You won't even let me touch you, Ning. I advise you to adapt quickly. Do you think anyone besides me would want you? That person named Yi? He has a fiancée, and he has publicly announced that he will marry her in a week. Do you believe he cares for you? He treats you like a pet, while you foolishly continue to love him. No, Yechen is not like that. Ningsangsang refused to believe that Yongcheng would marry Jiang Wei in a week. He had clearly told her that he did not love Jiang Wei. You are deceiving me. You liar. I don't believe it. Go away, just go away. Ningsangsang covered her ears, unwilling to listen or accept the truth. It was not until Song Yinzhou presented a tablet showing trending news that the harsh reality dawned on her. Yongcheng, CEO of Yi Corporation, announces marriage to Miss Jiang Wei of Jiang Corporation in 1 week. A powerful union between the Yi and Jiang families. No, it can't be. Ningsangsang's hands gripped tightly, shattering the tablet in her anguish. Her heart felt shattered. Already suffering from a fever, her mind now throbbed painfully, as if sliced by blades. The pain was nearly unbearable. Chapter 170. Yongcheng discovers Ningsangsang's whereabouts. Song Yinzhou observed Ningsangsang, resembling a frenzied young beast, clutching her head in torment, desperately trying to break free from the chains that bound her. His own eyes reddened. Yet, he yearned for Ningsangsang to experience utter despair, to fully embrace him. This trending news webpage he had fabricated was merely the beginning. He seized her wrist forcefully, compelling her to accept the truth. Ning, you have seen it. You are merely deceiving yourself. They are a perfect match, while you are just an inconsequential orphan. What do you still hope for in your heart? Besides him, do you still expect your adoptive parents? Song Yinzhou understood Ningsangsang profoundly. He knew precisely what she valued. Ning, let me tell you again. Your parents have found their biological daughter. Her name is Ning Lily. They have long been enjoying their family bliss. You have been abandoned and forgotten. What Ning Lily? Ningsangsang's large, red eyes widened in a panic-stricken daze. It was she. Song Yinzhou then showed her a photo on his phone. It appeared to be a candid shot, depicting her adoptive parents and that girl, all smiling radiantly, with Ning's father and mother unable to conceal their affectionate gaze towards the girl. Ningsangsang's mind erupted in chaos, leading to her complete breakdown. No. She was unwanted now. Both Yechen and her parents had cast her aside. It felt as if a string in her mind snapped, leaving her unable to cope, and she fainted. Ning. Though Song Yinzhou felt a twinge of compassion. He had not lied to her about her adoptive parents. In their eyes, there was only the joy of having regained their biological daughter. They no longer harbored much concern for Ningsangsang. Song Yinzhou changed Ningsangsang's bedsheets, and then began making calls to inquire about the arrival of the hypnotist. Mr. Song, I will arrive tomorrow afternoon. During this time, please refrain from provoking her further, allowing her emotions to stabilize as much as possible. The patient's emotional state is too agitated, making hypnosis challenging. Understood. After coldly hanging up the phone, Song Yinzhou tucked the blanket around Ningsangsang. Ning, forget that man with the surname Yi. I love you more than he ever could. The thought of Yongcheng made Song Yinzhou's lips curl into a cold smile beneath his golden-framed glasses. That man was now frantically searching for Ningsangsang in Yong City. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Yi Corporation, Yongcheng's eyes burned with a crimson glare, having gone without sleep for a day and a night. A bunch of useless fools. Are all the street cameras malfunctioning? And what of the IP address from which she chatted with me? I have yet to uncover anything. What use is it to pay you a high price? For the past few days, Yongcheng has been plagued by an ominous premonition, especially since yesterday morning when he had deceived Ningsangsang into meeting him, only to lose contact after 8 o'clock. His brow has been twitching incessantly. The night was filled with nightmares. He dreamt of his beloved Ningsangsang being beaten, running into his arms, crying out in pain and pleading for him to save her. But Ningsangsang was taken by Song Yinzhou. Despite his disdain for the man, he treated Ningsangsang well. How could he possibly harm her? Yongcheng believed he was simply overly anxious. Yet, the persistent unease gnawed at him, leaving his eyes bloodshot as he paced restlessly, resembling a madman. Ningsangsang, my dear, return to me. I will invite Du Ziming to be your teacher. Please come back. My beloved, Yongcheng murmured softly, his demeanor resembling that of a tormented soul. Fortunately, that very night, the technical department finally traced the IP address from Ningsangsang's phone. President Yi, the last location of Madam's phone was registered at a well-appointed single-apartment complex. Chapter 172. Yongcheng rescues Ningsangsang. Upon hearing that his subordinates had located Ningsangsang, Yongcheng rose ominously from his office chair. Gather the men, let us go. As night fell, Yongcheng, accompanied by dozens of bodyguards clad in black, charged towards Song Yinzhou's location, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Meanwhile, Ningsangsang finally regained consciousness from her stupor. However, her once vibrant doe-like eyes now appeared hollow and devoid of life. The slightest sound in the basement sent her trembling with fear. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me, she whimpered. It seemed she was experiencing a stress response. Even the sound of chains would cause her to cower and plead for mercy, as if Song Yinzhou were before her. Although Song Yinzhou had administered medicine to her that morning, the marks of 2 clear handprints remained visible on her small face. She was still feverish and had not eaten all day, yet she seemed to have forgotten the need for sustenance, curling herself into a ball, burying her head in her knees in terror. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her voice was hoarse, as tears streamed down Ningsangsang's face. Her mind was besieged by the trending news of Yongcheng's impending marriage to Jiang Wei and the heartwarming scenes of her adoptive parents joyfully reunited with their biological daughter, Ning Lily. In that moment, She felt utterly insignificant, an inconsequential being, neglected and unwanted, relegated to the shadows of a dim basement. The more she pondered, the more her tears fell relentlessly. A throbbing pain engulfed her head, intensifying with each passing moment, until she reached the brink of a catastrophic breakdown. Ningsangsang succumbed to a fever-induced fainting spell. Ning ning, ning ning. In the basement, Song Yinzhou had installed surveillance cameras. As he prepared to bring food to Ningsangsang, his gaze suddenly sharpened in alarm. This was dire. The man surnamed Yi had arrived. Being an exceptionally cautious individual, Song Yinzhou had also set up monitoring systems downstairs. He watched as the footage revealed Yongcheng, flanked by a menacing entourage of bodyguards, advancing towards his location. Time was of the essence. After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Yinzhou glanced towards the basement, his eyes reflecting a cold, reluctant determination. Yet, taking Ningsangsang now would mean he could not escape himself. There would be future opportunities. With a resolute clench of his jaw, Song Yinzhou fled through the back door just before Yongcheng kicked the front door open. Bang! Song, come out. Yongcheng's voice dripped with menace. How dare you abduct my Ningsangsang? Upon entering, Yongcheng found the room deserted, the table still holding warm dishes, hastily packed in containers as if meant for delivery. A set of keys lay abandoned, clearly left in a state of panic. He couldn't have gone far. Pursue him. Yes, young Master Yi. Moments later, a subordinate reported, Young Master Yi. There's a basement here. With a creak, Yongcheng used the key to unlock the heavy iron door of the basement. As the oppressive door swung open, his gaze fell upon the stark emptiness, where a small bed rested against the wall. For thick, unsightly black chains extended from the bed, unmistakably binding Ningsangsang, who lay unconscious, offering no sign of awareness at his entrance. Ningsangsang. Yongcheng's eyes reddened in an instant. He rushed to her side, and the sight that met him shattered his heart. Her delicate face was swollen, unmistakably bruised from slaps. Her once lustrous hair was now matted and dirty, obscuring half of her visage. Blood marked her pale wrists and ankles, evidence of her desperate struggle against her tormentors. It was clear she had endured horrific abuse. Bang! In a surge of anguish and fury, Yongcheng's fist collided violently with the wall. Deep within him, a tempest of fury simmered, each pang of heartache slicing through him like a blade. Ningsangsang, my precious Ningsangsang, I shall take you home. Yongcheng, his eyes bloodshot with anguish, cradled Ningsangsang in his arms. In just 2 days, he could discern the significant weight loss and frailty in her form. The once cherubic and endearing round face had now taken on a gaunt appearance, her chin sharp and pronounced. It was all his fault. His tardiness had led to his beloved enduring such torment. Go, capture that beast named Song. Yongcheng's heart brimmed with a seething hatred. Search the entire city. I demand to see him alive or dead. Until now, he had never contemplated taking Song Yinzhou's life, but witnessing Ningsangsang's suffering ignited a desire to rend him apart. Yes, Yizong. His subordinates responded with trepidation, scurrying to obey. Yongcheng then gently placed Ningsangsang in the car, racing towards the hospital. Ningsangsang was swiftly admitted to a private suite. The chief physician conducted an examination, shaking his head in dismay. Yizong, the patient's condition is dire. Apart from the visible injuries, she has been running a fever for over a day without respite. If this persists, there's a risk she may suffer irreversible damage. Yongcheng's heart ached even more fiercely. Tears threatened to spill from his usually stoic eyes. How could his precious Ningsangsang have fallen to such a state? He remained vigilantly by her side, tenderly administering fever-reducing medication. This medication needed to be given 3 times throughout the night, and with Ningsangsang receiving intravenous fluids, constant supervision was essential. He refrained from summoning a nurse, fearing they might inadvertently cause her pain or lack the dedication necessary. The autumn night was chilly, and Yongcheng refused to close his eyes, carefully tending to Ningsangsang's wounds, applying ointment and bandaging them. He pressed her small hand against his face, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her delicate palm. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his chest heavy with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Ningsangsang, my darling, I'm so sorry, so very sorry. If only I had been more vigilant. You wouldn't have been abducted by that scoundrel Song Yinzhou and endured such suffering. My dear, you must pull through. When you awaken, I promise you can return to school and invite your favorite master artist to be your teacher. Will you? The night wore on with Yongcheng whispering softly, his eyes reddened from lack of sleep. He frequently checked Ningsangsang's forehead for fever. gently bathing her with warm water and washing her hair. He adjusted the heating in the room to ensure it would not exacerbate her condition. Ningsangsang had always cherished cleanliness, and waking up in a state of disarray would surely distress her. As the night passed, he meticulously tended to Ningsangsang, ensuring she felt comforted and fresh. As dawn approached, exhaustion finally overtook him, and he succumbed to a brief slumber at Ningsangsang's bedside. Under his devoted care, Ningsangsang's fever had begun to subside, yet she still had a slight fever, and upon awakening, her gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Since the moment she opened her eyes, those large orbs were fixed intently upon the ceiling, as if she were devoid of sensation and sight, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Yongcheng beside her. Chapter 174. Ningsangsang no longer recognizes Yongcheng. Ningsangsang remained motionless for quite some time, until a nurse entered the room to conduct her rounds. "Miss Ning, you are awake." The nurse's voice instantly jolted Yongcheng from his reverie. Ningsangsang is awake." His voice was hoarse, yet filled with excitement. However, the moment his gaze fell upon Ningsangsang, their eyes met, and he realized something was amiss. At that instant, Ningsangsang seemed to snap back to reality, but then began to tremble uncontrollably. "No, don't hit me, Brother Yinzhou. I won't dare anymore." "I won't dare?" She had mistakenly identified Yongcheng as Song Yinzhou. Her tone was quivering, laced with fear yet tinged with a hint of pleading. "Hit you?" Upon hearing that word, Yongcheng felt a sharp pain, as if his heart had been struck with a heavy blow. His expression darkened considerably. Ningsangsang could acutely sense his overwhelming fury, which only intensified her terror. With a sudden thud, she leapt from the bed, trembling in fear as she knelt before Yongcheng, clutching his pant leg and bowing her head in supplication. I'll eat the food you made. Whatever you prepare, I can finish it. Please don't be angry. Please don't be angry." Ningsangsang had initially been mindful of the needle still in her hand, but she disregarded it entirely. Blood trickled from the puncture wound on her hand, cascading down and staining Yongcheng's black shoes. He lowered his gaze to the trembling figure kneeling on the cold floor, desperately pleading. At that moment, he was at a loss for feelings. It felt as though his heart had been viciously stabbed, each thrust leaving a gaping wound. "Ningsangsang, get up." He struggled to contain his emotions, bending down to lift her. Yet Ningsangsang recoiled from his outstretched hand, instinctively shielding her head and curling into herself. However, she did not dare to hide completely, revealing only a pair of frightened eyes peering out from her long, dark hair. It seemed she was observing his expressions in secret. Any furrow of his brow sent her into further tremors. "Ningsangsang, my dear, do not be afraid. I won't hurt you, I promise. Come now, lie down." Yongcheng fought against his urge to unleash his wrath upon Song Yinzhou, soothing Ningsangsang in a voice akin to that used for a child. Nevertheless, she remained fearful of him. He lifted her gently onto the bed and tucked her in, but she only curled up, shivering in a fetal position, cocooned within the blankets. Yongcheng was bewildered by this transformation in Ningsangsang. Just 3 days prior, she had been a spirited child, pouting and glaring at him when upset, full of life and mischief. Now, within her large, expressive eyes, only fear remains. "Ningsangsang." Yongcheng leaned down, cautiously attempting to whisper near the ear of the blanket-covered Ningsangsang, hoping to correct her. "I am not that beast, Song Yinzhou. I am Yechen, your Yechen." Yet, it seemed that Ningsangsang could no longer recognize him. She remained hidden beneath the blanket, unwilling to emerge. However, upon hearing Yongcheng's name, her bright red eyes inexplicably began to well with tears, her nose tinged with the ache of grievance. Yechen has already married that wicked woman, Jiang Wei. Ningsangsang has endured an insurmountable shock, her memories twisted beyond recognition. In her perception, Yongcheng is married. He has long forsaken her. How could he possibly return to seek her out? Observing Ningsangsang's utter lack of response, Yongcheng's large hands clenched tightly. Filled with helplessness and sorrow, he struggled to suppress the turmoil within. He was at a loss as to how he could restore his beloved Ningsangsang to her former self.